This audiobook contains 85 censored sentences and 205 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Or an entity that was once human weighed heavily on her conscience. "Am a failure," Aoife mumbled to herself, her grip on the sword tightening. "I haven't changed one bit since then," but Erin has a vivid memory from her previous life flooded her mind as she sprinted toward the direction Suzuko's group had gone. The image Erin had painted of her as an invincible, happy person felt starkly different from Aoife's own perception. In reality, she was just like any other person her age at that time, brimming with concerns about the future and haunted by self-doubt. "I want to change, darn it," Aoife exclaimed with a profound sadness, hastily wiping away the tears that had welled up in her eyes. Upon reaching a specific location, Aoife witnessed a fierce confrontation involving Suzuko, Lavinia, and Juke. At the epicenter of the crater or lake, Erin sat at a table with a visibly nervous woman named Dixie, engaged in what seemed to be a meaningful conversation. Perched on the crater's rim was Azathoth, who, upon a brief turn, signaled Aoife to join her. As Aoife approached, curiosity etched across her face. She inquired, "What is happening here? Are these additional forces?" Azathoth explained, "They're akin to the enemy you encountered earlier, humans that were merged with advanced robotic enhancements. It grants them an edge while simultaneously limiting their potential in traditional ways. It's as if Eleanor drew inspiration from the mechanical Eevee gods." Aoife's jaw dropped, her eyes widening in astonishment as she absorbed Azathoth's revelation. The unexpected twist left her momentarily speechless. "Wait, do you mean?" Aoife stammered, seeking confirmation, and Azathoth solemnly nodded in response. They influenced each other. The Phantasma and Fumara's organization are delving deeper into technology, equipping themselves with advanced enhancements. Meanwhile, the Eevee embrace the organic and natural, exploring ways to amplify their powers not just through sophisticated upgrades, but also something else, courtesy of Fumara. Azathoth elucidated. "Then our battle over there will become even more challenging," Aoife exclaimed, a hint of frustration evident. "Can't we find a way to put a halt to their advancements?" As the battles raged on around them, Azathoth cast a glance at Aoife, her eyes reflecting a knowing depth. "Do you not have faith in Erin? Do you believe he is yet to make a move?" she inquired. "I shall," responded Aoife, a tad perplexed. After his evolution, he has orchestrated numerous changes, subtly shaping the course of events for the future. That's why he remains unperturbed, not rushing into anything. In his own words, "Everything will fall into place," Azathoth explained, a rare smile gracing her lips. "You could say, everything is unfolding according to his meticulously crafted plan." While Aoife was aware of Erin's transformative influence, the extent of his impact on the multiverse, and perhaps even the omniverse, remained a mystery to her. She speculated that Erin had manipulated circumstances to ease the lives of those in the various universes. Yet, she understood that alterations to past events were off-limits, as that would create a different reality for people. In this draconic dais they inhabited, distinct from the one she read about in her original world, Aoife acknowledged the need to learn from individuals she encountered or directly from Erin himself. "Can you provide me with an example, please?" Aoife inquired, seeking a tangible illustration of the changes Erin had wrought. A subtle smile played on Azathoth's lips, once more as she shared, "The technology, minerals, and items crafted by the Phantasma for their weaponry and armor, among other things, are now of a lower grade than what they initially discovered and utilized. This signifies that Erin, with his influence on the past, strategically avoided making significant alterations to the future. Similarly, the Eevee's course of research into enhancing their powers through organic means has been subtly guided, leading them to choose a less-than-ideal method." But I thought he said he wouldn't change the past?" Aoife questioned, a touch of confusion in her voice. "In a way, he already has," Azathoth responded. He altered certain individuals' memories who were once part of the Chaos Order. For instance, Satnal retains certain memories of our current reality, while others were modified. The rest of the members now believe he's delusional for claiming Aaron's strength surpasses that of Lapis or Daniel. This wasn't exclusive to Satnal. Random members faced similar memory alterations, leading to internal divisions and organizational disarray. That's why their operations became so disorganized post-Aaron's evolution. Azathoth pressed on, saying, "This, of course, no longer applies to Satnal, as Aaron has reshaped him into the Satnal we recognize today. There are more intricacies tied to the Phantasma's universe, the Evis, and even in Fader Fedora. It will become clearer as we progress to those points in time." Aoife lapsed into contemplative silence, grappling with the weight of Azathoth's revelations. Her gaze shifted towards Aaron, still engrossed in conversation with Dixie in the midst of the crater. The question lingered in her mind: was the Aaron she now knew the same person as the Aaron from before her death? His alternating behaviors stirred confusion within her, yet she chose to defer contemplation, resisting the urge to delve too deeply into the enigma surrounding him. If you're concerned about whether this is the same Aaron you knew, let me assure you that he is. I've shown you glimpses of his journey before he revived both of us. The position he placed himself in, the role I intended for him, and the trials he confronted gradually molded him, especially today, leaving a profound impact, Azathoth elucidated. Whether you welcome or resist change, Aoife Murphy, is a personal choice. People evolve, and whether you perceive that transformation as positive or negative is subjective. Many see Aaron's maturation from his initial appearance in the Draconic Dais as a good sign. While he retains his humor and occasional flippancy, he now approaches many matters with a greater sense of seriousness. Personally, I find it commendable, Azathoth added. Continuing her thoughtful explanation, Azathoth went on, "Someday, you'll undergo a similar transformation, or perhaps it has already begun to take root within you today. How will you navigate it? Will you persist in your mission to save everyone and everything, even when faced with the harsh reality that not everyone, not every being is inclined to change? And if so, are you prepared to make decisions that may necessitate the end of lives?" Aaron arrived at these conclusions based on the myriad experiences within that one-year span and the unfolding events of the current year. Now it's your chance. I acknowledge that you passed away at a young age, and your perspective may still carry a hint of naivety. However, your age is precisely when one begins to mature, undergoing experiences that sculpt character. If genuine change and growth are what you seek, be receptive to the world unfolding around you. If you truly desire, seek Aaron's counsel, Azathoth imparted before striding purposefully towards Aaron, leaving Aoife to contemplate in solitude. In the distance, Suzaku found herself confronted by another reinforcement, accompanied by BF-88J. This new enemy bore the designation KJ-9378L, a young girl adorned with various enchantments. With short blue hair fashioned into ball buns, piercing red eyes, and dressed in a black uniform paired with blue tights and open-toed black heels, she exuded an air of formidable power. Her weapons, resembling extended claws, were fastened to her wrists. Silently, KJ-9378L swung her lethal claws towards Suzaku, attempting to inflict harm. However, each calculated strike missed its mark. Despite Suzaku's earnest attempts to engage in dialogue and dissuade the young girl, it became evident that KJ-9378L remained unresponsive. In Suzaku's eyes, she appeared entranced, lost in a state that rendered her impervious to reason. Despite Suzaku's efforts to discern any spells or techniques influencing the girl's behavior, her investigation yielded no evidence of external manipulation. Suzaku, in her discerning wisdom, arrived at a disheartening conclusion. The young girl, KJ-9378L, had been adopted by Eleanor at a young age and gradually subjected to a natural form of brainwashing. No external techniques, abilities, or spells were involved. It was an organic transformation. The weight of this revelation bore heavily on Shizuku, knowing that dispelling such deep-rooted conditioning wasn't a simple task. Coupled with the constraints of her limited time frame, she harbored doubts about her ability to effect any meaningful change. The thought of seeking Aaron's intervention crossed her mind, but even then, the prospect felt peculiar and uncertain. Abandon any notion of saving her, Shizuku. Zook's voice echoed through their transceivers, suggesting a more pragmatic approach. We can't save everyone, Shizuku. Sometimes the mission has to come first. Shizuku, though initially frowning, quietly acquiesced to the grim advice. When KJ-9378L swung her right claw once again, Shizuku swiftly caught it and set it ablaze. To her surprise, KJ-9378L showed no reaction and continued to advance, swinging her other claw menacingly. Questions raced through Shizuku's mind. Is she immune to fire? Perhaps immune to elemental attacks in general? With a thoughtful pause, Shizuku released KJ-9378L's hand and cautiously floated back. Undeterred, KJ-9378L examined her blazing claw, then replicated the fiery display on her other limb. A sinister readiness enveloped her as she prepared to unleash the flames against Shizuku, or so she believed. Without hesitation, Shizuku altered the flames engulfing KJ-9378L, transforming their hues from the typical fire color to an intense white. The searing flames swiftly consumed KJ-9378L's claws, prompting a widening of her eyes in astonishment. However, undeterred by the unexpected turn of events, KJ-9378L pressed on, flying towards Shizuku with determined resolve. Ignoring the loss of her fiery claws, she launched a straight punch at Shizuku. Yet Shizuku, drawing on her extensive experience in various martial arts, effortlessly redirected the punch and, with practiced precision, flung KJ-9378L to the ground. The impact resonated with a crash, creating a small crater at the point of impact. KJ-9378L gazed upwards, her eyes widening as she beheld azure flames raining down upon her. She leapt aside, narrowly evading the onslaught. The ground beneath her crumbled, consumed by the inferno. Turning towards Shizuku Himejima, she wore a baffled expression. The flames she had manipulated had always burned with an unwavering crimson hue, but now they were as blue as the midday sky. KJ-9378L swiftly summoned a new pair of claws, courtesy of the technology Eleanor had provided. However, this resource was limited. She could only replace her lost weapons twice more, as her body could accommodate only a finite number of such enhancements. She steeled herself to confront Shizuku once again, only to be taken aback when she looked back at the woman. Shizuku had vanished. Perplexed, KJ-9378L scanned her surroundings, but there was no trace of her adversary. Then, without warning, she felt a powerful blow connect with her abdomen, sending her hurtling away. Why can't I copy those flames? KJ-9378L questioned with sincere bewilderment. Shizuku reappeared, her reply laden with regret. I allowed you to believe you could earlier, but in truth, it wasn't possible. I apologize, she confessed, and in a moment's time, her flaming fist struck KJ-9378L's face, sending her tumbling to the ground. Towering over the half-defeated KJ-9378L, Shizuku inquired, "Would you consider surrendering?" An unyielding defiance smoldered in KJ-9378L's response. "No, everything is for Lady Eleanor. My life holds no significance. Her wish is my own will, my life, and I will see it through," she declared with unwavering resolve, even in the shadow of apparent defeat. Suzaku prepared to strike, but KJ-9378L's body crackled with electricity, forcing her to jump back. As the electrically charged KJ-9378L stood back up, her body continued to discharge a massive amount of electricity, her previously clawed hands now shrouded in the same electrical aura as she dashed toward Suzaku. KJ-9378L's eyes had turned completely white, indicating her berserker state, a last resort as she drew upon all her power in an attempt to defeat the enemy before her. Designed as an assassin, KJ-9378L was now forced to engage in open combat rather than rely on her typical method of fighting due to the current circumstances. KJ-9378L lunged forward, her left claw darting towards Suzaku with blinding speed. Yet, Suzaku remained unfazed, her body enveloped in a protective sheath of 10k as she effortlessly deflected the incoming strike. Undeterred, KJ-9378L continued her relentless assault, unleashing a barrage of attacks, even long-range electric strikes, but to no avail. Suzaku's reflexes proved unmatchable. Her 10k imbued form a formidable barrier against every blow. Suddenly, KJ-9378L ground her foot into the earth, summoning a storm of electric spears that materialized around Suzaku Himejima. With a feral growl, she launched the spears at her opponent, but Suzaku was quick to react. Her body engulfed in a raging inferno that manifested fiery hands that snatched the spears from the air and incinerated them in a flash. In response, Suzaku appeared beside KJ-9378L in an instant, her legs striking with lightning-like precision and sending her reeling. Before KJ-9378L could recover, Suzaku conjured a bow, an arrow of pure flame, and loosed the arrow with unerring aim. The flaming projectile pierced KJ-9378L's chest, sending her to the ground with a strangled gasp. Suzaku began to walk away as the entire region behind her was consumed by a colossal, fiery column. Amidst the flames, KJ-9378L met her end. Shaking her head, Suzaku soared towards where Juke was engaged in her own battle. This time, they faced two android birds, each roughly the size of an average aircraft, measuring around 40 meters or 130 feet. Both boasted energy wings, which continuously fired off energy shots at Juke. However, the sacred beast remained undeterred, hovering in place and allowing the shots to strike and pass through her, as they had no effect on her. "Why haven't you taken him down yet?" Suzaku asked as she joined Zook's side. "I'm contemplating whether to simply defeat them and hand them over to Eren since they might prove useful," replied Juke. Suzaku turned to confront the android birds, their attacks directed at her and Juke. "They're not exactly impressive. They're a far cry from Eren and Valis wyverns. I say we get rid of them," she declared. Juke let out a resigned sigh and nodded in agreement. "You're right. Let's make this quick." With that, both women vanished and reappeared beside each android bird. Juke announced, "You're just cheap imitations. It's time for you to perish." She seized the android bird's head, instantly reducing it to ashes along with the rest of its body. Suzaku chose a different approach. She covered her right hand in white flames, slicing off the android bird's wings with ease. She then stored the wings within her ring. Finally, she finished the panicking android by incinerating it, leaving no trace behind. Both Juke and Suzaku turned to Lavinia, witnessing the Ice Queen's victory as she approached Eren. They observed that Lavinia's foe, a towering bear-like android donning a maid's uniform, had been immobilized by Muto, summoned by Lavinia in her balance breaker state. Exchanging nods, the two landed gracefully on the ground, making their way towards Eren. They noticed that Azathoth was already present, eavesdropping on their conversation, while Aoife stood still in her spot, left to contemplate in solitude by Azathoth. As they arrived beside Eren, they noticed a woman named Dixie, her whole frame shaking. She sat on her chair, overwhelmed with fear, tears streaming down her face. The sheer terror that gripped her was evident as she struggled to maintain her composure. "Care to repeat that, Dixie?" Aaron's voice was cold as ice, devoid of emotion. As I said, I don't know any specifics. I'm just a lowly soldier that does the normal, everyday work for Lady Eleanor. She defeated my small group that fled from Lady Fumara and forced us to work for her. WWE only received orders from her not too long ago about cleaning up this PPP planet and activating its last protocol. Dixie stuttered, her voice filled with horror. "Who else is here?" Aaron inquired. "Only a few others. The other one that's the same level of authority as me is called Censor. He's probably in the other side of the planet. That's all. Well, there are more of those android children with him, but apart from that, that's all." Dixie exclaimed in desperation. "And the protocol?" Aaron asked, maintaining his gaze at her while also solely directing his aura at her, unaffecting everyone else around them. Dixie remained silent, her gaze fixed on the ground. She reached into a different space and presented a folded piece of paper to Aaron. As he unfolded and read it, a heaviness settled over him. Once he had finished reading, he sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He handed the paper to Lavinia, who was standing beside him, and she read it alongside Suzuku and Juke. "At least it can't be activated anymore. One good thing out of today, I suppose," Aaron said, his voice laced with disappointment. His eyes lingered on Dixie for a moment before he dismissed the chairs and table with a gesture. "Let's go and capture the rest." He silently looked at Dixie, trapping her in a bubble and making her float beside him. "Let's go." The strategy devised was to trigger a particular contraption Eleanor had left on the planet, situated one level beneath the basement. This apparatus was designed to harvest the souls of every living entity on the planet, eradicating them while conjoining them with the planet itself. A new, devastating entity would then be born, journeying through the cosmos, ruthlessly annihilating all that lay in its path. This scheme, however, left Aaron and the rest of the group in a despondent mood as they converged with Aoife, who remained resolutely in her position. Upon reading the note from Lavinia, Aoife was overwhelmed with an intense sensation of despair, coupled with what she conjectured to be the sentiment of hatred directed towards an individual. As their journey progressed, a growing, palpable animosity towards Eleanor began to fester within each of them. Chapter 20, Part 4. Unexpected growth, third-person point of view. Lady Eleanor, the male android reported. "We've just received word that the Outer God is on Howieln Batteris and is currently engaged in combat with Dixie's and Sendler's teams." This caught Eleanor's attention as she looked up from her desk, a smirk playing upon her lips. "How curious," she mused. "Sir Outer God has chosen to visit that little planet. I wonder what could have drawn him there." Her eyes glinted strangely as she smiled. Additionally, the android continued, "We received another report stating that Sendler believes the souls of the children have all vanished, along with the others from the planet. He's under the impression that the Outer Gods group is responsible for it. Well, it seems that employing that particular protocol will no longer be necessary," Eleanor said thoughtfully, her gaze lingering on a bookshelf at the room's side, which caused her to smile. "In that case, I would like to utilize a recent project I've completed. Send DRAK 7719 to the planet and allow it to run amok." "Excuse me? Are you absolutely certain?" the android inquired, its synthetic voice echoing in the chamber. "You have invested a substantial amount of time into that project indeed, I am sure. Now that I have refined the process, we can easily reproduce it and eliminate any errors in future endeavors. DRAK 7719 may be flawed, but it possesses the firepower to annihilate entire solar systems. Proceed with its deployment," commanded Eleanor. "As you wish, Lady Eleanor," the android replied, hastily exiting the room. Eleanor rose from her throne-like seat, and with a clap of her hands, she summoned a hidden window behind her. Gazing out at her city on the planet of Helicor Doyix, a subtle smile graced her face. "You intrigue me every day, Outer God. I eagerly anticipate the moment we finally meet." Perhaps your kindness will compel you to rehabilitate me, granting me the opportunity to infiltrate the resistance. Her face radiated with a colossal grin as she conjured forth a holographic clipboard. At the top, the file name read, Project Lucius Benevolentia. Eleanor brimmed with grand plans for the future. Utilizing the technology and techniques they had received from the Evies prior to their connection being severed, she was determined to secure a significant ally in the imminent future. I wonder how Lady Fumara would react to this revelation. Even my dear Ive doesn't know. It will surely rattle some people, she said with a sly smirk, closing the window and leaning back in her seat to continue her preparations. Sir Bartholomew, Lady Eleanor has requested DRAK 7719 be deployed to Howeln Batteris. Due to the ongoing conflict, the android announced upon entering a specific facility within Helicardoix. Are you certain about that? Bartholomew questioned, exhibiting a shadow of doubt towards the android's statement. The android displayed a recording of the conversation he had just had with Eleanor. All right, let's get started. It'll power it up while you prepare the portal for its journey, Bartholomew instructed. How long do you think it will take, Sir Bartholomew? The android inquired. I don't know, probably 10 minutes. Why? The young boy replied. Oh no, I was just curious, that's all. It's just me, but I believe Lady Eleanor would want it to be deployed faster, the android explained. Lady Eleanor is aware of the startup time for DRAK 7719, and that's one of the things she wishes to improve on in newer models in the future. I will make the process faster unless you want it to blow up here, Bartholomew explained with slight annoyance. Understood, the android replied, swiftly departing to ready the portal. In the Draconic Dais, a particular leader of a group known as the Goddesses of Battle strolled through the corridors of Aaron Tool's abode in the Dimensional Gap. She was en route to a short conference involving Aaron's Electa, Shadow Soldiers, and the remnants of DXD in this world. Upon arriving at a designated meeting chamber, she was met with the sight of Antares, Kokoshibo, Leanne Samlot, Altaria, Daniel, Bellion, Tobio, and S.E. Ecuse, Vambi, and finally, Royce and Tool with Cindy. Well, you finally made it. It took you long enough, remarked Daniel. Breaking the tension in the room, my sincerest apologies. I encountered some minor issues that required my attention. Now, let's proceed with this meeting, replied Alicia as she settled into her seat. To start, let's focus on what we have established, Antares declared, securing the attention of the group. The leaders of the abyssal constellations are reminiscent of the ancient Chaos Order. They comprise demigods, fallen angels, devils, and potentially human magicians. Now, let us delve into the specifics. Alicia expounded, the true leader is a demigod. His name is Okistide. He harnesses the lightning manipulation of Zeus and is a prodigy in the art of magic, having been born from a magician mother. Our intelligence gathering has revealed that he is the product of an inebriated Zeus one-night encounter in the human realm. Hera, his official wife, is aware of this and has long since forgiven him, although it took time to uncover this information. I managed to uncover some details, stated Tobio Accuse. There are two devils, as far as I'm aware. Halsey Dantalion, a demon from the initial 72 pillars, and Relus Floretti, a devil from the extra demons. Regrettably, that's all I could gather, but we can likely deduce that they have some family members within that organization. I too have some information, said Cindy, shocking most of them, including Royson, who had been invited last minute by Daniel, and the rest of the group was fine with it, as she was Aaron's mother. There's a dog Yukai hailing from the East Faction Yukai in Kyoto, with very little known about him, but he was comparable to Ultimate Class Devils and Ananiel, a fallen angel, known as the Reign of God. That's all I can share. Antares nodded and inquired, anything else? Yet, he received no reply from the others, so he went on, from my own intelligence division, working in conjunction with St. Nicholas, we determined that their base is situated in the dimension created by the demigods. He paused, then continued. As for the individuals you mentioned, I don't believe they are the leaders, save for Okistide. However, those are very high-ranking members. I don't think their group has as many members as, let's say, the Chaos Order. Nevertheless, What they lack in numbers, they make up for in quality over quantity, as well as their current strategies. Antares explained. Vambi asked, meaning? Meaning, they may most likely target powerful or influential figures in our universe to assassinate, in order to cripple the Alliance as well as those specific pantheons and factions. Think of the likes of Zeus himself, the four great Satans, Altaria along with the four great Seraphs, and even Yasaka from the East Yukai faction, as well as New Rarahayan and Terry's elucidated. Is it always the same, huh? Daniel asked, munching on some snacks. We just need to station guards at their pantheons and factions, perhaps utilize the shadow soldiers too. Then we track down whatever they aim to use for the assassination, and after that, we'll go and beat them up. Easy peasy. If you put it that way, it sounds simple, Alicia replied. However, we'll collaborate with the other leaders to expedite the process. We don't want to burden Aaron-sama with our incompetence. It would be too shameful. Indeed, Kokoshibo chimed in. Meanwhile, the Nocturnes will also be mobilizing since we don't have much on our plate in the dimensional gap. Yet, we're missing Akaza, given he's with Aurelia's team. Our team will remain in Kuo, as the town seems to attract more trouble than necessary. However, if you need our support, we will mobilize as soon as possible. Just give us a heads up, Leanne assured, and the rest of the team concurred. I will instruct the remaining forces we left behind to disperse and cover more ground, in order to prevent any potential attacks, Bellion said confidently, before suddenly halting and drawing everyone's attention. Did someone just get attacked? Daniel inquired, setting aside his snacks. Yes, I have received information that Russia was attacked by two people impersonating both an American spy and a Chinese spy. It appears the abyssal constellations are attempting to ignite another world war among the humans, Bellion said gravely. Huh, these guys are a right handful. They're not scared of messing with the supernatural and humans alike, Daniel exclaimed with zeal. Boss and the higher-ups will reveal our existence to the humans when they return. But I reckon they want to prove of this when they get back, so they'll take the responsibility of erasing everyone's memories. Let's get moving already. Daniel turned to Bellion and inquired. No one was hurt, right? No one was hurt, but the panic is spreading like wildfire. The shadow soldiers were seen protecting the humans. A few of the Russian mages are doing their best to destroy video evidence and wiping the memories of people, but it's proving to be a bit overwhelming for them at the moment, explained Bellion. Understood, replied Daniel as he stood up and prepared to teleport away. Lena will be joining you there, Daniel informed Alicia, and Daniel nodded in agreement before departing from the meeting room. He should be able to manage on his own. Shall we proceed? Inquired Alicia, to which they continued their discussion. While the meeting carried on, Royson remained seated, silently pondering various matters. Noticing a change in Cindy since they had all received their gift from Aaron, she was uncertain how to react, but she knew the transformation was for the better. The conclusion Cindy had arrived at was also a yes, in terms of accepting Aaron's less-than-perfect proposal. Daniel found himself in the quaint Russian town of Kirilov, where he discovered the situation was not as dire as he had initially feared. Despite some structural damage, the shadow soldiers had worked tirelessly to safeguard the townsfolk. An undercurrent of unease lingered in the air, but the townspeople recognized the soldiers' protective role, mitigating their fear. As Daniel surveyed the area, he knew he had a daunting task ahead of him. He drew his sword and began his quest to find the attackers. Above the Shexna River, he spotted two individuals, a man and a woman, both clad in sleek black suits. The man had short black hair and arresting blue eyes, while the woman, with her light blonde hair, seemed to exude an air of mystery. Her piercing yellow eyes revealing little of her thoughts. Were you the two that attacked this cute town? Daniel inquired, his curiosity tinged with disbelief. However, any opportunity for a polite discourse was rapidly shattered as the duo responded with immediate hostility. Without hesitation, both enemies conjured magic circles before them, unleashing a torrent of magical projectiles at Daniel. Unfazed, Daniel adeptly cleaved through the barrage, obliterating each magical attack with exacting precision. Waste no time, he lunged forward, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the pair. To his astonishment, as he closed in, the peculiar nature of their movements became apparent. The man and woman, instead of resorting to conventional flight, propelled themselves through the air using the magic circles as makeshift stepping stones. It struck Daniel as a curious choice, considering the simplicity of traditional flight. Yet, undeterred, he pressed on, unwavering in his determination to uncover the motives behind their destructive actions. Avoiding accountability isn't an option, Daniel murmured, a resolute determination in his voice as he appeared directly in their path. His movements were quick and calculated, sending both offenders hurtling towards the waters below with a kick. With practiced finesse, he raised his sword and unleashed a flurry of aura-infused slashes, each cut reverberating with force. As the strikes met the water's surface, a minor detonation echoed, followed by a pained shriek. The dissipating mist unveiled the aftermath of Daniel's attack. The woman had sustained a grave injury, her arm badly wounded. A victorious grin crept onto Daniel's face as he locked eyes with his wounded assailant, her gaze conveying a blend of defiance and disdain. In a hushed exchange between the two, a desperate bid for escape was orchestrated as the woman activated a teleportation circle. Unfazed, Daniel's smirk broadened, and with a quick snap of his fingers, he extinguished any chance of teleportation within the town's limits. The astonishment etched on their faces deepened, morphing into a smoldering loathing aimed directly at Daniel. Lena's arrival at Daniel's side prompted a cheerful acknowledgement from him. "Oh, Lin, I was wondering when you'd get here. So, these two are the suspects. What shall we do with them?" he asked, tilting his head playfully. Lena, however, adopted a more serious demeanor. "First things first, erase the townsfolk's memories. I just put them all to sleep and erased all the video evidence that was about to hit the internet," she instructed, her tone firm. Daniel submitted and raised his hands in a mock surrender. "Yes, mother," he acquiesced, and with another nonchalant snap of his fingers, the memories of the town's inhabitants were promptly wiped clean. Simultaneously, he undertook the task of repairing the physical damages inflicted upon the town. "Good boy. Now let's see who these two are," Lena remarked, conjuring green, game-like screens in front of both of them. Engrossed in the virtual display, she obtained information about the enemies. Goons for the abyssal constellations. They're nothing special, just sacrificial lambs. The man's Fred Lloyd, and the woman's Heartleia, such strange names. Daniel locked his stern gaze onto the woman, unable to resist the temptation to use wordplay. "If you had the heart, you wouldn't have attacked the townsfolk," he quipped. To his surprise, the woman chuckled at the pun. However, Lena was in no mood for levity, and promptly smacked Daniel's head to silence his playful banter. Regaining his composure, Lena issued a firm command. "Capture them. We can extract their memories once we return to the dimensional gap. Well, relay the information to the others afterward." Daniel, momentarily subdued, nodded in agreement, refocusing his attention on the task at hand. "Roger that," Daniel replied swiftly, reappearing behind both Fred Lloyd and Heartleia in a blur of motion. With a feigned swipe, he knocked them unconscious. "And done. Do I win prize?" he joked, receiving yet another irritated glare from Lena. Scanning the vicinity with her holographic displays, Lena exhaled. "There's nothing extraordinary about this place, except for the Kirillo-Belozersky Monastery, which is just part of their... They'll have to dig deeper into it," she murmured in contemplation. "Maybe the Orthodox Church may have more information. They'll consult Altaria about it." Shifting her focus back to the pressing matter, Lena ordered Daniel carry them along. "Let's thoroughly search the area and leave once we've finished." Daniel nodded in agreement, expertly placing the Abyssal Constellation's members onto a levitating platform that followed him obediently. So it failed this time, but don't worry. Another opportunity to infiltrate that place will come soon enough. Wait a few weeks before trying again, and during that time, we'll focus on other attacks and plans, the authoritative voice commanded. "Understood." Immediately, acknowledged another, and they promptly departed the room. The man who had been seated rose from his chair, strolling towards the window. Peering out, he sighed. So close to greatness, yet falling short. Fear not, for I have adopted your will to continue your legacy, he murmured with a self-assured smile directed at the world beyond the glass. We don't require outside assistance. All we need is our own might and cunning. Since the middleman isn't here, it will be simple, he declared to himself, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. As his thoughts wandered towards the future, he envisioned the next step in his grand design. Our next objective is the moon. I want that place for myself, and won't allow the Alliance to claim it, he mumbled to himself, resolutely vowing to seize the lunar domain as a strategic piece in his unfolding schemes. With that, he turned and left the room, leaving behind an aura of calculated grit. In the vast expanse of Phantasma's universe, on the far side of the planet, Dulio and his comrades found themselves caught up in their own conflicts. Dulio, in particular, faced a formidable foe in the form of an unusual android capable of mirroring his every move and ability that proved more than just a minor nuisance. Good grief, he can even mimic my light manipulation? Dulio grumbled under his breath, frustration evident in his voice. Each of his attacks met a perfect counterpart, resulting in explosive clashes that perpetuated an unyielding deadlock. I suppose I'll have to be a bit more unorthodox then, Dulio declared, a determined resolve coursing through him. With a sudden burst of speed, he reappeared directly behind of his android enemy, addressing his comrade Saror with a confident declaration. Saror-kun, they'll be copying this move with my own twist. With a swift and practiced motion, Dulio drew his arm back, enveloping it in an intense aura of light. In a seamless continuation, he launched his arm towards the android's back, infusing the strike with a surge of lightning at the moment of impact. Dulio caught the android off guard with his quick and unconventional attack, powerfully hurling it backward into the rugged terrain. Taking advantage of the android's vulnerable state, Dulio conjured ominous clouds that enveloped the battleground. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a torrent of thunder and lightning, leaving no chance for the android's recovery. Maintaining his upper hand, Dulio reappeared above the incapacitated android amidst the tempest, his arms aimed at the fallen enemy. Harnessing the storm's fury, he transformed the raindrops into razor-sharp icicles, launching them with deadly accuracy at the android's metallic exterior. With poise and precision, Dulio descended, extending his arm once more, pulsating with the aura of 10k. With a thunderous impact, he struck the android's chest, triggering an explosive eruption that rapidly engulfed and annihilated the mechanical enemy. Settling onto the dampened ground, the Joker of Heaven exhaled a satisfied sigh. That's for trying to taint the souls of the children on this planet, he stated with a determined conviction. Dulio's respite was brief as two more enemies appeared before him. A mechanical saber-toothed tiger, its menacing cannons bristling, and an oversized android crocodile with a jaw that defied its natural proportions. The sudden emergence and peculiar design of these foes left Dulio momentarily perplexed, but he didn't waste time questioning their origin. No rest for the weary. But that's not a bad thing, Dulio muttered to himself, accepting the unending challenges that came with his role. The android saber-toothed tiger let out a thunderous roar, releasing a barrage of missiles in Dulio's direction. Simultaneously, the android crocodile lunged at him with a speed that defied its bulky form. Reacting with lightning-fast reflexes, Dulio conjured several elemental orbs around him. With a skillful leap, he dodged the crocodile's snapping jaws and, in the same motion, unleashed spheres of lightning towards the incoming missiles. The clash of missiles and lightning-imbued orbs ignited a series of small explosions, transforming the battlefield into a sea of flames. With his wings unfurled, Dulio ascended towards the oncoming saber-toothed tiger android. As he neared, he hurled balls of wind at the mechanical enemy. Just before impact, Dulio manipulated the winds, splitting them into smaller orbs that splintered across the saber-toothed tiger, erupting into miniature tornadoes upon striking the ground. Seizing the chance, Dulio escalated the attack by conjuring balls of fire. The blazes intertwined with the tornadoes, birthing a ferocious tempest that slammed against the saber-toothed beast's side, eliciting pained cries from the mechanical monster. However, it retaliated with a discharge of electricity, annihilating the flaming tornadoes in its wake. Yet, Dulio remained undaunted, reappearing above the saber-toothed tiger, executing an axe kick imbued with light energy, which smashed into its back, obliterating its cannons. Without pause, Dulio followed up with a barrage of lightning arrows, targeting the vulnerable points on the saber-toothed tiger's back until it finally succumbed to the relentless barrage. Dulio shifted his attention to the uncanny humanoid android crocodile, now outfitted with a blade for a left arm and a chainsaw for a right arm, in addition to its oversized maw. The spectacle left Dulio pondering the extent of Eleanor's experimentation in crafting such potent adversaries. What kind of experiments has Eleanor been conducting to create such monstrosities? Dulio mused, keeping a cautious distance as the crocodile android initiated its onslaught. A machine gun embedded in its torso sprang to life, discharging laser-like projectiles that forced Dulio into a series of evasive maneuvers. The sheer destructive potential of the bullets demanded his utmost precision in dodging them. Observing the crocodile android with keen interest, Dulio clenched his right hand, causing minute raindrops to materialize around the mechanical foe. Rapidly, he froze the raindrops, encasing the crocodile in ice. Yet, to his astonishment, the machine gun continued to fire, now expelling flaming bullets that swiftly melted the icy prison. Realizing the versatility of the machine gun as a formidable weapon, Dulio adjusted his approach. He set his sights on neutralizing the fiery projectiles. With a grand flourish, Dulio extended his arm, conjuring an immense constellation of radiant light spears, their myriad numbers surpassing even the stars in the sky. Each weapon was imbued with random elements, amplifying their destructive potential. As he bellowed, "Let him rip!" the spears hurtled towards the towering crocodile android. The sheer magnitude of the assault caught the mechanical foe off guard, unprepared for such a devastating barrage. Desperate to retaliate, the crocodile reverted to firing laser-like bullets from its chest-mounted machine gun. However, it became increasingly evident that its rate of attack was no match for the relentless torrent of spears unleashed by Dulio. The torrent of element-infused light spears rained down upon the android crocodile with ruthless accuracy. One spear, imbued with spiraling ice, struck its chest-mounted machine gun, instantly freezing the weapon in place. Another spear, charged with lightning, coursed through the frozen machine gun, delivering a shocking blow not only to the weapon but also to the crocodile android. In a momentary state of paralysis, the crocodile struggled to react quickly. Dulio seized the opportunity, Censuredo channeling his sacred gear mastery. Dulio crafted an immense bubble filled with a chaotic fusion of flames, lightning, ice, water, wind, and the light energy he commanded. With adept precision, he launched this fearsome concoction down upon the battered crocodile android. The ensuing impact released a catastrophic onslaught, giving birth to a violent and disordered cyclone that raged with devastating force. The sheer magnitude of the tempest reached into space, compelling Dulio to swiftly retreat to a secure distance. Assessing the aftermath with a touch of unease, Dulio mumbled, "Maybe I went a little over the top there. The havoc wreaked by the elemental cyclone was indisputable, vaporizing everything in its path, including the lesser androids that had earlier attempted to attack him." As the dust began to settle, Dulio stood amidst the remains of his vanquished foes, the once formidable crocodile android reduced to nothing. Heaving a sigh of relief, Dulio's triumphant yet watchful gaze scanned the scene, ensuring that the threat had been utterly eradicated. Right then, it's time to rejoin the others, Dulio muttered under his breath, his unwavering sense of duty leading his actions. Offering a swift prayer, he clasped his hands together in a moment of reverence before launching himself skyward, leaving behind the scattered remains of the defeated android enemies. Rossweiss and Velgrind, the unlikely duo, found themselves cooperating to repel their foes. While Velgrind maintained an expression of utter boredom, Rossweiss adopted a more contemplative approach, skillfully employing her powers to minimize collateral damage. Acknowledging Velgrind's sentiments, Rossweiss couldn't help but harbor a fleeting concern for their surroundings. After all, their recent ordeal should have instilled a heightened sense of environmental awareness within their ranks. However, considering that their daily skirmishes might have cultivated different habits, Rossweiss summoned the courage to broach the subject with her formidable teammate. Velgrind-san? Rossweiss hesitantly interjected, prompting the dragoness to divert her apathetic gaze towards her. Would it be too much trouble to ask you to not demolish the environment? Be because of, the headstones and graves. Rossweiss's entreaty was imbued with a tender supplication, hoping to resonate with Velgrind's empathy. Velgrind's eyes widened as realization struck her. In unison with Rossweiss's observation, Velgrind had inadvertently lapsed into her customary boredom when faced with what appeared to be a simple mission. Despite her seemingly aloof exterior, Velgrind had forged connections, particularly with members of Aaron's close inner circle and others who harbored an interest in him. Although she might not feel a profound attachment to everyone, she comprehended Aaron's longing for the safety of their entire team and endeavored to safeguard them. Right, my bad. We'll try to do that. Velgrind responded sheepishly, extending her hand. She promptly commenced rectifying the harm she had caused, now concentrating with deliberation on both their enemies and the conservation of the environment. The admission bore a subtle, yet perceptible alteration, unveiling a degree of concern concealed beneath Velgrind's habitual, nonchalant facade. Spurred by Rossweiss's recollection, Velgrind endeavored to be more conscientious of her actions and the repercussions they bore upon their surroundings. Yet, their movements ceased abruptly as two mysterious figures manifested before them. Rossweiss and Velgrind studied the newcomers with equal parts confusion and caution, perceiving them as potential enemies. The pair consisted of a male and a female, both appearing like yukais from their universe. The man, a wolf yukai, boasted a striking appearance with his snowy hair and tail, contrasted by his piercing blue eyes. His attire comprised a pristine white suit adorned with a black shirt beneath, coupled with black gloves and matching white shoes. Notably, his gaze seemed fixated on Velgrind, emanating a keen interest. Conversely, the woman, petite in comparison to her male counterpart, embodied the essence of a Scylla. Her white hair flowed gracefully, while her red eyes exuded an air of mystery. Though her tentacles hung loosely behind her, the presence of normal legs suggested a possible hybrid nature. Dressed in a refined white gown, she held a pristine white staff in her right hand, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Velgrind too. We get to play for a while. I'll leave the white-haired beauty to you, Zelsha, the male wolf yukai, said before vanishing with Velgrind, who hadn't taken her eyes off him. Zelsha, the Scylla now known by that name, gazed at Rossweiss, neither of them uttering a word. Yet Zelsha raised her staff, summoning thousands of shimmering magic circles that left Rossweiss in awe. Rossweiss responded in kind, crafting her own intricate web of magic circles, and with a mutual nod, they unleashed their magical attacks upon each other, the air crackling as each sphere of energy collided and erupted upon impact. However, Centuredo Rossweiss frowned, retorting, "I wouldn't classify attempting to harm people as a prank." The two locked eyes once more, a tense silence punctuating their exchange. Zelsha, unfazed, raised her staff anew, summoning several magic circles in the sky. Dark tendrils extended from these circles, reaching out toward Rossweiss in a calculated attempt to ensnare her. Quickly reacting, Rosweiss leapt away, donning her battle armor and extending her hand to conjure a larger magic circle. A massive ball of fire materialized, hurtling towards the approaching appendages and setting them ablaze. But the assault persisted as Zelsha's own tentacles surged forth once more. Rosweiss attempted to employ the same fiery attack, only to realize that the tentacles nonchalantly brushed aside the flames, revealing an unexpected immunity. With an effortless grace that was unmatched, Rosweiss effortlessly tapped in her true Ultra Instinct as the tentacles lunged towards her. Displaying a masterful combination of finesse and agility, she skillfully evaded the intruding appendages while maintaining an unwavering gaze with Zelsha. Once in this heightened state, Rosweiss, with an almost imperceptible shift, appeared behind Zelsha in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful blow to her back that sent her reeling violently. Relentless in her pursuit, Rosweiss continued her barrage of unyielding offensives. Two magic circles materialized in her hands, from which she conjured a lightning spear and a fire spear. The two magical projectiles merged together in seamless harmony, growing to a size nearly 40 times larger than their original forms. Wise to the potential collateral damage, Rosweiss ensured the impending explosion wouldn't harm the surrounding environment. The titanic spear soared through the air, striking Zelsha before exploding into a midair detonation that left the surrounding area untouched. As the lingering smoke dissipated, Rosweiss observed that her adversary, Zelsha, had weathered the onslaught with surprisingly little damage. Yet, the cost was evident. Zelsha's once majestic tentacles now hung in tattered ruin, leaking purple fluid from their damaged ends. A mask of fury contorted Zelsha's features as she surveyed the wreckage of her once mighty appendages, her gaze darkening as it fell upon Rosweiss, the architect of their doom. With great effort, Zelsha suppressed her rage, releasing a single guttural sigh before tapping her staff to the earth. In the blink of an eye, a colossal storm of shadow and arcane energy erupted around them, swirling in vast numbers. Catching Rosweiss off guard, the tentacles surged toward her in an unyielding force. Although she nimbly evaded the approaching barrage, Rosweiss couldn't help but notice Zelsha's calculated attempts to wreak havoc on their surroundings. A swift glance backward revealed tentacles in the distance, causing mayhem even upon nearby structures, including the mansion, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. "Stop!" Rosweiss's urgent cry echoed through the air, but Zelsha merely smirked, well aware that her calculated chaos was taking its toll on the Valkyrie. With her anger rising, Rosweiss brandished her Mistiltine wand. In a swift motion, she conjured a myriad of magic circles that swarmed the tentacles. These enchanted circles birthed homing magic missiles that pursued the writhing appendages relentlessly. Each missile found its mark, obliterating the tentacles in a single powerful blow. Yet, as the tentacles regenerated, the deluge of missiles persisted, maintaining an endless cycle of destruction and rapid restoration. As the tentacles momentarily recoiled, Rosweiss shifted her focus to her enemy, who scowled in response. Raising her arms, she summoned another multitude of magical circles, only for them to vanish instantaneously. Zelsha, now perplexed and on high alert, found herself under assault from unseen forces. The invisible attacks struck her, leaving her disoriented amidst the invisible onslaught. Grabbing the opportunity, Rosweiss appeared before Zelsha, delivering a 10k-imbued punch aimed directly at her abdomen. Utilizing techniques reminiscent of Umis and Vasco Strata swordplay, Rosweiss applied the same principles but with the force of her fist. Upon impact, she amplified the release of 10k at that precise point, leading to a devastating impact on Zelsha's barato and severe internal damage. The repercussions were immediate. Zelsha was launched backward, unconscious and badly injured. To Rosweiss's amazement, she observed Zelsha's body emanating an ethereal glow, instigating an astonishing process of self-recovery. The unanticipated resilience of her opponent left Rosweiss momentarily stunned. In the heart of the fierce conflict, Rosweiss's mind raced, pondering the mystery of Zelsha's extraordinary resilience. Aaron, after drawing out Veritera Remetra and fusing it with Essenissima, should have nullified the artificial healing items within those implanted, or rendered them non-functional. So, she must possess a natural healing ability, mused Rosweiss, observing Zelsha regaining her balance. But Cinceredo Rosweiss conjured small bolts of lightning in her hands, launching them towards Zelsha's thighs. The electrifying impact jolted Zelsha, momentarily leaving her exposed and vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Rosweiss descended, delivering a powerful stomp onto Zelsha's still-healing chest, causing her to collapse and barado her to the unyielding ground. In a fleeting moment of uncertainty, a deep revelation enveloped Rosweiss. Not everyone can change their path in life, a sentiment shared by numerous individuals, such as Aaron just that day. As she towered over the prostrate Zelsha, a 2-key orb materialized within Rosweiss's right palm, primed to unleash a determinate strike upon the seemingly unresponsive girl. Contrary to the anticipated response, Zelsha made no effort to escape. No words were exchanged between the pair, yet a palpable aura of regret permeated Zelsha's gaze. During this critical crossroad, as Rosweiss prepared to terminate Zelsha's existence, the Scylla found herself reflecting on her own life, a mosaic of triumphs and immeasurable depths of misfortune, much like the challenges faced by many. Zelsha's birth was tainted by a dark and troubled past, a horrific event that occurred as neither of her parents desired her arrival. Abandoned by her mother in her early days, left to confront an untimely death, and with her father absent even before her conception, Zelsha found herself grappling with the unforgiving realities of life all on her own. Yet, defying the odds, she endured, surviving against all adversity. Her destiny took an unexpected turn when Eleanor came across the abandoned child. Zelsha harbored a complex mix of emotions towards this intervention, recognizing it as both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, she gained a parent who imparted invaluable wisdom, but on the other, Eleanor never concealed her intentions or objectives. Zelsha acquiesced to this arrangement, indifferent to being utilized as long as she had someone to steer her through the initial stages of her existence. In this reciprocal relationship, both Zelsha and Eleanor found purpose in each other. Yet, in the intricate structure of Zelsha's life, a single agonizing regret remained her inability to reconnect with her mother. Through meticulous research, Zelsha traced her biological mother's movements across various planets, maintaining a discreet vigil over her life. Despite the abandonment, Zelsha held an unexpected empathy for her mother's actions, choosing not to dwell on resentment. In numerous attempts to bridge the emotional chasm, Zelsha endeavored to approach her mother. However, a bittersweet revelation halted her progress. Learning that her biological mother had forged a new life, Zelsha couldn't bring herself to disrupt the newfound happiness. Instead of intruding upon her mother's serenity, she opted to observe from afar, accepting the reality that some connections, once severed, might never be fully restored. As the final moments approached, the lingering hope of reconnecting with her biological mother slipped through Zelsha's grasp. As Rosweiss unleashed her decisive attack, Zelsha's life came to an end. The chaotic barado that had wrought havoc across the planet ceased to exist, vanishing into oblivion along with Rosweiss's magic missiles. Yet, there was no time for reprieve. The stark realization dawned that more enemies loomed on the horizon, and Rosweiss remained ever vigilant, ready to confront the remaining enemies that lay ahead. In the far-flung reaches of the world, not far from the site where Rosweiss waged her ferocious combat, Velgrind faced off against the Wolf Yukai. Unfazed by the torrent of energy slashes hurled at her by her enemy, she stood her ground, casually deflecting them with her imposing dragon spirit haki. In a tone of nonchalance, Velgrind addressed her opponent, And so, what fool came to fight with me? The wolf Yukai, known as Gianima, responded with a sly smirk. Foo-foo. We were told that the outer god's allies were full of themselves, but who'd have guessed it was to this extent? I didn't think they'd have someone like you, though. With her ring serving as a source of information, Velgrind uncovered Gianima's origin Hanazura Ion. Though her curiosity about the planet swelled, Velgrind held back from delving too deeply, skeptical that Gianima would readily reveal substantial details in the midst of their battle. Well, let me at least make an attempt, Gianima started, endeavoring to present a proposition from his mistress, Eleanor. Velgrind quickly interrupted him, rejecting the offer with a firm, "No, I decline, get lost," accompanied by a disbelieving look and a palpable sigh. Undeterred, Gianima persevered, "But I have no inclination to switch sides or serve under someone weaker than me, or a woman like Eleanor. You also smell terrible, so I don't care and get away from me," Velgrind declared, delivering a deliberate insult aimed at both Gianima and Eleanor, emphasizing her contempt. Gianima, visibly irked by Velgrind's blunt retorts, briefly contemplated his options before conceding with a sigh. "Well, I gave it a shot, but we knew that stubborn lizards like you wouldn't yield to anyone that easily," he remarked, acknowledging the futility of his attempt at persuasion. Assuming a new posture, Gianima announced, "It seems I must resort to other means, as I was instructed before he could finish." Velgrind suddenly appeared before him, launching a powerful knee strike to his abdomen, sending him staggering backward. With unwavering swiftness, she extended her arm, pointing it toward the sky, and summoned an immense sun that bathed the entire planet in its radiant brilliance. A measured yet resolute voice echoed through their transceivers as Aaron interjected, "Velgrind, whatever you're doing, make sure it doesn't obliterate the planet." Velgrind inhaled sharply before reducing the sun's size to that of a petite soccer ball. With a practiced gesture, she lobbed the diminutive celestial body toward Gianima, the collision enveloping him in scorching flames. "Even with that level of power, you almost died? What use are you if you can't withstand such weak attacks?" Velgrind queried, her tone laced with disappointment as she beheld Gianima's vulnerability to her overwhelming power. Yet, Gianima managed to extinguish the flames, his eyes locking onto Velgrind with a gaze that belied his surprise at the abrupt, ferocious attack. Her unsuspected, brutal effort to end his life left him momentarily off balance. However, Gianima possessed a unique ability known as parallel lives, a cryptic power he acquired at birth. This singular aptitude, of obscure origin and not inherited through his lineage, conferred upon him an unmatched survival edge. Parallel lives remained enveloped in mystery, its origin sparking numerous theories. Some theorized it to be a divine blessing from the spirits of primordial gods, endowing Gianima with a supernatural resilience that flouted conventional comprehension. Parallel lives, a formidable ability in its own right, granted Gianima the power of resurrection. Initially, the ability allowed him to revive every 3 minutes, presenting a defense against death, save for soul destruction. However, with the passage of time and under Eleanor's guidance, the ability underwent a significant evolution. Gianima's parallel lives now possess the capacity to stack up to 10 lives simultaneously. This intricate enhancement allowed him to draw upon the lives of alternate versions of himself across various timelines and parallel worlds. Should the initial 10 lives be depleted, Gianima could swiftly replenish them by tapping into the reserves of his other selves, effectively rendering him near immortal. The concerted efforts of time, Eleanor, and the enigmatic origins of parallel lives had transformed Gianima into an entity capable of defying the very notion of mortality. "I promise you this. It'll end you by the end of today, you stupid lizard," Gianima spat, lunging forward with a kick that propelled him towards Velgrind. Silently, Velgrind watched Gianima's advance. With practiced ease, he unleashed an energy wave after his initial kick, compelling Velgrind to swiftly dodge by shifting her body to the side. However, Gianima closed the gap with fluidity, reappearing beside her with his leg poised to strike. With a speed that rivaled the speed of light, Velgrind nimbly evaded Gianima's onslaught. Seizing the opening, she launched a merciless attack, her blow aimed at Gianima's unguarded flank, leaving her opponent utterly defeated. Cinchureto. To heighten the damage, Velgrind had employed anti-healing techniques gleaned from Eren, anticipating the injuries to persist. But she was slightly taken aback when the wound she inflicted on Gianima miraculously vanished. Witnessing Gianima's mysterious ability, Velgrind heaved a heavy sigh, disgruntled by the resilient nature of parallel lives. Such an infuriating ability. It'll just strip it from you, she declared, casting Gianima into a state of bewilderment and unease over the impending threat to his extraordinary power. Strip it away from me? Huh. Don't joke around, you idiot. No one can strip this power from me. Not even Lady Fumara, for it's bound to my very soul. Gianima boasted, grinning with unwavering confidence as he gazed upon Velgrind. Then I shall simply destroy your soul. It's not as though it's a challenging task, Velgrind retorted, her voice retaining its monotonous quality, her face devoid of any discernible emotion, leaving Gianima bewildered once more. You're bluffing. No one can do that, apart from Master Magnum Tenebrosum and that outer god of yours. Gianima yelled, desperately trying to call Velgrind's bluff. Oh, really? Velgrind responded, her smile sending an uneasy shiver down Gianima's spine. Unbeknownst to Gianima, Velgrind communicated with her inner allies, Kuntuar, ID like to use food chain, and the ability Eren uses to strip individuals of their powers. Kuntuar, answer. You needn't have asked, dear Velgrind. Eren has seen fit to bestow its use upon you. Velgrind's smile remained as she put her hand towards Gianima. The exchange was swift and unremarkable, a seemingly instantaneous event that left Gianima in a state of astonishment. In Velgrind's hand materialized a small, softly glowing object, taking the form of a human figure. This was the physical manifestation of parallel lives, the embodiment of Gianima's once formidable powers. Velgrind had accomplished what she set out to do, stripping Gianima of his unique abilities, reminiscent of Eren's intervention with Ares the previous year. A peculiar sensation enveloped Gianima as he patted his body, realizing that something fundamental had changed. Cold sweat formed around him as he turned back to Velgrind, who grinned at him while deftly spinning the small object on her palm. Looking for something? Velgrind teased. Cute ability, I want lie. The wolf Yukai stood powerless, robbed of the once invincible abilities that defined him. Velgrind, having successfully safeguarded parallel lives within her ring, looked at Gianima with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes as he seethed with fury. Get it back. He seethed. Not a chance. Velgrind replied coolly. Cinchureto Velgrind easily dodged the attack by gracefully floating to her side. A shiver of cold sweat coursed down Gianima's spine as the truth dawned upon him. He could no longer blindly rely on his once invincible gift. Feeling Velgrind's piercing gaze on the side of his face, he retreated hastily, acknowledging the newfound vulnerability that came with the loss of his formerly unbeatable powers. With a smirk that seemed to widen by the second, Velgrind taunted, "Something wrong? Feeling a bit weak in there?" Gianima barely had time to process her words before an unseen Barado struck him across the face, sending him sprawling. The relentless assault continued. Gianima, finding himself unable to track Velgrind's movements, as if he were grappling with an elusive phantom. Blow after precise blow rained down upon him, his temple, jaw, chest, and ribs all taking their toll. His left leg was crushed under the weight of her invisible might, and his tail was cruelly ripped from his back. Finally, a brutal kick to the neck sent him crashing to the ground. Dazed and battered, Gianima struggled to his hands and knees, his gaze trained on the sky above, where Velgrind had reappeared. Her glowing eyes bore down on him, challenging. So, are you going to try and get your powers back? Despite his dire state, Gianima faced the daunting reality that reclaiming his lost abilities was no longer a viable option. With a final defiant laugh, Gianima captured Velgrind's attention. Despite his battered state, he met her gaze with unyielding resolve and spat. "Get lost, you wretched creature. You deserve nothing in this world, and whatever you're desperately seeking shall forever elude you. You are a hollow, self-absorbed monster that crushes others to bolster your own fragile ego." Gianima's words, though lacking any concrete foundation, were designed to provoke and cast a wide net of insults. However, this particular verbal attack incited Velgrind's wrath to a fever pitch. Her eyes lost their lively glow as she reappeared before Gianima, gripping his neck with inhuman strength. "Do not dare to speak of matters you cannot comprehend," Velgrind hissed, her voice dripping with venom. "Should you continue to spout such ignorance, you shall inevitably encounter those who will not tolerate your foolishness." With a rapid, brutal motion, Velgrind ended Gianima's life by snapping his neck. Casting him aside with a dismissive wave of her hand, she conjured scorching flames to engulf his lifeless body, obliterating any evidence of his existence. Velgrind's tongue clicked in irritation as she turned her back on the ashy remnants of Gianima. Not a single word of use from him. All I managed to collect is that he wanted to recruit me for some strange reason. Were they just here as backup? Who on earth were they? She mused aloud, shaking her head in vexation before making up her mind to leave the vicinity. "Aaron will know. He'll leave it to him," she murmured with a touch of resignation. On the far edge of the globe, Jessica Lagerqvist and Marana Shadorova found themselves in a standoff against two mysterious, colossal entities. These behemoths, resembling floating orbs, posed an extraterrestrial challenge, one with a monstrous maw and the other boasting a mammoth eye. Periodically, they would open to unleash attacks upon Jessica and Marana. Yet, any attempt to retaliate encountered an impenetrable barrier, thwarting their counterattack efforts. Aware of the potential repercussions of unrestrained power on the planet, in sync with Aaron's plans, the two angels hesitated to unleash their full might, leading to a tense standoff with the monsters. "Any bright ideas?" Marana inquired, seeking input from her fellow angel. Wearing a fatigued expression from the day's emotionally demanding events, Jessica replied, "Ask Aaron." She finished her response with a sheepish smile, admitting their reliance on their leader for guidance in this peculiar predicament. "All right, never mind," Marana replied with a resigned sigh, recognizing the absence of an immediate solution from her fellow angel. Unwavering, she shifted her focus to the gigantic monsters and unleashed a volley of light spears at the creature with the enormous mouth. As expected, a barrier manifested, deflecting her attack just as it had before. "Excuse me." Dulio's voice boomed as he tried to strike the two colossal monstrosities with a barrage of lightning bolts. Yet, the well-known barriers thwarted his attack once more. "Dulio-san, have you finished on your side?" Marana inquired, to which Dulio responded with a thumbs up. Observing the ongoing struggle, Dulio declared, "Barriers, let me give it a try." Balance break. With a surge of power, Dulio activated his Flagello di Colori del Arcobaleno, Speranza di Briscola balance breaker, manifesting 16 golden wings behind him and 8 halos above his head, a proof to his increased strength. Dulio vanished, and in his absence, the two entities found themselves ensnared within enormous bubbles. These mystical bubbles began to give out diverse forms of punishment, from swirling flames and violent hurricanes to freezing cold air and vicious torrents of lightning raining down upon the trapped monsters, seeking to break through their formidable defenses. Despite the barriers displaying signs of weakness under Dulio's intensified assault, Marana, Jessica, and Dulio continued their relentless onslaught. The protective bubbles enveloping the unleashed elements safeguarded the environment from collateral damage, enabling the angels to concentrate solely on breaking through the monster's defenses. As the fortifications showed increasing vulnerability, Marana and Jessica intensified their attack, unleashing a continuous barrage of light spears and orbs aimed directly at the fragile barriers. After a minute of relentless assault, the barriers ultimately succumbed, seemingly marking a victory for the angels. However, their triumph was fleeting. The monster with the massive mouth responded by opening wide and consuming the attacks within its immediate vicinity. Concurrently, the other entity, featuring the colossal eye, began to emit an overwhelmingly blinding glow. In response, the earth beneath their feet erupted, spawning ominous spikes that added a new layer of peril to the escalating battle. As the menacing attacks zeroed in on the angels, Jessica swiftly erected several light shields, creating a protective barrier that shielded them from the impending danger. With the shields in place, Dulio and Marana redirected their focus towards the colossal enemies before them. The space around the two monstrous entities began to glow intensely, signaling the emergence of three massive and dense spears of light created by Marana. Hurtling towards their targets, these radiant projectiles sought to impale the behemoths standing before them. However, the giant creature with the solitary eye radiated a brilliant glow, slowing down the momentum of the light spears. Despite its efforts, one of the spears managed to pierce through the monstrosity with the enormous mouth. Taking advantage of this vulnerability, Dulio appeared in an instant in front of the two monsters. With a resounding clap of his hands, he summoned swirling tornadoes infused with lightning and flames, crafting a symphony of elemental attacks that unexpectedly barraged the two monsters. The final pair of immense light spears struck true, puncturing the flanks of the colossal beast with the gargantuan mouth and inflicting additional torment. The angels, briefly believing they had gained the upper hand, were taken aback as the two titanic monstrosities unexpectedly merged. The resulting befuddlement was brief, giving way to a tremendous explosion that annihilated a substantial portion of the planet. "Dang it!" Dulio exclaimed, reacting quickly as Jessica summoned another large and powerful barrier in front of them. The shield absorbed the majority of the explosion, shielding the angels from the catastrophic repercussions. Once the explosion waned, the angels gazed upon a new, ominous form of the merged gargantuan monstrosities. With a pitch-black body, limbs, and a single glowing crimson eye at the center of its visage, the creature adopted a more menacing aspect. Thousands of shadowy spikes erupted from the ground beneath them, incessantly assaulting the fortifications Jessica had erected. Despite the relentless onslaught, the barriers held strong, providing a staunch defense against the new merged enemy. The eye of the grotesque creature fired a laser beam toward them, increasing the strain on Jessica's defensive barriers. Undeterred, Jessica maintained her calm demeanor, unwavering in the face of the unrelenting assaults targeting her. Worried for her companion, Marana hesitantly asked, "Jessica, Centuredo TT, that's not what I meant. I meant during training." "W didn't say anything," Marana stammered, try to alleviate the awkwardness, while Dulio awkwardly chuckled. Seizing the opportunity to refocus on the battle, Marana proposed, "Dulio-san, can you find out what that thing is called? Maybe we can learn its weakness or ask Aaron." "Yeah, good idea," agreed Dulio as he activated the appraisal ability on his necklace, seeking vital information about the mysterious monster. Following his assessment of the creature, Dulio confirmed, "It's known as a shadow devil, a native species to this universe. They're scattered throughout the universe, so it's probable that Eleanor San or one of her minions captured one to use against us. Regardless, I believe the way to defeat it is." Before Dulio could conclude, Aaron's voice echoed through their transceivers, offering further guidance. "Target its eyes or entire body with light, holy, and flame-based attacks. Remember, you're angels. Use your advantages." "Just like Jean Kuin said," Dulio exclaimed. "Let's finish this off then, Marana-chan. Support me, okay?" "Understood, Dulio-san," Marana responded, her hands outstretched in preparation for the synchronized attack. Equipped with vital information and a strategic plan, the angels readied themselves to confront the fearsome shadow devil. Still in his balance breaker state, Dulio charged at the ominous Shadow Devil. With nimble and precise gestures, he manifested a light sword, imbuing it with powerful flames that bore holy energy. The fusion of fire and holy energy transformed the blade into a weapon of unparalleled strength. Moving at a velocity beyond the Shadow Devil's capacity to counter, Dulio skillfully struck down both of the monster's legs, bringing it crashing to the ground. The Shadow Devil vainly attempted to rise. Jessica capitalized on the opening, conjuring massive ropes of light that encircled the fallen creature, restraining it from regaining its footing. With the target effectively incapacitated, Dulio soared into the sky, momentarily remaining airborne before shifting his focus skyward. A gargantuan sword composed of light energy materialized from a magical circle, poised to deliver a catastrophic blow. As Dulio floated poised to strike the final blow against the Shadow Devil, a glimmering shield of energy suddenly encircled them. Dulio's face lit up in gratitude as he acknowledged the timely intervention. "Thanks, Leader Kuin." Without delay any further, the colossal attack plummeted towards the creature with precision and force, causing a magnificent eruption of holy flames and brilliant light as it pierced the monster's eye. Dulio wisely enveloped himself in a defensive magic circle, warding off the destructive aftermath of their attack on the Shadow Devil. The constructed barrier also not only safeguarded them, but also protected the rest of the world from potential disaster. As the radiant explosion dissipated, only fragments of the Shadow Devil and an odd object lingered, neutralizing the residual threats left by the creature. Dulio descended beside the peculiar object, carefully retrieving it for a closer examination. "Is it the eye?" he inquired, scrutinizing it with the aid of his necklace. "Dulio-san, please don't just pick up strange objects. We don't know what they might do. They could be dangerous to you," Murano warned, her concern apparent. With a chuckle, Dulio reassured her, "It's fine, it's just the eye. Right now it's inactive. Apparently, it needs a source of energy to function. Perhaps we can ask Jean Kuin to do something with it." "Well, you could hand it over to me, for starters," Aaron's voice chimed from behind them. Startled, Dulio's group turned to find Aaron accompanied by the rest of their team. Dulio chuckled at their unexpected arrival, relinquishing the eye to Aaron. The leader of their group silently scrutinized the object, and after a brief period of examination, the eye began to emit a radiant glow, transforming into a distinct ring. With a nonchalant toss, Aaron returned the ring to Dulio, leaving the angel perplexed by the sudden transformation. "I'm flattered, Jean Kuin, but I'm straight," Dulio replied with a playful grin and a light chuckle. Aaron sighed in response, stating, "You struck the decisive blow, so the prize is yours." He elaborated, "I've transformed it into a ring with a minor time manipulation ability. It can generate small earthen spikes and produce small, glowing orbs with glowing eyes that continuously unleash laser beams. The potency of these powers depends on your stamina, while the strength of the attacks is proportionate to your overall power." Dulio gratefully received both the ring and the detailed explanation from Aaron. Dulio slid the ring onto his middle finger, eagerly putting its powers to the test. With a mere thought, he levitated a small stone, guiding it towards himself. Focusing on the ring, he skillfully decreased the rock's speed, demonstrating his newfound control. Forming spikes from the ground below, Dulio swiftly crushed the levitating stone to pieces. As a grand finale, he conjured up tiny spheres with eyeball decorations and commanded them to ascend into the sky, launching projectiles as they went. Beaming with pride, Dulio exclaimed, "I could get used to this. But do you think they'll let us use it during the tournament games?" Aaron, pondering the possible consequences, replied, "They'll speak with the other tournament organizers, but remember, it's a decision we all have to agree on. My influence alone won't determine the result." Dulio, fully cognizant of the collaborative nature of decision-making, gave a solemn nod in acknowledgement. But before he could delve deeper into the discussion, a deafening explosion echoed in the distance, capturing their immediate attention. Simultaneously, Countless arrows of ethereal light illuminated the sky, encircling Griselda, who floated within the mesmerizing display. Accompanying her was another powerful figure, exuding power and sporting a triumphant grin in the face-off against Griselda. Sensing the urgency, Aaron promptly commanded, "Let's head there." However, as Aaron uttered those words, an even more colossal explosion erupted, annihilating a significant portion of the planet's landscape. The enemy confronting Griselda manifested as a youthful boy, his short, light red hair and eyes brimming with resolve. He wore a brown hat, white shirt, brown bib overalls, and sturdy brown boots. Accompanying him was a rabbit, similarly clad in the same distinctive attire. Unyielding, the young boy, named Sendler, proclaimed, "Concede, woman." Such are the ways of Lady Eleanor, picking her underlings. Resistance is pointless. As the discourse between Griselda and Sendler ensued, they both descended to the ground, their confrontations reaching a fleeting impasse. Yet, the consequence of Sendler's assault left an indelible blight. A vast expanse of the planet was reduced to a barren wasteland of fractured rocks and wreckage. "It's not right. You and the others have been brainwashed. If you join us, we can help free you from this," Griselda said, her voice filled with distress and desperation. She had discovered that Eleanor had a preference for recruiting young children and primarily women as her direct subordinates, as she favored them over anyone else. Centurato. Her disdain for Eleanor had already been established before she learned of this information, as she had also been deeply impacted by what she had witnessed earlier in the day. However, after acquiring this news from Sendler, her fury towards the Eradicator intensified even further. Sendler let out a sly chuckle, causing Griselda's eyes to widen in bewilderment as she stared at the enigmatic figure before her. "Madam, while my body may appear that of a child, my intellect transcends my outward age. Indeed, I underwent an accelerated maturation process, transforming into an adult at an early stage, with the help of Lady Eleanor." Centurato, her eyes narrowing with repulsion as she focused her gaze upon Sendler. The shocking truth of his actions, the ongoing perpetuation of such a cycle with fresh recruits, was difficult for her to comprehend. She struggled to come to terms with the revelation, grappling with the harsh reality that Sendler was willing to perpetuate such practices. "In essence, this is the reality we all share," pronounced Sendler, his voice determined but tinged with a hint of resignation. "Our connection with Lady Eleanor mirrors this symbiotic relationship. Her influence over us is palpable, and we willingly submit to her whims. None of us possess the desire to disrupt this balance, and those who consider such ideas are nothing more than misguided fools." With a decisive snap of his fingers, a portal materialized, releasing an endless torrent of rabbits. Their numbers swelled rapidly, some undergoing a peculiar transformation, merging together into monstrous conglomerations. These grotesque entities, overflowing with hunger, bared their sharp teeth menacingly, fixated on Griselda as their next prey. Griselda called forth a bow forged from the very essence of light, its delicate glow casting a resolute expression upon her face. With unwavering precision, she aimed the radiant weapon at both Sendler and the steadily advancing horde of rabbits. As she drew the bowstring, a multitude of light arrows materialized in a breathtaking spectacle behind her, poised to be launched upon her enemies. Sendler, a sly grin gracing his lips, remained unflustered, patiently awaiting Griselda's next move. Unmoved by Sendler's amusement, Griselda unleashed her volley of attacks. The light arrows streaked through the air, finding their marks with pinpoint accuracy. Centurato, they began to regenerate and multiply anew from the remnants of those that had fallen. This strange phenomenon persisted, affecting rabbits of all sizes, even the colossal mutated ones that had merged together in unusual combinations. The battle seemed far from over. Raria's soliloquy, we approached the battleground where Griselda, our fellow angelic being, was engaged in combat with the troublesome Sendler. It was clear that Griselda was preparing for another round of attacks. Yet, Aaron Toole, with an air of calm assurance, advanced toward her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, stopping her. The rest of us gathered around, our collective gaze cast down upon Sendler, who lay prone on the ground some 200 feet below. As Sendler caught sight of our arrival, his expression changed, and a malicious grin crept across his lips. He greeted us with a mirthless chuckle. "Ah, the outer god deigns to grace us with their presence. How delightful! My master has a message for you," he announced with a sinister air of anticipation. Lady Raria is in attendance as well. "Have you, by any chance, found yourself in captivity?" Sendler inquired, his words dripping with a faux sense of concern. I couldn't help but feel a profound distaste for his insincere tone. Sendler, a truly repulsive character, exuded an air of deceit and sliminess. Individuals of his type, similar to Eleanor, navigated through life with a cunning strategy, always scheming to gain an upper hand by manipulating others. These crafty types were the very essence of my discontent. While I maintained a facade of friendliness, it wasn't an open secret that I harbored a deep-seated aversion to such personalities. Occasionally, they exploited this knowledge, attempting to provoke a reaction from me, a tactic that met with varying degrees of success, but consistently left me on edge. "Worry not, for today I shall be your valiant rescuer and free you from any troubles," Sendler proclaimed, his voice filled with a menacing sense of delight. The way he spoke, it was clear that his intentions were not as noble as he made them out to be. Sendler extended a solitary finger, pointing directly at Aaron, as he proclaimed, "Lady Eleanor extends an invitation to collaborate with you. Should you choose to accept, she pledges to grant you any desire that resides within your heart, be it planets, powers, armies, new companions, or anything else your heart truly longs for." Quite the enticing proposition, don't you think? Aaron Toole remained resolute, his unwavering gaze fixed upon Sendler. Undeterred by the silence, Sendler continued, revealing, "In return for your acceptance, Lady Eleanor will impart upon you a piece of invaluable knowledge. There exist numerous worlds, much like this one, left in a state of disarray and chaos. The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds, and, as a deity, Lady Eleanor wishes to extend this invitation to you, to aid in a smoother journey towards acquiring such enlightenment." Fundamentally, Eleanor aimed to utilize Aaron Toole for her own objectives, a tactic in line with her established modus operandi. Her propensity for manipulating others was not unexpected. However, the direct and unambiguous invitation extended to Aaron was what threw me off balance. The idea of luring him with an assortment of alluring offers seemed a departure from her usual surreptitious setups. Nonetheless, given the circumstances and my recent experiences with the Resistance, it seemed to be a case of pathetically ill-timed offers. Having spent a week absorbing the values and principles of the Resistance, Aaron was unlikely to succumb to such a proposition. It contradicted his inherent nature, and I doubted his moral compass would allow him to entertain such a repugnant deal. And as I suspected, there are indeed more souls trapped within those dolls scattered across the cosmos, Aaron remarked to Sendler, who nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if you join us, I will guide you to them, granting you the power to manipulate them as you see fit," Sendler responded, seemingly assuming that Aaron would be amenable to such an offer. A brief moment of hush fell upon the scene, during which I could feel the heavy aura of disgust permeating from the group as they absorbed Sendler's disturbing proposition. Aaron remained quiet, perhaps attuned to the collective revulsion, a sensation that appeared to only further stoke Sendler's perverse satisfaction, relishing in the discomfort he inflicted upon those around him. "I refuse," Aaron proclaimed with unwavering resolve. "I'd rather meet my end than entertain such abhorrent offers," he added, glaring at Sendler, who merely shrugged and sighed in response. "Ah, well, I gave it my best shot, but Lady Eleanor did mention more forceful means should diplomacy prove ineffective, Sendler remarked, punctuating the statement with a chuckle. Lifting his right arm, he barked a command to his legion of rabbits, attack. Kill the others and preserve the outer god. Dulio Gesualdo clicked his tongue in disapproval, gathering his focus as he remarked, a fight looks unavoidable. Don't you think? Just then, Aaron chimed in, gesturing for the others to stop their combat preparations. The approaching wave of rabbits swarmed ahead, gradually enveloping the entire cliff. Advancing with purpose, Aaron locked his cold gaze onto our foes. In that taut instant, he uttered a singular word that sent a shiver coursing down my spine. D. A suffocating hush draped over the previously frenzied battlefield. The clamor of footsteps, tumbling boulders, and the gnashing teeth of Sendler's rabbits abruptly ceased. And then, in a spine-chilling series of events, each and every one of the rabbits erupted in a volley of violent explosions that ricocheted across the desolate terrain. The carnage began with a solitary rabbit, Cinchureto Sendler's face contorted in shock as he watched his prized trophies, the rabbits, succumb to death one after another. Their remarkable regenerative abilities, a result of Sendler's innate talents combined with Eleanor's experiments, failed miserably in this instance. Aaron Toole's unwavering will and powers proved insurmountable, systematically severing the connection between Sendler and his rabbits. A nervous gulp escaped me as I felt a bead of sweat trickle down my cheek. Once again, the incomprehensible might of the outer gods became frighteningly clear. It was a power beyond the reach of mere mortals, a summit unattainable despite our unyielding training and untapped potential, a formidable mountain we were simply incapable of scaling or reaching. Once silence overtook the landscape once more, the remains of the rabbits were scattered across the field. Aaron Toole let out a single sigh, his gaze never wavering from Sendler's. Sendler, on the other hand, finally came out of his shock and began to try and revive his rabbits, but to no avail. He tried to bring more in, but the moment they stepped onto the field, they too fell, so he stopped. A cold, vengeful glare was cast upon Aaron, who swiftly disappeared from our view. With a sudden jolt of lightning coursing through the surroundings, Aaron's fist collided with Sendler's abdomen. In a heartbeat, Sendler was struck down in a brutal blow. Yet, in an eerie turn of events, time seemed to rewind, and Sendler rematerialized, restored to his former self. Towering above the dumbfounded Sendler, Aaron's actions left us in a state of bewilderment. Sendler, evidently dazed, scrutinized his hands and ran them over his body in a state of befuddlement. Dulio, breaking the thick silence, voiced our collective conundrum. Did he just kill and revive him? Yes, you are correct, answered Azathoth. Aoife Murphy and the rest of the Fated Ones regarded the bizarre spectacle with faces expressing a myriad of emotions. Although witnessing Aaron Toole's command over life and death may not have been a novelty for them, the mechanical precision with which he carried it out appeared to weave an additional layer of mystery into the unfolding narrative. What other planets? Aaron's voice carried an air of detachment, almost as if he wanted us to overhear their conversation. In reality, the distance was too far for our ears to catch their words, but I presumed Aaron's unique abilities were at play. I want to tell Sendler began, but before he could finish, another powerful strike to the head cut him off. Once more, time reversed, and Sendler was resurrected, his dumbfounded expression deepening. Maintaining his cold demeanor, Aaron pressed on, how many children, in total, were killed? Like I said, I don't know, roared Sendler in frustration. He retaliated by covering his arm with energy and throwing a punch towards Aaron. However, Sendler's arm suddenly vanished in a burst of dark energy, and he cried out in shock. Aaron grasped Sendler's head, pulling it nearer with an unnerving composure. Tell me what you do know, he quietly snarled at Sendler. Though Aaron possessed the ability to procure information on his own, his insistence on hearing it directly from their lips seemed purposeful. Tears brimmed in Sendler's eyes, mingling with a hateful scowl as he bellowed, "I told you, I don't know." In the next instant, an even more gargantuan shockwave erupted before us, and Sendler's entire form disintegrated into non-existence, leaving not a single shred of evidence, not even a droplet of blood. We stood there, rendered mute and utterly aphasic, grappling to comprehend the horror of what we had just witnessed. Aaron Toole appeared suddenly beside us, his presence immediately commanding our attention. His once vibrant eyes now held a conspicuous emptiness, save for a lingering glimmer deep within. Raising his gaze skyward, he whispered, "Something is on its way." Before we could fully comprehend his cryptic words, a colossal portal materialized overhead, and from within it emerged a figure. Thus I began recognizing the entity. I had heard the hushed rumors of Eleanor's secret project, but I hadn't expected its completion to be so imminent. Third-person point of view, meanwhile, on the pristine side of the world, untouched by the catastrophe brought forth by Aaron's and Sendler's attacks, Selrian and Cornelia encountered a monstrous apparition, a manifestation of the child's tormented past. This malevolent specter, fueled by insatiable avarice and an unyielding grudge, was trapped in the realm of the living, unable to move on. Over time, it pieced together a disturbing form far more unsettling than its once living counterpart. Confronting this nightmarish creature, once known as the Doctor of the Estate, Selrian and Cornelia stood undaunted. The entity presented a surreal fusion of parts, featuring a massive barato lined with jagged teeth, accompanied by additional concealed mouths and teeth. Multiple eyes, warts, and tentacles adorned its repulsive form, creating a visage that seemed to defy the natural order. As Cornelia prepared to launch another attack, aiming to eradicate the monstrous apparition before them, Selrian intervened. In their species, acknowledging and acting upon feelings was traditionally forbidden, perceived as a manifestation of weakness. However, these siblings were unconventional in their adherence to these rules. Breaking free from the constraints of their society, they harnessed the power of forbidden emotions, unlocking uncharted potential within their beings. While recognizing the potential drawbacks, the pair discovered that the benefits outweighed the risks, catapulting them to unprecedented levels of power. Their courage to embrace these emotions set them apart, surpassing the limitations imposed by their own kind. This divergence led them on a path beyond their home planet, transforming them into fearsome mercenaries, fueled by an unyielding pursuit of power. Yet, today signaled a deviation from the ordinary for Selrian and Cornelia. After their resurrection by Aaron, their newfound master, and the imparting of renewed powers along with access to a variety of encounters, they commenced to undergo a metamorphosis, incrementally adopting a more human nature. This metamorphosis was a new sensation for the siblings, uncharted waters that accompanied their evolving comprehension of the world and its complexities. Bearing witness to the anguish inflicted upon those children stirred within them an unfamiliar sentiment, a twinge that could only be approximated to the concept of sorrow. A wave of sadness for the tormented spirits engulfed both Selrian and Cornelia. The sudden eruption of these feelings caught them off guard, particularly given their customarily detached demeanor. Yet, as they delved deeper into the narratives of the anguished children, particularly the betrayal by someone they deemed a father figure, Selrian found himself consumed by rage at the realization that it was all a deceitful charade. Driven by the pursuit of justice and a personal need for closure, Selrian harbored a fierce determination to not only defeat, but to annihilate the monstrous entity before them. He believed that obliterating this malevolent being would pave the way for him to find a semblance of peace. The hideous apparition before them bellowed unintelligibly, its cries for more money intertwining with its frenzied attack. Lurching forward with tentacles aflutter, it sought to overpower Selrian and Cornelia. However, Selrian, emboldened by his newfound powers, shrouded himself in energy, deftly deflecting the incoming tentacles with calculated precision. Despite his efforts, the monster swiftly regenerated and multiplied its appendages, resuming its relentless assault. Celrian propelled himself forward with unwavering resolve, unleashing a mighty punch aimed at the advancing mass of tentacles. This time, he used the subtle power of shockwave punches, disintegrating the tendrils from afar. Agile and precise, he thwarted the beast's efforts to regenerate its limbs with his next move. Before it could retaliate, Celrian vanished and reappeared directly in front of the creature, delivering a bone-crushing blow to its midsection, causing it to tumble wildly. Taking advantage of the situation, Celrian vaulted into the air, conjuring an enormous sphere of energy that morphed into a colossal 15-foot blade. With a resolute swing, he aimed to bring it crashing down upon the monstrous entity. However, to his astonishment, Cornelia materialized behind the creature, intercepting the shockwave from Celrian's attack to prevent it from annihilating the planet. A wave of disbelief and mortification washed over Celrian as he touched down on the ground. In distress of his own actions and wrath, he had neglected to consider a critical aspect in his movements. Shifting his gaze towards his sister, Cornelia smiled and nodded, silently conveying reassurance. Regaining his composure, Celrian refocused on the grotesque abomination before him. His fleeting distraction, fueled by his emotional torment, proved to be an expensive mistake. Pausing his attack to avert catastrophic planetary devastation, the monstrous entity had regenerated from its injuries. The gravity of his error hit Celrian like a physical blow. Had he carried on with his attack, the fiend would have been vanquished along with the planet, and he doubted his master would have liked that. Gathering his composure, Celrian let out a sigh and concentrated on the abhorrent beast looming before him. Enveloping his arms in an aura of energy, he manifested massive and sharp blades hovering above them, readying himself for the approaching battle. Money! Give me money! Give me children to sell! The monster roared, charging at Celrian while spewing acid from its maw and unleashing more tentacles from its twisted form. Celrian remained unruffled, skillfully sidestepping the acid assault and charging at the monster with unwavering resolve. He effortlessly swung his right arm upward, severing the incoming tentacle. He repeated the motion for each additional appendage, taking advantage of the anti-healing and anti-regeneration abilities granted to him by Tool. His relentless strikes left the monster incapable of regenerating its damaged tentacles, effectively nullifying its once formidable regenerative capabilities against Celrian's meticulously planned attacks. Quick and unbending, Celrian sprang into motion as the last of the beast's tentacles flailed towards him. With incomparable finesse, he extended both arms and spun in a blur, skillfully severing the remaining appendages. Capitalizing on the momentum, Celrian commandeered one of the airborne limbs as a launch pad, catapulting himself towards the monster's cranium. Arriving at the creature's forehead, he delivered a powerful finishing strike to its head, gracefully returning to the ground. In a seamless continuation, Celrian swung the blade on his left arm in a single, decisive motion, cutting through the remaining parts of the monster. Though it had been struck down, the head, still animated, continued to spew out ghastly words of money, children, and fame, only serving to ignite Celrian's wrath. In retaliation, he aimed the blade on his right arm at the monster's head, declaring, "Perish," before driving the weapon deep into it, definitively extinguishing its life. The remnants of the monstrous apparition whispered its last, eerie chant of money, 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 before fading into oblivion. Celrian, having dismissed his sword, surveyed the now empty space where the malevolent entity had once loomed. A flurry of conflicting emotions swirled within him, leaving Celrian in a state of bewilderment. Though there was a smidgen of relief, the desired peace he had sought remained elusive. He had harbored the belief that by defeating the fiend, he could finally free himself from the internal strife that had tormented him. However, the reality proved more complex, and Celrian found himself grappling with the unexpected tenacity of his inner demons. "Celrian?" Cornelia inquired, her eyes locked on her brother. "It's nothing. I just don't. Selrian started to reply, but before he could expand, a sensation washed over them. Their focus shifted as they witnessed a portal manifesting in the sky, and from it emerged a colossal monster, bearing an uncanny resemblance to an Eastern dragon. The creature was sculpted entirely from metal. Its central body shimmered with a silver sheen, adorned with menacing red spikes and a sharply pointed tail. Mechanical crimson eyebrows framed its glowing orange eyes as it rapidly approached, making its way toward the planet and Aaron's group with alarming velocity. The mechanical dragon, its monstrous frame barely fitting within the confines of the planet's orbit, unleashed a cataclysmic breath attack intended to reduce the world to rubble. Yet, just as the annihilation seemed inevitable, a protective barrier appeared out of thin air, shielding the planet from certain doom. "Let's return to our master," Cornelia proposed, and Selrian concurred without hesitation. The insectoid siblings quickly extracted themselves from the area, embarking on their journey towards Aaron and the rest of their companions. Upon arriving at their master's side and reuniting with the assembled group, they discovered Aaron gazing up at the sky, the mastermind behind the impenetrable shield. Below them, a mammoth crater filled with blood lay before them, a sight that momentarily baffled the pair. Despite the enigma that lay before them, the insectoids chose to remain silent, respecting their position as mere servants, dutifully following the lead of their newfound master. As they observed the palpable tension hanging in the air, particularly centered around Aaron, Selrian and Cornelia maintained their silence even more, their loyalty to their master unwavering in the face of adversity. "Now what?" Dulio cut the tension with his question. "Actually, Jean-Kuan, what do you plan on doing with the planet?" Aaron pondered briefly before meeting Dulio's gaze. "Originally, I had intended to destroy the planet, but..." He looked down at the ground, and with a flick of his wrist, the remains of the scene were cleared away, and any trace of Sendler's existence vanished. "I will preserve it. Much like my treasured keepsake, it'll create a sanctuary for this world," Suzaku inquired, gently gripping Aaron's arm as she sought to gauge his emotions. "And what about that thing?" A solemn look adorned Aaron's face, but it swiftly changed into a friendly yet sad smile as he gazed upon Suzaku. "This prototype was designed by Eleanor. It bears the name DRAK 7719. As for how I intend to deal it, I believe it should be destroyed, as it holds no value for our cause. Additionally, upon our return, I have to assemble the other leaders for a meeting," he elucidated. "Enough idle chatter. It's time to wrap up," Aaron announced, gesturing towards the mechanical wonder, DRAK 7719. The dragon's essence shimmered and solidified into a translucent sphere, only to be annihilated a moment later, leaving no trace of its existence. With a quick flick of his fingers, Aaron teleported them back to the vicinity of their spaceship. "You all head inside. They'll see to the planet's restoration first," he instructed, but his companions remained. Aaron sighed, yet held back from further insistence. Instead, he raised his right foot and slammed it down with great bravado. As though it were a miraculous act, the once lifeless planet underwent a profound metamorphosis. Ravaged areas repaired themselves, and the landscape gradually returned to its former splendor, a reflection of its prime from many years past. Barren wastelands now exploded with towering structures, buildings, and a plethora of landscapes, imbuing the previously desolate planet with a newfound vibrancy. The dreary sky transformed with astonishing metamorphosis, evolving into a brilliant expanse of vivid, artificial blue. Aaron, with his creative genius, conjured an artificial sun just above, casting its radiant glow across the transfigured landscape. At his behest, a vast lake appeared beneath them. Aaron expertly levitated the spacecraft, ensuring it remained unperturbed by the watery surroundings. The rest of the group stood in awestruck silence, marveling at the magnificent spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Yet, Aaron, the mastermind behind this grandeur, observed the scene with a subtle melancholy etched upon his face. Even as I ensured you all departed with the best possibilities for your next life, I sincerely hope you find true peace now. Eren mused, his introspective thoughts interrupted by Shizuku's concerned expression. Meeting her gaze, he reassured, "I'm fine, Shizuku." Suzaku Himejima harbored doubts about Eren's reassurances, sensing an unresolved tension that would inevitably demand attention later. Opting for temporary acceptance, she decided to set her concerns aside for the time being. Abruptly, Eren snapped his fingers, and they were transported, standing on an invisible platform above the revitalized planet. In the air, they gazed upon the transformed landscape. "Whoa, it's way more beautiful than it used to be," Marana remarked, her eyes scanning the altered terrain. "Yep, it's as if we're seeing the planet evolve, or something." "Huh," Dulio observed, his gaze lingering on the panoramic view. "Well," Eren said, leaving them bewildered. Noticing their confusion, he decided to offer an explanation. This planet once possessed its own fountain of youth in the form of a well and its water. A civil war erupted, led by Eleanor, who sought to seize control of it. However, she discovered that the planet's ruler had long been harnessing its rejuvenating powers. She killed them all, commandeering the well for her own purposes, and it's probable that it now resides on her planet, Helicurdoix. The decline of this planet into a barren wasteland can be attributed to the combined effects of the civil war and the extraction of its life-sustaining water. Deprived of its vital resource, the planet gradually succumbed to ruin, Eren elucidated. "However, I haven't exactly replaced it. Instead, I've reconfigured the planet to harness a different energy source. It will now persist in this revitalized state indefinitely," he added, turning to his companions. "If any of you wish to visit in the future, just let me know." Eren produced a snow globe-like object in his hand and continued, "I'll encase it in this and keep it in my room. While the absence of human inhabitants is assured, I intend to reintroduce wildlife to the ecosystem in the future. All right?" The assembly wholeheartedly endorsed Eren's proposition, and they proceeded towards the spaceship stationed beside their invisible platform. As the rest of the group boarded the spaceship, Lavinia and Shizuku lingered beside Eren, their gaze transfixed upon the mesmerizing panorama sprawling below. Upon confirming everyone's presence on the spaceship, Eren retrieved the vacant snow globe, holding it before him. A captivating dance of illumination ensued as both the globe and the planet emitted a radiant glow. With each passing moment, the brilliance intensified, causing the tangible representation of the planet to dissolve beneath them. Gradually, the landscape re-emerged within the snow globe, signifying the immaculate accomplishment of the transition. "It's adorable," Lavinia cooed, her eyes locked on the snow globe. "Oh, I can see some animals in there already. Did you add them?" she asked curiously. "Just a couple of birds and deer for now. I'm planning to add more later, but I'll need to research first. For now, let's head back," Eren replied, extending the globe to Lavinia. She took it with a smile, and the two began walking, examining the globe closely. Eren trailed behind, casting a quick look at the empty space they had left before boarding the spaceship. As the door closed, he prepared himself for the upcoming discussions with the rest of the group upon their return to the Resistance's planet. Chapter 20, Part 5, Tears and Change, third-person point of view back on the planet of Helicurdoix. Word rapidly arrived at Eleanor's ears regarding the escalating events on Howielm Batteris. The dispatch of DRAK 7719 and the subsequent occurrences involving her underlings were relayed to her by an android courier. "And that concludes the report," Lady Eleanor, the android, informed her. Amused by the narrative, Eleanor let out a chuckle and commented, "Most of them were killed, with Dixie being captured. Well, it's of little significance. She wasn't of much use to us anyway, so her absence holds no sway. But what about the information she possesses about us?" The android hesitantly inquired. "I'm not one to harbor many secrets, but what few I keep, I protect with vigilance. As for Dixie's knowledge, it's quite limited, presenting no real threat to us in any manner," Eleanor explained, maintaining her amusement in the face of the unfolding events. "And what measure shall we take concerning the other planets?" the android inquired. Eleanor pondered for a moment before answering. "The outer god will surely turn his attention to them. Establish some basic defenses, but don't invest too much effort. Initiate the rapid transfer of valuable items from those planets to here and the other secure locations where I haven't conducted those experiments," she commanded, tossing a clipboard in the direction of the android. "Make it quick. I want to bide any losses of those items." "As you wish, Lady Eleanor," acknowledged the android as it exited the room. Eleanor tapped the air in front of her, summoning several holographic displays. Manipulating them with precision, the images of various individuals spanning years materialized. Each figure represented someone who had captured Eleanor's interest over the passage of time. A wicked grin graced Eleanor's face as she displayed an image of Aaron, captured by both Sendler and DRAK 7719. "Preparing to visit those planets, are you?" she questioned with a sinister undertone. "How noble of you. Perhaps I can arrange a little trap and snare you, my dear outer god," she mused, her eyes gleaming with wicked intent. She then turned her attention to another display, revealing images of a captive Dixie and Raria. "Who would have expected your capture, Raria?" Eleanor murmured to herself, her lips curving into a cruel smile. "Fufu, it promises to be quite entertaining." She shifted her gaze to yet another display, her self-satisfied smile only widening as the holographic projection depicted a younger Raria. "It was I who disrupted your life and orchestrated your joining us, after all." Eleanor carried the immense burden of responsibility for enlisting several members of the Eradicator and Wayboros, skillfully manipulating their destinies with the subtlest of her influence. Among these ill-fated individuals, Raria stood as a striking example. Eleanor had meticulously uprooted the promising life the young girl once had, discerning within her extraordinary potential. In the vast expanse of this universe, Raria garnered renown as the most formidable swordswoman. Yet, her encounter with Aaron Toole culminated in an uncharacteristic defeat. In a setting where she was typically at ease, Raria had let her guard down. Their confrontation, despite lacking the fervor of a serious battle, unveiled the latent power each possessed. Though their encounter was casual in nature, Raria's error led to her capture, a consequence of a careless oversight in a moment of gauging the waters between them. The melancholic tale of Raria's life unfurled under Eleanor's malicious influence. Eleanor masterfully orchestrated the desertion and eventual death of Raria's parents, casting a dark cloud over her younger years. Furthermore, Eleanor played a critical role in what seemed to be the death of Raria's mentor. In their universe, where techniques and powers could induce a state of seeming death while the individual remained in a state of life, this aspect of Raria's history remained shrouded in uncertainty. In an unexpected turn of events, the mentor who imparted the art of swordsmanship to Raria was someone personally acquainted with Eleanor. The mentor willingly played the designated role for a few years before disappearing from Raria's life, his apparent demise merely a facet of the elaborate scheme orchestrated by Eleanor. The convoluted threads of Raria's existence were intricately created by Eleanor's grand plan. Eleanor heaved a sigh, her eyes darting between the holographic images of Aaron Toole and Raria. Decisions, she murmured, pondering whether to study her potential new subject or endeavor to reclaim the previous one. A faint smile played across her bravado as she chuckled softly, relishing in the intricacies of the choices before her. As an artificial god, akin to Esena, Eleanor couldn't help but regard beings beneath her with a certain disdain. The only entities she begrudgingly afforded a measure of respect were the outer gods, along with Ive, Ecthrois, and Fumara. Her contemplations were interrupted by an incoming call, prompting Eleanor to answer and open a new display. Eve's voice emerged from the holographic screen, inquiring about the reports of her original planet's destruction. Eleanor, ever the instigator, teased, "Fufu, are you concerned for me?" Her taunt, however, only elicited an unamused glare from Ive. I hadn't been on the planet when it happened. From the accounts I've managed to gather, the outer god inexplicably went there. Furthermore, the dolls I had stationed on the planet are now destroyed, thus rendering my initial strategy null. To exacerbate the issue, the planet itself seems to have vanished. Eleanor expounded, her eyes transfixed on another display portraying the void of space where the planet should have been situated. Eleanor's mischievous grin widened as she turned her gaze back to Ive. "And how's the awakening plan coming along with Lady Fumara?" she inquired playfully. Eve's response carried a hint of excitement. "It's progressing nicely. We're anticipating to awaken him in about a month. If you can continue to stall them a bit longer, we might just tip the scales in our favor within a month," I've explained. Eleanor's amusement heightened. "So, you think you can pull it off, huh? In that case, it'll unleash my other plans. It should be more entertaining that way. However, if you fail to make it back on time, I might as well consider myself dead. With that said, this might be our last conversation, Ive." Bye, she teased before abruptly severing the communication, leaving Ive with a disgruntled expression. Eleanor rose gracefully from her seat, her leisurely stretch accompanied by a renewed smile upon her face. "It appears I must arrange a meeting. I doubt the resistance will cease their efforts. If anything, they're likely to escalate their attempts to destroy us." "Oh well," she mused before exiting her room. Outside, she encountered another android, this one exuding a feminine appearance. "Lady Eleanor, I have received some information from Lady Taphilis concerning the Resistance's planet," the android reported. Intrigued, Eleanor inquired, "Oh, do tell." "Unfortunately, it's not favorable news. It appears the Outer God has implemented a failsafe in the memories of all the members, rendering it impossible to ascertain the planet's whereabouts. However, we believe it's situated near this region of the universe, as one of them inadvertently revealed details about a nearby planet in that section," the android explained. A cryptic gleam flickered across Eleanor's eyes, her grin broadening at the thought. "So dispatch scouts to inspect those sites. Inform me of anything dubious immediately," she ordered, inciting the obedient android to hastily depart. "Fufu, I didn't foresee receiving such a fortuitous opportunity today. Perhaps we can tilt the scales in our favor soon?" Eleanor mused aloud as she sauntered away. She pondered bestowing commendations upon Taphilis for securing this invaluable information, savoring the prospect of wresting the upper hand in the ongoing conflict. "Hey, how are things going here?" Daniel inquired as he, Lena, and Alicia visited the Moon City in the Draconic Dais. Before them stood Ajuka Beelzebub, the Satan, surrounded by various individuals and servants. Ajuka turned around, offering a smile to the trio and questioning, "What brings you here, Daniel?" "I didn't expect you to bring Lena and Alicia along. We uncovered some information, and we thought it best to come here and investigate it firsthand," Daniel replied casually. Before he could delve further into his explanation, his attention was captivated by something in the distance. Without a word, he hastily darted away, leaving Ajuka puzzled. Lena sighed, taking up the task of elucidation. "We suspect the abyssal constellations might attempt to seize control of the moon. Our purpose today is to scrutinize any potential weak points and defenses, identify possible turncoats, and address any vulnerabilities we uncover." Ajuka understood their objective and suggested, "I can give you a quick tour of the facilities. Although not everything is completely up and running just yet, we've reached a point where one could consider our operations to be somewhat functional. Do you have any particular areas you'd like to inspect first?" Before they could answer, Daniel was dragged back to the group by Milianis, who was nonchalantly munching on a snack. I was curious as to why Daniel was here, but it appears the two of you are here as well. "Would you care to enlighten us as to your purpose?" Milianis inquired. Ajuka nodded, expounding on their mission. Amused by their intention, Milianis proposed, "How about the towers? We're planning to establish them at various strategic points throughout this vast city. In due time, they'll serve as entry points. It might be wise to double-check those locations. Shall we proceed from there?" Alicia proposed, her tone implying urgency. "However, please inform us of any notable landmarks we might encounter on our journey," she requested, Her words followed by unanimous agreement from both devils. As Daniel was freed, Lena firmly gripped his ear, sternly warning him, "I shall mention your insolence to Aaron Sama. You should either work on improving your behavior or seriously consider leaving." Daniel surreptitiously cast a furtive glance at Lena and murmured, "Consider this. If our enemies observe me in this seemingly carefree state, they may well deem me a nonchalant, happy-go-lucky simpleton. They'll assume that I'm taking nothing seriously, and thus am invariably off guard. As a result, they might let their own defenses down, growing more careless by the day. It's a tactical move, looking ahead for the future, you know?" Lena, taken aback, gazed at Daniel in sheer astonishment, struggling to formulate a response. She hadn't anticipated that Daniel would approach the situation with such foresight. In truth, she had assumed his behavior derived from a certain listlessness, reminiscent of the time he had served as the fake leader of the Cows Order. Flashing a smug grin at Lena, Daniel declared, "Seems like I managed to score a point against Lena-chan Sama. Wouldn't you say? A win for me." He then raised his hand in a victorious gesture, only to be met with a swift smack from Lena. "Goodness, why do the women around me always have a taste for resorting to violence?" As they ventured through the large city, Ajuka and Miliani's offered a condensed tour, sharing valuable information about significant structures and landmarks. Among the wealth of details, only 2 points caught the attention of Alicia and Lena, causing them to mentally mark those for exploration following their visit to the towers. Daniel gestured towards the Moon City's most noteworthy structure, asking, "What is that?" Ajuka enlightened. "While Jean left the exact location of his residence undisclosed, we decided to erect it as the highest structure within the city. This makes it easily accessible for any residents or workers seeking him for any concerns. Moreover, it proves advantageous in identifying potential enemies, as they're likely to target it for various reasons." That makes sense. ITLL provide ample space for Boss and his massive entourage as well, Daniel said, eyeing the interior of the structure. "Did you use space manipulation magic to expand the interiors?" Ajuka replied, "Not yet. We're holding off on that decision until the end, as Jean might want to personalize the interiors to his liking. However, for the lower floors, we'll take the lead on the design since they'll mostly serve as office space. The building is meant to function as both an office building and, on the upper levels, as Jean's residence." Ajuka gestured with an inviting hand and said, "Let's proceed. We will lead you to the first of the towers. Though I am pleased with the architecture, I welcome any recommendations for improving it." With one last look at the colossal edifice, Daniel rushed to join both groups and Ajuka, eagerly anticipating their venture into the inaugural tower. Upon arriving at the tower, its imposing height loomed before them, stretching to approximately 350 meters tall. Encompassing the area was the beginnings of a substantial wall, destined to encompass the sprawling city. After a moment's contemplation, numerous questions arose, with Daniel being the first to voice them. "Just to clarify, this is about 300 meters tall, isn't it?" he began, his eyes never leaving the towering structure before them. "Will the walls reach this same height? Apart from boss barriers, which will probably be supplemented by other security measures, what other defensive precautions are being planned for this place?" Daniel inquired, his gaze unyielding. Ajuka elucidated, "Verily, the tower shall ascend to a height of 350 meters, while the encircling walls shall stand at 300 meters tall. In terms of security, we plan to implement a diverse array of spells sourced from various pantheons and factions, alongside the inclusion of magic surveillance cameras." Miliani's supplemented the explanation. "Furthermore, these towers are strategically designed to resemble the prospective residence of Jean. To draw a comparison, the central structure near the city's core shall reach a staggering height of 600 meters, surpassing these towers. Similar to that structure, the midsection of the tower shall house the personal quarters of the guards, with the lower floors serving as a reception area, followed by storage for various weapons and items, living quarters, and culminating in the uppermost section where they shall conduct their duties." Daniel posed yet another question, So, are you implying that the guards assigned to these structures will be residing in them around the clock? Will their families have the option to visit or even live with them? And what about vacations and similar allowances? Ajuka responded, while we have not yet finalized all the particulars of the position, guards are indeed entitled to vacations throughout the year. However, during their absence, they must arrange for a temporary replacement, as the role, though often mundane, can become perilous in the event of attempts by nefarious groups to breach security. That being said, if guards opt for it, they can have their families live with them. Similar to our plans for Jean's residence, we intend to expand the interiors using spatial magic. Milianis interjected, furthermore, guards shall be permitted to receive visits from their family and friends at any given time. However, the stringent security clearance needed for their entry will necessitate prior notification, discouraging spontaneous visits. Daniel, expressing his sentiment, remarked, a bit of a hassle, don't you think? Alicia chimed in, providing a broader perspective. It's quite understandable. This marks the first establishment of a city beyond Earth, a groundbreaking venture for many humans know. Everyone. Ensuring top-notch security is an imperative measure. As they mentioned, it does come with its fair share of risks and benefits. Lena, who had been silently analyzing the building since their arrival, posed a question. Have the interiors been furnished yet? Ajuka responded, indeed. The first tower has been fully furnished and is ready for habitation, much like a few other structures in the city. However, not all of them, as we mentioned earlier. Follow us, and we'll give you a tour. Opening the tower door, Ajuka placed his hand on a scanner, injecting his powers into it. He explained, currently, you'll need magic, whether it's normal human magic or demonic power, to activate the sensors for entry. This ensures that only those capable of active combat can access the towers. We can't afford to assign the job to someone without powers. It would be a critical vulnerability if an infiltration were to occur. Daniel added, I'd be concerned if someone without powers got the job. Would be in a tight spot if there was an infiltration in their section. Ajuka chuckled, silently affirming Daniel's sentiment. Daniel persisted with another query. What about the families that opt to stay with the employee? Milianis elucidated. As we've mentioned, not every detail has been firmed up, but when the time comes, we intend to issue key cards for them. These key cards will permit them to move freely in and out. For heightened security, we might even request Jean to create them, possibly linking them to their souls if feasible. Daniel, expressing his admiration, remarked, all right, that's kind of hardcore, gotta admit. Key cards tied to your soul? Sounds pretty impressive. The interior and ground floor of the building boasted an impressive spaciousness, a testament to the evident use of spatial magic to expand it beyond its standard dimensions. The ceilings soared above the norm, creating ample room for various interior adornments, such as couches, sofas, tables, and chairs, accompanied by statues and scattered decorative items. The expansive layout even accommodated diverse features like vending machines and a strategically placed toilet for added convenience. An additional door beckoned toward the spare bedroom, offering increased flexibility. Ajuka led them, saying, over there is the reception area, and you're familiar with how that functions. Let's proceed to explore the other sections, prompting them to swiftly move away from the ground floor. Upon an hour's worth of ascending the tower, they eventually reached its zenith, bestowing upon them a captivating, all-encompassing view of the moon's radiant horizon. With this newfound vantage point, they stood in awe, captivated by the sight of the sun and earth. Positioned on the platform designated for the infrequent patrols of guards, Lena, Alicia, and Daniel observed their surroundings with keen attention, while Ajuka and Milianis carefully noted the valuable suggestions they had received earlier. Ajuka concluded, I believe we have thoroughly explored this tower for the time being. If you require our assistance, we'll be at the same location as before, finishing up some tasks. Your insightful suggestions have been greatly appreciated. Until our next meeting. With these words, Ajuka and Milianis vanished through a teleportation circle, leaving the trio to continue marveling at the awe-inspiring lunar vista before them. Interrupting the hush around them, Alicia asked, did you two see it earlier? Lena replied, naturally. That building appeared dubious, as did the other one. They might deceive the others, or maybe Ajuka is just playing it cool. However, to us, they're quite obvious about it. They'll look into the other building, and you two can inspect the other one. Agreed? Daniel proposed, and the two nodded. But man, I like this view. I think Boss will appreciate it too. Alicia smiled and remarked, I believe Ajuka and the others took this into consideration when placing the first tower here, considering its magnificent view. Lena added, right, Aaron-sama does have a fondness for breathtaking vistas. But we can savor this later. Let's get to work, she declared, prompting them to promptly exit the area. Lena and Alicia discovered themselves within an expansive, transient tent-like structure. From the outside, it became apparent that this served as a communal area for the laborers, a space where they could partake in their midday meal or even steal a brief respite during their engagement in this momentous project. As Ajuka had previously elucidated, these structures combined comfort with functionality, effectively housing numerous amenities within a confined yet roomy area. Similar to the tower's interior, spatial magic augmented the tent's interior, providing each worker with a personalized and enlarged compartment, equipped with a private bathroom, toilet, and kitchen. One could argue that such accommodations were luxurious, and the contentment of the laborers was palpable. Their gratification was not solely attributable to the facilities, but also the reassurance of adequate rest, which rendered the workload more bearable. They could always secure the intended quantity of slumber within their well-appointed quarters. Alicia, her eyes fixed upon the imposing edifice, posed her inquiry, how many? Lena paused for a moment, then replied, I'd estimate around 4 in total. The rest are mere workers, thus take care not to harm them. Alicia nodded in assent. The duo promptly entered the structure, finding themselves in a vast, open expanse that bore a striking resemblance to a colossal tavern. A cluster of workers was in the middle of partying. As soon as Lena and Alicia made their entrance, they attracted the immediate attention of the crowd. Lena brandished a translucent green card high above her head. It emitted lines that converged upon 4 specific individuals scattered across the room. Instantaneously, those 4 leapt to their feet and charged towards Lena and Alicia, leaving the unsuspecting civilian workers bewildered and aghast. 2 of the assailants focused their attention on Lena. One swung a wooden staff, while the other brandished 2 small wands. As the staff-wielding foe lunged forward, Lena nimbly sidestepped, deftly tripping him, sending him tumbling to the ground, where he face-planted. Seizing the opportunity, Lena cast a sleeping spell, instantly inducing unconsciousness. Her second enemy unleashed a torrent of 6 magical attacks, each representing a different element. Lena remained unfazed, a serene smile gracing her lips. She conjured a green card, skillfully flicking it at the barrage. The card split apart, slicing through the magical onslaught with ease. In a stunning twist, the green card separated into 2 more cards, severing the wands the man held. Before he could react, Lena appeared directly in front of him, swiftly delivering a knee strike to his face. The blow rendered him unconscious, causing him to fall limp to the ground. On the far side of the room, Alicia faced the remaining duo of enemies. Opting not to entrust her fate to her sword, deeming it a dangerous gamble, she instead placed her trust in her unarmed combat skills. The 2 foes, however, conjured blades, seemingly unperturbed by her choice. The first antagonist hastily closed the gap, lunging his sword towards Alicia's neck. Exhibiting remarkable agility, she deflected the sword with a lightning-quick strike of her left hand. The impact sent shockwaves reverberating through the blade, momentarily dazing her enemy. Capitalizing on the brief reprieve, Alicia launched a swift, unexpected maneuver. She delivered a kick squarely between the man's legs. Stunned gasps of shock echoed throughout the room as the man collapsed to the ground. Alicia quickly followed up with another kick to the man's head, rendering him unconscious. As the lone survivor watched his comrades fall, fear gripped him, and he cried out in anguish. He ignited his sword with blazing flames, vowing to immolate their enemies. He'll turn this entire place into a sea of flames. Get away from me, he roared, his voice echoing through the air. Yet, just as he readied to unleash his fiery attack, the inferno encompassing his sword was abruptly quenched, encased within a sheath of frigid ice. Centuredo, he was slammed into the ground, creating a small fissure in the surface. His body lay lifeless, knocked unconscious. The once tense room lapsed into a brief hush before bursting into applause. The workers, still confused, were soon enlightened as Lena turned around, bowed, and elucidated the situation. The workers, now comprehending the events, frowned and cast disapproving glances towards their now unconscious former colleagues. "We thought they were like us, but I guess they're part of that annoying new group?" inquired a bearded man with disdain. Lena responded, "Regrettably, they are. Nevertheless, we're bringing them in for interrogation, so don't worry. Resume your work after this. We'll see to it that some of Gene Sam's shadow soldiers will aid in replacing the missing people until new ones are hired." "That's fine, and thank you," acknowledged the bearded man, with the rest of the workers expressing their agreement and gratitude. The reassurance granted a sense of security, enabling the workers to resume their tasks with renewed confidence. Lena and Alicia emerged from the building, each carrying an unconscious foe in their grasp. They thanked the workers for maintaining their composure when the two unexpectedly burst in and engaged in a scuffle. Worried about Daniel's safety, Lena posed the question, "Do you think Daniel's all right?" Alicia sought to calm her friend's nerves. "He's dependable, even if he does have his lazy moments. After all, he's still Errant Samus' avatar, even if he has developed his own unique personality." They continued their trek towards another nearby structure, confident in Daniel's ability to win his own battles. Daniel climbed to the building's second floor, a part of the swarm of structures nearing completion in the lunar city and enjoying certain early benefits. Similar to the structure Lena and Alicia had observed earlier, this one exuded an eerie aura, piquing Daniel's discerning attention. Stealthily navigating the first two floors, he now found himself on the second level, armed with a baseball bat, moving with an air of nonchalance. With only one more floor to ascend, he turned a corner and came upon a group of individuals. Instantly, he activated his invisibility, seamlessly blending into his surroundings as he approached the gathering. Instead of launching an immediate attack, Daniel chose to eavesdrop on their conversation, leaning against a nearby wall. Quite unexpectedly, arriving at this place proved to be a stroll in the park, disproving the rumors circulating about the middleman. "It seems he's not as careful as they claim," commented a man dressed in a black suit. "Correct. However, I've heard that the building here began after he mysteriously vanished with a notable portion of DXD, so that might have played a part. Regardless, it works to our advantage. Lord Okistide has an interest in this location for some undisclosed reason, and even though we're in the dark about the specifics, it could prove advantageous for us, particularly in our dealings with the humans," interjected another gentleman in a matching black suit. "Right? Not many, including gods, can make their way here without a significant use of their powers. And even if they manage to do so, the question remains, can they survive in the vacuum of space? There are conflicting accounts, and frankly, who knows?" replied the man. "Anyway, how much longer do we have to pretend to be workers here? It's becoming suffocating and downright aggravating." The second man let out a resigned sigh, replying, "We're stuck with this facade until at least 75 of the entire construction is complete, and that's going to take a couple more months. I'd rather not have to wait that long," grumbled the other man. Out of invisibility, Daniel interjected, "You don't have to." With a flurry of movement, he closed the gap between them, delivering a swift double strike to their heads, effectively knocking them out. After verifying their continued well-being, Daniel couldn't help but voice his frustration, saying, "You people really need more fulfilling hobbies. Why do your types always want world domination?" Utilizing his abilities to assess the remaining occupants of the floor, Daniel swiftly identified that only 6 more individuals remained. Acting decisively, he concealed the unconscious men and cast a gentle sleep spell to ensure they wouldn't suddenly rouse. Finishing his interaction with the 2 sleeping figures, Daniel skillfully departed the immediate area, once more turning himself invisible to methodically purge the remaining sections of the level. Within mere moments, he completed the task, surreptitiously catching snippets of various chats as he moved. Though the amassed intel did not reveal anything earth-shattering, a distinct pattern surfaced. From his scrutiny, it appeared their leader, Okistide, was propelled by a blend of the insatiable greed innate to deities, coupled with the more familiar human avarice. It was not a groundbreaking discovery, but it led Daniel to a simple deduction: the man leading the abyssal constellations was merely propelled by his intrinsic nature. As for the elusive motive behind their quest for global dominance, that continued to be shrouded in enigma. Daniel, however, remained undaunted and resolved to unearth the answers at the opportune moment. Upon ascending to the final floor of the structure, Daniel encountered an empty floor, with only 2 distinct and powerful auras lingering in the floor. Their intensity signaled at least Ultimate Class and Satan Class, a realization that sparked Daniel's curiosity. Pondering the origins of such power, he couldn't help but attribute it to the pervasive influence of Aaron. With his extraordinary abilities, had covertly augmented the strength of individuals across the globe. Moving cautiously, Daniel approached the chamber harboring the potent auras. Hoping to avoid notice, he opted to phase through the wall instead of opening the door, guaranteeing a discreet entry into the space. In the room, Daniel's eyes were met with a commanding duo, and their demeanor suggested a clear hierarchy favoring the woman. She boasted a striking appearance, with a cropped black hair asymmetrically cut around her face, accentuated by intense black eyes and glasses perched on her nose. Attired in a black and white military-style uniform, complete with a skirt and black shoes, she radiated an air of authority. Draped behind her was a long black coat with a checkered interior, and in her left hand, she gripped a small cane. Opposite her poised presence, the man exuded a rougher aura with a laid-back posture. His short white hair framed a face featuring piercing blue eyes. A white jacket embellished his figure, Cinchuredo. But I detected our allies succumbing to slumber one by one. Furthermore, communication with those 4 in the tents has been cut off, confided the woman. Huh, so they caught on already? Took them a hot minute, but I'm up for a fight, countered the man. I'll be the one to strike first, Luspita. With a heavy, resigned sigh, Luspita replied, Do as you please, Fego. It won't change matters for me. As long as we maintain our secret, it won't matter who you face in battle. A mischievous grin graced Fego's face, but their attention was suddenly diverted as Daniel chose that moment to dispel his invisibility. The woman, Luspita, hesitated in her speech. It's the temporary leader of DXD, Daniel, isn't it? This may be more difficult than I anticipated. Who cares? Let's fight. Fego interjected, cutting off Luspita, and without further ado, he charged toward Daniel, who stood poised with his baseball bat at the ready. Fego unleashed a straight right-hand blow aimed at Daniel, anticipating a direct hit. To his astonishment, Daniel skillfully deflected the punch with his ever-reliable bat. Sensing an opening, Fego attempted an uppercut with his other fist, only to be caught off guard as Daniel nimbly sidestepped the strike. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Daniel swiftly swung his bat at Fego, who swiftly ducked, convinced he had evaded the attack. To his surprise, Daniel's knee suddenly closed the gap, striking Fego's face and sending him staggering, momentarily disoriented. Seizing the upper hand, Daniel pressed his advantage, charging towards the dazed Fego. As he swung his bat horizontally, aiming for Fego's head, a swift tap of Luspita's cane on the ground conjured a dense, black cloud mere inches away from Fego's head. The unexpected intervention blocked the incoming attack, granting Fego a brief respite. To the amazement of both Luspita and Fego, ghostly baseball bats materialized around Fego, relentlessly striking him from all sides. The incessant barrage left Fego wincing, and a sudden, unexpected blow to his backside elicited an involuntary, primal scream. In a burst of frustration, Fego retaliated with a spin attack, arms flailing in Daniel's direction, only to find his foe agilely evading the assault. With an untroubled smile, Daniel remarked, "I call that the Bonk Max 500 special. Do you like it? Get lost, you freak." Fego hissed with disdain. Enveloping his body in 2k and amplifying his physical abilities with enhancement magic, Fego surged back towards Daniel with renewed vigor, determined to turn the tide in his favor. Fego unleashed a frenzy of quick punches upon Daniel, who nimbly sidestepped each strike, smirking derisively as he taunted Fego. Peering over their shoulders, Lusbita observed the spectacle unfold, her eyes scouring for a chink in Daniel's defenses, but finding none, a cold shiver running up her spine. Driven by rage, Fego pressed on, launching himself into the barrage, leaping and striking at Daniel with a knee. With lightning speed, Daniel parried the blow with his bat, deftly redirecting the force. Undeterred, Fego spun and launched his other leg in a ferocious kick. Daniel's body coiled and contorted in response, leaning back to evade the attack, eliciting a guttural snarl from Fego. In a sudden and unprecedented maneuver, Daniel swung his bat low, dropping Fego instantly into a state of unconsciousness and eliciting a boisterous laugh from Daniel. Fego collapsed to the ground, immobilized and foaming at the bravado. Without skipping a beat, Lusbita tapped her cane against the ground once more. Centuredo Daniel did not possess the noble spirit or adherence to a warrior's code in his approach to combat. Paralleling Aaron Toole's pragmatic outlook on fighting, Daniel was prepared to use any means necessary to secure victory, even if it meant resorting to tactics some might deem cheap shots. "So are we doing this? Because I'm not letting you leave this place," Daniel stated, brandishing his baseball bat at Lusbita. Lusbita tapped her cane against the ground once more, but this time, nothing occurred, eliciting a sigh from her. "I can't teleport away. This leaves me no choice then. Very well, let us fight. Although I'll warn you, I won't have any useful information. As far as our organization is concerned, we're expendable." Daniel shrugged, his indifference apparent. "I don't care. As long as we stop and capture members of the abyssal constellations, the people of our world will calm down. It's better than nothing." Such a narrow-minded perspective. "How did you become the leader of DXD?" Lusbita questioned, appearing somewhat surprised by Daniel's pragmatic outlook. "Course, I'm incredibly talented," Daniel exclaimed with a confident grin as he walked towards Lusbita. Frowning, Lusbita brandished her cane and began firing magic bullets from it. To her astonishment, Daniel casually marched through the barrage, snorting in response. Lusbita found herself once again caught off guard. The bullets bounced harmlessly off Daniel's body, a sight she thought would happen with regular bullets, but never with magic bullets. She had assumed that at the very least, they would force him to dodge. Reacting with haste, Lusbita swung her right arm to the side, conjuring a maelstrom of black clouds that unleashed a torrent of lightning bolts towards Daniel. Still, he continued his unstoppable advance, seemingly unfazed by the magical tempest, leaving Lusbita in a state of bewilderment and growing unease. With a lightning-fast swing of his baseball bat, Daniel lunged toward Lusbita. Reacting with lightning speed, she conjured another black cloud beside her, anticipating it to safeguard her from the impending strike, much like it had with Fego earlier. To her utter dismay, however, the cloud shattered upon contact, leaving her utterly exposed. The sheer impact of Daniel's bat connected with her side, propelling her through several walls in her wake. Capitalizing on the breach, Daniel immediately cast another sleeping spell on Fego, ensuring his continued state of unconsciousness. Without skipping a beat, he darted off in pursuit of Lusbita, rapidly closing the gap between them. Upon catching up to her, he unleashed a devastating foot strike directly into her stomach, sending her careening even further than before. In a quick, fluid motion, Daniel raised his baseball bat high above him, his eyes locked on Luspita. With a forceful swing, he unleashed a large aura slash that hurtled towards her. Undeterred by the pain in her stomach, Luspita managed to land on her feet, immediately readying her defensive measures. She conjured several black clouds, interweaving them with intricate defensive magic circles. Luspita hoped these barriers would prove effective against Daniel's relentless onslaught. However, her hopes were quickly dashed as the aura attack continued to charge forward, refusing to be slowed or halted by her meticulous defenses. In a last-ditch attempt to evade the incoming strike, Luspita leaped away from the aura attack. But it was too late. The aura slash connected with her, sending her careening away once more. In its wake, it left a painful wound from her shoulder all the way down to her torso. Standing before the immobilized Luspita, Daniel announced, "I advise you to surrender now, or will be compelled to use more deadly measures." More deadly? Isn't this deadly enough? Luspita questioned in bewilderment, her body unmoving as Daniel stood prepared to strike her down. Resigned, she added, "Very well. But, as I mentioned earlier, you won't obtain any valuable information from me. We are restricted in our knowledge as foot soldiers." "Oh, you needn't trouble yourself about that," Daniel replied as he efficiently restrained her and proceeded to heal her injuries. "Everything is merely a formality. We are already aware of the location of your base, Fufu." The revelation left Luspita visibly shocked, prompting her to assert, "You're bluffing. You don't know where it is. It's in a different dimension created by the demigods of your organization." "It's also," Daniel began. "Stop. Fine," Luspita shouted, cutting him off and bringing a smirk to Daniel's face. "It's over?" Alicia questioned, her gaze shifting to the wreckage. Both Daniel and Luspita turned to observe the scene, where Alicia and Lena stood. "As you can see," Daniel responded, pointing towards the captive Luspita. He then snapped his fingers, teleporting the still unconscious Fego beside him. "This should be the start. Let's look for the rest and update Ajuka on our progress," he added. "Not necessary," announced Ajuka, appearing from behind Alicia and Lena, accompanied by Milianis. "We've been keeping tabs on their movements for the past few weeks, but they didn't appear to be planning any action soon. So, we decided to let it be. However, it seems like you three had a different plan in mind." Viewing the aftermath, Milianis commented, "Of course, we would have preferred less destruction, but I suppose it could have been worse." "Believe me, I try to keep the damage to a minimum," Daniel retorted. "I even snuck in earlier, all stealthy-like. Just as four got hit. I'd say I did a good job of not wrecking too much." He attempted to defend his actions, managing to elicit a smile from Milianis. "I was just teasing you, Daniel," she replied, a hint of amusement in her voice. "You did a good job at minimizing the damage." "Thanks for that." Daniel sighed in resignation at Miliani's teasing. "So, let's go and contact the rest of the Alliance, then. We need to give them the heads up on the situation. We can request more shadow soldiers to be on guard here, and maybe even around the globe, considering the recent escalations. We got intel earlier that more of them got caught trying to cause chaos." Ajuka explained. "Hold on, what?" Daniel's brows furrowed in confusion. Ajuka conjured a magic circle before Daniel, revealing around 15 people, their status comparable to Fego and Luspita, all restrained within the boundaries of Germany. The Hound unit of the nation's supernatural police force escorted them. "We still haven't identified their present objective there, as they're currently being interrogated," Ajuka added, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he stared at Luspita. "But we should include them in our plans. Even if one of them claimed not to have any useful information, perhaps a different interrogation method could be employed to extract valuable details." "Is there a new interrogator now that Yashina has left for the Phantasma to join Boss?" inquired Daniel. "Yes, there is. They're from the same EXE group as Yashina. But they remain behind since not all of them went to the Phantasma with Azazel's earlier group. They're quite dependable, and dare I say, just as merciless as Yashina," Ajuka explained. "As merciless? I find that hard to believe, but I'll believe it when I see it." "So, let's go," said Daniel, taking hold of Luspita and guiding her towards the others. The rest of the group concurred, and they swiftly departed for the prisons and cells of the Alliance. The forthcoming events promised to unveil more about the abyssal constellations and their sinister plans. Suzaku Haimajima's soliloquy. An hour had passed since we left Howeon Batteris, and a lingering sadness permeated the air between all of us. The unforeseen circumstances had cast a somber pall over our day, forcing us to confront the harsh realities life occasionally throws our way. Eren and Aoife seemed to be the most affected, their demeanor reflecting a newfound gravity. As our ship traveled through space on autopilot, I made my way to Eren's room. The journey back to the Resistance's planet still had a few hours left, providing ample time for reflection. The impact of our recent encounter extended beyond just Eren and Aoife. The unsettling experience left its mark on all of us, prompting contemplation about what lay ahead, especially when facing unsettling enemies like Eleanor. While I had already made my own decisions, the uncertain path awaiting the rest of the group raised questions about the future and how each member would navigate it. As I drew near to Eren's chambers, I chanced upon Aoife, her mind wandering, gazing out the window with an absent look on her face. Concerned for her well-being, I strode up to her and gently inquired, "Aoife, are you all right?" "I long to save everyone, Suzaku, but I know it's not feasible. I don't want anyone to die. I wish I possessed more power to change things." Still, even as I say that, Eren once told me that if he wielded his powers in the manner I proposed, would anything people do be real? Would anything matter, then, if everything is set to be good? Her voice trembled as she voiced her inner turmoil. "So, are you talking about those stories where fate plays a central role?" I inquired, attempting to ascertain the precise nature of Aoife's query. Aoife nodded in affirmation. "Exactly. In those narratives, everything is orchestrated by an unseen hand of fate. If that's the case, do those individuals have any real choice? If their destiny is predetermined, regardless of how hard one struggles or tries to direct their life, they will inevitably end up in the preordained situation or position. If that's the case, what's the point of it all?" Aoife delved into the philosophical conundrum of predestined fate and its implications on free will and purpose. To Aoife, I must admit that I lack a definitive answer myself. Looking back, it seems that destiny had set me on a particular course. I was bestowed with the sacred beast, the Zhuke, and consequently became one of the most skillful wielders of flames among my fellow clansmen. Moreover, I received guidance and training from my great-uncle, Suu Haimajima, a formidable presence in our clan. The paradox of fate versus choice intrigued me. Although my life had been predetermined in various ways, I chose to lead my clan differently, despite facing considerable resistance. Yet, I was acutely aware that I could not have achieved this on my own. The delicate dance between destiny and personal choice wove a complex narrative, and navigating it required both self-determination and external support. Tobio and the Slashdog team had once lent me a hand, but it was insufficient. That is, until Eren showed up with a slightly different approach which truly did astound me, even making me wonder why I hadn't thought of earlier. Of course, I attributed this to the fact that I was preoccupied with my own life, as well as the chaos that was unfolding with the Wizards of Oz. I can't dictate how you should live your life, Aoife. Just like Eren and I, you have to find your own way and come to your own conclusions. Whether or not they're the right ones is entirely up to you. But rest assured, we'll be here to support you, and I'm certain Eren would say the same, I assured her. Moreover, I added, you too left your previous world prematurely. In a sense, you still have the mind of a teenager in need of more life experiences. Yet, that's why you ought not to let whatever you witness today weigh you down. Instead, consider it a lesson and grow from it. For you weren't the sole one to experience a shift of heart today. Remember, you're referring to Eren, aren't you? It's true, I hadn't seen him that cold and savage before. But his usual demeanor returns when he's around us, she said, her voice reflecting uncertainty about the transformation we bore witness to in Aaron earlier. That's true, but I believe Aaron has always had that aspect to him. It seemed to surface when Lavinia nearly died once, and resurfaced when a significant portion of both humans and the supernatural were killed by Lapis. Today merely served as a reminder that, even under his new regime, he cannot dictate everyone's actions nor compel them to live as he wishes. Desiring everyone to be free, I expounded to her. Aoife continued to gaze out the window, her silence eventually broken by, "Thank you, Suzuki. Might I request some time alone?" "Certainly. You can always come to me if you need to vent," I reassured her, embracing her in a comforting hug before proceeding towards Aaron's chamber. As I drew near to Aaron's room, I saw Lavinia outside, fluttering her arms in a frenzied manner, resembling a flustered chicken. She paced back and forth, seemingly ensnared in a dilemma regarding whether to venture within the room or maintain her position outside. Upon sighting me, she rushed over and enveloped me in a warm embrace. "What's troubling you, Lavinia? Why were you pacing outside of Aaron's room?" I queried, intrigued by her peculiar behavior. "I wasn't sure if I should go in his room," she said, her words sowing seeds of confusion within me. "What do you mean?" I pressed for further elucidation, my curiosity piqued by the enigma of her hesitation. "Aaron's sleeping, but he looked so exhausted earlier, and I'm worried it'll disturb him if I burst in there now," Lavinia murmured, her uncertainty palpable. "You're overthinking this. Let's go," I encouraged her, and we ventured into his room. As soon as we entered, Aaron's eyes flickered open, and he straightened, gazing at us. "Suzaku and Lavinia, did you need something?" he asked, his voice tinged with fatigue. The dark circles beneath his eyes bore testament to his weariness. It made me wonder about the burdens that had weighed on his mind during all of today's events. Even earlier, as we prepared to leave, Aaron stayed largely quiet. Centuredo Aaron let out a soft chuckle and patted the bed, inviting us to join him. I obliged, and Lavinia settled in comfortably beside him. "For now, let's just rest. I'm feeling quite exhausted," he said, and we both readily agreed, resting beside him on the bed. I pondered to myself, "They'll broach the subject later. There's still time, hopefully. The upcoming operation should be some time away, so we could take our time with everything." The brief interlude of tranquility provided a temporary reprieve from the intricate complexities and daunting challenges we faced, allowing us to share a moment of serene calm together. Aaron Toole's soliloquy: only an hour remained until our return to the Resistance's base. Due to the imminent events, I had already made the spaceship invisible and even added a protective layer in that part of the universe, ensuring that no one could trace our base's location. Now, I found myself in my personal quarters with Lavinia and Suzuku. We had awoken earlier, after our brief few hours of sleep. Lavinia lay on my lap, gazing at the snow globe-like item that contained Hawiln Batteris, while Suzaku hugged my arm and rested her face against my shoulder. We spent a tranquil hour together. The atmosphere was mostly serene, punctuated by Lavinia's occasional questions about the globe. The door to my room then slid open, revealing the figure of Aoife. With furrows of concern etched across my face, I hesitantly inquired, "Aoife, is everything all right?" Her visibly distressed demeanor betrayed the turmoil within her, as she hastily shed her shoes, climbing onto my bed and seeking solace by burying her face into my chest. Upon sensing her distress, Lavinia set aside the globe, joining in the embrace, followed by Suzuku. A momentary hint of awkwardness lingered amidst the gathering, but this was soon set aside as I reciprocated their comforting gestures. A silence enveloped us, an unspoken understanding that words were not immediately necessary. It seemed apparent that Aoife simply needed this moment of solace, and I allowed the shared embrace to persist. My worry for her intensified, recognizing that Aoife still carried the same mindset from our youth. Even after facing death and enduring great change, Aoife remained unwavering in her deeply ingrained beliefs. The arduous journey she had undergone certainly presented considerable obstacles to altering her viewpoint. Still, a resolute resolve arose among us to provide the constant support she required during this tumultuous time. As the journey back to the Resistance's base unfurled, our concerted effort to alleviate the prevailing tension and unease took precedence. We plunged into light-hearted banter, shared jokes, and reminisced about our past tales, choosing these means to dispel the lingering disquiet born from the day's intense experiences. Although my list of tasks remained considerable, adopting a demeanor of normalcy, clinging to my usual self, emerged as an essential tactic to soothe the strained nerves of those in our presence. Recognizing the therapeutic value of preserving a semblance of normalcy, I resolved to maintain this approach for the collective benefit of our group's well-being. Well, that's the plan, and prepare to set it in motion tomorrow. We'll be sharing the rest of the intel with DXD, and anyone who wants to come along is welcome. Any pressing questions? I spoke to the gathered leaders during our unplanned meeting. An hour had quickly elapsed since our return to the Resistance's planet, and I wasted no time in rallying the essential figures and anyone eager to join the cause. Specifically, I called upon my own group, as their first-hand experiences could add credence to our earlier visit. Lysenvar, expressing genuine concern, voiced his apprehensions. Taking on the liberation of at least 18 planets within just 3 days is no small undertaking. Are you absolutely certain you'll be up for the task? Your worry is noted, Lysenvar, but don't worry, for I am designed for such endeavors. I am capable of going without sleep, food, or any other essential necessities indefinitely. So do not worry on my account, I reassured him. Let's now refocus our attention onto the details of the soon-to-be mission, targeting 10k-15kThis. Lysenvar nodded in agreement, and our discourse flowed seamlessly back into the meeting, addressing the specifics of the imminent mission. Despite a few lingering glances of concern directed my way, I reciprocated with a tranquil smile, silently communicating my conviction that all would be well. The initial strategy involved deploying duplicates to handle the liberation of the 18 planets, permitting me to concentrate on the more crucial ones. However, a nagging sensation of disquiet stirred me to reconsider my stance. I resolved to undertake the task myself, driven by an unyielding urgency to liberate the souls residing on those planets. The mere thought of their prolonged torment compelled me to act quickly and personally. After yet another hour had elapsed, I found myself seated by the serene lake in Pywalvin. Seeking solace in the tranquility of this place, I welcomed the opportunity to relax and contemplate the multitude of complexities that lay before me. Despite a few individuals approaching me earlier, expressing concern, I had reassured them that all was well. However, was it truly so? Beneath the veil of composure, the weight of rulership pressed heavily upon my shoulders. The incessant duty of making decisions that not only served my interests but also benefited the greater populace, coupled with the inevitable sacrifices, took a toll on my weary soul. As I reflected on the challenges I faced, a newfound appreciation blossomed for those leaders who navigated similar responsibilities. The laborious task of governing, especially for those who genuinely cared for their people, now resonated more deeply with me. A sudden shockwave shook the serene landscape beside me, disturbing the peaceful surface of the lake. The distinct laughter of "Fwahahaha" resounded, and as I turned to investigate, I found Serorg accompanied by Silvatila and Esena. "Welcome back, Serorg. How was your mission with your team?" I asked, acknowledging his return. He nodded affirmatively before taking a seat beside me. Centuredo, I believe Eleanor was not born evil, but rather, she was created that way. Meanwhile, Esena-sama here was fashioned from kindness. Serorg's declaration echoed with a determination to stand against the forces of evil in this universe. Serorg's unwavering response elicited a smile from me. But before I could express my gratitude, he continued, "I won't be able to accompany you on those endeavors, but I'll have Keisha tag along. Furthermore, I've been selected for the mission to 10k-15kThis, though I'm doubtful about their decision. Intrigued, I inquire why the hesitation. You're more than capable of managing that mission. Sarok shook his head, providing a reason I suspect it involves elements of stealth, disguise, and subtlety. Do I give off the impression of someone skilled in those areas? Amused by Saror's perplexed expression, I chuckled and shook my head. No, you're right. You don't strike me as the stealthy type. However, with your newfound magic abilities, you can use illusion or transformation magic to alter your appearance. So, it's not entirely out of the question. Silvatila chimed in with a giggle, watching Saror's bemused reaction. You're right, he conceded, realization dawning on him. I tend to forget about the versatility of magic in that regard. My usual go-to involve enhancement magic or straightforward spells to take down my opponents. With a nod of wisdom, he acknowledged the broader spectrum of magical capabilities at his disposal. Rising to full height, Sarorg and I both stood, a fresh wave of jubilance washing over the atmosphere. He extended his fist towards me, and we exchanged a friendly fist bump. We'll catch up later, Aaron. I'll touch base with you again tomorrow before you set out, he declared. Yeah, thanks, Sarorg, I replied, eliciting a hearty laugh from him. For what? He challenged. I just came to chat with a friend and rival. With another burst of laughter, he ambled away. His effort to uplift my mood did not escape my notice, even if our conversation had been relatively mundane. Swiveling around, I caught Esena smiling at me. Intrigued, I asked, What can I do for you, Esena? Is the tree doing okay? I'll check on it shortly. Just dropping by to see how you were doing. And as promised, the tree is thriving, Esena began. She held my head in her hands, placing it gently on her chest and running her fingers through my hair. A wave of calm washed over me, and I found myself unexpectedly at ease. Choosing to savor the moment instead of overthinking it, I surrendered to the soothing embrace. Our peaceful interlude was abruptly interrupted by Lavinia's outburst. Esena turned around, still holding me close, and our eyes met. Lavinia, her arm outstretched, pointed at us. I want to, she exclaimed, hastening over to us and pulling me toward her. She stepped in front of me protectively. Do that, she declared. Esena responded in her usual composed manner. We all can, Lavinia. No need to compete over it. Her calm demeanor hinted at a willingness to share the comforting gesture among us. How about we go to the tree? I'm eager to see what's happening over there, I proposed, hoping to dissipate any potential fight between Esena and Lavinia. Thankfully, they both agreed, but the friendly competition continued as they both tried to capture my attention. Each of them took turns pulling me in their direction while we journeyed toward the tree. Utilizing my teleportation powers, I transported us near to the tree's top, where the core resided. At a provisional wooden table near us, Ebikin dined with gusto, whilst Danu stood beside the core, lost in thought. Upon detecting our arrival, they both waved in welcome. I, intrigued by what I was seeing in front of me, posed the query, how are things going? Esena mentioned there were some changes. All is well. Indeed, I saw that a change may be imminent. Nevertheless, the precise nature of the transformation remains a mystery. It could undergo a total metamorphosis, necessitating adjustments to the interconnected lines, or we might need to refashion Ivory Ilum nearby. The specifics are still slightly ambiguous at present, Danu elucidated, providing insights into the evolving state of the tree's core. Intriguing, I murmured, drawing nearer to the core with Lavinia as we joined Danu in studying it. To our astonishment, the sapling and seed we had introduced earlier had vanished, seemingly absorbed by the core. Recalling the initial absorption, wherein the items remained within the core without any noticeable changes, it was clear that something had shifted. The interior now displayed alterations, prompting curiosity about the nature of these changes. As you can see, the inside has transformed. Whether you consider this a boon or a bane is subjective, but as a goddess of nature, I interpret it as a favorable development. However, I would advise expanding the surrounding area of the tree, Danu suggested, offering her perspective on the matter. ITLL, turn into a bigger tree? I inquired. Yes, Danu replied with a mischievous giggle. It may grow to be more immense than any tree you've ever laid eyes upon. Even the Yggdrasil of Norse lore, she added. And another thing, it may in time produce edible fruits and plants around it as it evolves. This is merely a hypothesis for me, though it's the feeling I'm getting, she said, piquing my curiosity. Lavinia regarded me with an expression I'd seen countless times before, causing me to chuckle. You're correct, Nia, I said. I can hardly wait to taste the food you make from this tree. Lavinia jolted at my words, staring at me for a few moments before nodding her head vigorously. Independent Illinois, do my best to create something delicious with it. She answered with unbridled enthusiasm. I'd like to contribute a speculative thought as well. Ebekin interjected as he joined our gathering. We turned our attention to him, and he continued, This is pure speculation, so take it with a grain of salt. I believe you might need to reinforce the lines connected to those wells. With an influx of more power, they might struggle to contain the release of energy when the tree undergoes further changes. Nodding in acknowledgement of his insight, I reached out to examine the central point, conducting my own assessment. What I discovered wasn't entirely surprising, and a sense of amusement played across my face. There's no need for concern, I assured them, prompting puzzled looks. A new guardian will emerge from it, tasked with managing the influx of power. However, it will require a master to guide it, so I trailed off, hinting at the potential need for someone to take on this role. You should take on the role, Ebekin insisted, joining the discussion. Given that it was your idea to obtain it from Viritera Remetra and integrate it with this tree, you'll have more sway and command over it. I recognize Dhanu's power, but I think you're the one who should be in charge. I must humbly disagree, I countered. Danu is better suited to be the master of it. As a primordial goddess of nature, earth, and wind, it aligns more with her dominion. Moreover, I already have my hands full. However, if she declines, I wouldn't be against the responsibility of doing it, I added, acknowledging the potential burden but expressing a readiness to undertake the role if necessary. All eyes fell upon Danu as she pondered the proposition. With a moment's hesitation, she gave a slight nod of agreement. All right, but wouldn't that mean I'll have to stay on the planet permanently? She asked, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. In an attempt to soothe her concerns, I gently placed a comforting hand on her head. Dolly, Dunny, they'll be spending significantly more time on the planet, so I can come visit you often and help with raising the guardian. Lavinia furrowed her brows, her head tilting slightly as she voiced her suspicion. The way you're implying, it's almost as if this guardian would be like a child between the two of you, she observed, her eyes narrowing at me suspiciously. I responded with a reminiscent smile, recalling past experiences. Well, it's not entirely dissimilar. It's not the Barado, though, I said, thinking back to Vivi and the various other children who had shared a similar bond with me, Millie Cass, Kunu, and the Dragon's young fans. And when will this commence? Ebekin queried, his eagerness apparent in his tone. I looked towards the core, mulling over the question for a moment or two before answering. At earliest, tomorrow's early hours. At latest, toward the end of tomorrow's day. The process could speed up, considering the current conditions. I then placed my hand back on the core, sharing a bit of my energy with it. For now, this should suffice. I'll leave the two of you to it, I declared, bidding them a farewell before pressing a tender kiss on Nanu's forehead and then heading off. Esena opted to stay behind, leaving Lavinia and me to leave the scene together. Lavinia and I teleported to one of the newly constructed settlements on the planet. Though devoid of an official title, it drew upon the architectural style of Osteruk's birthplace, imparting an Egyptian-inspired atmosphere. Perched near the equator, the town boasted buildings with comparable design elements, culminating in a harmonious aesthetic. As we arrived, we found ourselves adjacent to one of the town's gardens, which prominently featured a colossal statue of Osteruk. His statue graced numerous locations throughout the town, serving as a constant homage to the inspiration behind its conception. Already teeming with life, the townsfolk greeted us with open arms before resuming their daily routines. For Lavinia, it represented her inaugural visit, and she perused the surroundings with rapt attention. Conversely, this visit signified my sixth or so, as overseeing the construction of this place had been part and parcel of my duties. "Why are we here?" Lavinia asked, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Before we left for Howiel Batteris, I released a subtle invitation to Osteruk's descendants and those who abandoned Viritera, Remetera. If they're interested, they'll reach out to Edlian, currently journeying across the cosmos, moonlighting as a mercenary and operative for our cause. So, does that mean they might consider settling here? Will there be a vetting process? It could be dangerous if a spy from Fumara's organization tried to infiltrate. Lavinia voiced her apprehensions. "You're right. Even if someone managed to set foot on this planet or any under our governance, I'd be able to locate them within an instant. As of now, we've not detected any spies. But earlier, an incident did occur I could disclose, stoking her curiosity. What's happened?" she asked, her grip on my arm growing tighter as we ambled away. Climbing 2 flights of stairs, we walked past numerous buildings and columns decorated with banners and flags, bidding adieu to the garden and entering the vibrant streets of the town. Despite the absence of vehicles, the area buzzed with life as people engaged in their daily routines, some jogging and others leisurely strolling. In the distance, street food vendors and small shops emerged into view, some still open and others closing shop as the day approached its twilight. Amid this bustling backdrop, I unfolded the events that had transpired. A team that ventured into Itos Rurlera inadvertently leaked information about the base, specifically a certain section of it. Eleanor has dispatched scouts across this sector of the universe to try and locate it, but rest assured, I've already dealt with the situation, I reassured Lavinia. Upon arriving at a street vendor, we delighted in some delectable delicacies, and I generously tipped the vendor, brightening their mood before we continued our journey. Finding a vacant bench near a park, we settled down. The area remained abuzz with activity, a testament to the lively nature of the town. From my knowledge, only a handful of the residents were descendants of Osteruk. Their arrival prior to the recent events was a fortunate coincidence, and they seemed content with their newfound home. Nothing too bad, just a little precautionary measure on my part. I erected a barrier encompassing a sizable perimeter in this sector of the universe. Those who enter will perceive different surroundings and conveniently forget certain details upon leaving. When they report back to Eleanor, all they'll recall is nothing, so there's no need for concern. In the sole individual capable of detecting it. Not even Kuntuar and Azathoth are privy to its existence, I elucidated to Lavinia. Kuntuar. Answer. That accounts for the peculiar sensation I experienced earlier. I assumed you were merely engaging in some finger-snapping whimsy. I replied with a barely perceptible smirk, electing to keep my retort unsaid as I sensed her leaving my soul and joining us on the bench. Engrossed in conversation, our focus shifted when a distant commotion disrupted the serene atmosphere. Exchanging glances, we rose from our seats and ventured towards the source of the disturbance. Upon arriving at the scene, we discovered an individual sprawled on the ground, his mouth frothing. Rapidly approaching, I examined him and, fortunately, found him mostly unharmed, a victim of a knockout rather than a serious affliction. To my left, a burly figure seethed with anger. "What happened here?" I inquired, directing my gaze between the angry man and the surrounding crowd. He dared to insult Lord Osteruk. Not only that, but he also mocked his accomplishments. Lord Osteruk has been a cornerstone for our people, and the sheer audacity of this scoundrel to label him a failure was something I couldn't abide, thundered the enraged man, jabbing an accusatory finger at the still-recovering individual. Observing the situation, I nodded in understanding of the man's anger and began to heal the fallen one, coaxing him back to consciousness. As his eyes flickered open, he shot to his feet, shouting, "He just assaulted me. Why isn't he being arrested?" A heavy silence befell the onlookers, their eyes collectively trained on the man. Undaunted, he launched into a frenzied dance, adopting a menacing stance. Frankly, I had no inclination to wade into the escalating situation, so I sighed and stood up. Scanning the crowd, I observed the hastily assembled police force of the town. Normally, my shadow soldiers were tasked with preserving order in various settlements across this world. But as this particular area was still under development, I had yet to establish a significant presence here. From what I could see, the few guards stationed had been diligently following my directives, focusing on monitoring the periphery and crucial locations. As a result, their response to the ongoing disruption had been somewhat delayed. With a gesture, I signaled for the police to come closer. They promptly marched over, the one in charge adopting a more serious disposition. He quickly apprehended the man responsible for the disturbance, while the other officers efficiently restrained the burly individual. Both parties were then cuffed, completing the arrest. This issue can be quickly resolved. If it persists, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I instructed the officer, receiving a nod of acknowledgement before he departed with the two detained individuals. With their exit, the dispersing crowd signaled a return to tranquility, or so it seemed. However, an unexpected outburst interrupted the dissipating tension. Darn that god! Curse the outer god, a useless loser. Their era is over, the man vehemently shouted as he was being dragged away. Intrigued, I turned my attention back to the agitated individual and used my observability. To my surprise, I discovered his name was Hazarian, a direct blood descendant of Oshtaruk. The revelation left me perplexed. Why would he insult someone essentially akin to his progenitor? Disregarding the chaotic scene, I guided Kuntuar and Lavinia away, retracing her steps to the bench. Upon settling, Lavinia voiced her worry. Will you look into it? I have quite a bit on my plate at the moment, but possibly there's an inexplicable agitation within him. Though he isn't a spy, something about this place deeply annoys him, I replied thoughtfully. I'll assign a shadow soldier to observe him and proceed from there. Regardless, let's head home and get some rest. The next 3 days are bound to be demanding. Eager to contribute, Lavinia grasped my arm and declared, I can help with the planets and children. You don't have to, but I appreciate the offer, I responded as we quickly departed, Kuntuar also expressing her willingness to help. While the invitation was open to anyone, the task of freeing the souls of children across 18 planets was undeniably mentally and emotionally draining. As the sun crested the horizon, I found myself engrossed in the liberation mission, having already liberated 2 planets. The third awaited, and I ventured forth solo, as each team was reassigned for various objectives. Lavinia and Kuntuar, too, were rerouted for separate responsibilities, leaving me to confront the challenges ahead alone. The current celestial body, marred by expansive swamps, Centurado, I gravitated toward a conspicuous dwelling, emanating the most concentrated energy. Upon crossing the threshold, I was immediately met with a barrage of attacks from the possessed dolls within. Pondering my unharmed body, one of the dolls voiced its bewilderment. Huh? He's not hurt. Why is that? Maybe he's strong? What should we do? Inquired another doll. Smiling at the curious gathering, I evoked the small silvery white sphere once more, declaring, let's play for a bit. The radiant orb expanded, enveloping the entire house and the desolate planet within its divine glow. Today was definitely going to be an exhausting one, yet the emotional and mental fatigue were a minimal price to pay for the fruition of the mission. To me, each drop of effort invested was undeniably worthwhile. Having set free the children's souls, I sat atop the colossal branches of a tree on the reborn world. The landscape now brimmed with a vibrant scene of majestic trees, thriving flora, and teeming wildlife. The scene before me was reminiscent of Earth's Amazon rainforest, only expanded to encompass an entire planet. As I began to navigate this newly discovered paradise, I found that its Earth-like scale made traversing it a manageable endeavor. Now, then I mused, rising from my perch. Let's add this one to the collection. This time, instead of summoning a globe as I did with Hawil and Batteris, I conjured a necklace with my hand. My intention was to imbue these liberated 18 worlds with a sense of unity and immortality, binding them together in a truly unique and unforgettable manner. The celestial orb below me shimmered briefly, then vanished, absorbed into the delicate pendant. Peering into the locket, I inspected the enclosed world, relieved to see it unscathed, untouched by the transfer process. Satisfied with the outcome, I tucked the pendant away in my inventory and prepared to teleport to the next planet in need of liberation. Natsum Minagawa's soliloquy, "Do you have to eat like that?" I queried my sister, Kanami, as she started devouring her meal with a fervor that bordered on manic. She glanced at me, cocked her head, and attempted to respond, but her words were indecipherable to me. I merely sighed and shook my head, resigning myself to her weird habits. She shrugged her shoulders in response and carried on eating in her unorthodox manner. Earlier that day, Suzaku and Lavinia had joined us for a mission that called for their unique skills. The ease with which Lavinia and Fusey collaborated was a godsend, yet the sheer magnitude of the area we had to cover prolonged our progress significantly. By the time we finally finished and returned, it was nearly nightfall. Upon our return, Lavinia, Suzaku, and the rest of us inquired about Aaron's whereabouts, but it became apparent that he had not returned. Unfazed, we resumed our daily routine, diligently contributing our efforts to alleviate the multitude of tasks that required attention across the planet. As the day unraveled, there was still no sign of Aaron. Nevertheless, we were attuned to his distinct aura, and we knew that when he returned, we would be promptly informed. In the interim, I found myself dining with the Slashdog team, Lavinia and Suzaku having departed earlier to attend to their respective duties. They'll head back first. I'm a bit tired, I told my team, receiving warm wishes as I parted ways. As I approached the vicinity of my room, I couldn't help but notice the illuminated hallway near Aaron's quarters. My curiosity piqued, I decided to investigate. Upon nearing, I observed that not only was the hall light on, but Aaron's door was slightly ajar. Peering inside, I discovered him seated, an evident weariness etched across his face. Startled, he looked up and offered a wave, to which I reciprocated before entering his room. "Aaron, what did you get back?" I asked, perplexed by his sudden appearance. His return to the planet had gone unnoticed, prompting me to consider the possibility that he intentionally concealed his presence, seeking some alone time. Centuredo, as I looked at him lying on my chest, it was clear that whatever he had experienced that day had taken a heavy toll on him. While he had previously been somewhat detached after his 10,000 years in isolation, the majority of that time had been spent in training, with the company of Draig, Albion, and a few others. Today was different. He had been alone. Even his usual companions had departed. Reflecting on his interactions with Rudra, I couldn't fully comprehend the depth of their relationship, but it seemed to be a positive one. Aaron often spoke of Rudra with a sense of admiration, portraying him as someone akin to an older brother. With a gentle touch, I patted Aaron's head, feeling his breaths soften into a steady rhythm. Lost in contemplation, I wondered when the last time we had shared such a serene moment was. Although it seemed like a far-off memory, I suspected it was merely the previous week, aside from our usual conversations. In this ever-bustling universe of ceaseless motion, such moments of relaxation were rare treasures. As the moments passed, I found myself absent-mindedly twirling a lock of his hair, drawing a quiet sigh from him, which in turn elicited a giggle from me. Meeting his weary gaze as he looked up, I sensed a silent inquiry about the reason behind my actions. Gazing down at him, I queried, "Do you want to discuss it? How many planets did you succeed in freeing?" We reclined. Centuredo. I try not to let it affect me. However, the 5th and 6th planets push me to my limits. The horrors those children endured were too much to bear. Eleanor is undoubtedly a monster, a complete sociopath with no remorse, Aaron recounted, his gaze locked onto mine. The intensity of his stare pierced deep, causing a shiver to ripple through me. Regardless of what we may uncover about Eleanor in the future, I will end her. If anyone dares to obstruct me, we'll be compelled to stop them. So I can reach her, she will be dealt with, he declared, determination etched into every word. Aaron's gaze bore into me, the intensity leaving me visibly shaken. Noticing the impact of his gaze, he abruptly stopped, revealing a remorseful expression. I rested my head against his bravado as he held me close, his fingers gently stroking my hair. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," he apologized, his voice filled with regret. "But I meant what I said. There will be countless innocent lives lost because of Eleanor and her twisted schemes. They'll let her run free, allowing her to believe she's untouchable. Yet, when I finally corner her, or if she believes she's escaped once more, Centurado, would you accompany me to a few of those planets? I can arrange a replacement for you if your team has a mission," he requested, tightening his embrace. For some inexplicable reason, my heart raced at this proposal, a mix of eagerness to spend time with Aaron and anticipation for what we might encounter on those planets. Without hesitation, I looked up at him, almost unintentionally bumping my head against his chin. "He'll go." "No, I want to go. Please let me," I exclaimed. Aaron stared at me and chuckled. "Thank you," he replied, and we lapsed back into silence. After a few seconds, he inquired, "How did you know I was here?" "I'm pretty sure I killed my entire aura and presence." Well, I attempted to go to bed after dinner, but then I saw the hallway light on. Centurado, Aaron Toole's soliloquy upon our descent to the 10th planet. Both Natsum and Keisha, who had accompanied me on this perilous journey, bore the evident strain of the horrors they had witnessed. Initially, they tried to maintain their stoicism, but by the time we reached the 2nd planet, their emotional fortitude began to falter, and tears were shed for the hapless, suffering children. It was then that I perceived that even these two resilient souls had developed an intense animosity toward Eleanor. As for the present planet, it presented a bewildering oddity. A profusion of glitches disrupted the customary flow of reality, as if certain elements of existence had ceased to function. Periodically, whirling whirlpools of energy would emit discharges of purple, orange, and blue electricity from these glitched areas, creating an atmosphere that was both unsettling and surreal. "I don't like this place," Natsum whispered, clutching my sleeve. "You said earlier that you felt something odd about it, didn't you? Do you think it's not just those dolls here?" she asked. I shook my head, replying, "I don't think so. I can sense a strange energy coming from ahead. Something has either changed on this planet, or there's a third party involved. In any case, both of you need to stay on guard, all right?" Natsum and Keisha nodded in agreement. As we stepped into a clearing, we were met with an uncanny sight, an enormous statue standing in the center of a large circular space. Surrounding the statue, the familiar glitches flickered in and out of existence. What truly caught our attention, however, were the figures in dark robes scattered around the statue, creating an eerie scene. What is this?" Keisha's voice trembled in bewilderment as we stood before the unsettling scene. "A cult? It can't be." Natsum's voice trailed off, a hint of anger in her tone. "Sure looks like it. I can hear them chanting Eleanor's name from here." I clenched my fists, rage boiling within me as we watched the cultists make their horrifying sacrifice. The dolls were consumed by the statue, releasing the souls of the children, which lingered, appearing even more distressed. "They're sacrificing them," Keisha muttered, disdain heavy in his voice. Natsum's face paled as the full horror of the scene sank in. "You two, leave 3 of them alive. Take down the rest, leave those 3 alive." I pointed to 3 robed figures. They quickly agreed, their eyes filled with anger, and then vanished, ready to carry out their mission. "Partner," Drake whispered my name. "I know. I'm calm, Drake," I reassured him as I vanished from the spot. Reappearing above the clearing, I summoned the boosted gear, conjuring a ball of draconic energy in front of me. Boost. After receiving a single boost, I drew back my left arm and punched the energy ball, releasing a powerful torrent of draconic energy that shattered the statue below. The leader, a man among the robed figures, looked up at me in shock, but I vanished once more, reappearing beside him. He tried to shout, but I quickly jabbed my elbow into his gut, stealing his breath. Capitalizing on the moment, I delivered a bone-crushing knee to his chin, leaving him unconscious. In our battle, the few remaining robed figures hastily summoned unique attacks, their malicious intentions aimed squarely at me. However, with a precise and quick motion of my arm, I dispelled their attacks with ease, leaving them dumbfounded and trembling in fear. Not allowing them a moment to gather their wits, a maelstrom of demonic attacks rained down upon them, swiftly extinguishing their lives, courtesy of Keisha. In the wake of this fierce onslaught, countless wind blades materialized, slicing through the air with fierce precision, cutting down any enemies that stood in our way. During the brief span of our mission, Natsum and Keisha had taken on a far more ruthless demeanor towards any opposition that came our way, fueled by the haunting specters of innocent children's plight. Even in our encounters with seemingly wildlife on those alien planets, their actions proved surprisingly unsparing. Their ferocious handling of these creatures, a stark departure from their usual character, seemed driven by the lingering distress and anger over the actions of Eleanor. Upon diminishing their numbers to a meager trio, we methodically restrained and subdued them, as I artfully expropriated their powers, leaving them temporarily debilitated. To thwart any desperate acts, I sternly warned them against self-harm before administering an electrical shock to rouse them from their stupor. As their awareness gradually returned, their befuddled gazes scanned their surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, I queried sternly, "State your identities and disclose the purpose that has led you here." The apparent leader, under the influence of my powers and of the circumstances, reluctantly revealed, Censuredo, they shall be offered to our other deity, Unagor." "Unagor?" Natsum echoed, her confusion evident. However, before any clarification could be sought, a palpable presence approached, and within moments, the cultists met their demise, their bodies withering away. Their life essence surged past us, and, as we turned, a formidable figure appeared before us. "It's Unagor," I muttered, fixing a stern gaze on the imposing entity. Natsum and Keisha, too, wore expressions of displeasure at the unexpected confrontation with this cult god. Our day had taken an unforeseen turn, entangling us in a battle against forces we hadn't anticipated. Chapter 21, Part 1. Eleanor and Zunri, third-person point of view in the presence of Unagor, the looming figure that feigned divinity, Aaron Toole, Natsum Managawa, and Keisha Baden stood firm. Yet, the truth of the situation soon unveiled itself. Unagor was not a deity, but a towering, cryptic entity. Its sleek ebony form, elongated limbs and digits, peculiar alabaster head adorned with a dotted mouth, and long, slender legs that resembled raised heels created an otherworldly spectacle. Aaron broke the tension with a brief interruption. "It's not a god," he declared, causing Keisha and Natsum to exchange puzzled glances. "He'll clarify later, but for now, can you two manage it? I'll handle the statues and glitches now that I've deciphered the mystery behind them." "Understood. We're on it," Natsum announced, her resolve unwavering. Together, the pair charged towards Unagor, prepared to confront the entity and uncover the secrets concealed beneath its deceptive guise. Aaron neared the site where the statue stood, enveloped by the otherworldly silhouettes of children's ghosts, their eyes cast downward. With a reassuring expression, he extended his hand to stroke their heads, offering them a comforting smile as he vowed, "We'll help you move on. Don't worry." Puzzled yet hopeful, the children watched as Aaron conjured a tiny, silvery white sphere in his left hand and a jet-black one in his right. The obsidian orb lunged toward the glitches scattered across the clearing, seemingly consuming them within its dark grasp. While this transpired, the silvery white sphere transformed into a minuscule ethereal being, playfully engaging with the children. It morphed into a small orb, initiating a game of catch to divert and entertain the young spirits. providing them with a brief respite from the sinister forces that loomed nearby. "Now, then, let's take care of you lot," Aaron murmured, his body stretching as he prepared for the next step. With a deliberate motion, he directed the jet-black ball into the sky, its size rapidly expanding to envelop the entire planet. The planet, slightly smaller than Earth, facilitated a quicker and more efficient process. As the expansive black sphere encompassed the entire celestial body, it honed in on the scattered glitches, swiftly targeting and consuming them. A few hundred of these glitches met their end in the insatiable darkness. The planet responded with seismic tremors, shaking in response to the eradication process. The ground quivered repeatedly until a distant, ominous roar echoed through the air. Turning his attention towards the source, Aaron couldn't help but smile. "So now the true God emerges, huh? Took you long enough," he whispered, his gaze fixed on the approaching entity as anticipation filled the air. A titanic, white apparition, named Renatus, hurtled towards Aaron with astonishing velocity, materializing before him in the blink of an eye. Its pristine white form stood in stark contrast against the dark crimson protrusions of flesh, a helmet-like head adorned with two glowing yellow eyes, and a waist draped in black cloth. In its mighty hands, it brandished two enormous swords, upholding a rigid color palette. Drawing upon his observed skill, Aaron discerned the name Renatus, a term harboring a peculiar significance: rebirth in Latin. This irony was not lost on Aaron, who mulled aloud, a deity of rebirth or reincarnation. Quite ironic, given these children are unable to escape the confines of the living, unless Eleanor meddled with you, your powers, the planet, or perhaps all three. As these contemplations occupied his thoughts, Renatus lunged forward, spurring Aaron to adopt his boosted gear queen form and summon Ascalon. With cool-headed precision, he parried the ferocious strike of both blades, confronting the colossal entity's attack head-on. 3 minutes, and it'll unravel your entire history before restoring everything here, Aaron declared resolutely. With a rapid motion, he pushed Renatus aside, his eyes locked onto the entity's past in search of answers. His wings, spread wide and enhanced by his propulsion system, propelled him forward. Retracting his weapon, Ascalon, Aaron struck Renatus with a powerful blow with his fist, sending the colossal figure reeling and causing a trail of destruction in their wake. With skillful precision, Aaron mended the collateral damage, silently conveying his regret for the unintended devastation. Renatus fought back with a barrage of wild sword swings, unleashing countless aura slashes that hurtled towards Aaron. Unfazed, Aaron extended his hand, calling forth a small ball of draconic energy. With a powerful punch, the ball erupted into a web of draconic energy lines, each colliding with the incoming aura slashes. The resulting explosion painted the skies of the planet in shades of jet black and white. Plunging to the earth, Aaron sprinted toward Renatus, releasing a torrent of dragon shots at the immense being. Renatus, in a fruitless endeavor to sever the draconic energy attacks, found itself repeatedly driven back, bewildered by the lopsided conflict. In a moment of apparent desperation, Renatus clapped its hands together, releasing a deafening scream. A colossal gate, reminiscent of Torii gates, materialized behind the entity. These gates, predominantly white with streaks of dark red, mirrored Renatus' own distinct appearance. Suddenly, an eruption of enormous, slender lines of energy shot forth from the Torii gates, alternating between white and black shades. The energy lines hurtled towards Aaron, their formidable power unmistakable. Responding swiftly, Aaron summoned his wyverns, transforming them into dividing wyverns, and commanded them to use Reflect to deflect the impending onslaught. As the streams of energy bounced back at Renatus, the immense figure retaliated with a barrage of attacks of its own, causing explosions in the sky that rippled throughout the entire world. The chaotic spectacle didn't go unnoticed, as it drew the attention of the spirits of the children. Unfazed by the pandemonium, Aaron pressed forward, inching closer to completing his investigation into the entity's past. With masterful agility, he switched from his boosted Gear Queen form to his dual balance breaker, skillfully combining the powers of boosted gear and dividing closing in on Renatus. Aaron artfully avoided the retaliatory strikes deflected by his wyverns. Standing directly in front of the colossal entity, he unleashed a charged Kamehameha, aimed straight at Renatus' face. The powerful blast not only sent the entity careening away, but also pulverized the white torii gates that lingered in the distance, marking a defining moment in the confrontation. Renatus lay defeated on the ground, unable to rise, and Aaron took prudent measures to prevent any possible retaliation. Shimmering golden chains arose from the earth, binding Renatus with unyielding force, holding the entity in place. As Aaron stood triumphantly atop Renatus' chest, he walked towards the entity's head and gazed down at it. Renatus locked eyes with Aaron, and the intensity of the entity's gaze grew more profound with every passing moment. In a solemn voice, Aaron spoke, "You lost your mind over Eleanor, didn't you? She played you while she was here, and then abandoned you like a discarded tool." Upon hearing these words, a furious shriek of anguish erupted from Renatus, yet it remained powerless to act. A heavy sigh escaped Aaron as he observed the deity before him, a blend of sorrow and pity evident on his face. Unveiling the truth uncovered a tale of manipulation and betrayal, leaving Renatus a victim of Eleanor's calculated schemes like many others. Eleanor's arrival on the planet held a significant purpose. The land had once been under the dominion of Renatus, the god of rebirth and life. As the years passed, Renatus' once potent powers began to wane, compelling the deity to make a momentous choice. In an attempt to preserve its dwindling powers, Renatus entered into an agreement with Eleanor, permitting her to conduct experiments on both the deity itself and the land. This decision, driven by a desperate wish to hold on to its powers, had unforeseen consequences. The devout few who had remained steadfast in their loyalty to Renatus were driven away, leaving the once revered deity bereft of both worshippers and the essence of its divine strength. Renatus, who had once commanded respect throughout the cosmos, found itself diminished and weakened over time, the toll of its fading influence evident in the desolate landscape and the tragic fate it now faced. Amidst the boundless cosmos of this universe, the gods' ascent to divine powers followed three distinct paths. Some gods chose the path of personal trials, forging their names through singular feats of strength and using their calculating minds. Others sought to gather a devoted following, drawing upon the devotion and worship of their believers for powers, a phenomenon exemplified by the gods of the draconic dais. Yet, a select few pursued both routes, embarking on personal quests while cultivating a powerful assembly of devotees. Esena and Eleanor, however, diverged from this traditional model, developing divine powers through a different process altogether. Their creation was a product of synthesis, harnessing the powers of powerful beings and amplifying these abilities to forge their divine essence anew. Hence, they are called artificial gods. Renatus, conversely, largely favored the second method. In the early eras, the god of rebirth and life cultivated a devoted following, amassing a cult-like community. Nevertheless, Renatus' descent into ruin unfolded as time wore on. His influence waned as his followers gradually diminished, the consequence of his own unchecked greed and selfish pursuits. Eleanor's arrival heralded the onset of Renatus' tragic downfall. She discovered the weakened deity, exploiting him and robbing the bulk of his once potent powers for her own secretive purposes. Upon completion of her agenda, and the remaining inhabitants who had briefly witnessed a resurgence of Renatus' powers were disposed of, Eleanor callously discarded him, treating the once revered god as nothing more than a tool she had outgrown. In the aftermath of this betrayal, Renatus descended into madness, unable to reconcile with the harsh reality thrust upon him. Desperate to reclaim his lost power, he grasped at any opportunity, manipulating and exploiting whatever resources lay within his reach. In his relentless pursuit, Renatus resorted to deceiving unsuspecting wanderers who stumbled upon his desolate domain, extracting their power to fuel his own resurgence, fueled by a bitterness born from abandonment and exploitation. A profound change unfolded as a cult devoted to Eleanor arose, introducing a false deity to the planet. Sensing an opportunity, Renatus skillfully exploited the situation, luring the cult and their deity to his planet. With a nefarious plan in motion, he began to accumulate souls and people within his barren planet. Using his dwindling abilities, he crafted a ghastly fusion, blending the spirits of departed children, the lives he had claimed, and those of the cult and Unagor. In Renatus' fanatical mind, this amalgamation was a path to reclaim his past powers. Nevertheless, the stark truth persisted in its unforgiving brutality. Even if the fusion were successful, the regained power would be but a minuscule fraction of his former might. The gargantuan undertaking demanded at least 1,000,000 times more souls and vessels to manifest his former powers. Despite this insurmountable reality, Renatus, driven by desperation, turned a deaf ear to reason, even the advice of his own former self, hurtling headlong into a pursuit that bordered on the irrational. In the wake of his misguided choices, Renatus found himself in a desperate predicament, stripped of divinity and divine might. Aaron Toole, now towering over the fallen figure, regarded the former deity. The once mighty Renatus now only held a small amount of power stolen through years of exploitation, a pitiful echo of his former divine greatness. You are not one of the gods who remained. You're nothing but an imposter. The powers you have now are ones that you stole from people. Even if gods are selfish beings, they at least care about their people. You clearly did not well, not until you lost your powers and resorted to exploiting them, Aaron asserted, further provoking Renatus' rage. Renatus, seething with fury at Aaron's words, yearned to reply, to shout words of defiance. Yet, in his current state, even the most basic human speech seemed impossible. Stripped of power, he found himself utterly incapable of expressing his thoughts, rebuking Aaron, or even hurling insults. The once proud god now existed in a state of mute helplessness, the outcome of his own choices laid bare before him. Your descent has surpassed even Eleanor's, or at least parallels her wickedness. You've lost your place in this world. The glitches will vanish once you're removed, but first, Natsum and Keisha must handle that abomination, Aaron declared, averting his gaze from the sprawled Renatus to watch the ongoing battle involving his lovers from afar. What's the deal with this thing? Natsum questioned, artfully dodging the barrage of strikes aimed at her and Keisha. Keisha answered, from my examination utilizing my ring, I saw that this entity is connected to the creature Sigisand faced on a spacecraft close to Ferothos Prime. The same one Roygun encountered during their last mission too. Natsum, still evading attacks, pondered, oh, those guys. So he's one of them? He looks really different from what those two described to us. She scratched her head, attempting to reconcile the visual disparity. As the two continued their dance of dodging, countless black orbs appeared around them. These orbs unleashed various projectiles while black and white appendages swiped at them, attempting to ensnare the duo. Although Natsum and Keisha skillfully evaded these attacks, the need for an alternate strategy became evident, as the relentless onslaught showed no signs of waning. Aaron, do we need him alive? Natsum's urgent voice echoed through the ring's transceivers. Just cripple him. It should be easy enough for you two, replied Aaron. With a nod, Keisha and Natsum prepared themselves. Keisha began to harness her powers, creating several holes scattered across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Natsum summoned Griffin, and together they launched a storm of wind blades towards the holes, creating a dizzying spectacle that left Unagor stunned. Unagor remained undaunted, continuing his fierce assault. To his bewilderment, however, The strikes he launched suddenly shattered into countless fragments as they neared the two women. Natsum, the mastermind behind this ingenious defense, had conjured an invisible sphere behind her, continuously shooting wind blades to form an impenetrable shield. Simultaneously, she directed the unseen wind blades into a series of holes crafted by Keisha in the distance, outside of Onager's field of vision, maintaining their assault while keeping their defenses deceptively secure. Natsum's eyes glinted with fierce determination as she lifted her arm, her voice firm and commanding. "Griffin, let's do that." Griffin grunted in response, shifting into a shimmering emerald light that melded effortlessly with Natsum's outstretched arm. A gauntlet-like armor of emerald hue materialized, enveloping her arm. Atop this armor, a green sphere formed, surrounded by a whirling fusion of wind and emerald energy. The sphere rapidly accumulated power and velocity. "Now, Keisha!" Natsum yelled, and in response, several holes appeared around Onagor. The stored wind blades were unleashed upon the entity, aimed at crippling him. However, Onagor proved to be a powerful foe, skillfully evading and deflecting a substantial portion of the launched wind blades. Mistakenly assuming the threat had dissipated, he let his guard down, only to be caught off guard as sudden pain coursed through his form. In a moment of realization, he watched in shock as a critical injury struck his hand, leaving him wounded and vulnerable. A consequence of underestimating the unyielding prowess of Natsum and Keisha's combined onslaught. Enraged by the unforeseen setback, Onagor steeled himself to retaliate, hurling a barrage of energy bolts towards Natsum. To his bewilderment, she diverted her attack towards the heavens, leaving him even more confounded. Disregarding this puzzling act, he continued to launch energy bolts, only for a hole to manifest before Natsum, consuming the barrage and redirecting it elsewhere. As Onagor pondered his next course of action, an abrupt sensation enveloped his legs. Casting his gaze downward, he beheld golden chains that had appeared out of thin air, ensnaring him and obstructing any chance of escape. Driven by desperation, he directed his orbs towards the chains, endeavoring to annihilate them, yet his efforts proved fruitless. The frustration swelled as he struggled to physically break free, only to be met with searing pain, his body recoiling at the touch of the chains that now held him captive. Natsum's attack soared ever higher into the heavens, growing brighter with each fleeting instant. Onagor, already bewildered, found himself further confounded when Natsum's attack suddenly vanished, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. To his dismay, a hole appeared directly in front of him, unleashing Natsum's attack. Realization struck Onagor like a sudden storm. She can turn these things invisible too. Darn, how long has this been in front of me? Panic surged within him as he attempted to create a defense, creating a protective wall of his orbs and summoning large appendages to intercept the invisible attack. Onagor's efforts were ultimately in vain. Natsum's unleashed attack coursed through the hole, colliding with Onagor in a relentless barrage. The onslaught destroyed everything in its path with overwhelming bravado. Yet, in the destruction, a glimmer of assurance persisted within him, secure in his survival. However, as he attempted to initiate the healing process, he encountered an unexpected obstacle. His regenerative abilities appeared to not work. "I stole that item which could heal you from anything. Why isn't it working?" Onagor puzzled, a feeling of frustration seeping in as he grappled with the inexplicable failure of the stolen restorative item. A sense of resignation settled upon him as he neared acceptance of his seemingly inevitable demise. The apex of the attack arrived as Natsum's attack detonated, generating a colossal circular dome of verdant energy and wind. The surrounding area remained secured, safeguarded from the shockwave unleashed by the attack, owing to Aaron's expeditious deployment of a barrier that confined the devastating bravado within its circumscribed space. In the aftermath of the catastrophic attack, Onagor lay defeated on the ground, his form marred by the marks of battle, serious injuries to his left arm and right leg. and a mangled pointed appendage that resembled an ear. The fallen creature gazed upward, defeat etched across his face. As memories of his parents flashed before him, a sense of resignation settled within him. Natsum and Keisha approached Onagor, who made no efforts to escape. The acceptance of his defeat permeated the air, leaving him drained of the tension and fatigue that had accumulated throughout his existence. Motionless, he lay on the ground, accepting what may soon happen to him. Aaron joined the scene, striding towards the defeated entity. Addressing Onagor, he inquired, "Why did you take on that role? I could gain power through it. Why wouldn't I?" Onagor replied, snickering as if dismissing Aaron's question as trivial. "Don't, that's only part of the reason. Why'd you do it?" Aaron pressed, his tone stern, compelling Onagor into an uneasy silence. "Earlier, that woman claimed she knew of my species, assuming you know of us. Why wouldn't I do what I did? I fled that place with the sole purpose of gaining power. I didn't care about the method. As long as I grew stronger, I could return there and liberate my people. I just needed a few more years to accumulate enough strength, and I was confident I would have been able to defeat them all, including the Eradicators," Onagor explained in a tone tinged with resignation. Keisha, her curiosity piqued, interjected with a question of her own. "Lyanna and Xena, do you know of them?" "Know of them? Of course I do. Though it's been years since I've laid eyes on them. Their names remain etched in my memory. They were names that were rapidly gaining notoriety on our world, but I left before I knew their fates. Why do you ask?" Onagor posed the query. Keisha delivered the somber news. "They're dead. They allied with Fumara, and we were compelled to execute them during specific operations we carried out. Lyanna, when we ventured to Ferothos Prime, and Xena at Viritera Remetra." Onagor fell silent, digesting the revelation's gravity. It always ends like this. I hardly find myself surprised anymore. Fumara and her organization have turned this universe into a living nightmare. I can't fathom how people can endure such a reality. His words reverberated with a mixture of resignation and incredulity at the grim reality. Aaron heaved a sigh, the gravity of the decision he was about to put forth weighing heavily on his mind. "I offer you two choices. Form a temporary alliance with the Resistance, or face your end here and now. If you align with us, I will assist you in liberating your world." Onagor, taken aback by this sudden proposition, couldn't help but question, "Why? What's in it for you?" Aaron's unwavering gaze remained locked onto Onagor's, his thoughts dwelling on the innocent faces of the children subjected to Eleanor's cruel experiments and Vivi, the adopted daughter he was determined to protect. The memories etched deep furrows onto his brow. "There are reasons that compel me, but above all, we are the Resistance. Our sole purpose is to fight for freedom, and we're asking for your help in this cause. Make your decision," Aaron stated firmly, his resolve unwavering. "Choose to accept and see your people liberated, or meet your demise right now. Despite my people's stubbornness and pride, a free world is far better than being under Fumara's iron grip," replied Onagor, his voice steady. "I accept your offer." Aaron gave a slight nod of acknowledgement and quickly healed Onagor. As a dragon insignia appeared on Onagor's shoulder, Aaron offered an explanation, eliciting a weary chuckle from the once hostile entity. "Well, I anticipated that, but what now?" Turning to face the others, Aaron outlined the following steps. "I will fulfill our original purpose here. Follow me. Well, save the former god for last before we leave." Though still perplexed, Onagor agreed, his fatigue evident. The newly formed group set off, making their way towards a distant mansion where not all the liberated children had been freed yet. With solemn steps, Aaron led the souls of the children collected from behind the colossal mansion toward the afterlife. Natsum, Keisha, and Onagor kept their distance, observing silently. Onagor had followed after Aaron without clear expectations, but upon witnessing the release of the imprisoned souls, he found himself unexpectedly burdened with guilt. Recalling his initial plan, which involved the annihilation and absorption of all things, including the planet itself, Onagor felt a twinge of remorse. His encounters with Aaron's group, particularly the dolls residing in the manor, had stirred up unanticipated feelings within him. I never had siblings, so seeing those kids like that brought back memories of Lyanna and Xena. They were so young back then, but now they're gone. I don't hold any anger towards Aaron's group. We were all compelled to make choices, and those were the repercussions that came with it. Onagor pondered, grappling with the intricate web of emotions provoked by the unfolding events. Aaron spun around, having finished his task. All right, let's head over to Renatus. He's still under the restraints I placed on him a while back, he informed the group, and they promptly made their way towards the imprisoned deity. Upon landing on Renatus' colossal chest, Natsum couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, he's massive." Something feels off about him. Keisha chimed in, adding her thoughts to the conversation. Yeah, it's like a god without divinity, which sounds wrong. In some mythologies, they're sometimes called fallen gods, like the fallen angels of Christianity. Onagor looked perplexed, questioning their discussion. What are you guys on about? Sure, this thing lost its divine powers, but we can still call it a god. Why bother coming up with a different name and complicating things? His no-nonsense perspective contrasted with the more contemplative musings of his newfound companions. Natsum remained nonchalant as Aaron pressed his foot onto Renatus' chest, provoking a pained shriek from the former deity. He's the reason for those glitches cropping up around the place. He started subconsciously devouring the reality around him, trying to regain his power. If he hadn't been stopped while also continuing with his other scheme, this universe would have been in peril. Fumara might have put a stop to him, or they would have captured him and exploited him for their purposes, explained Aaron. With that said, he does have some intriguing abilities. I can give them to either of you if you're interested. He'll explain what they are, and you two can pick, said Aaron. He then looked at Onagor and added, they aren't compatible with you. Just say you want to grant these two more powers. I won't take offense, Onagor said, brushing aside any potential subtlety. Aaron disregarded Onagor's derisive remark and continued to elucidate Renatus' skills for Natsum and Keisha. After a short deliberation and a hasty conversation, they each made their selections. He'll take his swords then. I don't need anything else since they're not geared towards light manipulation or wind, declared Natsum. Keisha followed suit. He'll take the Torii gates and everything else. Based on what you've told us, he's an all-rounder like us. And I could use more versatility in my attacks apart from relying on my demonic powers. Upon their decisions, Aaron promptly transferred Renatus' abilities to Natsum and Keisha, reconfiguring their powers. As Natsum summoned her X-side balance breaker's sides, they underwent a metamorphosis, shifting from a dark green to a blend of silvery white, dark green, and crimson, a surprise, even to Natsum herself. Keisha clapped her hands, summoning smaller Torii gates into existence behind her. The gates emanated black and white energy lines, which Keisha, with her unparalleled mastery of demonic powers, skillfully manipulated, transforming them into various forms such as swords, spears, and even a compact vehicle, utilizing enough energy to achieve these metamorphoses. Now that's done. Let's wrap up our stay here, Aaron interjected, throwing a sidelong glance at Onagor. I understand. I'm eager to lend a hand. I mean, I have no idea when we'll return to my planet, Onagor replied in an offhand manner, demonstrating his commitment to aiding in their shared objectives. Aaron nodded his head, a silent look set upon his face. Approaching Renatus' fallen form, he paused momentarily, gazing at the fallen deity. Then, with a firm gesture, he extended his palm, pointing it towards the prostrate figure. A soft yet potent purple glow emanated from Aaron's hand, enveloping Renatus' entire being. The defeated god began to fade away, his spectral cries resonating through the disintegrating void. As Renatus' demise reached its culmination, the group gradually descended to the ground. Aaron produced another necklace, skillfully using it to preserve the entire planet within its confines before storing it away into his inventory. Turning towards his team, he declared, "Let's move on to a different planet." And with that, they swiftly departed for another destination, leaving behind the remnants of a once troubled world. Lady Eleanor, a report has arrived stating that yet another of your former outposts, this time on another celestial body, has vanished. Do you desire any course of action? Inquired the android. Eleanor's lips curled into a sly smile as she replied, no. Let be. Carry on with our original strategy. Those planets hold no significance to me, so their disappearance is of no concern. Lady Fumara has expressed the same sentiment, and the resources on them have already been retrieved, rendering them expendable. But for the last planet, insert that into it. I want to observe how the outer god handles it, Eleanor commanded. As you wish, Lady Eleanor, responded the android, promptly scurrying away to execute her bidding. With finesse, Eleanor pushed back her chair and made her way toward the nearby bookshelf. In one abrupt motion, she pulled a specific book, causing a concealed mechanism to activate and unveil a hidden door. She stepped through it, entering a secret compartment she had meticulously crafted a year prior. This secluded space housed additional secrets, known only to her, albeit on a smaller, more personal scale. Sitting on a chair situated at the center of the room, Eleanor faced a series of holographic monitors and displays that sprawled out before her, revealing the intricate network of her secret operations. Each screen was intricately linked to a separate Eradicator Wayboros and Umbra, giving Eleanor an encompassing view of their every move. Only those recently deceased, defected, or having disabled it themselves displayed inactivity or static. The dormant displays belonged to Ekthrois, Infursos, Zyra, Raria, Secudia, Kita, Radelia, Arendil, Abyssner, Echeles, Sira, Sepher, and Xenosius. Eleanor casually disregarded the inactive screens, pondering that these eradicators might have deduced her surveillance efforts and taken countermeasures to disable or impede the monitoring. Instead of being perturbed, Eleanor savored the prospect of the others uncovering her secret surveillance, eagerly anticipating the amusement that would transpire when they confronted her about it. It's quite regrettable that certain security protocols hinder my observation of a few of my favorite subjects. Alas, such is life. Nonetheless, a handful managed to elude the imposed barriers, which I must admit is rather captivating. I was genuinely taken aback when a recently installed Umbra Zyra promptly detected and neutralized my surveillance attempt. Even Infursos took nearly a month to catch on. Fufu, she mused to herself, gracefully transitioning to a different display showcasing Ive. Being close confidants, I didn't harbor any qualms with Eleanor, keeping a watchful eye on her activities from time to time. However, there was an unspoken understanding between them when engaged in crucial discussions with Fumara. The surveillance would be momentarily disabled. Ive was discreet about her exchanges with Fumara, not wishing for Eleanor to uncover the particulars. While this did occasionally lead to disagreements, it never reached a point where it threatened their relationship. Eleanor stared at the monitor, her gaze locked onto Ive, who was absorbed in her work within the room's boundaries. After a brief moment, Ive, sensing the scrutiny, met Eleanor's gaze, only to be met with a sly smirk. Through the screen's lens, Ive rolled her eyes nonchalantly and returned to her tasks. This peculiar dynamic was the closest thing to love Eleanor permitted herself to experience. Though convoluted and toxic, she remained indifferent, finding solace in this unconventional connection, a sentiment that was previously unfamiliar to her. In a curious twist, Ive inadvertently became an experiment for Eleanor. Whether Ive was oblivious to this role or played along knowingly, their relationship proved mutually advantageous. It served as a protective veil, concealing their true selves and ambitions from prying eyes, adding layers of deception. Now let's behold your reaction to my little surprise. Outer God, Eleanor playfully murmured to herself, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she shifted her focus to another monitor. This particular screen transcended the conventional planes, delving into the planet where Aaron Toole and his group were navigating. Make this an entertaining spectacle for me. HMHM Aaron Toole's soliloquy undertaking the last planetary excursion of the day, Our group encountered a striking difference to the previous planet with Renatus. The subsequent world, while less stormy, presented its own spectacles, requiring our undivided attention. A dreamlike scene unfolded before us, a terrain embellished with countless electric fan heads, sprouting not only from the cooling devices themselves, but also mimicking the form of trees and boulders. The peculiarity of this landscape surpassed any anticipation I held for encountering the unusual in our interstellar travels. In the heart of this bewildering vista, one of my close companions, Keisha, made a delightful discovery of being resembling a puppy, yet possessing an unconventional electric fan head. Her infatuation with the singular creature overcame any apprehensions, and she swiftly resolved to adopt it into our diverse group. Perhaps charmed by the creature's odd appeal or the persuasive gleam in Keisha's eyes, I conceded without protest. Witnessing the varied interpretations of cuteness among each team member became an intriguing distraction. Natsum, her brow furrowed, couldn't grasp the charm that Keisha found so enchanting in the peculiar creature. Skepticism seeped into her voice as she inquired, "I just don't see it. How can you find it cute?" Unagor, with his distinct taste inclinations, shot back, "I personally find it appetizing looking," causing Natsum to visibly recoil in disgust. The alien being, a tad offended by Natsum's reaction, urged her to broaden her perspective. "You've not experienced enough of this universe to react like that. I implore you to do so," Unagor insisted. Natsum, faithful in her own ways, replied with firm resolve, "Look, I enjoy eating food, and I've savored a diverse range since I lived with Aaron. But eating anything that extreme isn't something I want to try." Unfazed by the differing opinions within the group, we continued our journey through the jungle-like terrain, our destination being the mansion where the dolls and children were purportedly hidden. To our surprise, the ecosystem of this peculiar planet mirrored its eccentric landscape, with animals, insects, and other creatures possessing electric fan heads or retaining a more conventional appearance. In an astonishing display, nearly all the fauna thriving in this peculiar domain possessed electric fan heads, an astounding 90 of the creatures flaunting this distinctive trait, while the remaining 10 maintained a more conventional appearance. The environment around us portrayed a similar eccentricity, with approximately 60 of the elements adorned with electric fan features and the remaining 40 adhering to a more traditional aesthetic. As we ventured through this otherworldly terrain, we arrived at a significant juncture in our adventure. A small wooden bridge spanning an abyss that plummeted into a violent river far below. Our every action was closely monitored by electric fanbirds and monkeys nestled within the surrounding foliage. Fortunately, their curiosity didn't escalate into aggression, probably influenced by witnessing my capabilities demonstrated earlier. A not-so-daunting challenge presented itself when a sizable monkey attempted an attack, only to find itself subdued rather than killed. The creature, upon regaining consciousness, promptly retreated, establishing a precedent that deterred the various animals we encountered thereafter from crossing our path. The cryptic world revealed itself as Unagor divulged crucial information concerning the possible dangers lurking within its waters. I have only heard of this place before and have not entered it, but based on what the cult members told me, the waters here possess the power to transform anything they touch into an electric head, whatever that may imply, he explained. In an attempt to decipher the strange warning, Natsum hypothesized that likely meant that if you got splashed by the water here, your head would turn into one of those, gesturing towards the puppy nestled in Keisha's arms. Unagor, displaying a newfound comprehension, nodded sagely and commented, "I see. So that's what they meant. Well, we better take care not to get splashed by water here then." Aware of the potential peril, I promptly raised my arm, granting us immunity against the transformative effects of the peculiar waters. The notion of my head morphing into an electric fan seemed not only inconvenient, but deeply bothersome. As I conveyed my protective gesture to the group, Natsum breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for the foresight in averting an undesired transformation. Anyway, my words trailed off as my gaze instinctively lifted skyward. The others, attuned to my sudden shift in attention, followed suit, and together we beheld two mysterious figures suspended in the air. The first figure seemed a surreal confluence of machinery and shadows. Its head resembled a black hole, hiding a face within its depths. The rest of its body took on a robotic form, adorned with menacing green spikes. For arms encircled it, with the upper right appendage standing out, larger than the others, featuring a large cannon. The second figure presented itself with a slender frame, clad in a crimson top and metallic legs. Its jet black wings unfurled behind it, reminiscent of a fallen angel or tengu. A touch of whimsy was added by the creature's comically long black hat, perched atop its head, accompanied by a red visor obscuring its face. These belong to Eleanor, I announced to the group, a tense silence hanging heavy in the air. As we began to devise our approach, I took charge in assigning duties. You'll go with the one with wings. You'll leave him coming with you. Natsum cut in, her unyielding expression leaving no room for argument. Confronted with her resolve, I conceded, acknowledging her choice. All right, Natsum and I will confront the one with black wings. Unagor and Keisha, you two tackle the automaton, destroy it, but don't bother with conversation, I commanded. With our roles set, Natsum and I vanished in an instant, converging with the ebony-winged beast, prepared to face the mysterious foes linked to Eleanor. Third-person point of view, I am unsure of my emotions toward the robot above us. But my intuition is screaming that it's dangerous, Lady Keisha. I suggest we proceed with caution. Unagor advised, his astute mind leading their strategy. I concur, but let's observe its reaction after we initiate an attack. Keisha agreed, tenderly setting the puppy-like creature beside her. Let's give this a go. Keisha, with an excited demeanor, clasped her hands together, summoning a larger white torii gate behind her. Fixing her gaze upon the robotic entity above, she unleashed a barrage of innumerable black and white energy lines from the torii gate. Yet, to their surprise, the mechanical enemy quickly erected shields using its three smaller arms. A surreal sight came to pass as a mouth manifested within the very last shield, devouring the incoming onslaught that Keisha had unleashed upon it. It harnessed that energy, converting it into more power for itself. This thing appears to be a fusion of various creatures that Eleanor might have merged into this bizarre robotic form, Unagor astutely observed. Perhaps physical attacks could be effective? He speculated aloud. He'll try it. Just bravado me, Keisha swiftly responded, unfurling her devil wings as she soared towards the enemy. Simultaneously, Unagor released several black and white orbs, forming an ethereal entourage to accompany her. As Keisha positioned herself in front of the robotic entity, she focused on the orbs, coaxing them to morph into several large appendages, prepared to execute a synchronized physical assault. In a swift and calculated maneuver, Keisha lunged toward the mechanical enemy, unleashing a powerful punch. As Unagor had foreseen, the creature reflexively raised its shields. However, the durability of its defense proved fleeting. Keisha's strike pierced through the protective barriers, leaving the mechanical entity exposed to their attacks. Nevertheless, the subsequent blows from the black and white limbs seemed less impactful, prompting a palpable sense of disappointment from Unagor. Perhaps they required genuine body parts to deal significant damage. I must observe this further, he mused, intently watching the aerial duel unfolding overhead. Capitalizing on the shattered shields, Keisha swiftly executed a follow-up maneuver, launching a powerful kick with her left leg towards the robot's head. The relentless adversary responded by extending and sharpening the spikes on its body, attempting to block the incoming attack. Unfazed, Keisha enveloped her body in a demonic aura, obliterating the spikes and allowing her leg to land a decisive blow on the robot's body. The impact sent the mechanical entity hurtling towards the ground. As the creature crashed, a substantial portion of the ground gave way, plummeting into the raging river below. Observing this development, Unagor seized the opportunity. With a determined shout, he exclaimed, "Into the water! Hit him into the water!" In a harmonious dance, Unagor aided Keisha by conjuring up extra orbs, which then affixed themselves to her sides, mimicking her arms. Unagor's somewhat tentative encouragement reverberated. "Pour some power into them, and they'll be as strong as you probably." Probably? What do you mean probably? Keisha mentally gasped, grappling with the uncertainty of the outcome. Notwithstanding, she imbued the appendages with substantial power, causing them to spring to life. Positioned in front of the revitalized robot, Keisha faced its larger arm, which was primed for a devastating energy shot with its cannon. The unrestrained energy beam collided with Keisha's defensive magic circle, successfully deflecting the powerful blast. However, the raw force of the impact caused the energy attack to split into two halves, unleashing destruction upon the forest behind her. Scowling at the wreckage left in the chaos, Keisha launched a barrage of demonic attacks, each effortlessly absorbed by the unyielding robot. Unfazed, she charged towards it with astonishing speed, delivering a mighty strike to its abdomen. The bravado of the impact generated a small shockwave, obliterating the remaining ground beneath the robot and sending it hurtling into the churning river below. Triumphant, Keisha stood, breathing heavily from exertion, savoring the fleeting moment of victory. Yet, their brief celebration was swiftly interrupted as the mechanical foe resurfaced from the water, now sporting a strange electric fan for a head, while the rest of its body remained unchanged. Observing the peculiar metamorphosis, Keisha couldn't suppress her incredulity. What difference does it make? It's just got a weirder head now? Seizing the opening for mockery, Unagor retorted, "So you do think the heads are weird?" Keisha, her face buried in her palm, found herself unexpectedly engaged in a light-hearted banter amidst the seriousness of their ongoing conflict. The mechanical antagonist unleashed an unanticipated volley of peculiar sounds before morphing into a sphere with a prominent, cannon-like protrusion. In a dazzling display, it commenced a whirling motion, accompanied by a powerful laser-like attack aimed at Keisha. Sonic? Keisha's mind raced as the robot emulated the renowned move of a beloved character from Aaron's previous universe. As with many of Aaron's acquaintances, Keisha had been exposed to numerous entertainments and franchises from his original universe. However, Aaron had carefully refrained from divulging any adaptations based on them, fearing potential breakdowns akin to what Drake and Albion had upon their first encounter with him. Nonetheless, the familiarity with Sonic and the characters from that series was still evident, enabling Keisha to establish a connection as she quickly evaded the robot's high-speed attack. "Do something." Unagor's strained voice echoed with frustration, causing Keisha's own irritation to rise. She couldn't help but wonder why Unagor seemed so ineffective in this battle, considering his demonstrated competence in their previous encounters. Unbeknownst to Keisha, Unagor's peculiar behavior was fueled by an intense fascination with Eleanor's creation. He longed to observe the mechanical entity from a safe distance, captivated by the intricate design it displayed. Keisha, heaving a sigh at the perceived delay, was determined not to waste any more time. Her primary objective remained the liberation of the trapped children on this planet before returning home. The weight of the day's events pressed heavily upon her shoulders, and she could sense a collective weariness among her comrades. Natsum's cryptic remark about Aaron's emotional state added yet another layer of complexity to their mission, a concern that Keisha chose to address at a later time. For now, the immediate focus remained on overcoming the challenges before them and ensuring the safety of those who needed their help. Before the robot could react, Keisha, fueled by purpose, silently extended an apology to the souls of the children and to Aaron. She closed the distance between herself and the mechanical enemy, coiling her arm back, and unleashed a devastating punch that reverberated through the robot, returning it to its usual form. Both the robot and Unagor were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. However, the surprise was short-lived for the mechanical entity, as Keisha, undeterred, shrouded her body with 10k. Focusing an additional surge of 10k in her right fist, she delivered a powerful blow to the robot's chest once again. This time, the impact inflicted substantial damage, causing the robot to explode into hundreds of parts, seemingly rendering it inoperative. However, to Keisha's astonishment, the various fragments exhibited unexpected resilience. As the scattered parts darted around her, employing the spikes as makeshift limbs, Keisha faced the next stage in the fight, a testament to the annoying challenges posed by Eleanor's unique construct. Unfazed, she unleashed a storm of 10k bullets, swiftly pinpointing and annihilating the erratic components. As Keisha efficiently neutralized the majority of the parts, a handful of stragglers displayed even more erratic movements, suggesting a sense of panic within the robotic fragments. Despite the apparent distress, Keisha pressed on, methodically destroying each remaining piece until only the heart and head of the robot remained, standing as the final remnants of Eleanor's once mighty creation. With the remnants of the robotic creation reduced to a motionless heart beneath her foot and the head lingering as the last vestige, Keisha prepared to deliver a decisive blow. However, just as she was about to act, Unagor unexpectedly arrived. Intending to speak, in an instant, Keisha spun around, her fist connecting with Unagor's chin in a powerful uppercut. The force of her blow left him stunned and sent him falling to the ground, confusion etched on his face. Without a moment's hesitation, Keisha redirected her focus to the head of the robot, a larger 10k ball forming in front of her palm. She unleashed the 10k attack, obliterating the head of the robot, and, with a final, crushing blow, annihilating the motionless heart beneath her foot. What was that for? Unagor exclaimed, bewildered by Keisha's unprovoked assault. Keisha stared at him with icy resolve and declared, Aaron warned us not to interact with it directly. He has his reasons, and I wasn't about to endanger our mission because you wanted to show off or ask questions. She underscored the significance of their alliance, warning Unagor, don't forget that Insignia would destroy you if you so much as contemplated attacking us. We're in this together, and we've only just met. Don't act like we're old friends. Feeling the weight of her words and the power she commanded, Unagor conceded, stepping back and admitting the legitimacy of Keisha's concerns. He gulped and replied, my apologies, they'll keep that in mind, before straightening up and stroking his chin, pondering the potential consequences of his actions. Lead the way to the manor. Well, catch up shortly, Aaron communicated telepathically to Keisha. Receiving the message, Keisha nodded internally, then declared aloud, let's go. Aaron instructed us to wait by the manor. With silent consensus, both Keisha and Unagor departed the area, steadily traversing the path towards the manor that loomed in the distance. Natsum, Griffin, and Sylph's Wind clashed against the Tengu-like creature in front of them. Aaron observed the unfolding battle, analyzing the creature as Natsum engaged in combat to keep its attention. What is it? Natsum asked, slowly floating back towards Aaron. Aaron, providing insights into the creature's origins, explained its name is Etnug. Centurado. The more I detest her, she muttered, channeling her frustration into another round of attacks directed at Etnug. You're not wrong. From the stories and facts gathered, Eleanor certainly fits the sociopath mold. It's quite baffling, really, how she and Esna are polar opposites. It's like a complete yin and yang. Centurado, maybe she suffered through even more trauma? Despite her attempt at impartiality, a hint of doubt resonated in her voice about Eleanor's actions. Aaron shifted his attention to Etnug, gesturing towards the Tengu-like creature. It doesn't have vocal cords, so it can't communicate verbally. Let's try and figure out why it's aligned with Eleanor, he declared. Moments later, Etnug's throat began to emit a faint glow, and the information that was disclosed left both Aaron and Natsum astounded. Run. I'm going to explode. She put a bomb in me that will destroy at least a planet 20 times larger than this one. Shrieked at Nug. Aaron and Natsum's eyes widened in disbelief, and before they could fully process the gravity of the situation, Aaron felt a surge of urgency. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Nug, attempting to dislodge the deadly device from within the creature. But, to his dismay, his efforts proved fruitless. Their faces now etched with a grim expression, Aaron locked eyes with Nug. In a heartbeat, he used his teleportation powers to whisk the Tengu-like creature away into a separate dimension. There, in that unfamiliar realm, Nug met his explosive demise, causing the very fabric of that alternate reality to quake violently. As the reality of the situation sank in, Natsum, emerging from her stunned silence, stammered, What happened?" Aaron, his jaw clenched tightly, stared ahead, his expression conveying a mix of barely contained fury and a fierce resolve to confront the escalating threats orchestrated by Eleanor's sinister scheming. "Heh," he uttered, a quiet acknowledgement of the treacherous game that had just been set in motion. "Aaron?" Natsum's voice wavered with concern. Aaron's head jerked in a precise direction, and the camera Eleanor had been using to observe them shattered in an explosion. Natsum's confusion deepened in the wake of this sudden turn of events. Aaron provided an explanation for the violent reaction. "She had implanted some kind of device onto that person, feeding my ability false information. It seems there are others in this universe with an ability similar to mine," he said, his tone laced with bitterness. "So she took measures to counter it. It was a robot, pre-programmed with a message, and it was all a setup," he added, his anger palpable. "Eleanor most likely has an ability similar to your appraisal, if she could manipulate my ability while blocking or changing others." The revelation painted a chilling picture of Eleanor's cunning and ruthless nature, leaving both Aaron and Natsum grappling with the implications of her deceptive machinations. Nug, the person I spoke of, had long since passed away, and what we encountered was nothing more than the shell of a robot with fabricated data. I should evolve my own observe to provide a more comprehensive understanding of things. Upon further contemplation, this ability has been with me since I first arrived in our universe, Aaron muttered, his eyes fixed on the forest below. "So, Nug was a real person?" Natsum questioned, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "Yes. Everything I previously stated was the truth, but what we encountered was a sham, or a decoy, I suppose. Regardless, let's proceed with our initial objective for being here. I'll think of a means to retaliate against Eleanor later," Aaron reassured her. Natsum, offering minimal feedback, chose to agree with Aaron's assessment, readying herself to refocus on their mission amidst the lingering doubt instilled by Eleanor's deceptive tactics. Eleanor's laughter reverberated through the chamber, her body convulsing with glee as she clutched her stomach. Her triumphant deception of Aaron had produced a delightful reaction, and she relished in it. Once the laughter subsided, she straightened herself in her chair, her lips curling into a sly smile. "So that's the ability he has. Perhaps I can exploit it for my own gain. It won't be the first time I've encountered someone with an information-giving ability." She chuckled to herself, thoroughly entertained by her own prank. Her fingertips gently grazed her cheek, playfully mimicking Aaron's own peculiar ability. Eleanor pondered the various ways she could continue to manipulate Aaron, considering the remaining planets that awaited his liberation. Let's see, what should I choose?" She sang in a light, sing-song voice, her eyes dancing with the prospect of more mischief to come. Eleanor, thoroughly pleased with her cunning strategies, continued to plot and scheme, finding joy in the intricate games she played with those who dared to challenge her. "Lady Eleanor." The android's urgent voice pierced the air as it hastened into her main chamber, its voice echoing in the room. Eleanor, intrigued by the interruption, stepped out to find the android looking panicked. "What is it?" Eleanor asked, her tone laced with a hint of annoyance. "'This," the android exclaimed, presenting her with a large tablet-like contraption. Eleanor, upon examining the device, was initially shocked and angered by what she saw, but a wide smile soon crept across her face. On the screen of the tablet were the various planets where Eleanor had stored her items, parts, and essential tools, all utterly obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Each planet bore floating letters, spelling out, "Bring it on." T. Aaron Toole had retaliated by nuking those planets after discovering what Eleanor had done to him. In his mind, it was an eye for an eye. Dissatisfied with the treatment he had received, Aaron decided to strike back, implementing his own form of retaliation to tell Eleanor that he knew where all of them were at. The unexpected turn of events left Eleanor both infuriated and amused, appreciating the unfolding rivalry between her and the audacious god. Fu-fu-fu-ku-ku-ku-ku, Eleanor murmured eerily, her eyes glinting with delight as she gazed back at the screen. Amid the wreckage, she found herself oddly energized by Aaron's audacious counterattack. Fu-fu-fu, you're making me feel the same curiosity I feel about I've towards you, outer god. I like it. Entertain me more, Eleanor mused, delighting in the unforeseen exhilaration of their rivalry. You and what should we do, Lady Eleanor? The android inquired, clearly perplexed by Eleanor's response. Don't bother. Those are permanently gone. We still have other facilities that he hasn't struck. Leave me. I need to think, Eleanor commanded, and the android promptly exited the room. Eleanor, left to her own devices, strolled toward the window of her main chamber and struck the glass pane. Perfect. I knew you would be interesting to work with. Well, I'm sorry, but someone has caught my interest too. I never would have thought, she murmured to herself, acknowledging the unexpected shift in her sentiments as the unfolding spectacle between her and Aaron continued to captivate her interest. Eleanor found herself ensnared in a labyrinth of emotions that she could barely decipher, a bewildering sentiment akin to Nyarlathotep's captivation and fixation upon Aaron. Nonetheless, Aaron, upon discerning this intricate array of feelings, sought no part in it. Fu-fu-fu, until my last breath, I wish for you to entertain me. Please make it extraordinary, she murmured, tears of blood trickling down her visage. Outer god no, Aaron Toole. Eleanor's announcement resounded with a disconcerting fusion of longing and disturbing fascination, a sentiment that left her riskily suspended upon the abyss of obsession, eager for the looming theatrics that awaited in the inevitable confrontation between them. Centuredo, what do you mean? I responded, putting on a pretense of naivety, though Natsum saw through my ruse. I know we've said it before, but you're a terrible liar at times and a master at others. Right now, it's the former, so out with it, demanded Natsum, prompting the gazes of both Keisha and Unagor to shift towards us. We were currently situated outside the mansion after successfully freeing the children. Instead of hastily departing, we lingered, exploring the area before I sealed it away. I figured the native wildlife wouldn't notice their absence once they were taken away. As far as I could tell, they rarely ventured beyond this planet. With a resigned sigh, I admitted, all right, so after what Eleanor did, I retaliated. I demolished several planets where she kept her belongings. I got a few more ideas on my sleeve once we return home, which you'll put into action, so I'm not done yet. This should keep her occupied for a while and shell meddle less. When the moment is right, we'll go there to end her. Their reactions to my confession were a blend of astonishment and confusion. Unagor was the first to break the silence, revealing his worry. You targeted her personal storage planets? That's like repeatedly assaulting Ferothos Prime. That place was quite useful for Fumara's organization, so wiping it out was a smart move. However, carrying out this is a whole different level of provocation. Generally, if you strike at the Eradicator's personal belongings, they'll hunt you down with the wrath of 1,000 suns. Have you forgotten who or what I was? Regardless of who they are, it won't matter to me. I try not to misuse my powers, utilizing them only when necessary or when I have strategy in mind. Nonetheless, I mostly prefer to remain within my own personal sphere. If they try to pierce it with the intention of destroying it, I will retaliate, and it won't end as they envision it, I expounded, accentuating my seriousness. Anyway, let's go back. It'll introduce you to everyone on the planet. I continued, manifesting a new necklace before enveloping the liberated planet within it. With a swift translocation, we returned to the Resistance's planet. Centuredo Natsum pledged to join me in the quest to liberate the remaining planets, a commitment she made even amidst the emotional turmoil. As we deliberated over the potential rescue mission at Atos Rurlera, Savina inquired about my intentions concerning Xenwaria. Centuredo, we can solidify the remaining members in the coming days and proceed to brief them on what's in store, Lysenvar conveyed. That works perfectly fine. There's no need to rush the procedure, I responded. Our discourse then transitioned smoothly into discourses about the intricacies and expectations encompassing the imminent excursion to Xenwaria. As Unagor elucidates, the planet of Xenwaria falls under the jurisdiction of Fumara's organization. Governance is delegated to a Wayborough's representative, with the more mundane aspects being supervised by one of their subordinates. Yet, in the forthcoming visit, it is anticipated that the genuine Wayborough's Barado, Ihild, ranked 12th, shall be present. Unagor drew a descriptive comparison between Ihild and Valkyries, a comparison that immediately piqued the interest of our Valkyrie companions, especially Rosweiss and Gondel who were present. I plan on sharing this interesting information with the rest of the Valkyrie squad. Yunio's listed data indicates the existence of 2 additional individuals with Valkyrie-like qualities within the Wayborough's ranks. This disclosure adds an aura of intrigue to our impending rendezvous, as I wondered how they would interact once they meet Rosweiss and the other Valkyries of the Draconic Dais, assuming they come with me and are not picked for the mission to Atos Rurlera. Regrettably, my knowledge might be a tad outdated, given the dynamic nature of territories governed by the Eradicators, Wayboroughs, or Umbra, Unagor admitted. With a nod, acknowledging the ever-changing landscape of these dominions, Zyra asked for more insights into Unagor species and any vulnerabilities they might possess. Are there any unique weaknesses inherent to your kind? Beyond the inherent vulnerabilities to light and holy energy, we share weaknesses to fire and what you call as demonic power, Unagor disclosed. Zyra, intrigued by the seemingly conflicting susceptibilities, pressed further. It's strange to be vulnerable to both light and demonic properties, considering they are essentially opposites. Any explanation for this? Unagor, with a nonchalant shrug, admitted, I'm not entirely sure. We exist as both shadowy and light beings. Perhaps that's the rationale. Our utilization of black and white orbs might offer some insight. As he spoke, he summoned one of each, showcasing the duality inherent in his species. As their collective gaze shifted toward me for an explanation, I responded with a nonchalant shrug. In the night infinity of the Omniverse, some species simply emerge bearing these weaknesses. Whether a deliberate creation by the gods of a particular universe or an acquired trait during their lifespan or creation, it's mostly random, I believe. Azathoth, accompanying our group, confirmed my explanation with a nod. During moments of leisure, I had explored this information, with Barado's help providing valuable insights. Latia, intrigued by the revelation, joined the discussion. So, are you suggesting that these weaknesses are either an intentional aspect bestowed upon us by our creators or a result of sheer randomness, perhaps as a means to provide us with a natural enemy? Yeah, basically I affirmed. It could be either by design or a quirk of chance. Occasionally, there might be other influencing factors, but generally, that's how the weaknesses of certain species manifest. My response prompted a nod of comprehension from Latia. What do we anticipate there? Natsum's abrupt inquiry drew the attention of those nearby. What do you mean? Unagor asked, puzzled by her query. As Roygunson pointed out, Xena and Lyena's parents were, or still are, the rulers of that planet, right? What can we expect of them? What about the Wayborough's subordinates? Will they seek vengeance by attacking your people once they find out that we've infiltrated their world? And the people themselves? You did say they were stubborn, so they might not readily accept our help, Natsum posed. Pondering the query, Unagor fell into a brief silence before shifting his gaze towards Natsum. As I stated earlier, my people are unyielding, and the prospect of voluntarily accepting aid may not align with their nature. However, if you choose their liberation, regardless of their personal opinions, they will begrudgingly acknowledge it. Regarding the revelation of such assistance to the Weiboros, it's highly improbable. I can assure you that my kind harbors a deeply ingrained hatred towards Fumara and her minions. Nevertheless, the sentiment towards Radelia, Kita, and Sekudia, who serve as double agents, remains uncertain, Unagor elucidated. So, we're offering a helping hand to a species that might not shower us with gratitude? Iliovan sighed. I mean, yes, we're the resistance, but a small thanks wouldn't hurt, right? But whatever, maybe that's just me. Iliovan-chan, if you're aiming for altruism, you can't expect everyone to express their gratitude. Helping others should stem from a genuine desire to make a positive impact, not for the accolades and appreciation. Gabriel gently corrected him. I understand that, but it's just my perspective. Since Sharedo's organization once freed, Iliovan inquired. I possessed the awareness of what the answer might be, yet opted for silence. All gazes were upon Unagor, who now found himself at a loss for words to address the question posed. Their race harbored an inherent sense of pride, a deep-seated aversion to defeat, a trait further amplified within their familial bonds, as my study of their history had revealed. The culture of their people was permeated with the philosophy of victory, where the pursuit of victory was a cherished virtue, and the bitterness of defeat was vehemently shunned. In my estimation, this particular trait bore both positive and negative implications. On one hand, the inclination to strike back in the face of defeat was typically channeled in a reasonable manner. Losers would redouble their efforts, be it in training or in duels, to reclaim victory from those they perceived as their rivals. However, when applied to a conflict of planetary or even universal scale, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Recognizing the might of Onager species, their power paled in comparison to the powerful groups they would face: the Eradicators, Weiboros, and Umbra. Attempting a direct attack against Fumara upon their liberation held the potential for catastrophic consequences. It seemed a hazardous undertaking where the notion of victory might be overshadowed by the stark reality of utter annihilation. Indeed, I am unsure. Still, I find myself inclined to concur with your sentiments, Sir Iliovan. Our natural inclination to retaliate against those who have bested us is deeply ingrained within my own kind, and the notion of defeat is utterly abhorrent to us. It is feasible that once liberated, they might opt for a declaration of war against Fumara, only to face utter devastation as a consequence. Unagor confessed, a bitter undertone present in his admission. So effectively, our endeavors could be in vain. We go on a mission to liberate them, only for them to turn around, launch a direct assault on Fumara, and subsequently face total annihilation. How does that serve anyone's interests, let alone their own or ours? Iliovan queried, his tone tinged with irritation. I'm as perplexed as you are. This reason was, indeed, one of the driving forces behind my departure. I stand out as an anomaly amongst my kind. Though I despise defeat, I refrain from retaliating with the same zeal. Acceptance and moving forward are more my way. Occasionally, I might intensify my training, but more often than not, I lack the innate drive characteristic of my species. Yet, I cannot bear the endless reign of tyranny imposed by Fumara over them. I have family there, and that compels me to act, Unagor explained, shedding light on his reasoning. Zyra shot me a smirk and asked, given all of that, Aaron, what's your call? My stance remains the same. Aware as I am of these complexities, I'll continue in lending my aid, I declared resolutely, eliciting a whistle from Zyra. Thank you, Aaron, Unagor expressed with sincere gratitude, lowering his head in appreciation. The discussion continued for another hour, delving into various aspects before finally coming to a close. Although Iliovan tried to sway my decision, my determination stood firm. Despite showing some irritation towards the end, he eventually conceded, choosing to leave the final call in my hands as he shifted his attention towards the upcoming mission to Itos Rurlera. An hour had passed since the meeting's conclusion, and the dinner hour was swiftly approaching. As I found myself in my room, Keisha nestled in my arms. Her body emanated an evident aura of emotional and mental fatigue, not dissimilar to the day before. The door to my room creaked open, revealing Natsum, her eyes reflecting the same weariness as Keisha's. Seems I wasn't the only one wrestling with this exhaustion, she said, discarding her shoes before snuggling up next to me. After a couple of minutes, she asked, "Is this what you experienced yesterday?" I nodded, more or less. Although I didn't engage in any physical combat, my task was to pacify the children. They had a lot of wants, right? I responded, mirroring her weariness. We were roped into playing tag, hide and seek, and other eccentric games they concocted. They were really eager to play, Natsum reminisced, try to burrow her head even deeper into my shoulder, a futile endeavor. Keisha interjected. Onagor seemed quite awkward about it, though. Watching someone of his imposing appearance engage in such activities and act silly was, well, odd. If a human child were to witness him in that state, they might end up crying out of fear. The notion evoked snorts from Natsum and me, recognizing the humor in the image conjured. Onagor's uncanny resemblance to Slender Man, albeit weirder and more flamboyant, combined with his apparent effort to exude friendliness, created a comical yet unnerving sight. He created a cult as a way to amplify his power and orchestrate the downfall of Fumara. Diving into the details of his deeds lies beyond my jurisdiction, as I'm reluctant to venture into the dark corners of his past. Regardless, the path he took to reach his current status likely involved actions of questionable morality. This aspect of him, marked by ruthless ambition, mirrors the competitive nature intrinsic to his species. Despite his claims, I hold doubts about the authenticity of his story. While he might indeed possess that primal drive, a reevaluation of his perspective seems necessary. Channeling that zeal towards the preservation of his species aligns him more closely with the collective attitude of his kind. In effect, he becomes akin to them, and such alignment is not inherently bad. At the very least, he's now spared the solitary burden of confronting Fumara alone. We're down to just a few more planets, aren't we? Natsum interrupted, shattering the silence that had enveloped us. Yep, just a few more left. Keisha, you're unable to join us, correct? I asked, feeling her affirmative response. Don't worry, you don't have to tag along if it's too much. I understand the I said him coming, so I'm going with you, Natsum declared, locking eyes with me in unwavering determination. All right, no need to get riled up, I replied, then looked up at the ceiling, issuing orders to specific subordinates. Why are you looking at the ceiling? Natsum inquired, shooting me a bewildered glance that also piqued Keisha's interest, both of them now intently focused on me. In an effort to steer the conversation away from the tense topic and dissipate the tension, I resorted to feigning innocence, and out of nowhere, I uttered, I was just thinking, would you mind if I held you close? WH what? Natsum's face turned a bright shade of red, and Keisha reacted similarly. While Natsum and I had shared more personal moments before, making her response somewhat predictable, Keisha, on the contrary, had not experienced such encounters with me yet. In her embarrassment, she quietly buried her head back into my bravado. Why would you just say that? We had such a good, light-hearted vibe going. Also, Keisha is here. I can't just wait. Stop it. Natsum protested, then shot me a stern glare as I playfully teased her, adding to the teasing atmosphere. Engaging in playful banter, I persisted in teasing Natsum and even managed to include Keisha in the light-hearted discourse, effectively dispelling the somewhat solemn and serious atmosphere. Censuredo, conjuring up substantial orbs of verdant energy before releasing them upon specific celestial bodies. Their powerful attacks struck their intended targets, sparking immediate and catastrophic detonations that reverberated throughout the infinite expanse of the cosmos. The colossal impact set off alarms within certain planets intricately connected to Fumara's organization. Upon completing their assigned task, the two insectoids, Celrian and Quinila, hung suspended in the void, readying themselves for the imminent arrival of their enemies. Their unambiguous objective in this endeavor was unmistakable: to engage and preoccupy a particular eradicator, ensuring her focus remained occupied until they were recalled by their newly acquired overlord, Aaron Toole. Lady Eleanor. An android burst into Eleanor's office, eliciting a brief glare of irritation from her. Nevertheless, the android promptly projected a live feed of a particular region of the cosmos. Her eyes widened as shock, disbelief, and anger surged through her. What? The rest of my storage planets were destroyed. Who did this? She demanded, her voice tinged with a restrained fury. "Them," stammered the android, adjusting the viewing perspective. Amidst the chaos in space, two green insectoid creatures, arms folded, emerged into view. Once they became aware of the camera aimed at them, the male, Celrian, gestured with a single finger, silently challenging Eleanor to confront them. Insects. Why would they suddenly attack me? Unless they're being manipulated by the outer god, Eleanor mumbled to herself, a peculiar blend of amusement and lingering rage shaping her demeanor. Following a moment of reflection, Eleanor issued a directive: send the standard defects to engage them. If they face resistance, deploy the elite forces. Gradually escalate the ranks until they are subdued. I shall intervene personally if needed. As you wish. The android responded with promptness, then swiftly departed to carry out the orders. Eleanor rerouted the visuals to her personal display, settling into her seat and observing the events as they unfolded. Now, how will this play out, I wonder? She murmured to herself, a blend of anticipation and curiosity etched upon her face as she eagerly awaited the forthcoming developments. Do you recall the plan, Cornelia? Celrian inquired. Of course, I received the briefing as well, you know, Cornelia replied, her laughter accompanying the retort. Celrian released a sigh as he and his sister awaited their enemies. It didn't take long for around 15 medium-sized spaceships to appear around them, followed by a multitude of androids ranging from high to ultimate class in strength, charging towards them. They're underestimating us. Dispatch them quickly to force that which to send more powerful foes our way, Celrian declared, cocking his right arm back and enlarging it before launching a devastating punch in front of him. The resultant shockwave obliterated at least 3/4 of the enemies, while Cornelia swiftly dispatched the remaining foes with blinding speed, slicing them in half and culminating in the instant defeat of both the enemies and their accompanying spaceships. Eleanor, perched at her office space, was taken aback yet thoroughly amused by the spectacle unfolding before her. That outer god has intervened, has it? If so, I'd much prefer capturing them for study rather than eliminating them, she murmured to herself, meticulously scribbling notes. Her astonishment only intensified as she observed Celrian and Cornelia disappear and reappear in an entirely different part of the cosmos. There, they resumed their relentless advance, annihilating even more planets, now under their despotic rule. Eleanor astutely noted that the planets targeted were primarily inhabited by slaves, laboring away without questioning their plight. Many had grown resigned to their existence, with some even succumbing to the pervasive influence and transforming into so-called evil beings after enduring such conditions for untold years. You're not as benevolent as you'd have us believe, Aaron Toole. Perhaps you were just as much a monster as Master Magnum Tenebrosum, mused Eleanor. Although I must stop them, otherwise all my life's hard work will be in vain, she added, her voice tinged with a hint of irritation. Eleanor quickly sent out messages to her contacts, requesting assistance with the promise of generous rewards. She offered various enticements, ranging from equipment to future favors, and even conceded to more personal requests, such as those who wished to spend private time in her company, all of which she accepted. Now then, what's your move, insects? Eleanor asked herself, a sinister smile gracing her bravado. The individuals she had rallied held the potential to rival the Eradicators, with some even matching their might, while others wielded powers capable of combating the green insectoids. Aaron Toole's soliloquy the following day dawned, signaling the final leg of my mission with only one planet remaining to be incorporated into the pendants and release the captive souls. Natsum trailed closely by my side, along with Jinchuru, his entourage, and Artemis. After we set foot on the first planet of the day, Jinchuru's emotional response was rather striking. He wept like a child as the gravity of our assignment fully sank in. In spite of this day being designated for leisure and training for Sona's team, Jinchuru, Ruruko, and Isbil displayed an enthusiastic desire to join Natsum, Artemis, and me on our mission. Fully aware of the potential hazards, they remained relentless in their pursuit. The consequences of their decision left them visibly saddened, although they had mostly regained their composure by now. Nevertheless, as we approached the culmination of our endeavors on the final planet, a sudden tremor shattered the serenity, heralding an unforeseen turn of events. Mulling over the geographical proximity to Selrian and Cornelia, who were entirely engrossed in the mission I had tasked them with, a sense of uncertainty hung over us. Isbil couldn't conceal her unease, casting a nervous glance at Jinchuru, whose eyes mirrored the befuddlement shared by the rest of the group. An almost tangible tension filled the air, compelling Isbil to vocalize her apprehension. W was that? Her gaze fixed on Jinchuru, who, in turn, redirected his questioning eyes toward me, echoing the collective curiosity of our party. Seeking to alleviate their concerns, I asserted, "Do not worry. It's a matter beyond our immediate concern. It's just some of my subordinates diligently executing a task I assigned. They might have encountered enemies in the course of their mission." Ruruko, eager and proactive, couldn't resist questioning, "Shouldn't we offer our help?" Reassuringly, I responded, "As I mentioned earlier, they'll manage just fine. Trust in the capabilities of Cornelia and Selrian. I have recently bestowed upon them my blessings. Their proficiency is unquestionable. Let's divert our focus to our own responsibilities for now, Ruruko, and place our trust in their competence." She reluctantly complied, redirecting her attention to the ongoing mission at hand. Quickly finishing our assigned task, we found ourselves outdoors, encircled by chairs and a conjured table, partaking in a leisurely lunch. Natsum, Jinchuru, and his companions engaged in a conversation that reverberated with a blend of somberness and liveliness. Meanwhile, Artemis stood beside me, my gaze fixed on the sky, observing the ongoing clash between Cornelia and Selrian and their formidable adversaries. In the midst of my sandwich bite, I felt a gentle tug on my arm, and Artemis inquired, "Who are they fighting against?" Her eyes also directed towards the unfolding spectacle in the distance. Before joining our team here in the Phantasma, Artemis had delegated responsibilities at her archery sports center, entrusting capable new instructors to oversee operations during her temporary absence. Leanne and the Stalwarter had been tasked with supporting the center, with Enya assuming a temporary leadership role due to her comparable skill in archery, ensuring the continuity of the establishment in Artemis' absence. Oh, just some fodder from Eleanor's entourage. Well, calling them fodder might not be entirely accurate. They're individuals she's acquainted with, wielding considerable power. However, since I facilitated Cornelia and Selrian's ascent to the pinnacle of my ranking system, the newfound Outer God rank, they've been effortlessly handling these enemies, I explained. Artemis, sandwich in hand, sought clarification. Powerful. Like Shiva and dragon gods? So the enemies are that strong? I nodded in agreement, replying, "You're bang on. I set them on this mission just yesterday, and they've been gradually making their mark on Fumara's organization. From what I've gathered, Eleanor is facing a mounting sense of unease. Out of the initial 8 contenders, 2 have met their end, leaving some questioning the wisdom of continuing this confrontation. My revelation was met with a mischievous grin, promptly earning me a playful pinch on the cheek from Artemis. "Can you not lend them your aid?" she questioned, her worry apparent in her voice. "For the present time, The answer is no. As I mentioned earlier, they lack the necessary strength apart from themselves and the other Electa and Shadow Soldiers under my command. Nevertheless, in 2 days, I am setting sail on my mission to Xenwaria to quickly finish this favor. I conveyed. Artemis fell into a momentary silence, her gaze fixed on her meal as she scrutinized me intently. Eventually, she inquired, "You mentioned having knowledge of the outcome in Xenwaria. What exactly did you mean by that?" A single day was left before going to my personal mission to Xenwaria. Now, I found myself within my quarters, pondering the 18 necklaces adorning my wall, each encapsulating the essence of a distinct planets I had put in them. Unsure of their eventual fate, I hesitated to unite them, resisting the creation of a singular planet laden with the fragmented memories of those children, an undertaking that felt morally dubious. Initially, my purpose was to immortalize them in this peculiar manner. I had already granted them favorable prospects in their reincarnated lives, sparing them from further torment. This, I believed, was the extent of my beneficence toward them, as I doubted any of them harbored a desire for resurrection. While engrossed in contemplation of these necklaces, the door to my chamber swung open, revealing the unexpected presence of Cornelia, Celrian, and Rias. Inquiring about their advancement, I posed my query to the two arthropodal beings. "How did the mission go?" I probed. Celrian regaled me with a thorough narrative, asserting, "We have deployed duplicates to partake in combat, inevitably progressing towards Helicardoix. Our reconnaissance confirms that Eleanor has refrained from undertaking any measures to vacate the planet. Whatever her reason for staying must stem from something within the planet." Cornelia supplemented the report with her own insights, disclosing, "Out of the 8 enemies she unleashed upon us, 7 have perished. The sole survivor managed to flee from us, albeit with grievous injuries. While his death appears imminent, the prospect of healing himself remains. I anticipated this, so I tactically put a bug bomb on his abdomen, programmed to detonate should he manage to heal himself. Excellent job. Keep me updated of your progress, and inform me prior to your arrival at Helicardoix. I plan to join you in person, accompanied by a select few," I instructed them. Both insectoids acknowledged the directive before taking their leave. Given their status as the originals, a day of respite awaited them here. They left behind 2 identical clones, each armed with equivalent strength and abilities, to continue combating the incessant onslaught of enemies deployed by Eleanor. This strategic deployment ensured the ongoing defense against the enemy forces. Adjusting my gaze to Rias, I asked, "How can I be of help?" With a fatigued expression, she responded, "Considering our limited schedule today, I figured I'd spend some time with you. We've been quite distant lately." As she moved closer, we shared a consoling embrace. Recognizing the formality of my initial inquiry, I confessed, "I'm sorry for the formal tone. It sounded like I was way too rigid there." Rias chuckled in response. Her observation was accurate. In the middle of our commitments, be it with partners or friends, finding time for meaningful connections had grown increasingly difficult. I had proposed to the team that, if necessary, they could delegate their tasks to my Electa or Shadow Soldiers for a brief break. However, their unwavering determination or stubbornness persisted. At some point, I would have to enforce a mandatory rest, as their reluctance could lead to exhaustion and compromise our ability to protect the universe. Well then, what sort of amusement would the esteemed Gremory Sama like? I asked merrily, eliciting a light laugh from Rias. I would like her reply was cut short by Reiko, who appeared at the doorway, stating to go on a date as well. Her sudden entrance caught us off guard, and I remembered my pledge to Reiko for a date. Offering a suggestion, I proposed, "How about I treat both of you to a date today? Given that I'm set to depart tomorrow, it would seem that now is the ideal time to do so rather than later." Rias and Reiko exchanged glances before nodding in unison, and so the rest of the day would be devoted to indulging in the company of Rias and Reiko. Recalling Reiko's anticipations, I was aware that this day would culminate in a manner that fulfilled the promise I made to her. As I lingered in anticipation of Rias and Raikos' arrival, I seized the opportunity to take in my surroundings. The ominous presence of Fumara's organization did little to dampen the serene atmosphere that enveloped the area. The impact of our endeavors to enact change was palpable, with a newly calmed environment revealing itself to us. The residents, once hesitant and unsure, began exhibiting gratitude and fostering a more harmonious community. Both Chow Chow and Laronia offered insight into the populace's long-standing sense of alienation, driven by uncertainty about the future. The fear of impending change, be it for better or worse, had left an air of tension pervading the community. Heracles testified that the transformations we initiated had a particularly positive effect on the children, amplifying their joy. Witnessing a small cluster of children playing in a nearby park, their laughter echoing through the air, I couldn't help but feel a sense of fulfillment. The changes we had set in motion not only altered the physical landscape, but also invigorated the community's spirit, offering a glimmer of hope in their lives. As I stood there, observing the park, a sudden glimpse of the future flashed through my thoughts, a vision of Vivi, now older, playing joyfully with even more of my cherished children. This enticing image brought a sincere smile to my face, filling me with eager anticipation for the days to come. Sorry for the wait. Breaking my reverie, Rias offered an apologetic tone for the delay. Turning towards them, I caught sight of their carefully selected attire, perfectly suited for the occasion, neither excessively opulent nor overly casual, allowing us to comfortably assimilate into the local environment. Basking in the golden glow of the sunlit day, Rias and Reiko were a vision in their carefully chosen sundresses. Rias' attire was a harmonious blend of crimson and blue, while Raikos leaned towards shades of lilac. Reiko completed her ensemble with a charming straw hat, and Rias gracefully adorned her hair with a delicate flower. In awe of their radiant appearance, I said, "You both look absolutely stunning. Shall we set off on our date then?" At once, they took their positions on either side of me, their arms entwined with mine. Interpreting their actions as enthusiastic agreement, I declared, "We'll take that as a yes. Let's get this bread." They laughed at my silly comment before we set off. With the challenges awaiting me in the days to come, I vowed to cherish every moment of this date, relishing the precious respite it afforded from the impending stress and emotional chaos that was coming. Chapter 21, Part 2, Choice and Consequences, Arantoul's soliloquy. "I never thought you'd want to see this place, Rias," I commented as we entered Hephaestus' forge. Our date had begun in Ivory Ilum, and Rias had quickly led us here. Reiko didn't object, so here we were. "Welcome, Aaron, Rias, and Reiko. How may I help you?" Hephaestus greeted us as she emerged to the front of the shop, holding a variety of armor and weapons. Reiko and I moved closer, assisting Hephaestus in arranging the items on shelves and tables. Upon surveying the surroundings, the shop now exuded a lively and bustling atmosphere. It catered to a diverse clientele, with an array of weapons and armor displayed throughout the premises. Two familiar faces emerged from the back sherry, the dwarf and Kyoko Ogawa, of mixed human and dwarf heritage. They had joined us, driven by a desire to contribute, while Burin and Yuvith remained at the Draconic Dais. Rias had expressed a wish to visit this place. I told Hephaestus, continuing with, "Have you come across the gift I left for you three here?" "Yes. I offer my sincerest gratitude for it. It greatly simplified our tasks, improving the efficiency of our weapon and armor production. Consequently, we can now manufacture a greater quantity at an accelerated pace for everyone while keeping the same quality. I have even commenced preparations to send some back to our universe," Hephaestus explained. "That's reassuring," I replied, and we approached Rias, who was inspecting a set of blue armor. "What brought you here, Rias? I thought your power of destruction armor was more than enough for you." She smiled in response, saying, "I wanted to acquire something for, well, you know who in Millikas." I received a message from Oni Aisama expressing his interest in learning swordsmanship, which requires obtaining suitable armor. You know who? I repeated. Then a certain person suddenly popped into my thoughts. Was she talking about Runias? Who's rather eccentric. Azazel had mentioned that Sir Zex had informed him about Runias making quite the ruckus over wanting to visit this place, only to be denied, leading to a prolonged sulk, even refusing to communicate with most of the family. It was Mom's intervention that ultimately managed to console her and eventually brought her out of her funk. I see. Well, I imagine I could probably place a custom order and handle the payment, right? I asked, turning to face Hephaestus, who nodded in agreement. Does Millie Cass have any specific preferences? Or, you know her? I directed my question to Rias. Rias shook her head, replying, no, but he did express a preference for it to be crimson to match our hair color. Aside from that, I suppose he would want something stylish, considering his age. I can make some assumptions about camels for her, right? I playfully inquired. Rias responded with an awkward smile and a nod. Rias still held a fear of camels. I had offered to help alleviate that trauma, but she declined, stating that she had made her own efforts. Indeed, she showed progress during the weeks leading up to our journey to the Phantasma. While she could now somewhat tolerate them, she still appeared uncomfortably constrained, an improvement from her previous intense aversion. Contemplating for a moment, I considered the types of armor that would suit the preferences of the two. Eventually, I summoned 2 blueprints and presented them to Hephaestus, who looked them over. Rias also looked at them and, after a few seconds, nodded her head, indicating her approval of the designs. I can work on these 2 armor designs. Could you provide me with specific materials for them? Hephaestus inquired, and I readily agreed. With a snap of my fingers, a small capsule materialized in my hand, and I handed it over to her. That should contain the necessary materials for those 2 armors. You can retrieve them one by one like this, I explained, demonstrating the simple operation. It resembled an inventory screen from games. She only needed to drag and drop the items from the screen to the real world. Thank you. These will take some time since they're custom designs, but I'll inform you once I'm done, she assured us, stowing both the blueprints and the capsule into her ring. That's acceptable. Thank you. I responded before surprising everyone by planting a kiss on Hephaestus' lips, eliciting a blush from her. Boss scored a smooch. Kyoko cried out from behind the counter, with Sherry chuckling close by, as well as the entertained patrons in the store. Feeling awkward and embarrassed under the sudden gazes of everyone, Hephaestus swatted me lightly on the shoulder and then let out a charming, indecipherable shriek before dashing towards the back. A divine being with a lengthy existence, blushing over public displays of affection, scampering away like a high school girl. If and when humans catch sight of this aspect of the god, it's likely to provoke quite a commotion, perhaps even triggering cardiac arrests in some of them. Looking around my surroundings, my gaze fell upon Reiko, who stood in quiet contemplation of a sword. Rias and I approached her, and I ventured to ask, "Is something troubling you, Reiko?" She shook her head negatively, responding, "No, it's nothing. I was contemplating the future, that's all. Would you like to talk about it?" I offered, and she expressed her desire to do so. Could we perhaps find a more private location? She requested, and I concurred with her sentiment. I glanced at Sherry and Kyoko, silently seeking their approval to utilize the back area, and they readily agreed. Consequently, we made our way towards a more sequestered spot. In the solitude of the back area of Hephaestus' shop, Hephaestus joining us and a mug of coffee in hand, we settled in chairs around a table. Reiko brought up a heavy subject, saying, "I've been pondering the future specifically. If we have children, will we force or conscript them to fight for us for DXD?" Caught off guard by the question, I gazed at her and then at everyone else present. After a brief silence, I contemplated her inquiry. In the end, I opted for honesty over sugarcoating. The Omniverse is vast beyond measure. As I've mentioned before, my plan entails establishing numerous nodes across as many universes as possible in the future. These sites would serve as accessible points for DXD, EXE, and any affiliated groups to provide aid. I suppose hubs would be the closest term for them. I began. Conflict, violence, war. and all the shades in between will always be a part of our unfortunate reality. Upon completing our endeavors here, in an Evia told Fatter Fedora, Mitsia's timeline, the Raiding Game World Tournament, and the Abyssal Constellations, it will usher in an era of peace. There may be residual small groups emerging from time to time, but will mostly have peace, but inevitably, chaos will resurface in the future. It's an unavoidable cycle, I explained to her. So, our children will likely have to fight, right? She asked with a somber tone. Unfortunately, that's a possibility. However, I'll do my best to address it before it becomes a reality. Unless I'm engrossed in something, they'll trust our children to handle it. I mean, they'll have the best teachers and parents in the world, right? I added with a grin, attempting to lighten the heavy mood. Reiko gave a soft smile and conceded, Centuredo, as I have 2 places I'd like to take both of you. What are those places? Rias asked, her curiosity piqued by my sudden burst of excitement. Do you remember the Toad King that Canemus group encountered in Veritera Remetra? I asked, and they all nodded in affirmation. Well, after sensing them leaving that planet before Esena fully merged with it, I decided to pay them a visit on a nearby planet. We had a conversation, and they eventually agreed to settle on this planet in a place called Hoptopia. Rias couldn't help but suppress a snicker at the name Hoptopia, quickly regaining her composure. I couldn't help but chuckle in response. After all, it wasn't my responsibility to name such a peculiar place. The credit went to Toad, a king with unique tastes. The other location is Agravesta, I began to explain. Keelsin and Lyadwick reside there, and the machine they chose to recreate has been temporarily placed in an underground section, protected by my barriers and accessible only to authorized personnel. Agravesta itself is the vast wheat field and agricultural land you observe when you return from various missions, I continued. Oh, I've been wanting to visit there. I heard they have some exceptional honey that hasn't been sold here yet. I'm thrilled we're going there, Rias exclaimed excitedly. And I'd like to pick up some things there too, Reiko added. Turning to Hephaestus, who had been quietly observing, I asked, would you like something from Agravesta? Perhaps some coffee from them would be delightful. I've heard rumors about their extraordinary flavors. Most of the coffee I have is from our own universe, so sampling something new could be quite enjoyable, she replied. They'll see what I could do about acquiring some. They'll try to get a full crate, I responded, evoking a playful slap on my shoulder from her, as if chiding my perceived extravagance. Standing up, I announced, shall we be off then? We'll catch up with you later, Faye. Before Hephaestus could respond, I kissed her once more, and she released a contented sigh. We hastily departed the store, bidding our goodbyes to everyone, and set off toward Hoptopia, the land of the toads. Embarking upon the journey to Hoptopia was a brisk undertaking, facilitated by my firm grasp of the route. I chose the teleportation method, and soon we found ourselves near the equator in the west, close to a large town under construction, nameless for its incomplete state. The land of Hoptopia was predominantly comprised of verdant forests, winding rivers, tranquil ponds, serene lakes, and an abundance of trees and mangroves. As we neared the entrance to the woodland, 2 imposing humanoid toad sentinels stood vigil. Despite their casual banter, they promptly took notice of our arrival. Ah, Lord Aaron, have you come to visit Lord Toad? One of the humanoid toads inquired. Yes, indeed we have. We also came for a romantic date. We hope you don't mind, I responded with a smile. They chuckled heartily and reassured us that our presence was more than welcomed. Ordinarily, unexpected guests were not warmly greeted, for Toad favored advance notice, enabling him to maintain meticulous order, thereby fostering a favorable impression upon visitors. Contemplating a more relaxed approach in the future, he mused, particularly when the neighboring town would finish its construction. During such a time, he would adopt a more welcoming demeanor to any passerby, as long as they were not involved in illegal activities. Many thanks. I expressed our appreciation as we walked past the guardian toads and ventured into the forest. Momentarily, we passed through a protective barrier, The truth of this place unfurled before us. An extensive barrier had enlarged the inner forest. Toad aspired to create additional space to accommodate the diverse projects he envisaged. The sight of a vast lake loomed before Rias and Reiko, their eyes widening at the ethereal glow radiating from the glimmering water. Gesturing ahead, beyond the lake, I declared, at the edge of this forest resides Toad. We'll progressively make our way there, but first, let's go on some detours to locations I believe you too will find delightful. Eager to go along with the proposal, they assented to the plan, and I commenced leading them towards the lake, causing some puzzlement. As I stepped onto the water's surface, I began strolling on it. Turning back to them with a smirk, I quipped, "Why walk around it or fly above it when we can leisurely saunter through it? There's some intriguing fish in here, so it'll be worthwhile." "But I can't walk on water?" Rias queried, her voice tinged with perplexity. I let out a chuckle, and with a snap of my fingers, a soft glow enveloped their bodies. Without a moment's hesitation, Reiko took a step forward and began to stride gracefully on the water surface. Rias, observing this magical feat, quickly followed suit. And so, all three of us were now strolling effortlessly atop the lake's shimmering expanse, taking in the breathtaking sights around us. I had already explored the majority of this place, so I decided to take a scenic route. As we meandered along, Reiko pointed to a particularly large fish swimming beneath us. Haven't you brought us that before?" Reiko inquired, gesturing towards the fish. "Yes, I've been breeding them in Cosmosilica terraflora, along with several other species in this universe and ours. So, variety shouldn't be an issue in the future, while I am using my powers to accelerate their growth rate. It shouldn't pose too much of a problem," I elaborated. Suddenly, a tiny crimson fish burst forth from the water, its sides adorned with blue, wing-like protrusions, and sporting dog-like ears. With purpose, it leapt towards Rias, emitting a distinct bark that left her bewildered. What's this?" she stammered, a peculiar unease etched across her face. "A crimson fish? It's called a crimson florga. They're a peculiar breed of fish that was once on the brink of extinction, which is why I decided to breed and save them. There's a large aquarium filled with them in Cosmosilica terraflora." Censuredo, her voice tinged with a hint of shame. "Noted. Anyway, there are even more peculiar creatures, such as—" "This one," I said, seeing a bizarre fish with black scales, purple eyes, and a fin-like appendage that resembled a ponytail. It gracefully leaped from the water, hurtling directly at me. With a swift grasp, I captured the creature. This peculiar find is called the Aquino fish. As the name suggests, it's a fishy homage to Aquino. Rias and Reiko were left utterly perplexed, while the fish in my hand began to squirm and emit odd groaning sounds. This prompted me to toss it back into the water. Just to clarify, how and why?" Rias stammered, her eyes betraying her bewilderment. "You can hold Aquino responsible for that," I told her, further deepening her confusion. "Let me explain. So, flashback, my time in Hoptopia with Aquino was drawing to a close, so we resolved to return to the first lake to bring it to a close. She had proposed a lakeside getaway, and ordinarily, I would agree with her, but there were numerous creatures around, so I informed her that we should postpone it until we got back home." "Then how about fishing?" she inquired. "Fishing?" I responded, bewildered by her abrupt suggestion. "You never mentioned you liked fishing. Dad wanted to take us fishing in the future when we returned to our universe. He was unsure about it, though, since he didn't know if you enjoyed fishing," Aquino replied as she strolled over to the edge and dipped her finger into the water. I couldn't claim to have a solid opinion on fishing. My memories from my past life didn't reveal any inclination towards it, and apart from our previous vacation and with the small gathering I had with Jinchuru and Vale, there were no fishing trips that stood out in my mind. For a moment, the image of Azazel, who took pleasure in fishing, flashed through my mind. Shiva might have shared that interest, and Issei's enthusiasm for it was slightly familiar. As for me, I couldn't say for sure. So, with a shrug, I responded, "I'm up for trying new things." "Then let's go fishing right now." "We can, can't we?" Aquino asked excitedly, bouncing up and down, her fists clenched in anticipation. I chuckled, nodding in agreement. Yeah, we're allowed to. You see, I was the one who brought the fish and other creatures into that lake, and some into this forest, I explained, summoning the fishing rods for us. We ventured to the heart of the lake, our lines cast, and patiently we waited. Yet, the calm was quickly broken when Aquino, growing restless, began pacing around me. You do know what to do during fishing, right? I asked as she continued walking in circles and then stood close beside me. I caught one, but it looks weird, she admitted, prompting me to turn and face her. She now hugged me in the front, and on her line, propped up, was, "What on earth is that?" I asked. The fish looked like a fishy replica of Aquino, somewhat unsettling. "It looks like me, right? I think it's cute," she said, turning around to face it. The fish had commenced a plaintive moaning, interspersed with the utterance of our names, prompting us to exchange perplexed glances. Before Aquino could voice her question, I hastily interjected, "I neither made nor bred that. I am utterly bewildered as to how it came to be." Aquino eyed me, then the fish, and finally mimicked the fish's mouth, performing a particular gesture with her hand and winking at me. I sighed at her antics and tried to stop her, which only elicited a fit of giggles from her. "Well, what say we do with it? Do you possess the strength to kill Aquino fish?" she asked, batting her eyes at me and attempting to appear adorably bashful, which, I must admit, she succeeded in doing. However, I found myself at a loss for words in this peculiar situation. I turned to Aquino and beamed, showcasing a brilliant smile. "I'll kill it right now," I proclaimed, manifesting a glistening white sphere of flames that seethed with lethal intent. What? Aquino gasped in shock, clutching my hand and frantically shaking it, extinguishing the blazing inferno. "No, don't destroy it," she then pouted and added, "I can't believe my fiancé would want to kill an adorable fish version of me. Repent." She began to gently strike my chest repeatedly in a playful manner. Conceding to her pleas, I lifted my hands in surrender. All right, I won't kill it. But what do we do with it? It's a peculiar fish. Wait, hold on. I told her, using my ability observe on the mysterious creature. "What did you find out about it?" she inquired, tilting her head at me curiously. The flames reignited in my hand once more, but Aquino swiftly intervened. "Explain," she demanded, firmly gripping my hand. "It's called a synaphy. It's a small creature that can mimic two creatures simultaneously, but it can't replicate their powers or innate abilities. It spotted a fish in this lake and copied it. Then it saw you and copied your appearance. It's smart enough to learn certain things, so it started imitating your personality to a certain extent," I elaborated. "Huh," Aquino responded, looking at me in disbelief. She then turned her attention back to the fish, which made a silly, exaggerated face and opened its barato once more. Aquino remained silent for a moment before grabbing the fish off the hook and tossing it far away, causing a splash in the water at a considerable distance. "Oh, let's get out of here," she said, clutching my hand and pulling me along. "But the fishing," I tried to argue. "Fishing can wait. We can fish at a different spot later. Right now, let's go," she exclaimed, and we abruptly departed from Hoptopia. Flashback end, and that's exactly what happened. I relayed to Rias and Reiko, recounting the history of the Aquino fish. There aren't more of those, right? There won't be a Rias fish, right?" Rias queried, visibly paler. "TT, that crimson fish wasn't me earlier, right? It looked strangely like me." "Relax, Rias. It's not. Also, I already gave you the name of the fish," I reassured, placing a hand on her shoulder in an effort to soothe her nerves. "All right, you did," she replied, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. As the tale unfolded and I recounted the story to them, we arrived at the opposite side of the lake, leaving the peculiar lake behind. We ventured into another section of the woodland, and instead of promptly pressing ahead, I veered left. We strolled in mostly quietude, with Rias and Reiko occasionally conversing and chuckling. I found consolation in the serenity of our surroundings, believing that walking through places such as this in silence was a pleasant and calming experience. Perhaps having some music playing wouldn't be bad, although it would need to be of the relaxing kind, perhaps lo-fi or something of the sort. Where are we headed next? Reiko asked as she and Rias caught up with me since I had walked ahead. It's a place constructed by Duta Toad. One of the first places he had built. Actually, I elucidated. What is it? Rias asked with a hint of trepidation. You'll know once we get there. It's not too distant from here now. Can you hear it? I asked. Do you hear it? I asked again, and then Rias caught at the sound of a cascading waterfall. She eagerly dashed ahead of me, with Reiko close behind. I hastened my steps, catching up to them, and we reached a vast circular expanse. A grand waterfall stood at the rear, with smaller, less tempestuous ones to the sides, gushing out from the surrounding cliffs. At the heart of this place lay a small landmass, sculpted into a hill-like formation. It was encircled by water that flowed from the surrounding waterfalls. Perched atop that diminutive hill was a sword, firmly lodged in the summit, evoking memories of a legendary sword from a certain mythology back in our universe. What is this? Is it a sword? Why is it on top of that thing? Rias queried, gesturing towards the sword in the midst of the area. Moving closer to her, I exhaled deeply and revealed, if you're imagining some kind of grand or epic tale about that sword, then think again. Its story is ludicrous and somewhat tragic, and that's why I was placed up there by Duta Toad. Observing their bewilderment, I continued, long ago, during the period when Viraterra Remetro was still governed by Abyssner and the Abstion Purgers, or whatever it was called in those days, Duta Toad had attempted to resist, though it proved futile since they were feeble spiritual toads. However, there was one toad who yearned to alter the status quo. Unlike his kin, he was humanoid in appearance, and thus, he assumed the responsibility of becoming the savior of his kind. He trained diligently with a sword, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Upon Duta Toad acknowledging his abilities and skills, he allowed the humanoid toad to depart and face the minions of Abyssner. I paused, glancing between the others, and then carried on. As you might have anticipated, the outcome was grim. He met a horrid end, as he was unequipped to win against such powerful foes. When Abyssner's subordinates confronted Duta Toad about the ill-fated humanoid toad, he quickly lied, sparing his own skin and his entire species from annihilation. He claimed that the young hero had acted of his own accord, and the Toad Kingdom had been wholly oblivious to his intentions. Whether they took his words to heart or not remained a mystery to him. Censuredo, but his people stood by him, understanding his actions. Thus, he erected this monument, a solemn tribute to that ill-fated young one. Her ashes now resided within that hallowed structure as well. I recounted, my voice carrying an air of somber introspection. A truly tragic tale indeed. Yet, hindsight is often a cruel and unforgiving mistress. Duta Toad could have prevented this heart-rending outcome, as could anyone else who bore witness to the hopeless odds stacked against the young toad. But alas, such is the cold, harsh grip of regret, it is a luxury afforded only in the aftermath of tragedy. I added, my words followed by a heavy sigh. And the queen? If Duta Toad is the king, does the kingdom have a ruling consort? Reiko inquired, her curiosity piqued. I gave a brief nod in her direction and replied, she's alive, though she's quite irked by Duta Toad and keeps her distance. Still, this place has flourished, and they've begun to converse more, so there's a glimmer of hope. Rias silently unfurled her wings, hovered toward the monument, and produced a solitary crimson flower, embedding it in the ground around it. She stood there, gazing at the monument before returning to us. She then playfully jabbed my arm, saying, I don't see how this would be a perfect spot for a date, really. Indeed, you're spot on, I said, gazing upward as the light around the tiny clearing seemed to intensify. Shadows of two amphibians materialized before my eyes, only to vanish just as swiftly. This place, it's a lot more serene than the rest, don't you think? Rias and Reiko stood there, utterly speechless, and Reiko asked, was that? Did they reunite in the afterlife? Wait, no, were they? Rias questioned, and I smirked, turning away from the scene. Who can say for certain? I replied, my voice laced with a cryptic undertone, before letting out a soft chuckle and walking away. The woeful saga of amphibian love, a gallant, humble warrior toad, and a noble, regal princess, a tale as tired and overwrought as the seasons themselves, yet transpired here with all the weight of destiny. Reiko and Rias trail behind me, their spirits subdued. ID anticipated that the story I was about to share would enliven their moods, but perhaps its somber nature had struck a chord within them. The tale of the two toads was indeed somewhat cliché, yet it resonated with a reality that seemed to echo through the ages. As in the classic tales that most would know by heart, the prince or knight who comes to rescue the princess, only for a tragic twist to unfold. This narrative, though more complex, carried the same undertones. We continued our journey through the forest, its trees, bushes, and massive boulders stretching out before us. Finally, we arrived at another destination. This time we found ourselves in a lively little toad town, bustling with activity. As we entered, the locals took notice of our presence, and a few of them ventured over to us. Lord Aaron, what brings you here? Are you here to buy some of our items? A toad inquired of me. I'm just here to escort these two on a date. Considering that, may I utilize that and demonstrate it to them? I requested, and the toad chuckled heartily. Certainly, not many have been utilizing it today, since we have quite a bit of work. Please feel free, he replied before hopping away. Standing beside me once more, Reiko asked, what did you two discuss? What did he mean by that? A small invention I shared with them. Come along, and he'll show you, I informed them, and we promptly departed the area. As we passed by a fountain, we made our way to a particular section eastward and arrived at a narrow alleyway. Traversing it, we hastened to the location where the invention had been set. In this compact circular space, in the center, there stood a peculiar contraption resembling a wooden hourglass with a glittering emerald gem at its core. Intrigued, both of them drew nearer, and I said, if you place your hand on the gem, it will activate. Remember, you can only use this once per day per person. Go on and touch it. Reiko and Rias exchanged a glance before Reiko placed her hand on the gem. The gem began to glow, and the particles within the wooden hourglass started to rapidly illuminate and quiver around inside it. Then, from a hole fashioned from wood beside it, an item emerged and landed on a small platform underneath it. Reiko approached the strange object and gingerly began to inspect it. A spatula? She questioned, bewildered by the item that lay before her. Before I could respond, Rias glanced in my direction, her expression a contradictory blend of amusement and confusion, as she queried, Aaron, is this? I smirked at her and explained, indeed, I've created a real-world gacha for these toads. It will give you anything from extremely useful items to utterly useless ones, or even just currency for this universe. So what do you make of it? Rias face-palmed at the sight before her, but she quickly placed her hands on the gem, and her item manifested. She pranced over and presented a small pendant. I inspected it, impressed, and let out a low whistle. Reiko's item is SR, super rare, whereas yours is classified as UR, ultra rare. However, in the context of the gifts or items I give to you all, these are relatively common. Nevertheless, your pendant has the ability to clean an area 20 times a day using magical powers, regardless of what it is. I paused. As for Reiko's item, well, it's a spatula with infinite durability and is non-stick, ensuring you'll never have to worry over its cleanliness. Reiko gazed at her newfound item, brimming with genuine excitement, and declared, I can make good use of this from now on when I cook. This is pretty handy for me. She placed a hand on her cheek while repeatedly muttering, era, in a trance-like state. Maybe I can gift this to someone else? Our rooms automatically clean themselves already. And I also recall a spell that cleans most things too, Rias said, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. She looked at the wooden hourglass once more and sighed. Only once per day? How frustrating. Rias, with her fondness for gacha games, had developed a certain affinity for them. It was a fixation that persisted until we, her friends, staged an intervention to curb her spending on these games. Rias was, in fact, the top player in at least 5 gacha games, her rank a testament to the extensive investments she made in these digital games. One might even argue that her attachment had crossed the line into addiction. Yet, as I had noted, she had largely overcome this compulsion. I could attest to this change, having kept a watchful eye on her spending patterns alongside Grafia and Venilana. While she still indulged in purchasing Japanese items, Sincerado, I swear I haven't played any gacha games. Perceiving a semblance of truth, I extended my hand. Reluctantly, she handed over her phone, and upon closer examination, I discovered her involvement in a game that incorporated gacha mechanics. However, the game demanded the exclusive use of in-game currency, with no option for real-world currency exchange for in-game gold. At least you're not spending real money, so I don't really care, I remarked, returning the phone to her. Her face brightened noticeably, and she embraced me. Perhaps we hadn't entirely extinguished her quasi-gambling habit? No, it might be more indicative of her wanting to be at the top for things. I wasn't sure. I pondered bringing it up later with Grafia and Venilana. In any case, let's get going to Toad and then to Agravesta, I directed, and we hastily departed the quaint town, leaving Rias somewhat crestfallen over her gacha result. It became apparent that I needed to keep a watchful eye on this predicament or concoct a strategy to curb her gacha addiction. Hey partner, why don't we make a gacha tailored specifically for Rias, so if she decides to splurge, the funds cycle right back to her? Proposed Drake. I'm not quite sure how to react to that, but I'll mull it over, though it does seem a bit weird, I retorted. The entryway to the home of Toad and his consort, Movie Toad, loomed grandly, as seen from a toad's perspective. Gilded arches framed a gate embellished with hues of verdant green and earthy brown, adorned with leaves, flowers, and vines. The guard at the entrance granted us passage without making a fuss about it. Venturing within, the atmosphere bore a resemblance to a quaint village rather than a majestic palace or a thriving metropolis. Most destinations lay within a brief stroll's reach of mere minutes. At the far end, a sizable wooden and stone building, topped with a lily pad, served as the shared residence for both Toad and Movie Toad. As we traversed this peculiar landscape, some notable features caught our attention. A conspicuous statue of Toad in an eccentric posture stood out amidst the bustling environment. Eventually, our path led us to the entrance of their abode. Oddly, the lack of guards in this specific vicinity presented an unusual dissonance, casting an aura of peculiarity over the surroundings. Unfazed, I knocked on the door, and soon Movie Toad swung it open. "Oh, Lord Aaron, come in. How might we be of service to you today?" she inquired eagerly. Maurici Batuat, a spiritual toad like her husband, was somewhat smaller than her spouse, exhibiting a vivid array of pinks and reds. On the other hand, Toad, with his striking blue and gold hues, exuded a commanding presence, likely justifying his regal stature. We've decided to pay a short visit and thought it appropriate to share a small part of my day with you two in your dwelling. I elucidated to Movie Toad, who graciously expressed her delight, addressing both Rias and Reiko. Not long after, Toad joined the gathering, promptly asking, "What can I do for you, Lord Aaron?" I gave a quick nod, reaffirming my earlier words as I reached into my personal ring to extract an object, a dainty, artificial sunflower that I had prepared beforehand, a precautionary measure in anticipation of our encounter. "This ought to mitigate the food scarcity your species faces," I remarked, my voice filled with concern. "Have you managed to make that house yet?" My question was met with an energetic nod from him. The spiritual toads had the ability to feed on standard toad provisions, yet they also possessed the unique aptitude for consuming nourishment derived from humans or other species. However, their culinary preference was distinctly inclined towards larvanium, a peculiar type of small rock that, in times past, had been abundant in Viraterra Remetera. Regrettably, The incursion of Abyssner and the Abstion purgers had led to the decimation of these valuable larvanium deposits, driving their kind to adapt to alternative sustenance sources. The sunflower I had crafted possessed the unique ability to generate larvaniums at a sustainable rate over the course of a month, providing a steady supply to alleviate the species' food scarcity. Furthermore, it would produce a seed with time, allowing them to propagate more of this essential resource. I'm not particularly skilled at naming things, so I left it nameless. However, here I offered presenting the sunflower to Dutatode. Thank you so much. With this, we can finally go beyond the mundane food we've been forced to eat, he declared with genuine delight, an atypical departure from the customary comportment one might anticipate from Sovereign. Movie Toad's eyes flashed with indignation as she interrupted her husband's rambling, her gaze filled with rage. Are you implying that my cooking was rubbish? Toad's face paled, his stuttering response a clear indication of his discomfort. And no, that's not what I meant, darling. Wanting to avoid the impending domestic dispute, I quickly interjected, Well, we'll be on our way. That's the reason I came here. Best of luck to you both. Gently steering Reiko and Rias towards a door, I made sure we were well out of earshot before the escalating voices reached our ears. They seemed to get along. Reiko mused, her hand resting on her cheek. They can use some work, but they seem fine, added Rias. Wait, what? It was impossible for me to consider their disagreement as anything even remotely resembling a healthy exchange. Movie Toad had initiated a conflict, sure, but my recollection of my date with Aquino in this very spot had Movie Toad's food being perfectly palatable. I couldn't make sense of why Toad held such a different viewpoint. Disregarding the issue, I merely shook my head, deciding to teleport us away to Agravesta without stepping in to meddle with Reiko and Ria's conversation about the recent altercation. The location to which I had transported us offered a quaint, picturesque scene. As a connoisseur of such views, I desired my companions to be able to this view's charm. Before us stretched the afternoon sky, adorned with billowing clouds, while beneath lay expansive emerald grass, bordered by earthy brown fences that led to a bustling town in the distance. Far off on the horizon, a couple of mountains stood sentinel, and with an astute eye, one could discern the vast wheat fields and windmills below them. It's an amazing view, wouldn't you agree? I had shown this to Asia before. She reveled in it and voiced her longing to find a place such as this to construct a house in our world in the future. I reminisced, laughing at the recollection of her genuine excitement. Such scenes are few and far between, particularly considering the nature of our lives. Most, if not all, are steeped in distress and conflict, Rias remarked, her words tinged with a touch of melancholy. Right, let's head out, I urged, instantly whisking us away to the outskirts of the town. As we appeared within the quaint settlement, it became apparent that it was a typical, unassuming community, save for a few peculiarities. The underground section and a singular contraption were among the most noticeable features created by the duo. The village was nestled amidst the picturesque landscape, featuring charming stone dwellings, each adorned with scarlet roofs. The pathways beneath our feet were paved with stone, and the only notable traffic consisted of a few horse-drawn carriages, adding to the town's unique charm. Guided by curiosity, we ventured deeper into the heart of the town, passing by two fountains that seemed to be the centerpiece of the settlement. Each fountain was intricately designed to resemble Draig and Albion, an unexpected detail that piqued the interest of both Rias and Reiko, causing them to exchange surprised glances. Why have statues of those two been erected here? Rias queried, a touch of surprise evident in her voice. Draig and Albion were integral to the town's establishment and played a pivotal role in safeguarding it against persistent beastly threats. As a result, the townsfolk regard them as heroes. Initially hesitant, their stance changed after they were offered complimentary nourishment and heartfelt hospitality. I explained. You're absolutely right, Draig boasted proudly. Intrigued by the statues, we proceeded on our journey towards a particular house within the town. From the outside, it appeared indistinguishable from the rest, except for the perceptible spatial manipulation providing extra room within. A knock on the door was promptly answered by Keelzen. "Ah, Aaron, we've been eager to get in touch with you. Please do come in," he cordially invited, and we obliged, stepping through the threshold of their home. Keelzen led us to a hidden compartment, and we followed him as he descended a wooden staircase, ultimately arriving in the underground section of their dwelling. The underground area was teeming with an assortment of gadgetry, equipment, and books, with Lyadwick engrossed in some task at a nearby table. Lyadwick turned towards us, sharing a kiss with Keelzen, and offered a warm greeting. "Welcome, all particularly Aaron. We essentially completed this about a week ago, but wanted to conduct some test runs. I believe you'll be pleased with what we've achieved," he announced, drawing our attention to the far end of the room where their creation was stationed. We named it World Airender, opting for a more compact design. "Thanks to Laronia and you, we were able to accomplish this," Lyadwick elaborated. On a table before us sat the object in question. Resembling a tree, its main structure gleamed in gold, while the encircling gems radiated a sapphire blue hue. I had enlisted Laronia's help to infuse it with his energy, and the resonance was unmistakable. Walking towards it, I set my sights on the creation, brushing it with a gentle touch before creating an identical duplicate and imbuing it with my energy, then storing it securely within my inventory. With a flick of my wrist, I produced a trinket and laid it before the original World Airender. A triangular scanner manifested, seamlessly seizing the object and subjecting it to a painstakingly detailed scan. The surroundings enveloped us in a radiant symphony of gold and sapphire, gradually fading away. Beside the original item I had presented, a flawless replica now stood in its stead. Utilizing my observability, I scrutinized the replica, discovering that every detail was in fact perfectly copied, eliciting a resolute nod of approval from me. Facing the duo, I flashed a grin and a thumbs up. "Brilliant work, both of you. This will prove invaluable to us all," I commended, "but we must adopt stringent security measures to avert any potential misuse or theft." "Yes, that was something we wanted to address. Will you assign it to be stored within your building?" Keelzen inquired, a trace of concern tainting his voice. In response to his question, although adhering to the conventional approach would entail aligning with his suggestion, I harbored reservations. I envisioned a scenario in which recurrent requests for access or permission might become tedious. Deciding on an alternative, I deliberated constructing a dedicated structure equipped with heightened security measures to house World Airender. "I have another suggestion. Let me explain," I began, outlining my concept to them. The chosen structure would be positioned in close vicinity to my home and largely governed by my shadow soldiers. Moreover, a devoted Electa would be designated as a guard to the World Airender. I acknowledged the possibility of boredom in this role and promised to visit frequently. Entry would be controlled via a particular card, and those seeking admittance would undergo a thorough examination to achieve trusted status. Additionally, any objects slated for replication would be subjected to stringent supervision. Concluding my exposition, I solicited their perspectives. "What do you think of this? Any recommendations?" I queried. On the subject of Electa, who would be assigned to this duty? "I am aware that most of them have returned to our realm, with only a few being transported here as needed," Rias inquired. "A relevant question, and to clarify, I will create a new Electa tailored for this purpose." "Any further questions?" I asked, to which they shook their heads in response. I anticipated refining the details of this plan in the future, but for now, this was fine. Pivoting toward World Airender, I inquired, "What other elements have you tested with?" Lyadwick answered, "We have subjected it to an extensive array of tests. Lifeless objects of diverse dimensions, as well as living organisms. We captured a small creature and replicated it. Up until now, everything seems to be functioning as expected." Conceding to their explanations, I proceeded to evoke a sphere of flames in my hand, hovering it above World Airender. The contraption swiftly scanned it, and in a momentary burst of radiance, it flawlessly duplicated the inferno. The spectators couldn't help but express their amazement, which was entirely justified given the previous assumption that it would replicate everything. A question began to form. Just how far did its abilities reach? In the subsequent demonstration, I conjured a universe within the confines of my palm, presenting it before the machine. Dismissing the fireballs, I eagerly awaited the outcome. Reiko and Rias, well acquainted with this creation from earlier instances, watched on with unwavering attention. The room was once again enveloped in a dazzling glow, but it soon dissipated. A grin graced my face as World Erender flawlessly recreated the universe before us. It surpassed our initial expectations, leaving both Liedwick and Kielzen in an utter state of bewilderment. Kielzen sought an explanation, inquiring, "What did you just replicate?" Rias replied with nonchalant certainty, "A universe. Your machine is capable of that as well." "Huh? That's quite remarkable, wouldn't you say?" The revelation left both Liedwick and Kielzen speechless, their expressions mirroring shock as they exchanged incredulous glances. Upon the demonstration's conclusion, I dismissed the replicated universes with a thought-born command of destruction, watching as billions dissipated in an instant. A fleeting frown crossed my face, but the reality of World Erender's colossal potential was clear. The only visible limitations were its inability to duplicate outer gods or myself, arousing concerns about the possible replication of my Electa and Shadow Soldiers too. Turning to my group, I posed a question. You mentioned before that its functions demanded an extraordinary expenditure of power, correct? Even the less potent avatar, Laronia, was capable of replicating entire universes. But let's not dwell on that for now. What you have accomplished here is nothing short of extraordinary. Let's delve deeper into the specifics and explore further, I urged. They concurred, and together, we ascended to the main floor of their residence, eager for a more thorough discussion. Following an hour of deliberations, we reached various conclusions, with Rias and Reiko graciously readying lunch for us. Though I endeavored to help, they insisted I concentrate on conversing with Liedwick and Kielzen. Now that everything is settled, where might we procure honey and coffee around here? I posed, thereby soliciting the duo's guidance. Rias and Reiko joined us at the table as we delved into the topic. The most dependable sources would be directly from the local farmers. We can escort you to them, as we need to restock our provisions as well. Conventional commerce establishments would typically supply such items, but given your unique status, exceptions will likely be made, Liedwick recommended. As for the items Lady Reiko necessitates, nearby shops should have them. I suggest these two in particular, Kielzen added, jotting down the specifics on a scrap of paper and passing it to Reiko, who expressed her gratitude. "Great, let's go there when we're finished having lunch here," I replied, and we continued our conversation in a more leisurely fashion as we savored the lunch prepared by Rias and Reiko. Treading along the designated path, meandering through the vast expanse of golden wheat fields, we chanced upon a few farmers diligently attending to their crops, engrossed in their daily chores. The sheer enormity of the area left no doubt that more than one farmer would be necessary to efficiently manage the fields. To our surprise, despite being offered sophisticated machinery and magical assistance, the farmers chose to adhere to their traditional methods. Their rationale was that, apart from the apparatus given to them to accelerating growth, the wheat required genuine care and affection to be harvested properly. With my knowledge limited in the realm of agricultural complexities, I held my tongue and chose to place my faith in their experience and dedication to the task at hand. Amidst our serene walk, Rias broached a somewhat delicate query towards Liedwick, disrupting the calm. "Liedwick, I know this may sound a bit insensitive, but do you two envision having children in the future?" Liedwick and Kielzen shared a fleeting glance before their lips curved into shared amusement. Kielzen replied, "We do have plans to adopt in the future." Ine mentioned she's in a similar position, being an adopted child of a same-sex couple. "She is. Did you two discuss this with her?" I asked, observing the visible tension dissipating from Rias. It seemed she harbored a question, but hesitated to ask earlier. Indeed, Liedwick said, she divulged her knowledge of the complex interplay between her parents, and how, despite initial obstacles due to her own situation, they've succeeded in building a harmonious relationship. Moreover, she shared her personal inclinations regarding their relationships and dynamics. Our conversation continued as we approached a sprawling, yet unpretentious home. Several barns were scattered across the property, and my senses detected the presence of 4 individuals within the premises. Liedwick and Kielsen took the lead, and we entered the house together. Upon entering the residence, we were greeted by a reception area occupied by a woman and her spouse. 2 young males, presumably their offspring, were also present, appearing to be around 17 to 18 years old. Liedwick and Kielsen exchanged pleasantries with the couple, and the woman's gaze turned towards us. "My, if it isn't Sir Aaron, how may we be of assistance?" she inquired. Approaching them, Liedwick responded, "We've come to replenish our supplies, and, if possible, aid Aaron in acquiring some needed items." The woman let out a light-hearted chuckle. "Foo-foo. And what might you require of us, then? I suppose you'll want the standard fare?" Both Liedwick and Kielsen nodded in agreement. Initially, they retrieved their items while we waited, but an unexpected turn of events soon occurred. One of the strapping young men drew near Rias, standing by her side and gazing down at her with his large eyes. Towering at 65, he boasted a muscular build. Without warning, he grasped Rias' hands and blurted out, "Will you marry me?" The impromptu proposal left us momentarily speechless. Before any of us could react, the other young man quickly intervened, executing a dropkick that sent the overzealous suitor sprawling. He casually apologized, stating, "Sorry about him. He's stupid." Disregarding the interruption, the woman turned her attention to me, asking, "Sir Aaron, shall I fetch you a box of honey and coffee? Will that suffice?" "Yes, that'll do. Thank you. We'll make sure to compensate you generously," I replied before she departed. Intrigued by the commotion, I turned to the other young man and inquired, what was that all about? He let out a weary sigh before answering. His persistence knows no bounds when he's after something. Whether he can't obtain it, he'll either persist or concede. I'm at a loss to determine which one he's currently pursuing. I noticed both these women have rings on their fingers, so I presume they're with you? He queried, and I confirmed with a nod. He sighed once more and added, "Just brace yourself for a challenge, albeit an absurd one." My apologies, I'm the younger brother of that fool. Before I could respond, the older brother burst back, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the younger one, sending him careening into the wall near the entrance. He commenced to speak, but Rias promptly intervened, asserting, "I'm sorry, I'm already engaged." She then positioned herself behind me, peeking out and making a playful face, saying, "Please take care of this." A small smile flickered across my bravado as I watched Rias' playful antics. I prayed the hot-headed suitor wouldn't make the situation worse, for I had no inclination to fight with people I had only just met. Furthermore, I wished to cultivate an amicable relationship with the farming couple we just met. Unwavering, he gestured towards me and audaciously proclaimed, "I, Roland, challenge you for this beautiful woman's hand in marriage. If you decline, I win." My focus shifted to Roland's father, who stood nearby, engrossed in conversation with Liedwick and Kielsen. He caught my gaze, smiled, and silently agreed, permitting me to handle the predicament. Redirecting my attention to Roland, I consented, "Very well, let's put an end to this right here and now. Whoever ends up on the ground loses and must concede." "Deal." Roland's booming voice echoed through the air as he swung his colossal fist toward me. I responded in kind, our fists clashing in the midst of a peculiar, yet undeniably humorous moment. For a fleeting instant, it seemed as if nothing would happen. Roland's confusion grew as his powerful strike met the immovable force of my own fist. A heartbeat later, the impact finally took hold. Rias and Reiko clung to me as an explosive shockwave tore through the air, sending Roland hurtling backward and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. With swift precision, I hurried to repair the damage before turning to face the bewildered woman who still clutched our crates. I'll be fine. Any damage he causes will be fixed. Is that the honey and coffee I requested? I asked the woman hurriedly. Yes, it is. Our son will be all right? She asked with concern. I reassured her once more that he would indeed be fine, and after a moment of hesitation, she sighed and believed my words. He'll go get him, declared the younger brother before leaving the area. Ha ha ha. What a lively day. It's not every day that Roland gets his ass kicked, chuckled the father as he rejoined us with Liedwick and Keels in. Turning my attention to the gay couple with us, I said, You knew that would happen, didn't you? While narrowing my eyes at them. Yes, we did. We were curious about the outcome. Apologies for putting that on you, Liedwick admitted uneasily. I let out a sigh and shook my head. I'm accustomed to it. I suppose it's part of the package deal with being so well known. People will inevitably try to get my attention, whether I approve or not, and some could be quite persistent. Turning my head back briefly, I added, He's fine since he's a resilient young man. He was primarily impacted by the shockwave, not a direct hit from my fist. His fist had struck my infinity, and I used the shockwave of my punch to launch him away, diminishing the risk of severe injury. Additionally, I doubted the fall would cause significant harm, given his muscular physique and the heightened resilience prevalent to this universe. And so we're off. I relayed to them, adeptly stowing the honey and coffee crates in my ring. I'll be in touch with all of you later. Until then. They waved their goodbyes as left the building, and we crossed the fields once more. Amid the journey, we stumbled upon the two brothers, with the younger one hauling the unconscious Roland. Aside from his unconscious state, there were no noticeable injuries on him, and I confirmed there were no internal ones either, easing any fears regarding potentially fatal issues. Shall we go to store to get the items you want, Reiko? I proposed, and she distractedly nodded her approval. Casting a glance at Rias, she merely grinned at me, the underlying reasons for their conduct eluding me, at least partially. While I had a vague understanding of Reiko's actions, Rias remained an enigma. Upon arriving at the entrance of my building, Rias hastily pecked me on the cheek. They'll be having a small gathering with Sona and Aquino, so don't worry about me, she promised with a wink before departing, leaving Reiko and me standing there. As I tried to form words, Reiko interlaced our fingers, her eyes cast downward towards the ground, avoiding contact with mine, her face red. Shall we get going then? I suggested, and Reiko readily consented. It was finally time for that. Cinchuredo, locking eyes with me. Tiny droplets of unshed tears glistened in her gaze as I had executed my magic a mite too hastily. Haha, I should have warned you about that. I'm sorry, I apologized, gently helping her up and carrying her to the bed so she could rest. You, please. Cinchuredo, I wonder how you managed to achieve such an impressive feat. You don't tease me so much, Reiko pouted playfully. With a warm smile, I leaned in and gave her a friendly hug, which she returned happily. We spent the rest of the afternoon together, enjoying each other's company and celebrating our shared accomplishment. Occasionally teasing her, a gesture she seemed to enjoy. Reiko laughed and spoke quickly, a little unsteady, as if she was trying to keep up. It was odd to see, considering the number of times Reiko and I had shared such close moments together. Nevertheless, her nerves seemed to have her regressing to an earlier version of herself, one who was less experienced. Breaking away from our bravado, I whispered reassuringly, There's no need to be nervous, Reiko. Everything will be all right. Then, I gently took her hand in mine to comfort her. Cinchuredo, causing her to furrow her brows in confusion. Casting my eyes downward, I observed her visible discomfort, a sight that made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She acknowledged my gaze with a subtle nod. With a shift in my position, I moved closer to Reiko. Cinchuredo. I leaned forward and gently placed my hand on her shoulder. I waited a full minute until her shaking breaths settled, and she appeared calmer. Reiko suddenly hugged me again, wrapping her arms around me as she held on tightly. I'm really okay now. You can move, she urged with reassurance. Cinceredo, her entire face flushed crimson as she nodded her head in embarrassment. I didn't think with a slightly wicked grin on my face. I interrupted her. I guess I now know how to get a specific reaction from you. Aaron? She asked worriedly, but I stepped back again, continuing at a steady pace. Cinceredo, surpassing even my other past relationships. For a moment, I was reminded of Danu, one of my goddess companions. Was this the difference between mortals and those with divinity? A truly divine presence? I shook my head internally, dismissing the peculiar thoughts. I brought my focus back to the present and looked at Reiko with admiration. Right in front of me, I held them gently, drawing a soft sigh from her. Leaning down, I pressed a gentle barato there, and with my free hand, I continued to hold her close. Cinceredo, 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 Cinceredo. Let's just tidy up and leave it at that. And a few hours later, still in my room in bed, Reiko stirred from her slumber and abruptly sat up. She quickly surveyed the room before locking eyes with me. I greeted her with a smile, saying, "Good evening. It looks like you had a restful sleep." Reiko's face immediately turned red as she put her head down and apologized. "I'm sorry for passing out." Chuckling, I reassured her, "There's no need to apologize. Some of the ladies have fallen asleep on me before, so you don't need to worry. But I didn't expect you to be like that, Reiko." I grinned at her, recalling every moment of our time together. I suppose even a woman with a soothing presence and dependable nature could be like that. Huh? I teased, deepening the crimson hue on Reiko's cheeks. "But don't worry, Greyfi is the same," I added, chuckling softly to myself. Fed up with my teasing, Reiko playfully and gently struck my shoulders with her hands, resembling a mischievous child. This only caused me to laugh even more. Eventually, she ceased her playful assault, but the embarrassment remained as she rested her head against my shoulder. "Thank you," she whispered adorably, prompting me to set my book aside and turn to her. I lifted her chin gently and held her close. After a dreamy minute of tender embrace, I apologized. "I'm sorry for making you wait, Reiko. I really enjoyed our time together, and I promise that we'll have more moments like this in the future, all right?" A delicate blush still painted her cheeks as she shyly nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I would love to do that. Thank you, Aaron, and I love you." "I love you too, Reiko." "Now then step inside, you impatient wombats," I teased. And the door swung open to reveal Aquino and Lavinia, much to Reiko's surprise. "Let's join in on the fun as well," they exclaimed in unison before rushing over to join the group. Turning to Reiko, I suggested, "How about trying something new for your second time?" "PPP perverts," Reiko stammered, but with a resigned sigh, she conceded. For the remainder of the night, we enjoyed each other's company, sharing in the lively energy of the moment together. The day of my expedition to Zinwaria dawned, and only a choice handful of companions followed me: Onegor himself, Artemis, Ravel, Aoife, and Reiko. All were present save for Aoife, who had been evasive for most of the day. As others reported, I should anticipate a remarkable transformation, which stirred my curiosity. "Ah, Aoife-sama, welcome," greeted Ravel, diverting my attention. I was struck by the sight before me. Aoife, who had previously concealed her eyes with a blindfold, had now discarded it entirely. Though she had occasionally removed it before, this time it was gone without a trace. Her former attire, a blend of blue and black, had been replaced by a striking crimson and black garb. Her once veiled red eyes now radiated a tranquil glow as she gazed at me with a serene smile. Did she plunge headlong into emo territory, or was this her singular method of expressing her feelings and emotions? I must admit that during my own bout of depression, my actions were odd, but Aoife's transformation encompassed her entire wardrobe. I can't help but ponder if her personality underwent a significant change, or if I'm simply misconstruing the situation. "Hey," I stammered as I approached her. "Why are you reacting like that, silly?" she asked, tilting her head. It seemed that I might have been overreacting. Her response hinted that her personality hadn't undergone a complete overhaul. Nevertheless, doubts still lingered, and only the forthcoming mission would unveil the truth. Reacting like what? I just found your wardrobe transformation unexpected, I confessed, and Aoife spun around in a flourish. I have to say, though, it suits you, particularly because I can see your eyes again. I gave her a warm smile, and she murmured a contented sound. Can we stop messing around and go already? Onegor huffed in annoyance, causing a burst of laughter from me. Of course, my bad. Mun, shall we set off then? I said, turning to face my team, and began our journey to Zinwaria. The destination to which we were transported proved to be a captivating planet, thanks to Onegor's guidance. We teleported to a secluded location, untouched by the frequent visitors elsewhere on the world. The landscape before us resembled a windswept mountainside, a less frequented area that I found rather appealing. Perched atop the craggy peaks, we gazed down upon the sprawling metropolis below. A cloak of darkness enveloped the surroundings, as the planet appeared to be locked in a perpetual night cycle, only illuminated by the constant presence of the moon. In the distance, a colossal structure, reminiscent of a medieval fortress, caught our attention. The entire city below was bathed in shades of warm orange, a sign of a thriving populace. Above, dragon or wyvern-like beasts soared through the darkened sky, their echoing roars reverberating across the landscape. Firstly, I started gaining everyone's focus while adhere to our original plan. Onegor will resultantly be escorted by Reiko and Artemis, while Suzuku, Ravel, Aoife, and I will journey to where the king and queen reside. Ravel interjected, we should also bear in mind that Weiboro's underlings will be stationed on this planet. From my intuition, I sense a very powerful aura, most likely the Weiboro's member itself, Eihild, a rank 12 Valkyrie in this reality. Onegor provided essential details. We'll proceed to visit my parents while also making stops at 2 locations I believe will prove advantageous to us. A building responsible for this planet's alarm systems and a few security measures installed by Fumara's faction. Wait for us to neutralize them before crossing a certain boundary. Understood? Piece of cake. All right, let's get going. And don't forget, I announced, fiddling with a small bracelet on my wrist, transforming my entire body to mirror those of Onegor's race. This operation will be approached as an infiltration mission until I give the all-clear, understood? Their heads bobbed in accord, triggering their devices to adopt the likeness of Onegor's species. Following a swift series of nods, Onegor's party set off, leaving my team lingering behind. I pivoted to face my own group, observing them as they readied themselves for the upcoming task. We mustn't venture beyond the midpoint of that tower. Should we do so, certain alarms will sound, alerting them to our presence. As you previously mentioned, Aaron Sama, even if we employ various methods to circumvent them or if you personally disable them, they're still connected to both the location where Onegor Sama is headed and to Eihild herself, Ravel elaborated. Yeah, that's correct. I can deactivate and bypass those alarms, but doing so will trigger them immediately. The only way to bypass them would be to alter reality itself, which seems a bit excessive. We will rely on Onegor and his knowledge of his world, even if it may be outdated, I replied, gently patting Ravel's head. So, without further ado, let's set off, I declared, releasing a resigned breath. Our goal was straightforward. Upon reaching the throne room, where I could detect the presence of the king and queen, our objective would be to persuade them to join our cause as we liberated them from their captors. The difficulty, however, was rooted in the fact that their species was renowned for their unyielding stubbornness and immense pride, making the task of convincing them an arduous one. Regardless of their denial, our main objective persists in eradicating the Weiboro's sway and existence on this world, liberating them from its clutches. Onegor has pledged to personally join the resistance to persist in supporting the cause, yet the stance of the rest of his species remains ambiguous. He alluded that there might be a few individuals from his species inclined to collaborate with us, but this information harks back to a distant past. Onegor isn't assured if they still adhere to the same convictions, but he hopes they do, as the prospect of enduring this tribulation alone is something he yearns to evade. As our journey towards the city progressed, we found ourselves confronted with massive gates composed of metal and concrete. Unusually, there were no guards in sight, but a colossal assemblage of individuals jammed the entrance tens of thousands at a cursory glance. The sheer magnitude and density of the throng enabled us to merge effortlessly within it, slipping through without confronting any complications. Swiftly navigating our way, we reached the out facade of the walls. In the distance loomed even more extensive stone barriers, vigilantly patrolled by sentinels and security cameras. These walls segregated the boundary between the low and middle classes and the prosperous upper class of this realm. Beyond those walls lay extravagant buildings and individuals partaking in a life of opulence. It would be a stark contrast to dwell here, but our mission necessitated us to delve into that affluent portion of the city. As Onegor had stated, this societal construct had persisted since time immemorial. There were a handful of pathways to ascend into the upper echelons of society. Being born into it, possessing an innate power that granted opportunities, or participating in the tournaments held at relatively regular intervals. Suzuko, flanked by the rest of the group, approached me, asking. Onegor mentioned that if they hadn't changed dates, the tournament should be happening now or soon, right? Yeah, that's right, I replied. The tournaments are rather significant events. Perhaps that's why there's so many people gathered here. They might be celebrating, waiting for it to begin, or simply making their way towards it. From our left, I can see a grand coliseum in the distance. Aoife suddenly seized my arm, her eyes ablaze as she proclaimed, "Let me compete," leaving us all bewildered and taken aback. Aoife-sama, I have no doubt about your strength and prowess to triumph in this tournament. Ravel began, her voice steady and calm amidst the commotion. However, to uphold our guise as one of Onegor's kind, you must adopt a fighting style you're not familiar with. I would advise against participating otherwise. I spoke with Onegor before, and he informed me that although it's not the norm, their species wielding their orbs to forge swords and fight with them isn't entirely unheard of. It's just not a popular method, as they generally engage in battle using a distinct approach. So, with that in mind, I beg you to allow me to partake in the tournament. She entreated once more, this time with an even greater intensity. Pausing, I closed my eyes and pondered her request. I had already glimpsed the future during that meeting, and now I saw it again. The outcome remains the same, so unless I intervene before certain stages of the tournament, Aoife will still face the same ordeal, and truth be told, I'm torn about it. Part of me believes that growth can't be achieved without some pain, but on the other hand, I didn't like seeing her go through that suffering. Growth can only come from pain and failure, in my opinion, Drake chimed in. Rudra interjected, saying, the path to personal growth and maturity isn't solely dependent on pain and failure. Adversity can indeed be a potent catalyst for self-reflection and development, but people can also experience significant growth through positive experiences, self-discovery, and learning from their victories. It's not just about overcoming challenges, but also about seizing opportunities for self-improvement, gleaning insights, and broadening one's perspective. Human capacity for growth extends far beyond hardship, encompassing a wide array of life experiences that contribute to a well-rounded and mature individual. Well, he was an emperor before, so go with his advice. I'm just a dragon that saw your own growth, partner, so am limited in that knowledge, said Drake, aligning with Rudra's viewpoint. After inhaling deeply, I gazed at Aoife and conceded to her request. All right, go, but Ravel, can you accompany her? I asked. Ravel observed me for a few moments before nodding in agreement. As you wish, Aaron-sama. I will aid Aoife-sama. Please exercise caution during your journey there with Suzuki-sama, said Ravel, bowing as she departed with Aoife in tow. You agreed because you saw something in the future, didn't you? Suzuko asked, looking at me intently. Rather than speaking my reply, I gave her hand a gentle squeeze, silently confirming her suspicions. Taking the initiative, I began, face fewer of Ihild's minions, as they're probably more interested in participating in the tournament. That's all I'm willing to share. Perhaps even Ihild herself, but who knows? Certain changes for the future need to happen for that to occur. As I finished my explanation, Suzuka responded in kind, returning my hand squeeze. With that, we disappeared from our present location, appearing in the high-class district of the planet. Continuing our trek toward the castle-like structure looming in the distance. Artemis' soliloquy at present. We found ourselves in the eastern reaches of this vast metropolis. As per Onager's observations, the rest of this planet seemed devoid of life. This urban sprawl, dubbed Xenwaria, stood as the epicenter, bordered by sparse and scattered hamlets, villages, and enclaves. These settlements housed individuals who favored living outside the constraints of a class-based society, a concept that Onagor himself disapproved of. Pondering the transition to this alternate universe required considerable contemplation on my part. My inclination was to maintain my archery enterprise, which stretched from Kuo and extended well beyond. During the period leading up to their departure, and in the weeks that followed, Aaron facilitated introductions with various individuals through his well-established network. Future undertakings, including the establishment of new clubs in Japan, were already in the works. In addition to this, my journey to this universe received the blessing of Zeus, allowing my presence alongside Hephaestus. Their assurance of ample manpower, as conveyed by Zeus, was a significant factor in this decision. It's over there, Onagor gestured, discreetly guiding their gaze with a slight tilt of his head toward an unassuming building. The bulk of the structure lies below ground. They chose a nondescript exterior. A conventional restaurant conceals the upper half. We'll have to find a way around it. Dealing with that is relatively uncomplicated. I can make us invisible, I shared with Onagor, who silently signaled his agreement with a nod. Venturing into an alleyway, I used my spell, wrapping us in an unseen veil of concealment. Soon after, we quickly departed the vicinity and made our way towards a specified building. Upon crossing the threshold of the establishment, it appeared to be an average restaurant, bustling with Onagor's kind partaking in alien delicacies, likely their sustenance in their world. With a sudden, precise move, Onagor snatched an object and launched it at a nearby window, shattering the glass and momentarily captivating the attention of everyone present. Seizing this opportunity, we stealthily made our way to the back and discreetly accessed a door designated for the authentic proprietors and staff. Descending a dimly lit staircase upon entry, Reiko questioned, "How did you discover this place and its hidden entrances?" One of my friends once worked within these walls. His current standing and employment escapes me, yet I suspect he still lives here. He is among the chosen select who might align themselves with our cause, although I cannot confirm it at this time. Be that as it may, follow me. I am acquainted with hidden paths to reach him without drawing undue attention. Onagor confided in us as we rushed down the stairs. As we traversed the dimly lit area, we came across an abundance of barrels seeping with an odd liquid. Onagor warned us against making contact, elucidating that the substance was toxic to all species save for his own. Intriguingly, the substance provoked a euphoric state in his kind, a revelation that piqued my interest. Escorting us through a dimly lit corridor, Onagor guided us through an intricate maze of chambers and entrances until we sensed the presence of 3 individuals within a certain room. With an upraised hand, I whispered, "There are 3 people in there. Reiko, can you share your sight with Onagor and help him identify his friend? Well then, take out the other 2. Reiko agreed, and her eyes began to radiate a glow that was reflected in Onagor's ears. Within moments, Onagor discerned, the one on the left is him. He hasn't changed. As for the other 2, I know them, and to be blunt, they're not the most amicable people. Reiko and I signaled our assent with curt nods. Ill phased through the wall with Reiko to confront the other 2, While you enter through the door and engage your acquaintance in conversation, I instructed Unagor. Upon executing a synchronized countdown, Reiko and I phased through the wall, catching the trio within off guard. Rapidly shedding our disguises, Reiko struck the central figure with a lightning-imbued karate chop, incapacitating him, while I used magic to gag the person on the right, binding them in enchanted rope before casting a spell to induce slumber. With our mission accomplished, Unagor entered through the door, leaving his friend in a state of stunned disbelief. Unagor, you're alive? We were informed that you died, he stammered, rushing over to embrace his seemingly miraculously revived friend. A lot has happened, and I want to tell you about it. Can I have your ear for a bit? It's quite a tale, questioned Unagor, and his friend consented to the request. Unagor abridged his tale, condensing his encounters into a concise retelling, while Reiko and I stood guard at the door, surveying the comings and goings in the corridors. Luckily, we encountered no further altercations after the initial trio. With Unagor's recounting complete, Geharin, now privy to the circumstances at hand, pondered over the question and the accompanying petition. Unagor had extended an invitation for Geharin to join the resistance, becoming a part of our evolving scheme. He appended the condition that if Geharin declined, we would be obliged to temporarily incapacitate him, detaining him until the entire operation reached its completion. I'm willing to join the cause. To be honest, tensions have been mounting on our world. I've personally met with the king, and we've fostered a solid bond. He's expressed interest in going to war with Fumara, should a chance arise for us to break free from their control, detailed Geharin. The queen shares his stance, making the job of convincing them to back the resistance a considerable hurdle. This smoldering undercurrent of discontent has been brewing for years due to numerous factors, such as the mistreatment of our people and the manipulation of the beloved tournament we all hold dear, Geharin added, his frustration evident. Geharin lifted his eyes and counseled Unagor. Relinquish hope for our remaining comrades. Their indignation and vexations exceed even my own. Though I have endeavored to suppress my emotions, they are wholly invested in the tournament and wield great influence over our populace. In alignment with the king's aspirations, they are prone to advocate for war should the resistance assist in our emancipation. The ominous mood conveyed that a favorable outcome appeared improbable. It appeared that once liberated, the king of Geharon's species might plunge into war with Fumara, potentially leading to extremely dire consequences. The potential scenario hinted at by Aaron's precognitive abilities likely encompassed this impending conflict. Geharin somberly continued, worsening the situation. Both their daughters have passed away, and their newly found son has just discovered the tragic news. They've essentially given in to madness. The outer god, the one who journeyed here to persuade them, is destined to encounter denial and, quite possibly, aggression the instant they discover that he or his comrades contributed to the demise of their daughters. As Reiko and I exchanged meaningful glances, the gravity of the information began to sink in. The more we learned about the intricate complexities of this predicament, the clearer it became that aiding in the liberation of this species might lead to disastrous consequences, potentially driving them to the abyss of extinction. Pondering whether to inform Aaron about this conundrum, I questioned whether he was already cognizant of the dilemma, yet still resolute on engaging with them. Unagor's unease lingered in the room as he wrestled with the gravity of the impending decision. What should we do? He asked, searching for guidance. Should we proceed? If we do, it seems like my species will face extinction. Reiko and I glanced at each other once again. I replied, the answer resides in our conversation with Aaron. The decision ultimately rests with you and Geharin. We are simply onlookers on the periphery. Reiko added, but we mustn't overlook the fact that, regardless of their response, we might find ourselves in conflict with them. If the king and queen choose to attack Aaron and Suzaku, our presence will likely become known amidst the chaos. The weighty decision loomed large, with Aaron's choice holding the fate of Unagor's species in his hands. The decision to continue with the mission or abandon it entirely bore immense consequences, with the specter of potential extinction casting a long, dark shadow over the resolution to come. Chapter 21, Part 3. To be the villain in someone's story, Aoife Murphy's soliloquy. To be completely honest, I might be somewhat overly dramatic in my worries. Aaron most likely has a reason for indulging my current self-centeredness. Strolling alongside Ravel, we headed toward the Coliseum, my destination for joining the tournament. Suddenly, Ravel's demeanor changed. She glanced downward, tilting her head before swiftly grabbing my arm. "Aoife-sama, we must hurry, or the time for registration will pass," she urgently declared. "Oh, okay," I stuttered, taken aback by the unexpected urgency. Hurrying our pace, we made our way to the venue. In the midst of the commotion, I noticed several individuals of onager species. Despite onager's description of them as overly arrogant and stubborn, I found it difficult to dismiss the inherent goodness within them. The desire to aid them persisted, even as I recognized the complex nature of the situation, realizing it was far more intricate than the simplistic dichotomy of good and evil often portrayed in the stories I'd read. It's plain to see that Aaron has most likely arrived at his own choices in these matters. The sight of those unfortunate children and wandering souls left a striking impression on me. For the Barado, I find myself thoroughly persuaded that Eleanor is a person incapable of being swayed or altered. Due to this, I am driven to meet her at a later time, seeking answers to a multitude of questions before finally confronting her once and for all. This decision arises from a deeply rooted conviction that permitting her to live would be morally unbearable, enabling her to persist in causing chaos not only within this universe, but in others as well. Ravel and I drew near the tremendous building, a sprawling arena already abuzz with a horde of keen onlookers. The venue revealed itself in two distinct queues, one catering to the crowds of spectators, while the other summoned participants to complete their registrations. Venturing through the lively atmosphere, we opted for the queue on the right, designated for contestants seeking entry. Fortune favored us, as only 4 persons stood ahead in the line. After a brief interlude, we found ourselves at the forefront, completing the necessary payment and swiftly filling out a concise application form. The application necessitated numerous specifics, one of which was the need for a name, to which I covertly supplied a pseudonym. I opted for Bethley. The accompanying nickname or self-imposed title I chose was a straightforward yet cryptic null, a moniker conceived on the spur of the moment, given the oddity of my existing options. After completing the remaining details, I promptly submitted the document to the attendant. The individual in charge of this section promptly asserted, "Only participants are allowed entry through this gate. Others must proceed to the alternative queue," directing the non-participating crowd to the adjacent line. Ravel inclined her head in confirmation and communicated, "Aoi, Bethley-sama, I will watch from the audience, but you are aware of the plan, correct?" She subtly gestured towards her ring, eliciting a reciprocal nod from me. It soon became clear that Ravel was discreetly orchestrating our actions through the transceivers embedded in our rings, a plan I readily embraced. Following the exchange of farewells, I made my way into the Coliseum. The interior unveiled a solitary hallway, leading participants to their allocated rooms. Quickly discovering mine, I entered and settled in, preparing for the forthcoming events. I withdrew Fragorak from my ring and studied it intently. To conceal its distinct form, I needed to merge it with the orbs designated for my attack tactics. Another option was to forge a sword using these orbs and choose that path, avoiding the potential dangers of deploying Fragorak too soon. The security systems and alarms, still active due to Onager's team's incomplete deactivation, made using Fragorak a risky move. With a heavy sigh, I put back the sword in my ring and reclined in my chair. Soon, I whispered to myself. The extent of my advancement remained unclear, and the possibility of facing a resolute opponent, bent on surviving at all costs, loomed on the horizon. Nevertheless, I resolved to dedicate my utmost effort to the upcoming tournament. What compelled me to apply for admission to this tournament? Was it a search for self-validation, a yearning to prove my resolve to myself? The objective remained mysterious, leaving me floundering in a torrent of unanswerable questions. Doubt began to seep in, casting a cloud over my initial determination. However, the speakers within the room crackled to life, dispelling the internal tempest as an announcement sounded forth, signaling the commencement of the proceedings. Beside me, a monitor flickered to life, revealing relevant information. It displayed a considerable participant count of approximately 320 individuals. The impending commencement sought to swiftly cull through this initial amount, paving the way for what was deemed the true tournament phase. An elimination round. Huh? I murmured under my breath. A deep voice resounded through the air, directing, "Contestant 320, please proceed to the stage." It occurred to me that I was assigned the number 320, indicating I was the last entrant to sign up. A brief shock coursed through me, but I decided not to dwell on the discovery. Stepping out of my room, I ventured down the solitary hallway. Upon crossing a predetermined boundary, I found myself instantly transported to the opposite end of the stage, a vast expanse of concrete encircled by circular walls. In the growing crowd, Ravel's recognizable figure stood out as she waved in acknowledgement. The announcer's voice boomed, declaring Fighter 210, the Grizzler, and Fighter 320, Null, will initiate combat. The figure before me, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Unagor, propelled himself toward me with unwavering determination. With not a moment's hesitation, he summoned a multitude of orbs around him and released them in my direction. Simultaneously, gargantuan black and white hands materialized from orbs beside him, channeling energy beams in my direction. Having become well acquainted with the tournament's rules, where death was deemed an acceptable outcome, I accepted it as an inherent aspect of the competition. Unfazed, I conjured a distinct black and white orb into my grasp, manipulating it into the form of a sword. Not to my surprise, this action elicited laughter from the onlooking crowd. One idiot who uses our powers like this. It's so old-fashioned and a stupid way of wielding them. It's also inefficient, as our powers are predominantly designed for long-range combat, while the appendages we manifest from the orbs serve as a primitive form of physical confrontation, added another. Unfazed by the snide remarks, I faced the enemy before me, the infamous Grizzler, who sneered as he approached, his arrogance unwavering. A surge of urgency spurred me on, and with decisive speed, I swung my black and white sword at the incoming orbs, cleaving through them with unexpected ease, which echoed through the crowd of onlookers. The energy beams were no different, as my sword met them with the same effortless resistance, slicing through them with unnerving precision. As the Grizzler momentarily gaped at my unforeseen prowess, I vanished in a blur, reappearing behind him in an instant. Centurato proof to the effectiveness of my unorthodox methods. W winner, Fighter 320 Null. The announcer's booming declaration resonated within the Colosseum, though a conspicuous absence of cheers lingered in the air. Even Ravel, whom ID assumed to be a sympathetic supporter, remained silent, opting not to reveal her true sentiments amidst the swarming masses. The lack of applause didn't faze me. In fact, it was this very silence and the penetrating stares that I had been yearning for. I craved their undivided attention, determined to prove that conventional methods weren't the only avenue to emerge victorious. My unorthodox approach would demonstrate its efficacy. Embracing the persona of the Dark Horse, I eagerly anticipated the opportunity to inject a fresh dynamic into the ensuing rounds of combat, promising a tournament brimming with unpredictability and spectacle. Third-person point of view Unagor, a member of Artemis Group, had made his decision. Positioned at different spots, Artemis and Geherin on one front, while Reiko partnered with Unagor on another, they steeled themselves to destroy the worldwide security systems. Artemis, her gaze fixed on a sizable, cylindrical structure, sought enlightenment. I merely need to destroy this? The article in question flaunted a primarily metallic framework, encompassing a small, radiant orange crystal at its core. Geharon nodded. Yes. That structure fuels the entire assemblage that upholds the security systems. There's a corresponding one at Unager's location. Simultaneously disabling or damaging them won't incur any unforeseen difficulties. Ideally, deactivating them via conventional methods would be preferential, but I lack the necessary code. My professional domain is different, thus I am unaware of the code. However, my coworker is knowledgeable, but also unwilling to disclose it. Artemis nodded wordlessly, her bow held steady and aimed at the designated device. Through her transceiver, she heard Unagor initiate a countdown. As the countdown reached 0, Artemis, coordinating with Reiko, unleashed a barrage of attacks directed at the targeted structure. Her arrow found its mark, striking the device just before a protective barrier, matching its size and materialized around it. The subsequent explosion, accompanied by the muffled, resonant vibrations confined within the barrier, ensured that the facility's other personnel remained unaware of the breach. Satisfied with the success of their covert operation, Artemis stowed her bow, exhaling in relief. Through their transceivers, Artemis inquired, "How did it go on your end?" Reiko's response came promptly. "All went according to plan. Let's proceed to eliminate the remaining personnel here to prevent any discovery. After that, we'll rendezvous with Aaron and the others to assess the situation." "Understood," Artemis replied. She turned to Geharon, saying, "Let's press on. Keep a close eye on me, as we'll be apprehending the remaining staff in this facility." "Understood. I can help you locate them, or you prefer to use your own methods?" Geharon inquired. "I'll handle the detection myself, but I appreciate the offer. Now, let's move," Artemis affirmed as she exited the room, Geharon falling in step behind her. In a prior communication, Unagor had consulted Aaron, and their decision took form in a continuation of the mission. The plan involved Aaron and Suzuku temporarily incapacitating the king and queen in case they retaliated, ensuring that their presence remained undisclosed to the wider populace. However, Unagor had overlooked the chance that Ihild and her underlings might have established a failsafe or backup plan in case of an intrusion. As both Reiko and Artemis groups emerged from their respective rooms, a sudden symphony of alarms erupted, leaving them momentarily unprepared. I should have been more suspicious," Artemis muttered, her gaze sweeping over their surroundings as orbs materialized around them. Geharon, genuinely caught off guard, asked, "What?" "I didn't know. They had a backup system, but we weren't informed of this." With her bow once again summoned, Artemis replied, "It is Ihild or her subordinates who may be responsible for this. They might have devised it without informing any of you. Their motivations could stem from the Resistance's ongoing successes. It's reasonable for them to be on guard and prepared for unforeseen circumstances." "Blast it!" Geharon exclaimed, his frustration evident as he slammed his fist against the wall. Ignoring Geharon's brief outburst, Artemis concentrated on the urgent matter at hand. She asked, "Can you fight?" as she began infusing her bow with divine energy. "Without a doubt. Battle is integral to our kind, and we've been trained from a young age." Geharon confirmed, black and white orbs appearing around him. "Good, because we're fighting our way out of this. If Aaron's estimation is accurate, your species might join forces with Ihild's group. I apologize ahead of time for any harm that may befall your allies. It's unavoidable," Artemis declared. "Understood. I know many will align with Ihild for safety. Even though the odds are stacked against us due to sheer numbers," Geharon replied, as more of his kin appeared at opposite ends of the hallway, foreshadowing an impending confrontation. "There they are. Get them. Geharon is a traitor." A furious cry reverberated through the corridor as spheres of energy were launched in their direction. Geharon readied himself, anticipating a counter-move from his former comrades. Yet in a blaze of light, arrows shimmering with divine energy streaked past him like comets, intercepting the incoming orbs. The arrows not only annihilated the projectiles, but also struck Geharon's former allies, causing small explosions on their arms, legs, and chests. Artemis had taken a calculated risk, trusting in the resilience of the underground facility. It was a departure from her usual tactics, but the previous praises from Unagor and Geharon about the robustness of their colleagues' materials and architectural expertise had persuaded her. The consequential detonations defeated their enemies, leaving Geharon surprised and noticing the minimal damage inflicted by Artemis' explosive arrows. As you stated prior, your race possesses remarkable resilience, and I relied on your word, Artemis asserted. I shall persist in that belief. I will also induce a deeper sleep to mitigate any possible harm. Let's continue, he commanded. Agreed. Let's get started, Geharon responded with unwavering determination in his voice. The pair pushed on, prepared to confront whatever challenges awaited them. In Rykos' group, a savage conflict ensued against Unagor's race and the formidable automatons they had conjured. To Unagor's own astonishment, his species channeled their powers to augment the robotic creations, an unexpected turn of events. Reiko, equipped with her blade, expertly executed strikes on various parts of her foe's anatomy. Notably, she abstained from causing grievous wounds, opting instead for a tactical approach. After each skillful slash, she struck their heads with punches or kicks, rendering them unconscious. Reiko then promptly administered a sleeping spell and applied minor healing to prevent fatalities. Observing this unusual demeanor, Reiko questioned, "Is something wrong, Unagor? I can't shake this feeling, like we just went too far," Unagor murmured, his voice heavy with concern. He stepped toward one of the defeated robots and, in a fit of frustration, pried off its outer panel. Reiko moved alongside him, and the unsettling sight before them made them uneasy. Within the robot's stomach area, they discovered a tiny child, barely 3 years old. Unagor rushed to another one, uncovering a child barely a year old. The revelation only intensified his wrath. Turning to the last robot, it revealed what seemed to be a still-developing fetus. How could they? Unagor cried out, a profound incredulity reverberating within his words. Reiko, her mind reeling with visions of a future with Eren, remained silent. An unparalleled fury surged within her as she struggled to come to terms with the unsettling truth of their species' actions. Despite the turmoil within her, Reiko steeled herself to regain her composure. Young children. Could it be that Eleanor may have been responsible for this? What about Eihild or any of her subordinates? She queried, seeking answers in the distressing revelation. Contemplating Rykos' words, Unagor pondered. Eihild doesn't strike me as someone who would engage in such actions. She carries a chivalrous air, I suppose. However, one of her followers, with whom she shares a strained relationship, might be involved. Rumor has it that this follower of Eihild's was once allied with Eleanor. According to the gossip, this follower began seeking out Eleanor about involving even younger individuals, creating a rift between them. Eleanor, it seems, didn't believe individuals of this age were suitable, and this person believed they had been suitable and made these? Reiko probed for clarity, and Unagor confirmed with a grave nod. I suppose her own hypothesis proved somewhat correct. Our kind undergoes intensive training from a young age, as I mentioned. We develop at a faster rate than most. By the time a human child is 3 years old, we, at 1 year old, can exhibit similar mobility and perform certain actions. I never foresaw, Unagor said with a somber tone, trailing off. Her go to such lengths, especially with a fetus. Reiko grappled with the gravity of the revelation, her disdain for the mysterious woman deepening. Nevertheless, their transceivers suddenly sprang to life, and Geharon's frantic voice pierced through the air. Unagor, I didn't know anything about this. I swear, Lady Morwenna said she had abandoned such practices, especially after Lady Eihild instructed her to do so. Considering the caliber of individuals who are drawn to Fumara, it's difficult to dismiss the notion that they could be devious, amoral souls, willing to do anything to achieve their aims. This is a lesson I've learned from my own encounters. I presumed you'd arrived at the same conclusion, Geharon, Unagor replied, but received no answer from Geharon. Reiko, I must admit, I find this utterly repulsive. Let's go track down this Morwenna. After this, Artemis transmitted, her voice carrying an icy, lifeless quality. Yes, I concur. First, let's see to the tidying up of this place, Reiko responded, and Artemis concurred. Unagor, let's move, shall we? Reiko instructed, and Unagor complied. They decided to neutralize the remaining robots with a more tempered approach, choosing a more moderate method after the distressing revelations. This is, Suzaku murmured, her brows knitting together as she turned towards Eren. He closed his eyes momentarily before exhaling a deep sigh. We must press forward. There's no going back now, he informed Suzaku, and they hastened their pace, moving towards their destination with urgency. They moved with such speed and agility that even Unagor's species failed to detect them. As they progressed through the halfway mark, the blaring alarms became even more relentless, yet Eren and Suzaku remained undeterred. They had come to terms with the fact that the entire city was already aware of their presence. With a stoic resolve, they continued to run through the incessant clamor of the alarms. Upon reaching 3/4 of the way to the summit, they entered a room occupied by several guards. Halt! Intruders, the entity began, but Eren quickly snapped his fingers, inducing a deep, almost tranquil slumber upon them. The duo then proceeded to pass through without encountering any resistance whatsoever. Suzaku briefly glanced back before asking, "What's our plan if we meet one of Ihild's underlings?" "All but one are redeemable. The rest must be eliminated," Eren responded, his voice steady, which caused Suzaku to shudder. He looked at her with a faint smile of apology. "Sorry, but that's the reality. I've seen into various potential futures, and most of them won't change due to their moral degeneration." "I understand. I apologize for doubting you," replied Suzaku as she shook her head. "Eren hasn't turned into a monster or anything like that. That day must have affected him deeply, and he's probably already investigated everyone on this planet." Suzaku then inquired, "Who is it?" "Ihild herself. The rest are monsters that need to be dealt with," said Eren. He paused and added, "But won't be easy. Right now she just appeared with the king and queen, so let me face her. I need to hear her own words and logic," said Suzaku. "All right, though that'll be a challenge for me too, trying to reason with them," Eren conceded with a weary chuckle. They both vanished from their spot, propelled by a burst of speed, and reappeared at the entrance to the throne room. Eren kicked the door open, and it flew off its hinges. All 3 occupants in a room, along with several guards, turned to the source, their weapons and orbs at the ready. However, a click of someone's fingers rendered the guards unconscious. "I see, it's the Outer Gods group. From the reports given to me, it seems like there are only 7 of them. We outnumber them with my group and your species. Hand them over to me," ordered Ihild. Ihild, standing at an imposing 58, was a woman with long, wavy white hair that cascaded into blonde ends, her red eyes piercing as she bore a stern expression. She was clad in a white shirt, layered beneath a large gray coat. Her skirt, also gray, fell just above her knees, and she wore matching gray tights and black heels. Her hands were clad in gray gloves, and a distinctive sword was firmly gripped in her left hand. The king remained silent, causing Ihild to strike him in the stomach, sending him crashing to all fours as he struggled to catch his breath. Shifting her focus to the queen, she demanded, "Give them to me." "All right, just leave us alone," the queen cried out, her voice trembling with fury. Before Ihild could react, both Suzaku Himejima and Ihild vanished in a blaze of flames, leaving the queen and king utterly bewildered. The room's remaining occupants were the unconscious guards, Eren, and the 2 rulers of their realm. A heavy silence enveloped the space as the king rose, his eyes fixated on Eren with a fierce glare. Inquiringly, he asked, "Did your group harm our daughters Xena and Lyaena?" "Indeed, we did. They were allied with Fumara and hindered our progress. Even after our efforts to reason with them, they staunchly refused. I've been informed by someone within your race that you are all tenacious and competitive, so I'm led to believe they wouldn't have listened to our words even if we argued for an entire week," Eren replied in a matter-of-fact manner. A shadow fell across Valagar's face as he spoke. I am Valagar, their father, and I am well aware of the stubbornness within my race. Being the king, I cannot overlook such an act, even with the knowledge of the reasons behind it. After all, they are still my daughters. Valagar turned to his queen, addressing her. The queen and my wife also agree. Isn't that right, Jelania? Indeed. The pain in our hearts is unbearable, but we will seek to avenge the ones responsible for their deaths. I hope you understand, said Jelania. I do. I would take the same course of action if it were my own daughter. Upon discovering who was responsible, replied Aaron, thoughts of Vivi flashing through his mind. Even though I'm a new father, I comprehend the depth of your feelings. One final point, Valagar began. Did they meet their end peacefully? From my team's accounts, only Xena passed with some semblance of calm. Laena, however, faced a difficult end due to the teammates she confronted and her own stubbornness. My friend was forced to defeat her in a harsh manner, Aaron detailed. I see. Is there anything you wish to say in light of our response? Demanded Jelania, her ire mounting. We came here to attempt to persuade you to join the resistance. Even if you decline, we will still liberate your world. What you do afterwards is solely your decision. I won't try to interfere, clarified Aaron. Valagar and Jelania exchanged looks before Valagar declared, even if we are freed, we will immediately engage in war with Fumara. We will not be swayed in any way. Is that acceptable to you, Outer God of Justice? Perplexed by his newfound title, Aaron nodded solemnly. Indeed, freedom. True freedom is the right of every being to make their own choice, so I'll let you do as you wish once we drive Fumara's group from this planet. Even if your choice leads to your own destruction and the extinction of your own species. Valagar's lips curled into a smile as he responded to Aaron's words. Then, that is precisely what we seek. With that, Valagar and Jelania vanished from their spot, leaving Aaron to release a weary sigh. Hundreds of thousands of black and white spheres materialized all around him, raining down a barrage of attacks. Aaron stood unflinching as his power of infinity effortlessly halted the onslaught. Valagar and Jelania hammered their fists against his invisible barrier, undaunted as they persistently pressed on with their ceaseless onslaught. Your son, what of him? How does he fare with all this? Aaron inquired, his eyes never leaving the two rulers. He is heartbroken. He held a deep love for his sisters, even though he was their younger sibling. He yearned for their praise and admired them. He is profoundly wounded by their passing, Valagar explained, sorrow lacing his words as he continued to launch energy beams from the orbs. Jelania vanished and reappeared beside the throne, a black and white arrow manifesting from her orbs. The arrow slowly took shape as she drew back the string. Following a brief charging time, she released the attack towards Aaron, who remained unwavering. I understand. Then, may you both find solace in your choice. I shall see you by the end of today, Aaron told them, swiftly raising his arms. With a graceful, swirling motion, he moved his right arm. Above him, a colossal blue sphere of energy manifested, emitting a powerful gravitational force that enveloped everything in its vicinity. Valagar tried to flee, but the relentless pull towards the sphere consumed him, dragging him inexorably towards its gaping jaws. Aaron, his eyes fixed on both Valagar and Jelania, threw the blue sphere of energy towards them. The entire upper section of the castle was instantly drawn towards the sphere, crushing and obliterating everything in its path. Before Aaron, the castle seemed to crumble and disintegrate as the blue sphere detonated, causing further devastation to the remaining structure and leaving an enormous crater in the ground. For those who had been observing the castle, a solitary figure with silver hair appeared, gazing up at the sky with an expression of profound sorrow. When Aaron Toole turned his attention back to the onlookers, he bore the visage of a monstrous titan, and he embraced that role with a chilling abandon. Yet moments later, he disappeared, only to find the wounded bodies of Valagar and Jelania hovering between life and death. With haste, he put them into a deep sleep, healing their injuries, and, in an instant, spirited them away to an undisclosed sanctuary hidden within the heart of the planet. Aaron reemerged above the shattered citadel, landing on the ground before striding towards the colossal walls that segregated the low and middle-class precincts from the high-class enclaves. Casting off his guise, he startled the denizens around him, yet none dared to strike him, even as the sentries in the vicinity bellowed orders to engage. When he arrived at the fortified entrance, which was sealed shut, he turned to confront the wall itself and began walking towards it. The walls crumbled to dust as he strolled through them, his indifference seemingly unfazed by the astonished gazes warily trained upon him. His next destination was the Colosseum, cognizant of the fact that the tournament would continue unabated notwithstanding the escalating events on the planet. Nonetheless, Aaron's leisurely saunter came to an abrupt halt when a cacophony of creatures encircling him let out a deafening roar and lunged towards him. With the tension thus shattered, the rest of the creatures followed suit, and millions of black and white orbs materialized all around that section of the city, soaring above and around him. Yet, Aaron remained nonchalant, persisting in his leisurely stroll as if nothing was happening. Aaron's infinity shield effortlessly deflected the barrage of attacks assailing him. He surmised that Valagar's people were merely acting out of fear, uncertain about what might transpire if they failed to adhere to orders, compelling them to attack him. A mere few seconds after their fruitless attempts to strike him down, a sudden realization washed over them their efforts were in vain. As a result, most of them ceased their attacks. However, a new challenger emerged from the crowd. Whistling playfully, the individual announced, well, so that's the outer god, Cinchureto blowing a kiss at Aaron, who remained unflinching. Not much of talker. Pity, but in the name of Lady Eyehild, I must halt you at this very moment. No ill will, all right, darling? Ustin questioned as he vanished, propelling himself forward with a flash of pink magic circles. He darted around Aaron, utilizing a series of pink magic circles that materialized beneath his feet at each step, whether on the ground or in the air. This not only enabled him to navigate various surfaces, but also augmented his speed. To Ustin's astonishment, Aaron managed to keep pace with him. Ustin grinned upon realizing this, and after stepping on one more pink magic circle, he vanished, leaving behind a forceful shockwave that annihilated everything in its path, scattering the crowd that had been observing the exchange. Ustin appeared beside Aaron, and the silver-haired man extended his right hand toward Ustin, catching him off guard. An unseen force momentarily halted Ustin's advancement, sparking further astonishment. Only moments later, he was flung backward, smashing through multiple buildings. Nevertheless, his pink magic circles persistently enveloped his form, dampening the harm. This guy's fun," Ustin exclaimed, his body trembling as he gazed upward, spotting Aaron manifest above him. Aaron's fist hovered mere inches from Ustin's face before colliding with him, hurling him to the ground and creating a crater, robbing him of his breath. Despite the crushing impact, it was not sufficient to incapacitate Ustin, who swiftly sprang back up and evaded another attack from Aaron. Aaron's foot struck the location Ustin had just abandoned, further destroying it. Ustin whistled in admiration yet again before vanishing from sight. Pink flames and lightning enveloped Ustin's form before he suddenly appeared beside Aaron, intertwining both elements in his clenched fist and then hurtling them towards his enemy. However, Aaron managed to halt the attack by raising his index finger, causing the elements to dissipate around his fist and shocking Ustin. "Why are you siding Morwenna?" Aaron's voice was flat, sending a chill down Ustin's spine. Aaron was well aware that he couldn't sway Ustin's allegiance, but he still wanted to hear from the man himself about the reasons behind joining forces with Morwenna, who had once been with Eleanor. Ustin smirked at Aaron, his grin disconcertingly wide, stretching from ear to ear. "Because it's entertaining to toy with them. You understand, don't you? You are familiar with Lady Eleanor and Morwenna's ways, right? I take bravado in their company," he said, smirking, An unbearable repugnance surged through Aaron's veins as he gazed blankly at Ustin, Cinceredo. Everyone should grovel before me, regardless of their status or identity, for I tower above them in every aspect. I am superior in every sense. Memories of the children Aaron had aided in reaching the afterlife, the fans of the Dragon Knight series, and Vivi flashed through his mind, and the thought of Ustin being near them alive in this reality made his skin crawl. A pure, unadulterated loathing welled up within Aaron, directed towards the man before him. Never in a million years did he think he would encounter one of these monstrous beings face to face. He had only heard about them in documentaries during his previous life, and they had repulsed him to no end. But now he was standing mere feet away from the epitome of such abhorrent creatures. And I have to confess, I found it surprisingly easy to overcome my old aversion once I faced them directly and took decisive action against them. However, I didn't stop my actions. The thrill of the moment, the power surging through me, was beyond compare. Ustin continued. He looked up at the sky, arms spread wide. It's exhilarating. It feels as though they've become a part of me. Aaron's fist abruptly collided with Ustin's face. Cinceredo, Aaron refused to let Ustin rest easy, reviving him yet again. A chilling grin spread across Aaron's face as he suggested, "Why don't I give you a taste of your own medicine?" With a swift motion, Aaron seized Ustin's collar and hurled a peculiar, glowing red orb directly at him. The strange sphere struck Ustin with a flash of light. Cinceredo dumbfounded by Aaron's words. He had little time left to process their meaning. He felt an unsettling sensation in his stomach, which quickly escalated to an overwhelming urge to cough. As he doubled over in pain, he looked down to see a rabbit with a small, sharp horn protruding from its head and sinister red eyes. Ustin was befuddled by the sudden appearance of the rabbit. Then, he began to feel strange sensations spreading across him as more rabbit heads started popping out of nowhere. What confused him the most was, why am I not getting up? Why can't I leave this place? He called out in alarm. He couldn't move from the spot he was on, though he shifted uneasily in place. Aaron had flicked a strange substance onto Ustin, similar to what he had done to Azrael last year. He had the bunnies attack him repeatedly. However, everything within Ustin's system would regenerate and heal at an accelerated pace, requiring him to endure the relentless assault from the creatures for the next 10 minutes. Aya! Ustin wailed as he suffered through unimaginable torment coursing through every inch of his barato. He was overwhelmed by waves of pain that seemed to tear him apart, only to be miraculously soothed seconds later as the bunnies repeated the disturbing process. Each attack felt devastating, yet he recovered instantly. Cinceredo relentlessly attacking his opponent, whose rapid healing only served to drag out the battle. Aaron yearned for Ustin to experience some measure of the pain he had caused, even if it were but a small fraction of what they had endured. Aaron challenged Ustin to endure a difficult final test. The clock beside Aaron displayed 3 minutes remaining, meaning Ustin had just 2 minutes left to prove his resolve. With a casual flick of his wrist, Aaron glanced at his non-existent watch and remarked, "Oops, it seems we've jumped ahead to the future. I suppose we're starting the best part now." Aaron then proceeded to take control of the situation with his usual flair. Aya! Another piercing scream echoed through the air, but Ustin then collapsed unconscious, and Aaron didn't like that. Aaron raised his hand and commanded, "Wake up. You're forbidden from falling asleep." This promptly woke Ustin up, and he resumed his screams and sobs. Tears welled in his eyes, streaking down his face. All the while, Aaron remained indifferent to the man and the scene unfolding before him. As the seconds slipped by, a growing stain spread beneath Ustin, forming a small puddle on the ground. The dark liquid threatened to overwhelm him as he struggled to lift his head, his strength fading fast. Yet, faint bubbles emerged in the thick pool, Cinceredo lying motionless in the pool of blood, as if resigned to his impending demise. Aaron found no amusement in this spectacle. He did not find it enjoyable at all. He observed with a stoic expression until the final minute elapsed, and Ustin finally died, Eren ensuring that he would be reborn into the most wretched existence for his next million incarnations. This, in turn, would ultimately culminate in the complete destruction of his very soul in his final death. He reached forward with his hand and vanquished Ustin's remains, leaving no trace behind. With a heavy step, he turned away and began to walk off. Eren could sense the weight of Valagar's people's gazes upon him as he moved. No, it was before that, during the act of ending Ustin's life. Their eyes bore into him, yet they did not interfere or offer aid to Ustin. "Partner," Drake called out to Eren. "If you're going to lecture me or something, save it," Eren replied, his voice laden with a mix of weariness and defiance. "I don't regret what I did, but I didn't enjoy it at all. I thought I might take some satisfaction from it, but I felt nothing, not even anger or relief. For the vast majority of instances, 99% of the time, it's simply beyond our understanding as to how and why the strings intertwine in such an intricate fashion, and that's perfectly acceptable. Act with benevolence, and chaos may ensue. Perform an act of malice, and goodness may transpire. Choose to do nothing, and all may be lost. However, on exceedingly rare occasions through the miraculous confluence of fortuitous happenstance, butterflies fluttering their wings in perfect alignment, and threads clinging together for a fleeting moment, we are granted the opportunity to undertake the right course of action," Rudra informed me. "They'll bear that in mind." "Rudra," Eren responded, noticing a slight release of tension within himself. He couldn't shake the unease he felt about Ustin and his unsettling deeds. He also knew that the other subordinates under Eihild would likely share similar characteristics, given their allegiance to Eleanor and Morwenna over Eihild herself. Eren made his way away from the scene, his footsteps guiding him towards the Colosseum, where he could hear the echoing cheers of the crowd growing louder with each passing moment. Reiko and Artemis group blended effortlessly with the crowds, making their way towards the city's northwestern edge, as directed by the gathered intelligence. The journey proceeded relatively unimpeded, though a subtle sense of unease lingered around Reiko and Artemis, particularly regarding Eren. Despite their apprehensions, the duo pressed forward, resolute in their mission. Unagor, the still new member of their party, shared insights with caution, warning of the trials that lay ahead. Morwenna commands a total of 6 powerful subordinates. Confronting them won't be that easy, but sticking together should ensure a smoother encounter, he advised. Reiko's curiosity piqued, prompting him to inquire, why does Morwenna seem to hold more authority than the Weyboros member herself? As they navigated yet another narrow alleyway, the city quaked with chaos, a direct repercussion of Eren's influential actions destroying the castle and causing mayhem during the standoff with Ustin. According to the gathered intelligence and the rumors that have been circulating for years, Morwenna was once a subordinate of Eleanor. However, their disagreements prompted Morwenna to embark on her own research independently, aligning herself with a different faction. The chaotic aftermath we witnessed earlier bears witness to the consequences of her unorthodox studies. Morwenna's unconventional methods have attracted a specific kind of followers who are fiercely loyal due to her tolerance for their morally ambiguous actions, Geharon elucidated, shedding light on Morwenna's past. Despite their group's best efforts to extract information, the interrogations yielded little about their desired subjects. The lack of substantial details posed a considerable challenge. Their best recourse now lay in capturing a member of Morwenna's group, hoping to glean crucial information directly from the source. Upon venturing to a particular area in the city, Geharon gestured toward the structure, declaring, "There it is. The building where I've seen them gather. It's probably their command center. Armed with the intel we possess, let's brace ourselves for anything that we may see in there." Unified in their determination, the unit acknowledged Geharon's observations. However, as they neared the designated perimeter of the building, a deafening alarm echoed through the air. A cohort of roughly 15 individuals from Valagar's kind rapidly advanced towards Artemis' team. Geharon hesitated, on the brink of proposing a course of action. But Artemis decisively interrupted. "Keep advancing. We got this well in hand." Reiko lunged forward, her drawn sword gleaming in the moonlight, as Artemis engulfed the group with a maelstrom of intricate magic circles. Reiko's precise strikes incapacitated 5 guards in an instant, her skillful blows favoring non-lethal methods. Simultaneously, Artemis released a torrent of magic attacks, targeting the remaining assailants with calculated precision. Magic-infused attacks struck their marks, leaving most of the guards unconscious. For those who resisted, a potent sleep spell swiftly guided them into the realm of slumber. Artemis, with calculated efficiency, returned to the subdued guards held by Reiko, further reinforcing their unconscious state with the same powerful sleeping spell. Geharin, witnessing the flawless coordination, remarked, "They are remarkably efficient." Unagor, recognizing their prowess, added, "Efficiency is second nature to them. It's just the way they operate." Despite Unagor's relatively short time with the Resistance and DXD, he could discern the formidable capabilities within the group, each member displaying the capacity to single-handedly overcome significant challenges. Swiftly piercing through the building, Reiko forcefully hacked apart the locked door, setting off the blaring alarms once more. Upon entering, they were met with an unsettlingly empty first room devoid of doors, stairs, and furniture. Artemis pondered aloud. This seems intentional. Maybe an automated system triggered by the alarms to hide everything? How do we proceed in this matter? Geharin asked with a hint of anxiety, acutely aware of the time constraint they were under. Reiko, her face alight with confidence, enveloped her blade in crackling lightning and proposed, "Why not try a more direct approach?" As Aaron would say, simplicity has its own advantages. Artemis tried to voice her concern, but her words were abruptly cut off as Reiko plunged her lightning-imbued sword into the ground. In a dazzling burst of energy, the floor beneath them shattered, and within moments, the entire group descended to a new level. "I knew it!" Artemis exclaimed, her realization echoing as they descended into the unknown. Artemis dashed towards Reiko, shaking her and imploring, "Please, don't act like him. He's already as crazy as they come." Reiko let out a light chuckle, replying, "I don't copy everything Aaron does, Artemis. But in this case, it worked, and I don't see any issue." Artemis, realizing the futility of trying to sway Reiko's mind, let go of her grip. She knew that once Reiko had decided on a course of action that echoed her boyfriend's antics, there was no stopping her. Despite acknowledging that she might be exaggerating a little, Artemis couldn't shake her discomfort with the unpredictability of such sudden situations. Unagor, observing the seemingly ordinary surroundings, proposed, "Let's move forward. I sense something unusual down here." Artemis sighed, commenting, "It seems like DXD often finds itself underground in this universe." Reiko, finding amusement in the remark, giggled, "Now that you mention it, we do tend to go underground frequently on our missions. Perhaps it was the same in our universe." Before they could act, the encircling walls disintegrated, revealing 2 towering figures. The man to the right boasted a close-cropped hairstyle with a striking golden sheen, dressed in a sleek black and gold jumpsuit. His most characteristic trait was his right arm, predominantly swathed in black and green, distinctly larger than his left. On the left, an unnerving atmosphere permeated from the second figure. His short, slicked-up black hair framed piercing red pupils, while the rest of his features were shrouded in a deep black. A peculiar crimson-red, diamond-shaped symbol adorned his forehead. He donned a thick black coat, accessorized with black earrings and painted nails, each finger adorned with a ring. The ensemble was completed with a black shirt, pants, shoes, and black lipstick, culminating in an overall unsettling appearance. Einhalim and Lukadau. "Darn it. I didn't think they'd be the first to come here," Geharin muttered under his breath. "Go. We've got this. We'll catch up with you too," proclaimed Artemis, her voice resolute and unwavering. "You think yes," Artemis interjected, unleashing an invisible force that sent the eerie-looking man crashing through the walls. She quickly gave chase. Reiko, observing the scene, mirrored her actions, knocking the other man to the side and pursuing them. "Let's move. Take it in no yoke. Let's hope we don't run into anyone more dangerous before they catch up with us," Onegor urged, steering the group toward a nearby door. With a powerful blow, they sent the door flying off its hinges, hastily descending down a flight of stairs. Artemis and the cryptic figure descended into a more spacious area of the structure. As she surveyed the surroundings, she detected the unmistakable touch of spatial manipulation, which had artfully expanded the internal space far beyond the confines of its exterior dimensions. Through her ring, she identified the mysterious man as Lukadao, a master manipulator of shadow and darkness. Without hesitation, Artemis called upon her divine power, conjuring spheres of radiant energy, which she launched toward Lukadao. The man, exuding an aura of unshakable confidence, made no move to evade the attacks, seemingly anticipating that the projectiles would pass through him, as they had so often in the past. His overconfidence, however, was to be his undoing. The divine orb struck Luchido's form with great power, causing him to gasp in shock as he fell back. The impact sent him reeling backward, and the orbs followed him before exploding, decimating that section of the room. "Fool!" Artemis sneered, her eyes aflame with scorn as she addressed the now-dazed Lukadao. "Do you truly believe yourself to be stronger than a god?" Lukadao, despite the grievous wounds that riddled him, maintained his fierce gaze upon Artemis. He had sustained a devastating wound to his torso, and his right arm lay in ruins. A weary exhalation escaped him as inky shadows enveloped his form, initiating a self-repair process. Without a word, Lukadao raised his reconstituted arm. Centurato Artemis called forth her divine bow and a pack of ethereal wolves at her side, prepared to confront the man in front of them. Lifting her bow, Artemis glared at Lukadao and declared, "You, underling of Morwenna, divulge all your sins before I terminate your life, bestowing upon you a semblance of tranquility in your last moments." A ghastly laughter emanated from Lukadao, reverberating through the room as he shielded his face with his hand. Unfazed, Artemis fired an arrow in his direction. Yet, Lukadao did not flinch, permitting the missile to pierce his shoulder. His laughter persisted until it ceased abruptly, and he locked eyes with Artemis, a solemn expression now etched upon his face. Grasping the arrow, he made a startling discovery: his shadows were incapable of healing the inflicted wounds. Unmoved by the disclosure, Lukadao plucked the divine arrow, only for it to evanesce from his grip. "Why should I feel contrition for my actions? I live life on my terms. My reality follows its own principles. I pay no heed to the decrees of external authorities and their so-called laws. That's a path for the intellectually weak," he declared, his face one of defiance. Obscurity. Centurato, a dark grin crossed his face as he uttered those words, his gaze fixating upon Artemis with unsettling intensity. The revelation shook Artemis to her core, connecting Aaron's recent actions to this disturbing reality. She maintained her stoic facade, however, casting a frigid glare at Lukadao. Choosing not to engage further in dialogue, she unleashed a volley of divine arrows, resolute in her determination to extinguish the evil entity before her. Shadowy claws of darkness, crimson energy, and looming shadows surged towards Artemis' divine arrows, only to be annihilated by their divine power, much like before. A click of frustration echoed from Lukadao as he leaped away from the arrows, only to be struck from behind by the unexpected alteration of their course. In a low, ominous tone, the vengeful goddess Artemis expressed her gratitude, sending a shiver down Luchido's spine as he faced her. "I shall ensure you experience suffering before I end your life," she coldly declared. Before Lukadao could retort, Artemis' knee struck him in the face. An unusual sensation enveloped him as he was sent hurtling backward by her divine strength. Artemis followed up without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of smaller arrows, each finding its mark and striking Lukadao with unwavering precision. Artemis wolves targeted Lukadao, their teeth clashing against him, drawing out a pained grunt. But to his astonishment, the wounds mended at an alarming rate. Centurado were rendered useless against Artemis' divine capabilities. Despite the ineffectiveness of his own healing, Lukadao continued to heal. The mystery deepened as larger arrows punctured his thighs, arms, shoulders, and hands, pinning him to the earth. His cries echoed with both agony and wrath, ensnared in a state of impotence against the fury of the goddess. Perhaps it was the experiences that molded my existence, causing me to hold little regard for others, particularly children. Nevertheless, as circumstances started to shift, my outlook on life began to alter. Thanks to him, Artemis mused, addressing her inner contemplations, leaving Lukadao in bewilderment. With her foot firmly planted on Luchado's head, he activated his abilities, anticipating a moment of advantage. Yet, thousands of crimson and black spheres materialized around Artemis, accompanied by sharp claws and appendages. However, much to Luchado's frustration, her wolves swiftly dealt with these manifestations. But Artemis pressed her advantage against Lukadao, overpowering him with her magic. Desperate to retaliate, he attempted to use his abilities again, only to find his attacks countered by the relentless wolves. Acknowledging his impending doom, it crept into Luchado's mind, and the realization of facing death today was something he vehemently resisted. Spending time with Aaron, Vivi, and the myriad of children he encountered through Dulio's work and the fans of his heroic dragon persona made me reevaluate my stance on certain matters. It was through these children that I came to realize they were the future, destined to take the reins of the world once we stepped aside. Thus, the fact that you subject them to such horrors. Artemis' voice held a steely resolve. An immense wave of divine energy enveloped Artemis, its pressure growing exponentially against Lukadao. His body convulsed violently beneath her foot as the sheer magnitude of the divine power overwhelmed him, far surpassing his current power level. I don't want to die. I haven't done everything I wanted to yet. Luchado's desperate screams echoed within his own mind, a futile outcry against the inexorable force that sought to bring an end to his malevolence. Why does this woman care about children she hasn't even met? His thoughts raced. So what if they're the future? If they're not strong enough, they should perish. Everyone in this whole universe knows that. No matter the circumstances one faces in life, the key is to strive for betterment. It's a lesson I learned from observing Aaron, who, despite his rough beginnings, chose a different path. Even across the universes, he continues to navigate that same challenging route, though now it's strewn with thorns and rocks, Artemis declared. Darn it, her words were cut short by Luchado's feeble curse, but it was quickly silenced by Artemis' decisive act. With one powerful strike, she ended his life. The scene fell into a deep, profound silence as she stared at the fallen form of her defeated enemy. Sighing, Artemis summoned divine flames, purifying the area before distancing herself. They'll head to join Unagor and Geharon since Reiko can manage on her own, she muttered under her breath, her figure vanishing from the spot, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of the one-sided battle she had with Lukadao. When the world is happening, Einhelim's internal protests reverberated within him as he found himself engaged in a fierce struggle with Reiko. The last few minutes had turned into a bitter contest, one that had unexpectedly left a warrior of his caliber at a disadvantage, battling against a woman. The sheer absurdity of the situation only served to ignite his frustration as he struggled to make sense of it all. Suddenly, Einhelim's speed increased exponentially as he vanished from his current location, skillfully maneuvering through the large storage room. He cleverly utilized the available boxes, shelves, and other objects to mask his movements, with the aim of throwing off his enemy. Propelling himself off the wall, he launched a powerful strike with his right arm towards Reiko, who swiftly raised her sword, successfully blocking the attack with its flat surface. Einhelem's irritation only intensified, driving him to redouble his efforts in an attempt to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Einhelem nurtured a profound loathing for women, a sentiment whose origins lay in the bitter memories of his own family. His mother and 3 sisters, dubbed the Golden Children, bathed in favor, leaving Einhelem as the neglected, disregarded, and perpetually abused black sheep of the family. Yet, the root of Einhelem's resentment reached far beyond just familial dynamics. He couldn't fully harness the family's transformative powers, able only to morph his right arm. This limitation led to his continued neglect and isolation, but did not quench his determination to excel. Despite his efforts, the family dynamics remained unaltered. One fateful day, falsely accused by his sisters once more, Einhelem found himself exiled to a rehabilitative camp for troubled youths. In the harsh reality of his planet, these camps served as little more than labor camps, where troubled youth were forced into harsh work under terrible conditions. In essence, his parents had given up on him, leaving him to an almost inescapable fate. The torment Einhelem endured at the camp forged a seething hatred for women within him. Channeling this animosity into an unyielding thirst for power, he exploited the lazy and negligent atmosphere of the camp to hone his skills, steadily accumulating power until he experienced a transformative epiphany. Censuredo, believing that true women should confine themselves to domestic roles, dutifully expressing devotion toward their husbands and lovers. "You're what's wrong with this world." Einhelem's voice boomed as he hurtled towards Reiko. Each blow dealt with his right arm, creating tremors that shattered the room around them. Yet, Reiko evaded and countered his relentless attacks with an unshakable serenity. "I'm not sure what you're referring to, but your words suggest an intense disdain for women, don't they?" Reiko inquired, her face remaining as impassive as ever. "Women like you are nothing but conniving harpies set on ruining the lives of decent, hard-working men." Einhelem roared, his figure enveloped in a chilling darkness, including his right arm, before unleashing another devastating barrage. Reiko let out a resigned sigh, recognizing the futility of reasoning with someone like Einhelem. She drew her blade and reappeared behind him in a flash, momentarily disorienting him. He staggered in shock and terror as she struck him down with a swift, decisive blow. Aef! Einhelem's agonized screams echoed through the air as he clutched the remains of a shattered limb. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Reiko pivoted and delivered a resounding kick to the back of his head, sending it crashing into the ground, leaving him unconscious. Taking advantage of the situation, Reiko raised her sword and struck Einhelem down. He awakened to unbearable pain, his cries of anguish continuing unabated. During his reaction, Reiko posed a puzzled question. How did you even become a subordinate to Eleanor and then to Morwenna if you despise women so much? The contradiction in Einhelem's allegiance left Reiko utterly perplexed. Censuredo, so you didn't do anything to the kids? What about those robots and fetuses? Reiko questioned, her gaze unyielding. In response, Einhelem remained silent as a tomb. Unwilling to tolerate his evasion, Reiko pressed her blade further against him, causing him to cry out in pain. "I didn't do anything to them. It wasn't me, but they're also powerful, so I couldn't do anything about them. If I tried, Eleanor or Morwenna would have taken me out before I could carry out my own plan." He bellowed, frustration evident as he furiously scratched at his cheeks, hurting himself in a frantic, self-destructive manner. Reiko scrutinized Einhelem, attempting to discern the reality behind his chaotic beliefs. His intense distrust of women unsettled her, making her wonder whether he posed a threat to anyone vulnerable nearby. Despite her reservations, she pressed on. "Where's Morwenna?" she queried. "Beneath us. She's with 4 more, assuming your group eliminated Lukadao as well," Einhelem answered solemnly, catching Reiko off guard. "Forget this world, and forget you too. I'd rather be gone than live in a world filled with women like you, he declared, raising his left arm defiantly to present Reiko with his middle finger. Closing her eyes, Reiko twisted her blade once more and swung it upward, ending Einhelim's life with a final strike. She sheathed her sword after cleaning off the blood, opened her eyes, and whispered, "Rest in peace, Einhelim-san. May you find peace in a new life." She then vanished, leaving behind the echoes of a troubled soul in the wake of her actions. Cuckoo, it seems the two of you have indeed forsaken your species. Quite the surprise, I must say, observed another member of the same species as Onagor and Geharin. Why you, Zima? Could it be true that you've sided with Morwenna's faction? Onagor stammered, astonishment ringing in his voice. Casting a glance at his companion Geharin, he noted the same expression of shock mirrored on the other's face. You didn't know? And no, we lost contact, as I mentioned. But the thought of him joining them never occurred to me, answered Geharin, just as stunned by the revelation. Zima, with a smirk, addressed the pair. As you can see, I've gone through some transformations myself. However, let's stop with the pleasantries. It's nice to see you again, Onagor. Regrettably, we must part ways today. Allowing the resistance to remain active is not an option. We must act to further Lady Ihild's cause. Onagor and Geharin shared a mutual understanding, knowing that engaging in further conversation with their former friend, Zima, would be pointless. As they encircled themselves with their orbs, the duo provoked a derisive laughter from Zima. You two are so pitiful. After all this time, that's the extent of the power you've accumulated? Pathetic, Onagor, Zima mocked, disappearing and reappearing behind them. But ITLL make my job easier. Zima extended his hand toward them, but before he could execute his attack, an unexpected blow struck him on the head. He was sent hurtling through multiple walls, a turn of events that was clearly surprising to him. Onagor and Geharin, equally taken aback, turned to identify their unexpected saviors Reiko and Artemis. Are you allowing sentiment to cloud your abilities and judgment? If so, we shouldn't have embarked on this mission with you, Onagor. If encountering a friend weakens your resolve to this extent, how can we navigate this mission without becoming a hindrance? Artemis questioned sternly. I was merely taken aback. It won't recur, Onagor responded, frustration evident in his voice. Despite being aware of the potential impact of various factors on this mission, he chose to return to his planet with them. The fact that Eren allowed him to join despite anticipating moments of faltering perplexed him. Kahaha! Genuine opponents this time. Count me in. Zima cheered as massive black and white arms emerged from the damaged walls, pulling him out. Onagor and Geharin, observing the unexpected development, were surprised by the arms emerging from Zama's sides. He'll confront him. Please proceed. Reiko informed the group. Do you believe we'll let you depart without resistance? Think again. Zama's words were abruptly cut off as Reiko's foot slammed into his face, propelling him backward. Simultaneously, Cinturado, along with the additional ones on his sides, bellowing, Amplifica, gigantic hands, a fusion of black and white, began emerging all around them, gradually enclosing both Zima and Reiko in a confined space. The newfound dimension they found themselves in was teeming with millions upon millions of these appendages, and Zima stood atop a floating hand, peering down at Reiko. In this realm, I am a god. My word is law, declared Zima as he brought his hands together, forming a butterfly shape. A black and white butterfly, composed of his appendages, materialized around Reiko, enveloping her in its intricate patterns. Zima chuckled and remarked, "That thing can put you into a trance. No one, and I mean no one, can escape." His words abruptly ceased as the butterfly was suddenly torn to shreds, scattering into countless fragments. Reiko gazed up at Zima with unwavering determination, seemingly immune to his powers. This puzzled him. "Well, how are you unaffected?" He stammered in shock. Reiko didn't respond to his question, instead springing forward directly at him. Zima reacted swiftly, pointing his finger towards her and vanishing. Reiko promptly adjusted her body to avoid his attack, leaving Zima thoroughly confounded that she managed to twist her body in midair to evade his strike. "You possess an ability that I recognize. It won't work on me," Reiko declared, her voice filled with confidence as she swung her sheathed blade at Zamos' midsection. The force of the blow sent him hurtling to the ground with a brutal impact. Reiko released a radiant aura slash, aiming straight for Zima. However, an impenetrable barrier made of countless, intertwined appendages materialized in the dimensional space, just barely managing to halt the attack. Bewildered by this unforeseen defense, Zima, fueled by frustration, slammed his hands down, summoning another titanic entity that stretched almost 500 meters into the sky. With Zima perched atop its massive head, millions of arms coalesced into existence beside the monstrous creature as he grinned, almost mockingly, at Reiko, who remained unfazed by the display. With a sweeping, authoritative gesture, Zima commanded the additional appendages in the dimension to surge towards Reiko. At the same time, the towering beast in front of her fused its hands together, initiating the creation of a colossal, shimmering black and white sphere. The sphere grew in size and intensity, steadily building up an uncountable amount of power. The advancing limbs relentlessly pursued Reiko, who skillfully dodged their trajectory, drawing her sword once more. A cloak of purple lightning enshrouded her silhouette as she abruptly reappeared, nimbly severing the appendages with expert finesse. Her actions were a deadly ballet as she systematically dismantled the encroaching threats. Leaping onto another limb, Reiko sprinted along its length, releasing calculated bursts of her lightning. With a theatrical swirl, she hurled her sword high into the air, summoning a purple bow composed of her lightning manipulation. An electrifying shower of arrows was unleashed upon the encroaching limbs, further annihilating their ranks. Meanwhile, Zima and the titanic beast beneath him amplified the power of the shimmering orb in their possession, preparing to unleash it upon Reiko. Zamos' sinister cackle reverberated through the bizarre realm, devoid of any trace of insanity, but rather a peculiar manifestation of his enjoyment for the chaotic ballet of combat unfolding before him. "I seriously love fighting strong people, and you're the best I've faced in a long time," Zima exclaimed with unrestrained zeal, gesturing towards Reiko. With a manic grin, he barked, "Furry!" The immense being beneath him released the charged sphere it held between its massive hands, propelling a monstrous, shimmering black and white torrent of energy barreling towards Reiko, who was still entangled with the appendages. Sensing the impending threat, Reiko exhaled before swiftly decimating the surrounding limbs in a single, fluid motion. She then shifted her focus to the incoming energy beam. With a simple apology, she swung her blade upwards from the ground. A deafening silence permeated the entire realm. In an awe-inspiring demonstration of exactitude, Reiko's strike bisected the approaching beam, preventing it from reaching her. Instead, the divided energy continued its trajectory on either side of her. Yet, her onslaught did not end there. The beam was not the sole target of her blade. It sliced through the colossal monstrosity that Zima had conjured, splitting it in two with a single, masterful strike. Zamos' words faltered as Reiko's blade struck him down in a devastating blow. In that instant, he was unable to grasp the rapidly unfolding events. He could only Zamos' voice rang out, snapping back to consciousness. As he surveyed the scene before him, Reiko stood motionless, her eyes cold and unyielding, piercing straight to his very being. A chill crept down his spine as he found himself face to face with a vision, a fleeting glimpse of a future where he met his untimely end. The vision had not come to pass. It was a warning. Zima understood that the woman beneath him, the one he had been moments away from unleashing his devastating attack upon, had shown him this premonition. It served as a clear message, a cautionary tale, that pressing forward with the attack would undoubtedly result in the end of his life. Zima, harboring a love for combat yet not ready to face his demise, came to a sudden stop. His gaze locked with Rykos, who remained unyielding as she countered every attack he launched towards her. In this decisive instant, Zima found himself at a crossroads: pursue the treacherous path or come to a standstill. Considering the gravity of his decisions, Zima recalled the vow he had made to Morwenna. The repercussions of breaking that pledge would stretch far beyond his own destiny, affecting his family in ways he desperately wished to avert. A resigned, almost indignant sigh escaped his lips as he muttered, "Damn everything." Furry, with determination tempered by reluctance, he chose to advance with his attack. Zima, steadfast in his resolve, directed a finger at Reiko. The abhorrent creature beneath him unleashed a powerful attack. In a mirrored reflection of the premonition he had witnessed, the tendrils surrounding Reiko were obliterated. The energy beam was cleaved in half, and both the gargantuan monster and Zima himself were divided in twain. In his last moments, as the borders of life and death blurred, Zamos' thoughts turned to his family. Not a terrible way to die. "I'm sorry, Mom, Dad, and little bro. I guess I wasn't strong enough," he mused before succumbing to the inevitable. The surreal realm dissipated, returning both him and Reiko to the ordinary world. Zamos' death marked the end of the battle, leaving behind a poignant reminder of the choices made in the chaotic dance of combat. Reiko approached the lifeless form of Zima, her gaze unwavering as she summoned flames through magic, reducing the remnants of his body to ashes. A somber aura enveloped the air as she performed this final act. Turning away from the scene, Reiko released a heavy sigh, her internal thoughts audible only to herself. "I don't like tasks like this," she mumbled, the weight of the mission and its aftermath weighing on her shoulders. As Artemis' group pressed forward, nearing the central chamber on the lower levels, the room they occupied was suddenly thrown into chaos by the collapsing ceiling. Out of the rubble emerged a figure, predominantly white, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Valagar's species. Unlike the usual black and white pattern, this figure was primarily white, donning a floating crown, a white coat with red accents, and clutching two white swords. The crimson stains scattered across her body were unmistakably blood, lending an eerie air to her presence. Who Artemis started, but Geharon's outburst cut her off. "Ayla?" Geharon exclaimed, visibly shocked by the unexpected appearance of someone they recognized. "Eliozev? What? How is she?" Onegor attempted to inquire, but his query was abruptly silenced by a potent, blinding white aura emanating from Eliozev's form. The sheer intensity of the aura suggested that something momentous and potentially hazardous was about to transpire. "Under the orders of Lady Morwenna, it falls to me to prevent anyone from reaching the core of this structure," Eliozev stated with a cold detachment, her words filled with unyielding resolve. Without hesitation, Eliozev disappeared, only to reappear with a swift, dual-sword attack aimed at Onegor. Attempting to dodge, Onegor found his path blocked by Artemis, who skillfully kicked Eliozev away. "Go with Reiko. I will handle her," Artemis commanded. "No, I'm staying. I need to understand how she became like this," Onegor insisted, his resolve unwavering. Artemis nodded in acknowledgement. In that moment, Reiko appeared beside them, her demeanor solemn as she was informed of the unfolding situation. She quickly seized Geharon and vanished from the scene. "Ayla, how did you turn into that?" Onegor demanded, seeking answers from his altered former comrade. Eliozev stood before them, silent for a moment before responding. "Do you recall our conversations about the potential evolution of our kind?" "Yeah, what about it?" Onegor asked, seeking clarity. Eliozev disappeared once again, trying to execute a quick attack aimed at cutting Onegor's head. To her surprise, Onegor gracefully arched his body backward, avoiding the deadly strike. Without hesitation, he countered with an energy blast from his white orb, sending Eliozev flying. Despite crashing into a wall, she quickly recovered, impressed by Onegor's skillful defense. "I found a new path of evolution with Lady Morwenna's guidance." I could have gone to the Ynnith or Valoni. I chose the Valoni path, and this is the result. Everything I do is for justice, for the betterment of our people, and to combat evil, Eliozev explained, shedding light on the transformative journey she had undertaken with Lady Morwenna's help. Her dedication to justice and the welfare of their kind was evident, although in a manner that surprised those who had known her in a different context. The Ynnith and Valoni paths embodied the fundamental yin and yang concepts for Valagar species. Ynnith represented qualities such as darkness, receptivity, passivity, femininity, cold, and stillness, often symbolized by the black portion of the symbol. On the other hand, Valoni was associated with qualities like light, activity, assertiveness, masculinity, warmth, and movement, typically represented by the white portion of the symbol. These paths were not in opposition. Instead, they were interdependent and interconnected. Each contained an element of the other, existing in a dynamic balance. The symbol of Ynnith and Valoni suggested a perpetual flow between the two forces, with neither being entirely static or dominant. The underlying philosophy of Ynnith and Valoni emphasized the importance of balance and harmony in all aspects of life. It conveyed the idea that opposing forces were not in conflict, but rather integral parts of a harmonious whole. Each force contributed to the equilibrium of the universe, highlighting the interconnected nature of all elements in existence. Eliozev made a bold departure from the Ynnith side, fully embracing the evolutionary path of the Valoni side, a move unprecedented in their species. While most individuals typically maintained a balance, staying within the middle ground for the well-being of the entire species, Morwenna's arrival marked a turning point, guiding and assisting Eliozev in achieving this remarkable transformation. Always an advocate for the advancement in technology and evolution, Morwenna played a crucial role in navigating Eliozev down this uncharted path. "This is my evolutionary path, on Agor, and I will overcome any obstacle in my pursuit of justice," declared Eliozev, her voice cold as ice. "Are you out of your mind? How does this benefit anyone? You're essentially taking the side of genocidal maniacs. How does this benefit our species in any way?" Onegor exclaimed, his anger evident at Eliozev's chosen path. As Eliozev closed the distance once more, Artemis intervened, using her divine bow to deflect Eliozev's swords. "I cannot blame her. She believes in her own justice and convictions in her mind. What she's doing is right. In your mind, you believe what you're doing is right. So who is truly wrong here?" Artemis posed a question, highlighting the complexity of conflicting beliefs and perspectives in their struggle for justice. Eliozev released a whirlwind of untamed sword strikes at Artemis, anticipating that her weapons, crafted to surpass evil and triumph with light, would be unbeatable. However, much to her astonishment, Artemis effortlessly blocked and redirected each attack with her divine bow, displaying a level of expertise that left Eliozev bewildered. "You appear confused. Express your thoughts, seeker of justice," commanded Artemis, prompting Eliozev to address the source of her confusion. Instead of replying, Eliozev grunted in frustration, then quickly leaped away. She summoned hundreds of white orbs and unleashed a barrage of energy beams at Artemis. Unfazed, the goddess drew back her bow and released an equal number of divine arrows, countering and obliterating Eliozev's onslaught with grace and precision. Onegor loitered in the background, pondering Artemis' words. Suddenly, he burst out, "Do you hold the same beliefs as Aaron?" Artemis adeptly parried another attack from Eliozev, who had resumed her swordplay. "Yes," Artemis replied. "The principles of peace and justice that Aaron advocates are distinctly his own, yet he possesses the charisma to persuade the entirety of our world to embrace them. Objectively speaking, many of his aspirations offer great benefits for a wide range of beings and species, and I, too, find myself in accord. However, there are rebellious voices that yearn for the preservation of the current order." The goddess gracefully evaded yet another attack, spinning elegantly before delivering a powerful kick to Eliozev's face, sending her staggering. Eliozev crashed through several walls, momentarily disoriented. Despite the daze, she quickly regained her composure and soared back towards Artemis. In their eyes, Eren is destroying something that was considered perfectly functional and in good order. Similar sentiments echo throughout this universe. What the Resistance is undertaking is seen as ominous by many. Change, for them, brings fear as the uncertainty of the future looms, despite the assurances offered by Eren and the Resistance. It's a genuine apprehension, rooted in the unknown, clarified Artemis, once again using her foot to deflect Eliozev's swords and create distance. Artemis skillfully drew her bowstring back, releasing a relentless barrage of divine arrows directed at Eliozev. Despite Eliozev's futile attempt to deflect them, she was pushed back by the overwhelming bravado of the arrows, with some striking her and causing her to cry out in pain. In Fumara's perspective, Eren's actions and the Resistance's efforts are seen as troublesome and vexing. Fumara steadfastly adheres to her own beliefs of justice and peace, firmly convinced of the righteousness of her pursuits, even if it means establishing herself as a tyrannical ruler over the entire Omniverse. Objectively, many of the restrictions she imposes on various groups and species are unquestionably reprehensible. However, her overwhelming strength renders resistance futile for those under her dominion and her followers alike, articulated Artemis. Nevertheless, many view their current positions as advantageous due to the benefits provided to them. This encompasses a level of protection, sustenance, and vital provisions. Some of these groups or species were teetering on the edge of extinction, and Fumara has offered them a lifeline. With such concrete advantages, it raises the question, why would they align with us, the Resistance, when they already enjoy these privileges? What could the Resistance offer that would surpass the status quo? Artemis asked Unagor. For a moment, Unagor was speechless as he processed the weight of Artemis' revelations. Until now, he had seen Eren's actions as driven purely by selfish motives. However, he had not considered the nuanced perspective that both Eren and Fumara might perceive their roles in a similar light, alongside the various groups and species in their universe. Eliozev relentlessly charged at Artemis, unleashing a storm of hundreds of white energy beams while wildly swinging her swords at Artemis. It was clear that Eliozev's attacks were driven more by rage than her usual, somewhat dependable swordsmanship. In retaliation, Artemis swiftly executed a wrist flick, summoning divine magic circles behind her. These circles released a continuous barrage of divine arrows, intercepting and countering Eliozev's energy beams. Seizing the opportunity, Artemis took a deep breath and swiftly closed the distance, delivering a series of strikes: a sharp elbow to the stomach, a palm strike to the chin, and a powerful roundhouse kick to the face. Eliozev staggered backward. With grace, Artemis leaped towards Eliozev, driving her left foot down onto Eliozev's face with heavy impact. Stepping to the side, she then pinned Eliozev down, delivering an unrelenting barrage of punches, each strike infused with divine energy. Eren may seem carefree, but many of us have seen him working hard in his office in our universe. Burdened with important decisions, Artemis disclosed, leaving Unagor completely bewildered. Did you know that Eren is only 19 years old? 19? I thought he was much older. Unagor exclaimed in shock. The revelation caught him off guard, as he had never asked about Eren's age, and Eren himself had never offered the information. Unagor had assumed that the leader of such a formidable group and an outer god would be significantly older. Artemis, however, chose not to share the additional details of the times they spent in Eren's pocket dimension, Eren's prolonged isolation of 10,000 years, or the fact that his soul was quintillions of years old. She considered such information irrelevant, recognizing that Eren presently only considered his physical age, as he had no desire to be labeled an old man. Artemis continued to strike Eliozev with an air of nonchalance, as if the battle with the latter was merely an afterthought. While delivering the unyielding blows, she spoke to Unagor. Yes, Eren will persist in what he deems right, a sentiment shared by us as we align with his objectives. As for the fate of your species, their decisions post this encounter will be left to their discretion. Whether they choose to join the resistance and live, or engage in a suicidal confrontation with Fumara remains uncertain for us at least, though Eren may possess that knowledge. With a final, decisive punch, Aeliosev's face became battered. Unagor couldn't help but marvel at Aeliosev's resilience, pondering how she managed to endure such a severe beating and remain alive. Artemis produced special restraints and carefully fastened them around Aeliosev's hands. With a stern gaze, she turned to Unagor and said, "There's no point in denying it. I know about your feelings for her, which is why I've chosen not to end her life. We will take her into custody first, and then we will make decisions. I will inform Eren about the situation. We will consider the possibility of reversing the evolution, if it's possible and if she wants it. Do you understand?" Slightly surprised, Unagor nodded in response. "Thank you. Let's move forward. Otherwise, we may a powerful tremor swept through the surroundings, causing Artemis to narrow her eyes." Unagor, taken aback by the seismic disturbance, stuttered, What was that? It didn't happen here, did it?" "No. It originated from the direction of a significant structure, and just from the sensation alone, it appears to be coming from Aoife. Eren is close to her, so we can leave that matter to him. For now, let's continue on. We're almost done, and I have a few questions for Morwenna," Artemis explained, turning away and causing Aeliosev to float beside her as they continued on their path. In the Colosseum stands, Erentul occupied a solitary seat. Upon his arrival, numerous attempts were made to hinder him from entering, but the feudal resistance ceased quickly as defeated challengers abandoned their efforts. Seated within the Colosseum, an empty expanse appeared around him, with a noticeable void as people chose to vacate the vicinity, unwilling to share space with him. From his vantage point, Eren observed the ongoing matches below. An initial pause ensued as organizers, uncertain of his intentions, hesitated. However, seeing that he made no move to disrupt proceedings, they opted to resume the matches, albeit with an air of vigilance. Despite the discomfort echoing through the spectators, they chose to overlook the peculiar situation and immerse themselves back into the competitive atmosphere, tinged with a palpable tension. In the middle of the unfolding matches, Aoife once again captured Eren's intense focus. However, a sudden interruption occurred as Ravel approached him, shedding her disguise. The revelation left even more of Valagur's species astounded, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Witnessing this, Aoife took the bold step of revealing her own identity, sending shockwaves through the entire arena. The onlookers, unsure of how to react, found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Despite the unexpected turn of events, the matches eventually resumed. "Are Warrior Null and Warrior Betty Brown prepared?" the announcer declared, addressing the two participants who affirmed their readiness with nods. "Begin." The proclamation marked the commencement of the ensuing battle, unfolding against the backdrop of the stunned and uncertain atmosphere in the arena. Betty Brown charged at Aoife, determined to mimic her previous method of attack. She summoned a powerful black and white greatsword, swinging it with force towards Aoife, who maintained a stern and almost emotionless gaze. Aoife effortlessly blocked the strike with her own sword. Undeterred, Betty Brown escalated her assault, unleashing a flurry of swirling energy attacks from her black and white orbs. Predictably, Aoife skillfully sliced through the incoming barrage, all while locked in a fierce duel with Betty Brown. "This is simply unjust, you know? How can you simultaneously destroy my other attacks? What kind of speed is this?" Betty Brown expressed her frustration, but Aoife remained stoically silent. In an instant, Aoife disappeared and reappeared behind Betty Brown, delivering a powerful kick to her backside, sending her tumbling. Moving quickly, Aoife smoothly swung her blade, striking a decisive blow that left Betty Brown unable to continue. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the duel came to a sudden end. Before anyone could react to the horrifying scene, Aoife raised her arm, unleashing a powerful surge of energy from her sword. Her deadened gaze fixed on Betty Brown, she declared, "The victors dictate the rules and outcomes. If you wish to last longer, train harder next time." With a decisive motion, Aoife brought her sword down, triggering a catastrophic explosion that decimated the entire stage. Swiftly, Aaron raised a protective barrier, preventing the destruction of the entire planet. However, the released power reverberated intensely, shaking the very foundations of the world in its aftermath. The aftermath left the arena in stunned silence, grappling with the sheer magnitude of the spectacle. "Vous venez warrier nad." The announcer exclaimed, a mixture of excitement and horror in his voice. Aoife briefly cast a loving smile back at Aaron, a stark contrast to her previously dead and expressionless demeanor. However, as soon as her gaze shifted away from him, her face reverted to its prior state, and she silently departed from the stage, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. With concern etched on her face, Ravel mumbled, "Aaron Sama, yeah, I need to address a few things with Aoife after today. It's my fault. I didn't push hard enough after that day," Aaron responded, narrowing his eyes at the exit through which Aoife had left. With a snap of his fingers, he effortlessly repaired the stage, garnering uneasy stares from the onlookers. "What are you looking at? Continue with your tournament. I fixed the stage," Aaron asserted with a hint of threat, compelling the crowd to refocus on the ongoing tournament. However, his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of Aoife Murphy. "What can I do to help you, Aoife?" "I don't want you to be like this," Aaron pondered, furrowing his brows in contemplation. The weight of concern for Aoife lingered heavily on his mind. Chapter 21, Part 4. Tournament of Strength. Griselda Corda's soliloquy. "It has been a few days since we left Hawilm Batteris, and the impact on our group has been profound. Even those who joined Aaron on his honorable mission to free other planets have been struggling with unsettling experiences. Among the challenging circumstances, it is apparent that Aoife, the young member of our party, is bearing the weight of the harsh realities that Aaron tried to shield her from. Despite his belief in her strength, there is a noticeable doubt in Aaron's mind about the effectiveness of his protective measures. Currently focused on the mission to liberate Xenwaria, Aaron's words carry a foreboding tone, hinting at the possibility of failure. The complexity of his perspective is difficult to grasp, leaving us puzzled about the reasons behind his ominous predictions. I was surrounded by some of the angel comrades, including Dulio, who was still carrying a hint of sadness, but fulfilling his role as the Joker of Heaven and leader of the Brave Saints and Team Trump Card of Heaven. "Since we have no tasks today, how about we venture out to Cosmosilica Terraflora? I've heard that more people have made it their home," he suggested, attempting to infuse some cheer into the atmosphere. "It'll have to decline," said Jessica Lagerqvist, looking even more weary than before. Beside her, Diethelm Waldsimuller placed a comforting hand on her back. "Do you think their mission on that planet is progressing smoothly?" Marana Shadorova inquired, her concern evident. "They will be fine. Even with a small team, Jean will make it a simple endeavor. Although, I am not fully aware of the intricacies of their mission, so forgive me if I am being insensitive," Ryu Heiken expressed, with a hint of apology. "Jean Cohen did convey something to me," Dulio declared, bringing our attention back to him. "He mentioned the possibility that Onager species might choose not to join us, instead opting for immediate conflict with Fumara. He expressed his reluctance to intervene, emphasizing his desire for them to independently determine their course of action. Nevertheless, he assured that he would try to persuade them. However, given Onager's recent demeanor, it's clear that convincing them won't be an easy task." After this revelation, Aaron's remarks and concerns now make sense to me. It's obvious that he expects them to reject his proposal, foreseeing their potential extinction. Onager's species, unless persuaded otherwise before engaging in hostilities with Fumara's organization, faces the grim prospect of extinction, with Onagor and those who may switch allegiance being the only survivors. Will Jean really take such a course of action? Ryu asked, his face betraying a mix of hesitation and concern. He will, Velgrind asserted. To our surprise, the Scorched Dragon had joined us, accompanied by Azathoth and Tiamat. What do you mean? Ryu questioned, now wearing a frown. What happened there has deeply affected many individuals. If you had been there, you would likely feel the same. However, it's important to understand that Eren hasn't turned into a monster. Instead, he has chosen to take a stricter approach in managing people, despite still believing in second chances. He will carefully evaluate the potential paths you might take in the future and judge you accordingly. If you fail to show any change within the first 100 to 200 futures he saw, he will consider you beyond redemption, Velgrind explained. Isn't that a tad too low? Diethelm expressed with a touch of concern. He used to set the bar higher. You know that, right? Personally, I find him excessively lenient. Nevertheless, those troublesome individuals will meet their end soon. It's unavoidable due to their stubbornness, elucidated Velgrind. That seems a bit too harsh, Velgrind, I interjected, to which she nonchalantly shrugged her shoulders. I then turned to Azathoth and asked, "Is there a specific reason for this?" She met my gaze and nodded. "Do you understand the motivations behind human behavior?" Azathoth countered with a question. "Is it because of the actions of our ancestors?" Dulio asked. "Yes. When the world was shaping, I only provided each species with the basic necessities to survive. Their fate and the evolution of their kind were left entirely to their own choices. Whether they thrived or faced extinction was up to them. Humanity has reached its current state because of their decisions and actions. Similarly, the stubbornness of Onagor's species can be traced back to the earliest beings created, explained Azathoth. The stubbornness of their kind resulted in the loss of many lives, yet it also led to the flourishing of many. As Eren probably told you, their inherent nature and the privilege of being born into power played a role in their survival. But even in those times, various species, including devils, held steadfast to their own beliefs and convictions. You witnessed the division between the current and old-era devils, didn't you? Azathoth asked, and we nodded in agreement. The current leaders of their species are not the original rulers. They are in fact the fourth generation. They usurped their predecessors, who were notoriously tyrannical and power-hungry. However, despite this change, they remain prideful, arrogant, and obstinate. Consequently, once Eren liberates them, they will inevitably wage war against Fumara, leading to the potential decimation of their own kind, Azathoth explained. The rest of my team showed varying levels of indifference, possibly having considered such possibilities based on Dulio's earlier revelations. However, a sense of dissatisfaction remained among many, perhaps an inherent trait ingrained in our nature as angels, even if we were reincarnated once. "Hey, we got a mission." Irina's voice reverberated in the distance, prompting us to stand up. "Well, there goes our day off," Dulio remarked with a tired chuckle. "Thank you for the insights, and please excuse us," he added before we left. I lingered behind and inquired, "What about Aoife?" directing my gaze towards Azathoth. "She will undergo her own period of growth, much like the one Eren experienced. It is an inevitable process, and its outcome will hinge on various factors, including our support and Eren's guidance through it," Azathoth explained. "I understand. Thank you," I responded, offering a bow before making my exit. While concern for Aoife weighed on my mind, given our quasi-sibling relationship, I acknowledged the necessity for her personal development. She needed to confront challenging realities, and I could only hope that this process wouldn't require her to sacrifice the inherent kindness within her. Laronia's soliloquy, the impact of the experience was not profound for him, but there were subtle changes that became apparent. I had, however, failed to consider the potential repercussions for Aoife, Boss' former girlfriend, a mistake on my part. Nevertheless, "Hey, up for a sparring match?" Scat Hack's voice called out from behind me as I diligently attended to several projects assigned by Boss. "No. How many times do I have to say it?" I replied, turning to Scat Hack with a hint of annoyance. Until you give in, she retorted, smirking at me. A refusal is still a refusal, Scat Hack. I have a lot to do, so please find someone else, I replied, redirecting my focus to my work. It got me thinking about how Boss managed to handle the complexities of dealing with numerous women without losing his mind. You're no fun, she muttered, a tinge of irritation in her voice as she finally walked away, leaving me in peace. Taking a deep breath, I returned to my work, pondering the time I had left. I had expected Boss to let me go upon his arrival in this universe. To my surprise, he granted me autonomy and occasionally sought my help. While I appreciated the freedom, I wouldn't have minded being relieved of duty, considering the taxing nature of the job. Diving into the daily grind brought me a sense of tranquility, in contrast to the emotional and mental chaos of the world outside. The demands of those environments required a certain level of emotional detachment for sustained commitment, an aspect I prefer to avoid. Boss consistently emphasizes the importance of taking intermittent breaks for those involved in missions for DXD, recognizing the significance of pacing. However, he himself often forges ahead, which concerns me. Yet, it provides me with comfort to know that his friends and loved ones are prepared to support him, allowing me to place my trust in their collective strength. In the middle of an unfamiliar town near Hoptopia, I diligently worked on its development, even though the project remained largely unfinished. Despite its incomplete state, some individuals expressed a desire to relocate here, drawn by the allure of the surrounding nature. Both Boss and I welcomed this, and as a result, a handful of residents had already settled in and were actively contributing to the ongoing construction efforts. As people passed by, the town began to take shape under my hands. As lunchtime approached, it served as a reminder to take a pause and attend to my own needs. Sir Laronia, do join us for lunch. We're holding a small feast, called out an elderly man. I gave him a nod and came down from my ladder. Thank you for the invitation. He'll be there soon, I replied, and he walked away with a smile. Taking a moment to tidy up, I gazed at the almost finished building in front of me. In every town, village, and city across this expansive planet, I painstakingly constructed a home for Boss. The particular residence before me showcased my own unique design. I strived for the utmost comfort, carefully arranging spaces, rooms, and amenities. As I looked at the structure, a sense of pride swelled up inside me. Completing my examination with one last look, I turned and headed towards the small gathering in the town. Thoughts of participating in missions crossed my mind, but I found myself using the excuse of my duty as a guardian here. While I knew that Boss might assign missions again, I held on to the hope that he would assign me only as a guardian for this planet. Third-person point of view Artemis and Rykos groups, after navigating the lengthy staircases, converged once more. Estimating it would take about an hour to reach the bottom, they exchanged a final glance. Without any hesitation, Artemis and Reiko, each holding Unagor and Geharon, made a bold choice. They leaped off the side, disappearing into the central hole, hurtling towards the ground in a calculated descent. Ashu, have you two gone mad? Geharon's horrified scream echoed through the expanse. It's the most efficient way, Artemis replied calmly. The impact upon landing was seismic, shaking the foundation and causing sections of the floor to crumble. With only 2 enemies remaining, not including Morwenna herself, we should prepare to confront them here, Reiko explained as they released their grip on Unagor and Geharon, standing ready for the impending encounter. Spotting 3 additional auras, Reiko and Artemis surged ahead, leaving the others struggling to keep up. The underground facility mirrored the pristine white aesthetic of its surroundings, adorned with various equipment and scattered rooms. Swiftly navigating through, they entered a spacious room adorned with large monitors surveilling the city above. Positioned nearby were 3 figures, each a woman. To the left stood a woman with intricately tied gray hair, her green eyes complementing the ensemble. She was dressed in a blue and white noble attire, complete with blue moccasin shoes. Among the trio, She exuded an air of elegance with her impeccably stylish attire. In the middle stood a woman with hair that seamlessly blended white and blue, fashioned into a ponytail and adorned with a golden ornament at the front of her head. Her eyes presented a striking contrast, yellow on the left and blue on the right, accentuated by a peculiar scar-like tattoo traversing her face. A golden necklace adorned her neck, complemented by blue and gold earrings. She wore a captivating black and gold qipao paired with sleek black heels. To the right, a woman with short black hair, dull gray eyes, and a remarkably fair complexion commanded attention. Her attire comprised a white peplum shirt, snug-fitting blue jeans, and black boots. In her hand, she wielded a substantial obsidian dagger. The shirt featured an open collar, showcased a distinctive black accessory attached to a collar around her neck. The woman standing in the middle goes by the name of Morwenna. The one on the left is Phrazy, and the one on the right is Vei, Reiko said, utilizing her ring's appraisal ability. With conviction in his voice, Unagor asked, "We will speak with Morwenna. May we leave those two to you two?" The accompanying ladies agreed, prompting Reiko to swiftly approach Vei and disappear with her, while Artemis joined Phrazy. "To think you would come here, Unagor. Although it wasn't hard to think that you would," Morwenna remarked. "Cinchuredo, but I knew there were other species that could contribute to my research, so I came here. Your species were not the first, however, so keep that in mind. Anyway, I finally mastered it, and you saw my final creation earlier. Quite impressive, don't you think?" Morwenna inquired, a smile appearing on her face. Suppressing their anger, Unagor and Geharon maintained their composure. Unagor continued, "What about Eliozev? How did you accomplish that?" He gestured behind him, where Eliozev still floated. "Well, to think you would defeat her, no? It must be those two, right?" Morwenna mused, then added, "As for how, well, I utilized that," she said, pointing behind her. Behind Morwenna loomed a gigantic device, a complex fusion of different species submerged in a swirling mixture of green, purple, black, and white fluids. Within this strange concoction, the creatures were trapped in silent agony, their forms undergoing a terrifying process of evolution and metamorphosis. I haven't given a name. I simply refer to it as the evolutioner. As the name suggests, it compels any and all species to undergo evolutions that may or may not naturally occur during their species' lifespan. The transformation Eliozev experienced was one of the two options for your species. She had to make a choice, while enduring excruciating pain in that. Morwenna explained, her words punctuated by a malicious chuckle that echoed throughout the silent room. A profound realization dawned on Unagor and Geharon, shaking the very core of their existence with the uneasy understanding that their friend, Eliozev, had likely endured great suffering to achieve her transformed appearance and wield such formidable powers. The idea of their companions being reduced to mere objects ignited a fierce anger within them. Without speaking another word, their rage solidified, and they summoned their respective white and black orbs. A deluge of thousands of energy beams surged toward Morwenna, the embodiment of their rage and frustration. A smirk curled on Morwenna's lips as she flicked her wrist, summoning a large, serpent-like creature that adeptly blocked their relentless attack. "I knew that would ruffle both of your feathers, so let's duel. If you win, you'll most likely end my life, and if I win, they'll deal with you both, Fufu," she declared, her tone tinged with a chilling blend of amusement and malice. The massive, serpentine being appearing to be made up of a blend of different elements embracing darkness, shadows, metallic fragments, and mysterious energies previously unknown to Unagor and Geharon. Undeterred by the unfamiliar makeup of their enemy, the pair continued their offensive efforts. Unfortunately, Geharon's attacks proved to be ineffective, showing no visible impact. On the other hand, Unagor's strikes did have a tangible effect on the creature. After realizing that Unagor could cause harm, the serpent, together with Morwenna, began constructing an energetic barrier around its body. The serpent-shaped creature unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles from its mouth, along with a venomous gas and shadowy blades from its tail. Onagor and Geharin swiftly dodged the attack, but Geharin, falling behind, Centuredo. Onagor urged Geharin to act decisively. At the same time, Onagor engaged Morwenna and the serpent, redirecting their attention to aid Geharon's healing process. However, Morwenna, aware of Onagor's tactics, chuckled in response. With a skillful gesture, she summoned a colossal falcon-like creature, mirroring the serpent's form. This majestic entity soared towards Geharin, who, in the midst of his recuperation, faced an impending threat. Onagor made a strategic move, dispatching additional orbs aimed at the falcon. In a swift transformation, the orbs became oversized hands, reaching out to seize the majestic creature. To everyone's surprise, the falcon unleashed a display of power, creating swirling blades of darkness that knocked away the grasping hands. Undeterred, the falcon continued its trajectory towards Geharin. Armed with an augmented beak of fierce precision, the falcon closed in on the healing Geharin, and time seemed to slow down. Geharin was determined to mend his injuries, despite the looming threat. But just moments before the impending impact, a sudden force struck the falcon, hurling it violently across the room and leaving all onlookers in awe as it lay motionless. The unexpected savior, who intervened to aid Geharin, revealed itself to be Igris. Onagor exclaimed in astonishment, only to be promptly swatted away by the serpent and being hit by an expulsion of venomous gas. Violently coughing, the venom began infiltrating his entire being. Swift and adept, the shadow soldier Igris approached Onagor and invoked a spell that purged the venom, facilitating Onagor's healing. "Thanks," Onagor mumbled, regaining his footing. "But why are you here?" Igris, the shadow soldier, calmly elucidated, "You are now immune to that gas. As for my presence, I have always been here along with all of us. We exist in tandem within our king's shadow. He dispatched me to assist you, Reiko-sama and Artemis-sama. Can you assist us in dealing with her?" Onagor asked, turning his gaze towards Morwenna. "Of course. I have been sent to aid you, so whatever foe you face, I will vanquish with my blade," declared Igris, drawing his sword. Onagor couldn't help but smirk, saying, "Such fancy words always flowing from your mouth." Unperturbed by the banter, Igris simply vanished from his position, reappearing above the serpent. The colossal creature responded by unleashing a barrage of hundreds of thousands of blades of darkness and energy beams at Igris. However, the shadow soldier gracefully danced in the air, effortlessly slicing apart the attacks with precision. Each deflected assault dissipated without leaving a trace, much to Morwenna's evident excitement. Drawing nearer to the serpent, Igris faced a direct attack as the creature swung its tail. Displaying unparalleled agility, Igris spun his body, placed a hand on the serpent's tail, and skillfully propelled himself out of harm's way. Raising his arms, Igris wielded his blade with the intention of splitting the serpent in two. However, his efforts were thwarted as a new appendage appeared. Startled, Igris shifted his focus to the source of the interference of fusion of a bear and slime creature. Displaying his dissatisfaction, Igris quickly distanced himself, simultaneously unleashing shadowy slashes towards both the serpent and the bear slime entity. Attempting to block the attacks, the bear slime found itself powerless as the shadowy slashes passed through it, unexpectedly striking the serpent. The onslaught successfully shattered the creature's barrier and tore through its physical form. Observing the unfolding events, Onagor commented, "You're quite versatile, just like Reiko and Artemis." We do not want to be useless to our king," replied Igris, standing beside Onagor and keeping a vigilant gaze on their enemies. "Very well. You will take care of the serpent. It seems to be much weaker now, and I doubt its barriers will reappear. I will handle the bear slime, and then we can confront the woman together. Unless she has more of her creations, then it will take more time," planned Igris, to which Onagor nodded in agreement. Surrounded by a multitude of orbs, Unagor prepared to engage the serpent. Meanwhile, Igris vanished once again, only to reappear in front of the bear slime. The formidable creature loomed large, swinging both claws at Igris. Reacting swiftly, Igris blocked with his sword, only to realize that the slime was encasing his weapon. Acting promptly, he withdrew the sword and employed a burst of fire to incinerate the engulfing substance. Tapping into their own version of hockey, Igris infused his body with power and unleashed a mighty punch at the bear slime, sending it flying towards the evolutioner. However, an invisible barrier stopped the bear slime in its tracks, preventing it from reaching its target. Morwenna, observing the exchange, wore a smug smile. "I'd like to study your combat form," Morwenna commented to Igris. Unperturbed, the shadow soldier silently appeared behind Morwenna, swinging his blade. But an unseen Barado halted his movement, and what he saw behind Morwenna left him stunned. Acting quickly, Igris leaped away, refocusing his attention on the bear slime, determined to defeat it before facing Morwenna. "Zup heist, Shadow Man?" Morwenna said with a mischievous smile as she looked at Igris. Unfazed by Morwenna's comments, Igris once again channeled Haki into his Barado, Censurado ignoring the newly formed entity. Igris leaped towards the bear slime's head. Using the unique ability food chain granted by Aaron for this mission, he executed a complex attack, employing various abilities from across the Omniverse in a single slash. Igris aimed to prevent the slime from regenerating and creating further iterations of itself. Executing a seamless and potent strike, Igris sliced the bear slime into countless pieces, decisively defeating the resilient enemy. With swift agility, he descended to the ground, pivoted with precision, and launched a relentless charge towards Morwenna, who was already engaged in evading Unagor's attacks. Utilizing strategic prowess and well-timed strikes, Unagor successfully vanquished the serpent, leaving it lifeless on the ground. However, Morwenna remained nonchalant in response to the serpent's demise. To their surprise, two additional entities appeared beside Morwenna, resembling dinosaurs from the Draconic dais. One took the form of a T-Rex, while the other resembled a Spinosaurus. Perplexed by the unexpected appearance of these entities, Unagor mumbled, "What the—" Nonetheless, he swiftly refocused, directing his attacks towards the T-Rex, which charged towards him with undeniable ferocity. The T-Rex let loose an unexpected breath attack, a dark stream hurtling towards Unagor. Displaying agility, he leaped backward, deftly evading the onslaught. Responding swiftly, Unagor unleashed a barrage of attacks from his orbs, aiming at the dinosaur. To his surprise, the T-Rex enshrouded itself in darkness, using its tail to block Unagor's attack. Though some attacks were thwarted, a few managed to pierce through the darkness, striking the creature's body. Recognizing the efficacy of the white orbs, Unagor devised a cunning strategy. Creating smaller white orbs, he maneuvered them discreetly around the T-Rex, ensuring they went unnoticed. Unagor then unleashed another relentless barrage of attacks, seamlessly interweaving black and white orbs to confound his enemy and maintain the element of surprise. Executing his carefully crafted plan, Unagor strategically utilized the white orbs surrounding the T-Rex. These orbs morphed into large hands, firmly gripping the creature's legs and body, effectively immobilizing it. At the same time, the remaining white orbs transformed into sharp appendages that pierced into the dinosaur's body and head, sealing its demise. Relieved by the successful defeat, Unagor shifted his focus to Morwenna. Despite her resilient defense against Igris' attack, a large dark blue hand manifested from her side. To their surprise, the hand began to show signs of breaking apart, eventually shattering. The powerful release knocked Morwenna backwards, sending her hurtling towards Unagor. Reacting swiftly, Unagor conjured a larger black orb, shaping it into a colossal hand that caught Morwenna and encased her within its grip. Morwenna's face lit up with joy as she saw Unagor and Igris approaching. Wow, nice job. She cheered, seemingly unfazed by the situation. So, what do you want for a prize? Unagor, unsettled by Morwenna's carefree attitude, questioned, You do realize you're captured, don't you? Morwenna, with a mischievous smile, clarified, Caught? Oh, you mean this? I suppose I'm caught in your eyes, huh? But it doesn't really matter. I'm not the real Morwenna. I'm just a clone, Fufu. I had a feeling something unusual might happen today. So I left 2 days ago, and I'm on my own little planet. As she spoke, she giggled and continued teasing. Well, are you surprised? Are you? Igris, showing a determined composure, ordered Unagor to step aside. Morwenna, intrigued, began to ask, Oh, were you? However, Cincherato stood around 100 clones of herself, each dropping lifeless in a strange turn of events. The Shadow Knight not only ended that clone, but countless others as well, actually, far more than just 100, she pondered, surveying the scene. Cincherato, outer god, will be like a cockroach like Eleanor. But which one will you put into first, I wonder? Lady Morwenna, are you really considering leaving behind multiple clones of us instead of facing them ourselves? Asked the woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Frazee, the original Frazee. Just like the clones Artemis and Reiko were currently dealing with, these were exact duplicates. Unfazed, Morwenna asserted, Why would we put ourselves in such danger? My research is not yet complete, so I won't foolishly confront them. We will move forward with the experimental plan I mentioned earlier. Get ready. Frazee, wearing a confident smirk, replied, Yes, right away, and then left the room to prepare for the upcoming experiment. Morwenna returned her focus to the monitor, silently observing the aftermath of the battle between her clone and Igris. In a thoughtful manner, she stated, You're not the only one who has ventured into different universes, Eleanor. I intend to leave a lasting mark on our universe before I meet my end. Because to me, that is the essence of true beauty. To be remembered, whether it's for good or ill, Fufu. Unbeknownst to Morwenna, Aaron had plotted a scheme against her, and she was his next target. A particular spaceship was already on its way, headed for her location. What have you done? Unagor asked, his confusion evident. It was just a clone, as she claimed. I attacked the real her, but my attempt was unsuccessful. However, do not worry. A team from DXD is already on their way to her planet, and they will eliminate her soon, Igris explained, shedding light on the situation. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Unagor inquired, Who? As you know, my king has the ability to see into the future, so he quietly set this plan in motion without informing anyone else. Except for the team he sent to the planet with the specific task of destroying it, clarified Igris. As for who a woman with crimson hair and her peerage will take care of it. My king will join them after we are finished here and when they reach the planet. Enough of that. Let us assist Geharin, who appears to be struggling with his healing process, Igris urged, swiftly redirecting his focus to Geharin and Eliozev on the ground. Noticing that Eliozev was unharmed and Geharin had managed to heal half of his injury, Igris knelt down and adeptly tended to Geharon's wound. Thanks, Geharin expressed as he stood back up. It felt like my tool's healing rate was tampered with, but who cares about that? What did you mean by clone? The shadow soldier nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to explain the situation to Geharin, who furrowed his brows in concern. If they're using our species' blood, DNA, or anything else, then they'll have samples of it even if our species goes extinct. It would be disastrous if Morwenna has it or, heaven forbid, Eleanor gets her hands on it. Geharin spoke with a sense of gravity. I can assure you that a scenario like that won't occur, reassured Igris. Inquisitive and still somewhat uneasy, Geharin pressed further. Are you completely certain of that? I am, declared Igris with unwavering confidence, instilling trust in his king's capabilities. Geharin, choosing to believe in the potent shadow before him, decided to put his concerns at rest. Now, it's time to leave, declared Igris decisively, effortlessly lifting Eliozev and placing her on his shoulder, surprising them all. But what about Artemis and Reiko? Unagor inquired. Artemis-sama and Reiko-sama will be fine. They will join us once they're done. But first, Igris stated, handing Aliozev to Unagor and turning around. Summoning his sword, he enveloped it in purple energy and swung it down towards the Evolutioner, shattering the barrier, cleaving it in half, and leaving it in ruins. "We have 5 minutes before this place explodes. Let's hurry," Igris declared, swiftly grabbing Aliozev and dashing away. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, Unagor and Geharin quickly followed in pursuit of Igris. Reiko and V's clone clashed in a storm of sparks, their weapons meeting with a resounding impact. Reiko noticed V's agility, but also recognized her lack of physical strength, compensating by using the dark blue darkness to amplify her strikes at the point of impact. Taking advantage of the situation, Reiko commented, "It appears that your leader is no more. I suggest you surrender." In response, Veve smiled confidently. "We are just clones, and we have certain techniques to extend our lives. Even if you use a technique that targets the original to kill me, it will be redirected to the hundreds of thousands of clones we possess," she explained with a smirk, revealing their strategic advantage in numbers. Raiko's brow furrowed as she pondered, just like the cow's orders tactics. Eren must be aware of this, right? In an attempt to gain the upper hand, Reiko declared, "I have an ability that allows me to perceive things about a person. You're deceiving me." Her bluff, however, only elicited laughter from Veve. Lady Eleanor had a method to disrupt and alter the information of abilities like that. Lady Eleanor and Lady Morwenna were quite close, so she fashioned her own version of that ability over time and has equipped us with it, as well as our clones. Utilizing that ability is practically futile since the information it provides will be either true, false, or a mixture of both, Veve disclosed, unveiling the countermeasure against Raiko's ability. Inwardly sighing, Reiko decided to halt her attempts at conversation and focus on swiftly defeating the clone. Despite knowing that they were beyond redemption, Reiko had hoped to uncover some insight into their motives, as many of their enemies at the Draconic Dais had a tendency to reveal their plans and thought processes. However, she soon realized that extracting information wouldn't be as easy in this scenario. The clones were more reticent, unwilling to divulge details unless backed into a corner. Given that this was merely a clone, Reiko lacked the luxury of forcing them into such a situation. Without hesitation, Reiko charged towards Veve clone, unleashing a rapid barrage of sword slashes. While Veve managed to block some of the incoming strikes, a few found their mark, leaving her with a few visible wounds across her form. Veve unleashed her dark blue darkness, shrouding her figure and vanishing from sight. Reiko, however, feigned blindness while shrewdly tracking her barato. Suddenly, Cinchuredo reattaching it to Veve's frame, revealing an unexpected mechanical detail in her construction. Upon closer examination, Reiko discerned the faint dark blue energy that held Veve's form together. It became clear that she was never truly a single unit to begin with, her frame existing as interconnected components, similar to Lego pieces. The revelation left Reiko slightly unsettled by the peculiar nature of her foe. Surprised? Veve asked with a grin. "It'll be a challenge to defeat me." Unfazed by Veve's confidence, Reiko smiled and replied, "Actually, it's quite the opposite. Your build makes it clear where I should strike, saving time by not wasting effort elsewhere." Before Veve could fully grasp Reiko's words, Reiko vanished and reappeared behind her, ready to decisively end the battle. Despite Veve's instincts urging her on, her lack of necessary speed hindered any attempt to counter Reiko. Slowly turning, she found herself facing the tip of Reiko's sword, which struck her forehead in a decisive blow. With swift and deliberate barato, Reiko targeted multiple vital points on Veve's barato, her heart, stomach, and lungs. Cinchuredo, the encounter stirred a mixture of emotions within her. Veve seemed both otherworldly, effortlessly reattaching her body, and yet retaining vulnerabilities that appeared remarkably human. The uncertainty of the situation left Reiko somewhat perplexed, but she soldiered on, disappearing from the spot and continuing her mission. In Artemis' ongoing struggle against Phrasy C, the latter presented a front of niceness and elegance, but Artemis detected an underlying unease. The goddess uncovered that Phrasy held dominion over Flora and a peculiar wyvern-like creature made of azure flames. During their brief clash, Artemis realized that her usual projectiles and arrows were ineffective, as the wyvern nullified them within a specific range. Once her arrows entered this designated space, they became remarkably pliable, bouncing off their intended targets. To her amazement, this phenomenon also affected her magic, divine powers, and even inanimate objects. Artemis concluded that while her usual long-range attacks were pointless, physical combat remained a viable option. However, she needed to maneuver around the wyvern, the manipulated Flora, and Phrasy C herself to engage in effective close-quarters combat. The challenge ahead required strategic maneuvering and adaptability from the goddess. Gracefully landing on the ground, Artemis raised both arms and bounced around before executing a swift flash step that placed her behind Phrasy C. Without hesitation, she threw a straight punch towards Phrasy C's back, only for a large flower head to sprout up behind her, absorbing the attack. Unyielding, Artemis increased her strength, shattering the flower head and delivering a powerful blow to Phrasy C's back. The force was enough to propel Phrasy C, sending her hurtling towards the walls. Countdown has started. Please evacuate in 2 minutes. As the surroundings echoed with a robotic voice announcing the countdown for evacuation, Phrasy expressed an air of nonchalance about Morwenna's defeat. It seems like Morwenna was defeated. Oh well, remarked Phrasy. It'll have to get going, little goddess. Until Artemis swiftly silenced Phrasy C by delivering a sharp punch to her face, determined not to let the woman escape. Confidence radiated from Artemis, who seemed unbothered by the impending blast. In her mind, the outcome of the explosion mattered little. Catching Phrasy C took precedence. You're persistent, you know that? The little Anauk Phrasy C's words were once again cut short as Artemis swiftly delivered an elbow to her stomach. Azure flames immediately flared up, attempting to incinerate Artemis as the wyvern reappeared above Phrasy C just in time. In one fluid motion, Artemis leaped up, delivering a powerful kick to the wyvern's head, obliterating it in an instant. She then spun around, landing a devastating knee strike to Phrasy C's face, sending her flying once more. Unfazed by the continued assault, Phrasy C shouted in rage, "Listen to me, Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo!" She then snapped the leg before removing the mana rope and arrow, stunning the goddess. As Phrasy C lunged towards Artemis with only one functioning leg, the goddess found herself grappling with a cascade of questions. Was this the strange feeling I had about her? Was that noble face all an act? Why? Pondered Artemis, her gaze fixed on Phrasy C, who persisted in her relentless assault despite the self-inflicted injury. Artemis muttered to herself, "What a strange woman," as she swiftly dashed towards Phrasy C. With a decisive motion, she overpowered the clone and forced it to dissolve. Phrasy C, now defeated, turned to Artemis and laughed. "He'll have my revenge on you someday. I never forget a grudge, blue-haired devil woman." The clone then faded away completely, disappearing into nothing, leaving Artemis alone with her thoughts. "Artemis, the countdown is almost over. We need to go," Reiko informed her as she arrived, urging them to evacuate as time ran out. Artemis stole a quick glance at the dwindling countdown, realizing that time was running out. With a nod to Reiko, she vanished from the spot with her. They reappeared on the surface just in time to hear the echoing explosions from below. Moments later, a massive mushroom cloud billowed in the distance, drawing all eyes to that section of the city. The blast shockwave obliterated multiple buildings and structures, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Despite the chaos, Artemis and Reiko noted that the immediate vicinity was relatively empty, with many focused on the ongoing tournament and the prominent presence of Aaron, Ravel, and Aoife. "What's the plan now?" Onagor asked, surveying the area. Artemis looked at the sky and responded, "Suzaku is locked in a fierce battle, probably with Ihild. The others are likely at the Colosseum. Aoife has probably attracted the most attention, so Ihild's followers may be heading there to confront her. Onagor, Igris, and Eliozev head to the Colosseum. I want to do some more exploring. There might be hidden facilities in the city, so they'll be looking for them." Geharon, Reiko, come with me, Artemis commanded. Hidden facilities. There might be something like that. They probably won't have guards since we caused chaos at the main one, but I've heard rumors about some potential locations, Geharon added. "Follow me," Artemis agreed, and their groups split up, each going their separate ways to carry out their assigned tasks. "Is what Artemis said really true?" Onagor asked as they walked toward the Colosseum, attracting curious glances from those around them. Igris nodded firmly. "Yes, I can feel several strong auras, likely Ihild's subordinates. Aoife-sama will most likely take care of them before facing an additional opponent in the tournament." "An additional opponent? That's not something we typically have in our tournaments." "What do you mean?" Onagor inquired, a hint of confusion creeping into his voice. "My king intends to confront her. I have observed the emotional upheaval that Aoife-sama has been experiencing, as have all of us. We witnessed it firsthand as we were in my king's shadows in that planet. My king desires to reach out to her in a more direct manner. Just as Serorg-sama did for him, he will do the same for Aoife-sama," Igris explained. Onagor found himself unfamiliar with the specifics of what Igris was referring to. While he knew who Serorg was, the details of the significant event he mentioned eluded Onagor. Nevertheless, recognizing that the Shadow Soldier had a deeper understanding of the situation, Onagor chose to trust his explanation. As they approached the Colosseum, the crescendo of cheers and the astonished gazes of his fellow beings intensified. Upon arriving at the Colosseum, they found Aaron and Ravel in their assigned seats. As they joined them, they noticed Aaron completely absorbed in the ongoing matches, his attention momentarily shifting when they settled in. "How did it go, Igris?" Aaron asked, a subtle hint of warmth in his expression. "It went well, my king. However, as you predicted, they were clones, and Ria-sama and her team are currently en route to the planet using your personal spaceship," Igris reported. "Kantor should be with them as well, so everything should be fine. I'll head there after we're finished here, or I'll wait until Kantor informs me of their arrival on the planet," Aaron replied, now dividing his attention between the conversation and the ongoing battles in the Colosseum. "Edias-sama, what do you mean by that?" Ravel asked, her surprise evident in her voice as she questioned Aaron's revelation. Aaron turned to Ravel, his decision made to finally reveal the secret he had been keeping. As he explained his actions, Ravel was visibly flabbergasted. Before she could delve deeper into her inquiries, the commencement of another match diverted their attention. Aoife was among the participants. Due to several reasons, multiple new warriors have joined the tournament, and one of them has decided to face Warrior Null in this round, announced the voice of the arena. Warrior Null will now face Warrior Nalaja. The crowd erupted in excitement at the mention of Nalaja, a name that puzzled everyone except Aaron. A woman with pristine white skin made her way to the stage, possessing long, straight white hair, red eyes, a right black wing, and a left white wing resembling that of an angel. Adorned in a one-piece white dress featuring large black crosses at the ends, she wielded a single long sword in her right hand, embellished with a cross design and a red gem near the grip. Without further ado, begin. The announcer's voice reverberated through the arena, accompanied by a thunderous cheer from the crowd. Not a single word was exchanged as Nalaja swiftly vanished, her movements tracked only by Aoife, who effortlessly shifted her sword to deflect the incoming strike. The sheer force of the collision generated a powerful shockwave, sending those lacking in strength flying or rendering them unconscious. The night sky above them witnessed the clouds parting and arcs of silver and white electricity discharged from the impact zone. Nalaja conjured orbs reminiscent of Valagur's race and hurled them toward Aoife. In a display of grace, Aoife elegantly spun around, delivering a powerful kick to Nalaja's side while effortlessly cleaving through the incoming attacks. Wasting no time, Aoife pursued Nalaja, unleashing a barrage of aura slashes. In response, Nalaja countered with the same technique, their attacks clashing in a dazzling display of skill. Nalaja held a deep-seated animosity towards Aoife, leaving Aoife puzzled about its roots. As Nalaja charged at her, a strange, game-like screen materialized in Aoife's peripheral vision, shedding light on the source of the tension. It was revealed that Nalaja was not a follower of Morwenna, but a direct subordinate of Ihild. Despite her outward appearance, Nalaja was guided by principles of peace and justice. Aoife surmised that Nalaja likely disapproved of their infiltration of the planet, seeing it as a world full of life and potential. The clash between Aoife and Nalaja began as they both enveloped their swords in 10k and energy, creating a collision that sent shockwaves through the area again, scattering the onlookers and waking up those who had been knocked out. The intense confrontation between the two warriors unfolded, with the crowd split between those who stayed and those who fled. Murderer, Nalaja spat, catching Aoife off guard. Baffled, Aoife thought to herself, "I haven't taken anyone's life, have I?" She shot Nalaja a bewildered and concerned glance. In response, Nalaja locked eyes with her, her wings flapping as she hurled sharp feathers at Aoife. With quick reflexes, Aoife deflected them, but Nalaja seized the moment, closing the distance between them. With a rapid motion, Nalaja brought her sword down, but Aoife skillfully evaded the attack. In a hasty counter-move, Aoife used her free hand to deliver a blow to Nalaja's face, sending her reeling back. As they stood facing each other, Aoife pondered, or did she mean, by the hands of someone else? She observed Nalaja, who now had a bleeding nose. Nalaja wiped it away, narrowing her eyes at Aoife. A radiant glow enveloped Nalaja's body, and her wings expanded, transforming into a feathered armor that covered her arms, legs, chest, and head, leaving only her mouth and eyes visible. "What do you mean by murderer?" Aoife questioned, but Nalaja remained silent. Instead, she swiftly flew towards Aoife, and suddenly hundreds of thousands of feathers manifested around her. Taken aback, Aoife quickly prepared herself as the barrage of sharpened feathers rained down upon her. Skillfully dodging some and slicing apart others, Aoife found herself facing Nalaja, who had flown in close. In that moment, Cinceredo causing her to scream in agony. Tears streamed down Nalaja's face as she grappled with the loss of her wing. Gritting her teeth, she stared daggers at Aoife, who frowned back at her. "I have not taken anyone's life," Aoife proclaimed, pointing her sword at Nalaja. She turned to the onlookers, capturing their attention, and asked, "Do you understand why we are here? We are here to overthrow the Wayboros Ihild and free this place. We recognize that their kind may resist our help, but in the end, they will embrace the liberation." Aaron remained devoted to this cause even after Onagor cautioned us. "Your distorted ideas of justice and freedom have no place in this world." Nalaja scoffed in response, stating, "Your organization, the Resistance, does not have the authority to determine right and wrong. Morality is subjective. I adhere to my own morals and beliefs, deeming them right. Just because a large group aligns with your beliefs or follows your actions does not make it inherently right. Under Lady Fumara, everyone has thrived to some extent, but now you are undermining that prosperity." This time, Nalaja lifted her blade towards Aoife, proclaiming, "There will undoubtedly be suffering among certain groups or species due to the self-centered freedom you are imposing on everyone. They have established important connections and vital supply routes with Lady Fumara for years. Liberating them would essentially sever those ties." "What then?" Aoife found herself momentarily speechless, and Nalaja scoffed once more. "Not everything in this world is black and white." Nalaja shifted her gaze to Aaron, their eyes locking intensely for a few seconds. She continued, "At least the outer god believes in his convictions and will see them through to the end. He accepts both the positive and negative aspects of his plan, much like Lady Fumara did. But I can't see that in you. You seem uncertain and not fully committed, as if you're not taking any of it seriously due to the moral high ground you wish to maintain. Frankly, it's pathetic. I don't share your perspective. Stop making assumptions. I recognize that there are advantages and disadvantages to Aaron's plan. Aoife exclaimed before swiftly moving toward Nalaja, who responded with a smirk as their swords clashed once again. Even now, your sword feels lacking, Nalaja observed, managing to push Aoife away, leaving her taken aback. As their battle continued, it became clear that Nalaja had gained the upper hand this time, forcing Aoife onto the defensive. Breaking his silence, Aaron murmured, drawing attention to himself. She got her. Psychological warfare. Nalaja may have sensed some unease on Aoife Sama's part and decided to exploit it. Do you agree with what Nalaja said? Ravel inquired. Yes, it is the truth, after all, but she forgot to add that I will be creating new routes for those groups and species, enhancing their overall situation. We won't just liberate them and then leave. But yes, I agree with what she said. As for the part with Aoife, Aaron trailed off, choosing not to elaborate further. Will she emerge victorious from this battle? Ravel questioned, refocusing her attention on the ongoing clash between Aoife and Nalaja. Aaron responded with unwavering confidence. Yes, she must continue to win and persevere until the very end. Internally, Aoife silently urged herself to maintain her composure. Stay calm. Don't allow yourself to be carried away by this. I was already aware of the advantages and disadvantages of Aaron's plans, and she is simply attempting to provoke me, much like what happened to Rossweiss in the tournament preliminaries against Sona's team. Aoife thought as she deftly dodged another attack from Nalaja. Sensing Aoife's shift in demeanor, Nalaja interjected, "What about the lives lost as a result of the Resistance's actions? Do you believe that the planets under Lady Fumara's protection were unaffected? Do you think they will simply carry on as if nothing has occurred?" Aoife stood her ground, refusing to be swayed by Nalaja's attempts to provoke her. Instead, she launched a counterattack, intensifying her strikes and causing Nalaja's hands to go numb after deflecting a few blows. In a last-ditch effort, Nalaja resorted to firing sharpened feathers from her remaining wing, but Aoife adeptly dodged them. Frustrated, Nalaja gritted her teeth and decided to unleash all of her power. The resulting surge in energy posed a threat to the Colosseum's integrity, but Aaron swiftly reacted, reinforcing the structure and preventing a catastrophic event. The Resistance is just a place full of murderers, Nalaja muttered with added venom. As a fragment of her life flashed before her eyes, Nalaja pushed Aoife away, retrieving something and consuming it. Nalaja underwent a surprising transformation. Her once missing wing was now replaced with a jet black, shadowy one. Her hair grew longer, and her entire body was now covered in armor, a striking contrast to her previous feathered look. Black horns protruded from her head, and a long, bony black tail extended behind her. Her arms and legs were encased in black armor, while the rest of her body was draped in a long, white, armor-like dress. What is that? Ravel asked, visibly taken aback by the dramatic change in Nalaja's appearance. Nalaja, that entity is akin to the angels of this world. It is one of their transformations. She consumed something that originated from their planet's sacred tree, much like the stolen fruit from heaven by Rizavim. The consumed substance grants various effects, but it also responds to the desires of the consumer. In Nalaja's case, it appears her desire was for greater power. Aaron elaborated. Specifenix, that is the name of her species, and the substance she consumed came from the tree of Hugian, a powerful angel from the ancient era. Though not a deity, he was revered as one by their kind. Their planet still exists, but Aaron trailed off, his gaze fixed on Nalaja as he spoke. He's dead, isn't he? Unagor inquired, to which Aaron simply nodded. He was one of the brave souls who dared to challenge Fumara in the early days of her rule, and sadly, he paid the ultimate price. As a result, Fumara set her sights on their home planet, Santherium, and claimed it as her own. Nalaja was there during those ancient times, and despite her youthful appearance, she is far older than you might imagine, Aaron elucidated. Nalaja has witnessed and endured things that would drive most people to madness, yet she persevered. Recently, in the middle of our endeavors, she has chosen to place the blame on us, rather than on Fumara or Hugian, who confronted her in the past, Aaron added. But that doesn't make sense. I can't wrap my head around that, Ravel said, clearly puzzled by Nalaja's logic. Her grief and the trauma she carries may have caused a fracture. Seeing the Resistance's seemingly fruitless efforts over the years, especially in the beginning, may have caused her to lose faith in them. Now that we're finally making progress, she might be struggling to understand it, questioning why now, or something similar, Aaron offered, providing a potential explanation. However, Aaron knew there was a deeper truth, but he chose to keep it to himself, considering both their well-being and Nalaja's. As the temporary standoff ended, Nalaja disappeared, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rippled through the Colosseum. Despite the forceful impact, Aoife stood her ground, deflecting the attack with her own blade. Fueled by her own sorrow and fury, Nalaja transformed into a fierce warrior, delivering precise and swift sword strikes at Aoife, who skillfully managed to defend against each one. But the onslaught didn't stop there, as a mix of black and white feathers rained down on Aoife. Using her aura, Aoife adeptly blocked most of the feathers, causing Nalaja to abandon that tactic and instead rely on sheer raw strength with her sword. Nalaja's sword began to glow with a radiant light, and the gem embedded in it formed an additional layer around the blade. With each of Nalaja's strikes, a small red shimmer accompanied the blade, adding to the force and forcefully pushing Aoife back. In the middle of the exchange of blows with Nalaja, Aoife could see a mix of sorrow and fury reflected in the openings of Nalaja's helmet. Despite sensing the emotional turmoil, Aoife hesitated to speak her thoughts, convinced that Nalaja might not be open to anything she had to say. As Aoife pondered her next move, snippets of a previous conversation with Azathoth came to mind, a conversation that took place after their return from Hawil Badaris. Eventually, you will have to make a crucial decision, and neither option will align with your desires. You will be forced to choose one, as creating a third possibility is nearly impossible. What will you choose, Aoife? These choices will continue to be a recurring theme in your future, Azathoth had warned. In a moment of deep contemplation, Aoife furrowed her brows and wondered, "Is this what you meant, Azathoth?" Her thoughts continued as she skillfully parried yet another forceful strike unleashed by Nalaja. The inevitable outcome for her enemy became increasingly apparent to Aoife. She realized the futility of merely defeating Nalaja and knew that her opponent wouldn't remain subdued by conventional victory. Forced to make a choice, Aoife opted for what she deemed the most pragmatic approach. Unleashing a surge of her aura, she propelled Nalaja away and simultaneously shattered her sword. The abrupt and unexpected turn of events left the warrior before her in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, Aoife steeled herself and concluded the confrontation with a single, resolute strike. Swiftly, she sprinted towards the still-stunned Nalaja, gracefully passing by while executing a horizontal swing of her sword. The arena was cloaked in a heavy silence, the tense anticipation hanging in the air as the aftermath of the intense battle lingered. When Aoife finally turned her eyes back to Nalaja, a mix of regret and gratitude adorned her face. The destruction of Nalaja's helmet revealed a smile that held both remorse and appreciation. In a poignant moment, Nalaja chose to convey a range of emotions through silence rather than words. However, the tranquility that settled over the arena was shattered seconds later. Intricate lines materialized across Nalaja's form, and in a dramatic display, she was overcome, her figure dissolving into countless fragments. The grim aftermath unfolded as she fell to the ground, bringing the fierce encounter to an abrupt conclusion. "Vuvuvuvuvuviner, warrior, nal," roared the announcer, trying to speed up the proceedings. However, the usual lively cheers were noticeably absent, casting an unusual gloom over the arena. Aoife gracefully exited the stage, leaving a subdued atmosphere in her wake. Aaron swiftly appeared at the center of the platform, efficiently tidying up the remnants of Nalaja's defeat. Once his task was complete, he seamlessly teleported back to his seat, and with an air of nonchalance, he signaled for the matches to resume after the disconcerting pause. The subordinates of Ihile will decide on the round when Aoife makes her appearance. Other contenders seem willing to relinquish their positions, acknowledging their inferiority. However, as of now, only 3 of Ihile's subordinates remain, Aaron explained. We'll have to observe and wait. Additionally, Aoife will face an additional opponent, a 4th opponent, the most powerful she will encounter so far. Perplexed, Ravel asked, What do you mean, Aaron-sama? However, Aaron chose not to elaborate, simply shaking his head. Unagor, standing nearby, exchanged a knowing glance with Aaron, understanding the unspoken implications of his words. Geharon, Reiko, and Artemis stood in the southeast of the city, facing an abandoned warehouse that appeared to be just like any other. Geharon, with a hint of doubt, commented, This is one of the locations I've heard about. It looks normal, but we can't be fooled by appearances, can we? Taking the lead, Reiko stepped forward, motioning with her hand. The illusion concealing the true nature of the area vanished, revealing a large, spiraling tower spanning 5 levels. Multiple turrets in front of them immediately opened fire, prompting Artemis to quickly summon a protective magic circle. Seriously? Now I'm starting to wonder if there are more of these around the city. I feel like I've been in the dark my entire life. Geharon grumbled, frustration evident as he looked down. The discovery of hidden structures within the seemingly ordinary cityscape only deepened the mystery that had clouded his understanding until now. Let's not waste any more time on our extra mission. Let's aim to take down these structures before the day is over. There are only a few more individuals to take down now. Geharon, I'd like you to go to the spots you mentioned before and take a look at them and take this, declared Artemis, presenting him with a device. Perplexed, Geharon asked, What is this? As he inspected the device now in his possession, I asked a friend of ours to make that just now. I don't know if you can dismiss the illusions put in areas like this, but this will help detect them and can dispel them. For now, use it to identify how many are scattered throughout the city. Return here once you're done and show us the results so we can plan our approach after dealing with these current threats, Artemis explained, outlining Geharon's role in the mission. Simple enough, he'll handle it. Good luck, Geharon declared before swiftly embarking on his assigned task. Shall we move forward? Artemis asked, and Reiko nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, they advanced, disabling the turrets and other defensive measures strategically placed around the area. The destruction triggered additional alarms, summoning a group of individuals dressed in black military attire, armed with advanced weaponry. They unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Artemis and Reiko, attempting to hinder their progress. However, both Artemis and Reiko skillfully dealt with the assailants, choosing to incapacitate rather than kill them. With the external threats neutralized, the duo entered the building. Intruders, capture them. A voice echoed, and green laser beams targeted them from various directions, escalating the conflict within the structure. Reiko quickly raised a protective barrier, her keen senses detecting a powerful presence at the top level of the tower. There's someone strong up there, probably Satan class. What should we do? She asked for Artemis' opinion. Artemis, displaying strong leadership, replied, They'll go confront them. Can I trust you to explore the other levels? There might be something hidden here, like an important item or documents. They could be valuable. They'll have Ravel join you. Reiko nodded in agreement, maintaining her protective barrier, while Artemis communicated with Ravel through a magic circle. Shortly after, Ravel appeared next to her. I'll leave it to you two then, Artemis said before disappearing. She reappeared instantly, swiftly defeating the enemies who had been attacking them. The tasks were now divided, with Reiko and Ravel getting ready to uncover the secrets hidden within the tower's levels. As Reiko and Ravel walked away from the room toward the door at the other end, Reiko couldn't resist asking, how did everything go in the arena and with Aoife? Ravel paused for a moment before recounting the events, explaining what had happened and the information Aaron had shared. Reiko listened closely, and after the explanation, she shared her thoughts, saying, I overheard Azathoth talking to Aaron before, and I believe what they said was true. It's a moment of growth for Aoife. But I don't think she should have to suffer in order to grow. Yes, I agree with that as well, but it seems like that's the path she's on unless Aaron Sama decides otherwise. He seems to have a plan for her, although he hasn't shared it with us. He'll ask him about it once we've finished our tasks, Ravel replied, acknowledging the mystery surrounding Aoife's journey and Aaron's mysterious plan for her growth. In a room filled with enemies, Reiko and Ravel swiftly took them down, noting that none of their opponents were particularly notable, all falling within the range of high to ultimate class strength. They efficiently finished their skirmish on that floor and thoroughly searched for any important clues, completing the task in approximately 4 minutes. As they moved on to the next level, Ravel sought clarification on their objective. What exactly are we looking for? Artemis Sama didn't specify any specifics, inquired Ravel as they climbed a flight of stairs. I'm not sure, but I suppose anything that seems significant? Items, documents, or anything similar, responded Reiko, their exploration driven by a general sense of purpose. Upon reaching the next floor, they stopped, sensing the formidable aura of an individual at the pinnacle of the ultimate class, on the cusp of breaking through to Satan class. The anticipation of a challenging encounter hung in the air as they prepared to confront this powerful enemy. Reiko and Ravel shared a quick glance before Reiko forcefully kicked the door open. With her fiery wings propelling her forward, Ravel located the formidable foe at the pinnacle of the ultimate class. With swift precision, she appeared in front of the person, unleashing a torrent of flames that obliterated windows and left the opponent incapacitated, reduced to lifelessness. Turning on her heels, Ravel proceeded to launch fire bullets from her fingertips, swiftly neutralizing the remaining threats. Meanwhile, Reiko gracefully navigated the room, dispatching foes with calculated strikes from her blades, choosing a non-lethal approach akin to their strategy on the floor below. Upon concluding the skirmish, they applied a sleep-inducing spell to the remaining enemies, rendering them dormant. The duo then meticulously combed through the room, scrutinizing drawers, cabinets, and any potential points of interest. Ravel emitted a surprised grunt, signaling a discovery that piqued her curiosity. "This is Reiko-sama, please come here," exclaimed Ravel, her voice carrying a sense of urgency. Reiko swiftly joined her, peering down at a document that had caught Ravel's attention. The document revealed before them, Eleanor's recruitment starts in XXX day and XXX hour on XXX month. If interested in becoming an eradicator or subordinate of one, please come to Stellonium, the previous planet under Raria. She has been captured and killed by the Resistance, so we're looking for new candidates. Reiko and Ravel exchanged shocked glances, absorbing the weight of the information. "Should we inform Aaron-sama?" Ravel inquired, seeking Reiko's perspective. "Of course, why wouldn't we?" responded Reiko, her confusion evident at the question. "I apologize. I assumed he already knew, so I was contemplating whether we should inform him or not. However, we should do so regardless of his prior knowledge," Ravel responded, with a touch of fluster in her tone. Reiko nodded in agreement and commented, "I'm surprised that this has happened, but it was inevitable that Raria's absence would be discovered. She wouldn't be present in the planets she oversees, and the fact that she hasn't communicated with her subordinates. It will certainly be an intriguing visit there in the future. Stellonium, Raria-sama has briefed us about it, as did the other leaders in Ilioven. Due to Raria-sama's aversion to poverty, she has transformed the planets under her supervision into paradises. However, she still governs them with strict regulations in place. As she explained to us, it's comparatively more lenient than certain other planets governed by eradicators or Wave Borough's members," Ravel explained, shedding light on the characteristics of Stellonium and Raria's leadership approach. Ravel stood up and proposed, "Let's push on, Reiko-sama. I have a feeling that there might be more hidden things in these floors, and I can't shake this strange feeling about them." Intrigued, Reiko asked, "What do you mean by that?" Tilting her head slightly, "Is it just a coincidence that this happened? Aaron-sama has tasked both Selrian and Cornelia to keep Eleanor preoccupied. How'd she find the time to write this? Or has she figured out Aaron-sama's plan and stopped caring about Selrian and Cornelia? If so, could this be a trap?" pondered Ravel, her contemplation revealing a deep sense of suspicion and wariness about the sudden revelation concerning Eleanor. Ascending another flight of stairs, a sudden tremor shook the building, causing Reiko and Ravel to exchange concerned glances. Feeling a sense of urgency, they quickened their pace and reached the top floor, where a new set of enemies stood in their way. Swiftly defeating them, they carefully surveyed the area and stumbled upon a mysterious piece of paper. Yearly planetary tournament in Fongyun Fudi. The winner will have the chance to choose from a variety of prizes, open to anyone from any planet, species, or background. This tournament of strength could change your life. Join today. The document provided specifics on the date, time, and month of the tournament, along with additional details. Ravel and Reiko exchanged doubtful looks, trying to make sense of the unexpected news of a planetary tournament. The timing and nature of the announcement left them feeling suspicious and wary. "Let's consult the others first. The timing of this seems too convenient," Ravel whispered, her attention fixed on the mysterious piece of paper. "Agreed, but for now, let's go join Artemis and show her what we've found," Reiko suggested. The two quickly made their way to the top floor, where they found Artemis effortlessly deflecting attacks with casual gestures of her hand. Glancing over her shoulder, Artemis greeted the return of Reiko and Ravel with a nod, saying, "Oh, welcome back, you two. Did you find anything on your way up here? That was quite quick of both of you." "Yes, Artemis-sama. I believe you'll find it interesting," replied Ravel, handing her the discovered documents. As Artemis began to review the information, Reiko swiftly engaged an unexpected enemy who had launched an attack. The opponent, a humanoid horse, unleashed hoof-like attack at Reiko. Undaunted, she skillfully sliced through the attacks with her sword, displaying remarkable ease in combat. The humanoid horse, caught off guard by the sudden intrusion, expressed its frustration, exclaiming, "Dang it, where did you guys come from? We were almost finished with our own mission here." Reiko, taken aback by the creature's words, remained vigilant in the ongoing confrontation. "Own mission? You're not with Morwenna or Ihiled?" Reiko questioned, seeking clarification. "What? Why would we be? We're here to destroy them," the humanoid horse vehemently declared. "As well as this planet, too. Screw their race." Reiko found herself surprised by this revelation. The notion of a third party with intentions to destroy both Morwenna, Ihiled, and the planet itself left her perplexed. As she continued skillfully slicing apart incoming projectiles, she pondered the motives behind this unexpected faction and their antagonistic stance towards the targeted groups. "You have no idea, do you? From that clueless expression of yours," shouted the humanoid horse, a wicked smile spreading across his features. "Their species is known as the Foshidums. They're arrogant beings who once conquered planets before they were subdued by Ephemera. Ha ha, conquerors," Reiko murmured, a realization dawning upon her. The secrecy surrounding Onager's species and the absence of information from Aaron now made sense. "Even so, you're going to sympathize with them? I didn't think the Resistance supported genocidal maniacs like them. Even if they're in a tough spot now, what's to stop them from resuming their aggressive ways once you set them free? They should be eradicated for the sake of the universe," exclaimed the humanoid horse, vehemently expressing his disgust for the Foshidums. Reiko's expression turned to a scowl as she closed the distance between them, delivering a powerful kick to the humanoid horse's stomach, sending him staggering. Following up, she summoned a bow of lightning, unleashing a barrage of electrifying arrows that struck the humanoid horse, causing him to convulse uncontrollably. To Raiko's astonishment, the humanoid horse remained conscious as he fell to the ground, his eyes defiant as she approached. Despite the overwhelming power of her attacks, he displayed an unwavering resolve. As Raiko stood before him, his words carried a fierce rage. Siding with them will lead to your own downfall. Me and everyone here had their planets destroyed by them. We only want to defeat them, as well as Fumara's subordinate, since they're aiding them. The depth of his animosity revealed the profound suffering inflicted by the Fashidoms, fueling their quest for retribution. Reiko stayed silent, efficiently lulling the humanoid horse to sleep, restraining him, and then towing him towards Artemis and Ravel. Sensing Raiko's contemplation, Artemis asked, "It's a trap, no doubt, but we will inform Aaron of this." "What did you do something wrong, Reiko?" Relaying the unsettling revelation from the humanoid horse, Reiko recounted the Fashidom's history and the humanoid horse's group's vow for revenge against the Fashidoms and Fumara herself. Artemis and Ravel absorbed the information, pondering the potential motivations behind the Fashidom's actions. If that's the case, them going to war with Fumara after today would make sense. Although how they'll do it with reduced numbers and not knowing where Fumara herself is will be quite difficult, unless they ask Aaron-sama for her location, pondered Ravel, recognizing the complexity of the impending conflict. The Fashidom's grudge against Fumara, as well as the countless races and species they had subjugated and likely exterminated in the past, will certainly increase the stakes for them. But if their current king and queen opt for a more daring plan from now on, how will this guy's group react? Artemis pondered as she filed away the documents. Once they are free, I believe they will target Fumara but won't succeed, unless they choose to focus on other species first and gather resources that way, and then launch an attack on Fumara either way. How do we handle this now? Ravel inquired. Let's consult Geharin once he returns. I can sense him approaching us now, Artemis declared. Let's go, she urged, prompting them to leave the top floor and return to the ground floor. Hey, Ivuvotsaron, Geharin inquired, sensing a shift in the atmosphere as he arrived in front of Artemis' group. He also noticed the presence of someone else with them. It went well, and we found out about a few things. Do you mind if we ask some questions? Artemis requested, and Geharin agreed. Artemis then proceeded to brief Geharin about humanoid horse, revealing, this person, who we found out is called Namer, is part of a group that wants to destroy this world, your species along with Fumara's organization. Now, he told us certain information that caught our interest. He said that your species, the Fashidoms, were warmongers that like taking over planets for fun. Taken aback and visibly nervous, Geharin confessed, if you're asking if I knew, then yes, I did. If you're asking if I was part of it, then no. While I do train because that's part of my species, I don't participate in most of those, but I was aware that before we were conquered ourselves, my species would go and conquer, capture, or even just kill various species across the universe. Expressing a sense of shame, Geharin hung his head as the three women exchanged glances. Artemis broke the silence, stating, for now, they'll trust your words, but we'll need to discuss it further with Aaron too. All right? That's fine, I expected that. About what I did, I found 3 more spots, and that's all. So, assuming his group set up at those spots, we should hurry over there to prevent them from doing something catastrophic, Geharin suggested, prompting unanimous agreement as they swiftly departed to address the emerging threat. Arriving at a new location, they immediately dispelled the concealment around the area, unveiling a building that bore a striking resemblance to the one they had encountered earlier. Turrets wasted no time in launching their attacks, but Ravel quickly destroyed them. I can sense the presence of 2 formidable individuals here, both located at the very top. I will confront them. As before, I leave the exploration to the 2 of you. If you come across anything of significance, please bring it along, commanded Artemis before disappearing, leaving Reiko, Ravel, and Geharin to investigate the premises and uncover any vital information. All right, what have you 2 discovered after clearing that place? Geharin inquired. They proceeded to share their findings, describing the potentially trap-laden nature of the first location and the upcoming yearly planetary tournament in 2 weeks. If the Resistance truly captured Lady Raria, then the first location is definitely a trap. And as for the second one, the tournament does occur annually and will commence in approximately 2 weeks, so it's not too far off, Geharon commented. What does the champion receive for winning the Tournament of Strength? Ravel asked as they entered the first floor, immediately encountering multiple attacks. Ravel and Reiko swiftly eliminated the threats in the room, while Geharon remained at the back. After the skirmish, he shared his insights about the Tournament of Strength, explaining, according to the piece of paper, participants can ask for anything they want. However, most, if not all, who take part will seek to become a subordinate of Lord Virion, or one of his trusted subordinates or elders. The place operates on respect and power. Gain enough of both, and Lord Virion may reward you with a high-ranking position, albeit with certain rules in place. Among the members of the Eradicators, Wayboros, and Umbra, I believe that he commands the most respect among all the beings on the planets they have conquered. Many are drawn to him, eager to witness the spectacle. I've been there once to witness the tournament, and I can confirm that the reputation is well-deserved. That man is truly something else, Geharon stated, shedding light on the significance of Virion and the prestigious nature of the tournament. He wields his powers in tandem with his martial arts to vanquish his enemies. There are whispers of him being a part of a particular monstrous lineage, heightening his already formidable strength. However, it seems he seldom leans on this aspect, if at all, from what I've gathered, Geharon imparted, shedding further light on Virion's prowess in combat and his rumored monstrous ancestry. The more you speak of him, the more he resembles Serorg Sama. What about his subordinates and the elders you mentioned? How do they fare? Ravel inquired, drawing similarities with Serorg Bale. Her musings hinted at strategic deliberations for possible alliances. Aaron Sama may even enlist Serorg Sama's support when endeavoring to free that planet. Those two share too many similarities, and if Serorg Sama can persuade Virion Sama to stand with us, it would be very advantageous. Is that what you're assuming, Ravel? If a man of his caliber and influence joins the Resistance, then surely everyone else under him will follow suit, Reiko inquired, causing Ravel to turn to her in shock. Why, yes, that was my line of thinking, admitted Ravel as they made their way to the second floor, swiftly overpowering and defeating their foes. The enemies turned out to be relatively weak, making it easy for them to dispose of them. As they ventured across the floor, searching for any notable discoveries, Reiko offered a practical perspective. I won't criticize you for it, but it might be a bit naive. Just because someone commands respect and influence doesn't mean those closest to him will always agree with his decisions. It seems more realistic that they would oppose his decision if he would join us. Ravel eagerly awaited Reiko's next words. The security of what Virion has built, along with their alliance with Fumara, the various trade routes, and the promise of future stability, can the Resistance offer any of that? Most, if not all, is based on hearsay of our good deeds, and even then, it could be twisted by Fumara and her followers to tarnish our reputation. Deep in thought about Reiko's words, Ravel fell silent as they continued their search. Their contemplation was interrupted by Geharon's exclamation, "Hey, how about this?" Gathering around him, they discovered another small, torn piece of paper. Let it commence in a month. It's rather vague, but it does make one wonder what it's about. Perhaps Aaron Sama can shed some light on it, Ravel suggested. For now, let's take it with us. It could be nothing, or it could be something significant, Reiko proposed. Handing it to her, Geharon watched as she stored it in her ring, considering the mysterious message they had stumbled upon. Purposefully, they made their way up to the top floor of the building, their previous searches proving fruitless. Upon reaching the peak, Artemis swiftly incapacitated one of the more formidable foes, leaving them sprawled on the floor, a figure resembling a humanoid butterfly. At the same time, Artemis entered into a confrontational exchange with another enemy, the interaction mimicking more of an interrogation than a typical battle. "How many are in your group?" Artemis asked, her voice steady even in the midst of the tense confrontation. The humanoid deer, marked by its battle-worn appearance lacking an eye, an antler, and part of one of its legs struggled to form a coherent response as Artemis strategically targeted its vulnerable areas. Each agile dodge of Artemis' strikes caused the creature visible discomfort, resulting in momentary stumbling. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, making their way toward the subdued humanoid butterfly, watched the unfolding scene with astute eyes, prepared for further developments on the top floor and hoping to uncover the sought-after information. In a bold and defiant tone, the humanoid deer declared, "I won't give anything away to the resistance scum. Our goal is to take down Fumara, wipe out the Foshidums, and destroy this planet before even considering the so-called incompetent resistance." Artemis swiftly retaliated, delivering a powerful palm strike to the deer's head, followed by a precise knee strike to his neck, sending him staggering. "That's the most ridiculous statement I've heard in a while. Hobari, shall I give you a reward for such an outrageous idea?" Artemis shot back, infusing her words with a touch of scorn. Summoning her divine bow, Artemis unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows, purposely aiming for non-critical areas on the humanoid deer's body. The arrows effectively pinned him to the massive glass window in front of her. Closing the distance, she confronted him with a solemn tone. "Do you understand the rationale behind my earlier statement?" Attempting to reply, the humanoid deer found himself silenced as Artemis swiftly delivered a powerful kick, incapacitating him and causing nausea. "Our recent achievements, spanning weeks, almost a month, have marked significant progress. Yet, faced with your delusional and ungrateful perspective, it's disheartening," Artemis continued, a mix of frustration and disappointment evident in her words. "While recognition is not my goal, actively attempting to undermine our efforts tarnishes the hard-earned victories we've attained." Infusing her finger with energy, Artemis unleashed a searing burst of divine lightning upon the humanoid deer. With a touch of sarcasm, she remarked, "So, now you aspire to destroy us? What for? Seeking recognition? Your ingratitude is truly astonishing." The jolt of divine lightning brought the humanoid deer back to consciousness, and he retorted vehemently, "Your organization has exhibited incompetence for years. Why should we believe these alleged victories of the past month? They could all be fabrications. We haven't witnessed any tangible evidence yet." Artemis, with a hint of disdain, responded, "Ah, tangible evidence. Are you implying that the annihilation of Ferothos Prime, Ardvoria Deferilds, Viritera Remetera, and Shadenvar Machinara, along with their overseers, holds no significance? I challenge you to visit those places yourself and attempt to find even a trace," she declared, fixing him with a sharp, intense glare. Abruptly, Artemis felt a hand rest on her shoulder, and when she turned, she met Rykos' worried gaze. Letting out a resigned sigh, Artemis turned away, walking with a heavy heart. "I refuse to apprehend him, but it must be done. Reiko, could you please handle this?" She voiced her thoughts, still angered by the whole situation. The goddess wasn't infuriated for herself. Instead, her anger was directed on behalf of Eren. She foresaw that Eren might not respond with anger towards the humanoid deer, and so she felt compelled to stand in his place. It was a dual motivation, driven by the desire to uphold both the resistance and DXDS pride, intertwined with a deep sense of love for Eren. Reiko shifted her focus to the humanoid deer, who seemed to be slowly worsening from his injuries. Quickly, she used her healing abilities to stop the bleeding, while also securing him with strong restraints, effectively neutralizing his powers. Offering a gentle yet firm reassurance, Reiko said, "In the long run, this will work in your favor. Please don't put up a fight." Quiet and seemingly cooperative, the humanoid deer allowed Reiko to lead him away, seamlessly rejoining the group. Artemis took charge once more, commanding, "Only two left, let's keep moving." The group left the area, with another captive in tow, determined to carry on with their mission. On Eren's personal spacecraft, navigating through the vast cosmos, Rias, along with her peerage and comptoir, was en route to 10k-15kThis. This planetary realm was home to Morwenna, her subordinates and their numerous duplicates, the sole occupants of the desolate sphere. 10k-15kThis remained devoid of any other inhabitants, as even fellow members of Fumara's organization distanced themselves from Morwenna, repulsed by her methods. Unfazed by the isolation, Morwenna continued with her projects, finding solace in the quietude. As the ship approached its destination, Rias conferred with comptoir, formulating their strategy. Our objective is clear: obliterate the planet and Morwenna. If possible, gather any valuable data or resources. Comptoir, you mentioned handling this personally. Does that mean you will be participating in the mission on the planetary surface? Rias inquired, flanked by Aquino in the cockpit. Engrossed in thought, comptoir appeared to be distracted from Rias' inquiry. Sensing her friend's concern, Rias gently reached out, placing a hand on comptoir's shoulder. "See, comptoir?" she repeated, looking for acknowledgement. Shaking off her distraction, comptoir refocused on Rias. Apologies for the momentary lapse, Rias. I have come across something intriguing about Morwenna and her current activities. To answer your question, yes, I will accompany you. I wish to personally speak with her about the revelations I have uncovered, comptoir explained, meeting Rias' gaze. Puzzled, Rias asked, "Is it something troubling? Do you need help with it?" Comptoir assured her, shaking her head, "No need to worry. I can handle it on my own. But if you decide to join me before we start, feel free to do so," she teased playfully, adding a hint of mystery to her intentions. Turning to Aquino, comptoir shared a comforting thought. "This won't be a long absence, Aquino. We'll be back before you know it." Perplexed by comptoir's enigmatic words, Aquino asked, "What do you mean?" Rias, showing a deep understanding of her friend, sighed and encouraged Aquino to be honest. "Aquino, I've known you for a long time. Comptoir, and I can see the subtleties in the smiles you wear. Just say it." Unable to hold back her emotions, Aquino dropped to her knees, hiding her face. "I didn't have much time with Aaron. It's so unfair," she lamented, then boldly declared, "Can't I just marry him already?" Comptoir and Rias exchanged knowing looks, their smiles revealing a sense of anticipation for this moment. Zenobia and Asia, entering the scene, overheard the conversation, censurado. Asia expressed, her eyes reflecting a gentle understanding. Seeking confirmation, Aquino inquired, "Asia, you get what I mean, right?" The two of them shared a heartfelt hug, finding solace in their mutual sentiments. Vasco Strata entered the room with a hearty laugh, observing the scene. "Ha ha! Ah, youth, always so eccentric and energetic," he remarked, acknowledging the emotions swirling among the group. Kromkrutch, the powerful dragon, also joined them, stating, "We're nearly there." Rias, noticing the growing crowd, queried, "Geez, is everyone just gathering in here? And where are Yumi, Chiron, and Gasper?" Zenobia provided an explanation. "They're engaged in training. His Eminence recently entrusted them with their own exercises." "I see. Well, we're not too far off now. We just need to wait for..." Rias glanced at Aquino and Asia, who appeared bewildered by the sudden pause. "Aaron to join us. He did inform me about it," she clarified. "Why didn't you mention that earlier?" Aquino inquired, sporting a slight pout on her face. Rias responded with a tranquil smile before shifting her gaze towards the window in front of them. Comptoir took charge, initiating a briefing to ensure that everyone remained aware of the impending mission and its objectives. The atmosphere in the room shifted, transitioning from emotional conversations to a focused preparation for the mission that lay ahead. Chapter 21, Part 5. War 10k-15kThis. Aoife Murphy's soliloquy. After my intense battle with Nalaja, I found myself deep in thought in the solitude of my room, eagerly awaiting the next challenge. I realized that letting the actions and words of my enemies distract me was not wise, especially after witnessing the impact it had on Rosweiss during the raiding game in the World Tournament. Lost in thought, I looked down at my clenched fist, thinking about various things that may happen in the future. My attention then shifted to the monitor, which displayed ongoing battles. A conviction grew within me as I considered the possibility of Ihild sending more subordinates to the arena, given Elijah's involvement. Suddenly, a knock interrupted my thoughts, and I gave permission for the visitor to enter with a simple, "Come in." To my surprise, it was Aaron who walked in and smiled at me. "Excellent performance," he acknowledged, approaching me with a drink in hand. I reciprocated with a smile and expressed my gratitude, prompting me to inquire about the purpose of his unexpected visit. In a departure from my expectations, he settled into a chair opposite me, casually crossing one leg over the other, fixing his gaze upon me. Anticipating a warmer gesture from Aaron, I found myself slightly uneasy as he maintained a rather detached demeanor. It was a moment when he seemed to embody a different persona, looking at me with an almost indifferent gaze, distinct from his usual self. Attempting to dispel the discomfort that lingered, I ventured to ask, how may I be of assistance to you?" The unease manifested in my subtle squirming within the confines of my seat. "That was a bit too formal, Aoife," he said with a chuckle. The room seemed to lighten as some of the tension dissipated. Speaking in a more relaxed tone, he added, "3 more of Ihild's subordinates are on their way to you. They're driven by curiosity about you and fueled by a desire to stop you, tinged with vengeance for Elijah. Be on guard. Additionally, there's a possibility of a 4th opponent joining the fray. So brace yourself, okay?" Perplexed by the idea of an unauthorized 4th opponent, I sought clarification. Asking a 4th opponent? Is that even allowed? Aaron explained it's against the rules, but they seem undeterred. Just be prepared. He's expected to be a powerful opponent. Concerned, I nodded in acknowledgement. As he rose to leave, he turned back, stating, "That's all I needed to inform you." Feeling a hint of disappointment that he hadn't addressed my emotional state, I began to mumble. But before I could complete my sentence, I found myself enveloped in a sudden, unexpected hug. This unexpected gesture left me feeling a bit flustered, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. "Leaving without doing this? You didn't really think that was a possibility, did you?" He playfully teased, his voice carrying a light tone. I responded with a subtle pout, to which he chuckled and offered an apology amid laughter. Interrupting my thoughts, he shared words of encouragement. "You'll overcome this, Aoife. I have faith in your strength. Don't let the challenges you encounter weigh you down. While you've always been resilient, remember, if you ever need help, don't hesitate to reach out to us, all right?" Affirming with a quiet "yeah," I received a tender kiss on the top of my head before he departed. Left alone, I muttered to myself, growing up sucks. Reflecting on my premature departure from our previous universe and contrasting it with Aaron's stunted progression, I acknowledged the inevitability of change. It felt like Aaron had undergone 2 evolutions while I remained stagnant, but the realization dawned that embracing this growth was necessary. As I navigated this unfamiliar journey, I resolved to embrace the uncertainties and discover where this evolution would ultimately lead me. Brandishing Fragarak, I delivered a precise swing, creating a subtle yet noticeable shockwave nearby. Determined to face the upcoming obstacles directly, I committed to concentrating solely on the task at hand, acknowledging and learning from my weaknesses. With unwavering determination, I declared, I will fight them without hesitation and dismiss unnecessary worries. Let's do this. Yet, a lingering worry persisted, the mysterious final opponent. The mystery shrouding their identity weighed heavily on me, leading to introspection. Who could this unfamiliar opponent be, and what trials would they bring to the ultimate battle of the tournament? Time would only tell third-person point of view. Following the conclusion of 3 previous matches, Aoife Murphy made her grand entrance onto the stage. Positioned at one end, she patiently awaited her upcoming opponent. After a brief moment, her adversary finally emerged, a man standing at approximately 55 tall. His neatly parted short black hair accentuated his piercing blue eyes, which were enhanced by a dramatic red eyeshadow. He was dressed in a unique ensemble, consisting of a flowing hanfu paired with a blue shirt and sleek black boots. In his right hand, he confidently wielded an imposing guandao, its substantial frame emphasized by a light blue tip. "Tiny, he's really small," Aoife murmured, her thoughts inadvertently reverberating in her mind. To her surprise, the young man shot her a piercing glare, as if reading her inner musings. Caught off guard, Aoife couldn't help but flinch in surprise. The announcer's voice echoed, breaking the momentary tension. Warrior Null is now facing off against Warrior Ragnar Chong, one of Lady Ihild's subordinates. Let the match begin. The declaration signaled the start of the battle between these two monsters. Ragnar Chong wasted no time, swiftly closing the distance between them. With a determined dash, he swung his guandao towards Aoife. Reacting quickly, she raised her sword to block the attack. However, she noticed the presence of light blue feathers, seemingly functioning as boosters, intensifying the force behind Ragnar's swing. Unfazed, Aoife tried to sweep Ragnar's legs, but the nimble young man effortlessly leaped away, responding with a quick kick aimed at her. In a surprising twist, Aoife countered with a kick of her own, their legs colliding and sending a small shockwave through the air. A silent understanding passed between them, an unspoken agreement forged in that moment. From that point on, it was clear that a mutual understanding had been established they would engage in a fair fight. Rejecting any temptation to resort to underhanded tactics, both opponents vowed to rely solely on their skills, weapons, and unique abilities. This unspoken agreement, almost akin to a warrior's code, appeared in the exchanged gaze between them. Aoife sensed a hint of pride emanating from Ragnar Ching, suspecting a potential connection to Feng Yun Fudi based on his name. Unwavering, Aoife closed the gap with even more speed, unleashing a diagonal swing with her blade that sent an aura/hurtling toward Ragnar. In a mirrored response, Ragnar countered with a similar maneuver, his guandao slicing through the air. The collision of these powerful attacks resulted in a small explosion, and, as the dust settled, they resumed their clash in the center, an intense standoff unfolding. Sensing an unfamiliar quality in Ragnar's weapon, Aoife understood the need to unravel its mysteries as their battle raged on. Evading a subsequent slash from Ragnar, she retaliated with a vertical swing. To her surprise, Ragnar's body became enveloped in a light blue aura, transforming his kick into a powerful strike against her sword. The clash between his leg and her sword showcased Aoife's superior strength, catching Ragnar off guard. Reacting quickly, he leaped backward, but Aoife, anticipating his move, shrouded herself in 10k and appeared behind him. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a powerful kick, striking Ragnar in the back and sending him sprawling. Ragnar brought his momentum to a sudden stop with the guandao, directing a swift thrust towards Aoife. A distinct blue aura accompanied each thrust, taking on the shape of the guandao's tip. With practiced ease, Aoife countered, effortlessly dispelling the azure manifestations with a single sweep of her sword. Undeterred, they closed the distance once more, their weapons colliding in a clash that birthed another shockwave, dispersing the surrounding crowd. Silence prevailed between them, rendering words unnecessary in conveying the intensity of their duel. Ragnar's challenge and frustration manifested through the calculated use of his weapon. Meanwhile, Aoife remained resolute and determined, refusing to yield and fueled by her aspiration to advance to the finals, despite their differing ideologies. Their weapons clashed again, and this time, both combatants withdrew, their weapons crackling with electricity. They lunged at each other once more, unleashing a clash of light blue and silvery blue electricity. Remarkably, their physical weapons didn't make contact. Instead, it was the manifestation of their auras that collided, creating a spectacular display of power and skill. The intense clash reached its peak, erupting into a towering pillar of crackling electricity that sent both combatants reeling backwards. The arena fell silent as they locked eyes, the air charged with anticipation. Without a word, they surrounded themselves with auras, signaling the continuation of their relentless battle. Ragnar was engulfed in a faint blue aura, shaping into a mysterious creature that materialized in front of Aoife. With fervor, he charged at her, dragging his guandao on the ground to leave etched lines before raising it, conjuring a formidable blue creature. Towering and adorned with sharp horns, razor-sharp teeth, and wing-like appendages formed from the surrounding aura, the creature exuded a daunting presence. Unfazed, Aoife stood her ground as Ragnar and the aura creature lunged at her. In response, she took a deep breath, her hand gliding along the surface of her sword. As she did, crimson ice began to form around it, swiftly intensifying in aura until it radiated a vibrant glow beside her. Ragnar's fierce charge brought his guandao dangerously close to Aoife's face, but just before the impending strike, she vanished. Time seemed to stand still as the crowd held their breath. In a surreal moment, Aoife reappeared behind Ragnar, the arena engulfed in silence. Centurato,